championship. Yes! They are the ELEAGUE Grand Champions.
What a show.
How about that? That ball is crushed.
This is Turner Sports.
Winning a major title is nothing bigger.
That's ridiculous. This is crazy. That is absurd. What's going on? Chaos.
Going to wreck the entire team.
They are fired up. All of Meister is gone. That should be impossible. And an incredible performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the historic Fox Theater in Midtown Atlanta, home of the 2017 E-League Major. We had a fantastic first day of playoffs as 3 teams earned their place in this year's semifinals. Astralis avoided another collapse and took down Navi in a battle of the pre-tournament favorites. Olaf and Crims took another step closer to a 3rd major title as Fnatic dispatched Gambit, and Virtus.pro survived the North in an epic final match. Hello everybody, I'm Chris Bucket, and it is so great to be here in front of this epic crowd. How you guys feeling today? Yes, this is the 10th major, and we have seen so many great games. I'm so pumped for today, and I hope you guys are too. Now, if you thought yesterday was phenomenal, well, don't worry. Today, the pressure, it gets even more intense. And the games, they get even better as the teams fight for their spot in tomorrow's grand finals, where they'll have a chance to hold this trophy. Now, to kick off the day, we have to send it over to the face of E-League, and my good buddy, here is Richard Lewis.
Thanks very much for that, Chris. You might have oversold it. I think we met each other once or twice, but whatever. Anyway, here we are at the Fox Theater, absolutely pumped up to be here at another major. I am indeed Richard Lewis, and joining me on the desk, as they always do, 2 of the finest minds in Counter-Strike. It is Moses and Thorin, and get involved in social media. So how are you feeling about this one, guys?
I'm just confused. I mean, after the Fox Theater, they had that helicopter, and they skimped on the face of E-League.
All right, all right. I'm CGI in Season 3, dude. It gets better. How are you doing?
Yeah. Good.
The cracking start. So anyway, let's take a look at the bracket that we've got. Obviously, loads of great action yesterday. You can see that Astralis-Navi game. Absolutely fantastic match. Astralis were able to edge it. Then we had Fnatic versus Gambit. A lot of people had Gambit for that upset potential. Didn't quite happen. Fnatic got through. They're going to face Astralis. And Virtus.pro North, an amazing game. First up, though, is going to be SK Gaming versus FaZe Clan. This is the last of the quarterfinals. So we're going to find out who's going to be playing Virtus.pro. I don't know if that's a reward for winning. Then, of course, we're going to bring you Astralis versus Fnatic. And then Virtus.pro will take on the winner of that SK FaZe Clan game. Let's just take some reactions to that. I mean, some fantastic matches here. We saw some fantastic action yesterday. What really leaps off the page for you guys?
I mean, I don't think you can not talk about that Virtus.pro North game. Just the way the entire series played out, the comeback at the end, not unexpected in so many different ways. And I think yesterday that was probably one of the coolest matches we saw.
And Duncan, I mean, you said that was potentially the greatest comeback at a major.
Yeah. I mean, I actually think that match in particular means that every other team in this tournament is scared of Virtus.pro now, because everyone knows you can't necessarily even think the game's won. You can't even pick a map against them that they're supposed to be weak on. At the moment, if you're Astralis, if you're Fnatic, if you're SK, if you're FaZe, That's the match I think you're most afraid of in this tournament if you have to play VP.
Absolutely. Virtus Pro growing into the tournament. So anyway, it is about the games. Up next, we are going to have that SK Gaming versus FaZe. But first, we are going to remind you of a moment of Brazilian brilliance, a moment that Team Liquid fans will want to forget. This is coldzera's major moment, brought to you by Dell.
coldzera with the jumping up kills against Team Liquid. I don't think I've ever seen a play destroy a team's morale like that.
You're sitting on the B-bomb site by the car position at the end of the plat. There was a rush coming, and it was a pretty well-timed rush, actually. By the time that they first are appearing to rush him down, he should probably only get maximum 1 or 2 kills there. But what coldzera does, he jumps with the orb, he fires, he somehow killed 2 players at once. And then kept going for more shots and ended up killing like 4 players. This is just not supposed to happen, that you can get kills like that.
It's the look of disbelief on Team Liquid's face.
And Valve gave him a graffiti on the map, so they definitely appreciated that as well.
I think FaZe is a really good team. We played against them in the group stage.
We lost both pistols during the first match, and we had to make a crazy comeback. But a win is a win, and as long as we can beat them again, I'm very satisfied.
Now we know how they play, so I think we are more than ready. Fallen and coldzera are the 2 best players in the world right now.
I'm looking forward to show what I'm capable of doing on these playoffs. Why do you think we're going to win? It's simple. We won 2 majors.
For us, it's normal. We don't have any pressure to play a major. So I'm really confident.
Going to the stage as the last 2 major champions bring us something special. We want to do the same, we want to accomplish the same, and it starts today with this first match.
And welcome back. We are live from Atlanta. It is time for the last quarterfinals. Are you guys ready? It's time to introduce our team, starting with the back-to-back major champions. This is SK.
They fought their way to 2 straight titles.
Absolutely incredible performance there, just so powerful.
Now SK Gaming is fighting to make history.
2-man sprint out the third. We are tied up once again.
And win an unprecedented 3rd straight major championship.
They had a lead, they lost the lead, but they take it in overtime.
For Fallen and crew, winning isn't everything, it's the only thing.
SK secure the playoffs.
These are your defending major champions. SK Gaming.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the team featuring the #1 and #2 players in the world according to HLTV in 2016, Fallen and coldzera. The Brazilians are loved here in Atlanta. Fellas, please take your seats. They've won back-to-back majors. But to do it again, they'll be doing it with a stand-in as Fox has played on fire all weekend. But their opponents on the other side of the stage are no slouches. It's my pleasure to introduce you to the FaZe Clan.
After 3 hard-fought majors, FaZe are finally in the playoffs.
Oh my God, that was down to the wire.
For the first time, Kerrigan's new crew take the stage in front of a major crowd.
The confidence coming out here is unreal.
Now it's time to prove they belong.
Brain! What is this?
The force is working again and again.
Kerrigan with the big plays.
Get hyped for FaZe.
Atlanta, please give a warm welcome to FaZe! FaZe Clan behind their new leader, Kerrigan, and the last remaining Frenchman in the tournament, Kiyoshima. Can they get it done once again? This is the last quarterfinals. The winner will move on to play VP to close out our day. Are you guys ready? Before we get to the games, we have to decide the maps, and here to do it all, we have Thorn, Moses, and Richard Lewis.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Well, you heard that crowd. Wow, SK Gaming definitely the underdog in terms of home support. Let's talk about this roster, though. They might not be the underdog in terms of what's going to go on the server. Break it down for me, Jason.
No, and certainly you heard it. You heard it in the victory themselves. I mean, Fallen and Cold, two of the best players. I mean, the top 2 players of last year, and well deserved. And I mean, even you go to Fallen, he's the #1 AWPer. He's the #1 in-game leader that there was. Cold was consistent all through the year, but really in this tournament, I think what's really put them forward is the fact that Fur has been so stellar throughout it. I mean, we're coming in with a stand-in. You need some of that extra firepower to make up for what you're losing in that team cohesion, bringing in Fox, and then all of a sudden you have Fur who's stepping up in every way that he does. He's kind of like that second man behind Cold's era, especially considering Fallen has to give up a lot of room, a lot of rolls over to Fox to make him feel comfortable. So, I mean, Fur has to be able to step up in that way, and he has done it for this team. It's been a little bit of a disappointing event, I think, for me, just watching Taco. It hasn't had the impact that we saw from him at the end of last year, but still a very, very strong role player that they have in him, and they're still going to live and die as a team, as a unit. And remember, they had that crazy comeback against FaZe in the group stages.
Yeah, and Duncan, just talking a little bit about their path here to this game. It was very up and down. Couple of overtime wins, you know, that legendary game against Astralis. What's your barometer on how well SK Gaming are going to do?
Yeah, well, I mean, I notice a lot of people, if you have a close game, people are taking that as a knock against someone. I actually think, in particular, the one against Astralis was a really, really good sign, because it showed that they were really gritty. They could kind of force you in a situation where it was a pressure situation. And when it got to those scenarios, they seemed to make all the right choices. You go back to the FaZe game, you go back to the Astralis game, they were the ones down the stretch that were making the big plays. And I actually always say this, I think pressure moments equalize the skill level. You don't hit your best shots that you do because you don't feel as comfortable. So it's more then about who's going to make the smart play, who's composed under pressure. And at the moment, they look like one of the most composed teams in the tournament.
Yeah, well, let's stay with you, Duncan, as we talk about FaZe. Still kind of the underdogs for me, but we did say they might be the surprise package here at this major.
FaZe have all the tools here to go to the final. This could really happen for them. The big problem they have as a team is, in contrast to what I just said about SK, they've kind of buckled under the pressure. You know, they've had big leads in games where if they had that little championship sheen, if they had that consistency to the output, they'd be winning some of these games 16-8, 16-9, and we'd be saying, right, these are 2 or 3 maps you've got to stay away from FaZe on. At the moment, it doesn't really matter what map you put them on. You know, they're close games. They play people so close. There's still something slightly missing in the team play for FaZe. They've got the tactical style, they've got the leadership, they've certainly got the skill, but something doesn't always work out when you put them in those 2v3 situations, those 3v situations, the kind of rounds where I say it's a broken round, you know. The tactic no longer applies. Now you're going to play off each other. I still feel like that's where they're missing a little something. I mean, they're one of the best teams in the world still. We're talking about missing something compared to the teams that are going to lift this trophy at the end.
Yeah, and as you can see from the path here, there was some Up and down games, again, they had to get it done in overtime sometimes. In particular, that stands out, Jason, that Team Liquid game where I honestly thought they were going to get upset at one point. Team Liquid kind of buckled under the pressure a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly looked like that was a possibility. I mean, even maybe the most relevant is obviously the loss to SK, where SK had to have some kind of a massive comeback. And that's where I think SK in their videos, they talk about and they really emphasize the fact that they're two-time major champions. And that's what they have that FaZe doesn't, is that ability to close out these games, is that ability to grind out the last 2 rounds that's needed and not having to go into that overtime or being able to just pull it out right at the end. So that's one thing that Kerrigan is going to have to work with this team on moving forward. They've got to figure out how to close games.
As my parents always used to say to me, as you can tell by my ample frame, you've got to finish your dinner. There you go. Anyway, just a reminder that this game is on Game Command. It's a fantastic way to watch the match. You can be the director. Live.eleague.com to check that out. It really is great. And Duncan, here it is. Here's the map vetoes. Super intrigued to see what happens here.
Yeah, it's actually SK that have kind of the most curveballs here, because ever since they changed the line they brought in the standing, they haven't been going to the normal approach. So FaZe Clan, you would expect Cobblestone. I think it's a pretty reasonable ban to expect. Kerrigan doesn't like it. Now, Nuke would be the normal one, I would say, for SK, because it feels like they went away from that cash ban. They proved they don't want to play Nuke. FaZe has played it enough to be dangerous. I'm thinking for FaZe, Mirage is an obvious one because SK's had their problems. Saying that, they did play them earlier, so this is bold, because this is the map actually
rematch.
They were ahead on, they've trusted in that. Now for SK, I think the obvious one here, I think they might go something crazy like Dust too. I think that might be an off-the-wall pick. Otherwise, they're going to go with the classic train here. They're going to say they're bold. Bold in itself, because the old FaZe obviously were monsters on that map. Admittedly, the new one, not as much with Kerrigan. Now, I'm expecting Overpass should be the shared map here. It's the one that they both like, unless SK wants to get tricky here. They've gone with Cash as the standard one. Overpass is one where, if you're actually the FaZe clan, you're liking this map veto, but if you're the guys from SK, I think you fairly like this veto as well.
Yeah, Jason, just a quick reaction to this veto.
Yeah, I mean, I think if this gets to an overpass map, I think that's going to be intriguing, because actually, I mean, SK, as we know, they're very good on it. A lot of that depends on Fallen, who hasn't had the greatest tournament at times. I mean, the good thing that we see is now, when this event started, he was giving the op up a lot to Fox. Now he's started to take it back, and he's just saying, you know what, we're not going to give this much into our standard. I'm going to keep going back to that role that got me second best player of 2016. So that's good to see. Train is going to be intriguing to see if that prominence from SK stays with Fox in the roster.
Yeah, nice to see a map veto that doesn't have an inexplicable pick or ban for a change at this major. Anyway, just before we make our predictions, to give us some more insight into what's going on with these two teams, our sideline reporter Smix is backstage talking to the players over the course of this tournament. How are you doing, Sue?
I'm doing great, Richard. I'm very excited for this match. And as a reminder for those of you that are watching, these two teams actually played on the first day of the group stage. It was on Mirage. FaZe was up 15-9 before SK was able to come back and take the win at 19-17. Now, when I talked to SK, they said that when the score was actually 15-9, they only had Tech 9s. But despite that fact, they were still very confident. They feel that FaZe showed everything they had up their sleeves. They're feeling very, very prepared coming into this match. They know what the map pool is going to be. They said it's going to be a quick 2-0. And on the other hand, we have some loud FaZe SK fans here. But on the other hand, FaZe said that they're using the loss they had earlier in the group stage as motivation. They know everything that they did wrong, and they will make sure it doesn't happen again.
Well, thanks very much for that, Smix. And again, it is a bit of insight there. You know, I think, like you said, Duncan, bold move by Kerrigan to go back to a map they lost on, but I know enough about him and know he's one of the most well-prepared in-game leaders in World Counter-Strike. He will have done his homework coming into this. Now, with that said, we've got to start thinking about predictions, your initial reaction to the veto. How is it? What do you think is going to happen?
I'm actually favoring SK to win this 2-1. Like, I think the good side for the guys from FaZe is they absolutely have a chance to win on Mirage. I think a good chance. In fact, I'll take them to win that one. I also think on Overpass, they certainly could win. They're good enough on the map. They're a good enough team. The problem is, down the stretch, when it gets tight, I expect the SK guys to come through. So I think it's going to be SK 2-1.
And Jason, quickly.
I'm actually going to take SK 2-0. I'm going to trust in the fact that coming into this, Fallen has taken back more of that op role, and I think that's going to have a big impact that we didn't see in the initial matchup in the group stage. So I think they're going to take Mirage as well.
We'll get you a security guard when you're walking around the crowd.
Yeah, I heard a lot of boos in the crowd.
Yeah, there's a lot of boos. Anyway, someone that you are not going to boo as our commentators for this series.
Challenge accepted.
It is Anders and Semler.
Thanks so much, Richard. We're definitely ready. This is going to be so exciting. Semler, the last quarterfinals. Are you hyped up for this one?
Absolutely, man. This is sick. Because this match can go either way. These teams have already played, and that went to overtime. It's so close between these two. So it's the perfect quarterfinals to end on and get into the semis.
And with these maps, you really can't complain. I think Duncan is absolutely right. This is going to be very, very close, and I'm so excited to get into this game. Who have you got as your winner? Do you want to pick that right now? I mean, you got to be careful.
You're throwing me under the bus right off the bat.
What do you think?
Frankly, one thing that's being ignored here, which is interesting, is that FaZe also have a major winner. They got Kiyoshima. He knows what it feels like to go on and take the biggest trophy in CSGO. He's performed in the playoffs before, and so you can't really count FaZe out. That being said, I think SK as a team, they have the experience, so I have to side with SK on this one.
Yeah, I have to say I'm on the same side. I mean, it hurts because some of the, we lost 5 Danish players yesterday. 2 of them are on this team here, and they could be going out, and I think they will. That's just the lay of the land. But I'd be happy to be obviously surprised and upset here. It's going to be going into the first map now. The last quarterfinals of the E-League Major. It's FaZe versus SK. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen. FaZe Clan starting on the T side, and already Kerrigan making noise over at the A-bomb side, and Fox saying you're not welcome. Get out, already down. And Taco hiding in the corner. He's going to shoot Rain in the back, but somehow he misses. Taco, is that the one mistake that might cost him the round? It could be very dangerous. Looks like they're fighting their way back. Alu and Kiyoshima. AZ will be going down, and now it's a 2-1-3.
This is so difficult. Exactly, it's Alu and all Alu, but now it's just going to be Kiyoshima alone in a 1v2. He needed Alu to do more there. He needed him to stay alive because now it's a bit of a tricky situation. He's going to get caught in a crossfire within seconds. Can he find this shot on Fallen fast enough? Exactly, but what a shot! The 180 headshot onto Farakio. He's turned it into 1-way, clutches it! That's how he started off. First map into the pistol, and the man himself, the man who has won 2 majors, he comes through for his team. What a play from Kyo. Oh, man, that shot right, I'm like, he's dead. He's dead 100%. The man's coming in on short. He's got the drop on him. There's no way.
Yeah, 100%. I have to agree. That should have never happened.
Woo!
And it just did. Well, that is one way to start off a quarterfinals. Now everybody's paying attention. I've got to say as well, just to point this out, Taco wasn't falling asleep. He was hoping that more people would run through and that he could get a double instead of a single, and it might have cost him a lot. AZ going to open up this round, taking down Fallen and Fur both with a UMP. So that's just such a comfortable way to get started. Now you feel like there's no chance. Even if someone is on point with the Deagle, it probably won't save the round.
Now we're going to have to keep our eyes open here for the mind games, Anders, because these 2 teams here, they've already played this map. It was in round 2 of the groups. They've already faced in a best of 1. It was Mirage. It went to overtime, and SK barely clawed out a win of that situation. FaZe definitely had what it took to win that game. They floundered at the end. So now, here in a best of 3 in the first map, can FaZe keep it together? This is like the whole map, the way that this is played out is perfect for both of these teams.
Yeah, and we have to also remind everyone, they have such limited information about SK when it comes to the best of 3 scenario. It's such a different beast to have to play a best of 3 as opposed to a best of 1. Maybe they don't have the depth yet with Fox. They removed one of a, sort of a core player for them, FNX, who did so many different things. So you can't just put anyone in there and hope that it'll work out. It could take a while, and maybe it's too soon.
And you're right. I mean, we've only seen 2 maps from SK so far in the group. Well, 3, but really they've played 4 maps. And 2 of those were Dusty, 2 of those were Mirage. Like, that isn't a whole lot of information to go off of if you're trying to plan. If you're Robon, the coach for FaZe, you're sitting down with Kerrigan, you're going over demos. You don't have a whole monster amount of information to go off of. So it's going to be fun to see how FaZe adjust. Kerrigan has definitely got the mind for CS to start countering Fallen, who's seen as the best in-game leader in the world right now.
Yeah, Kerrigan is definitely very hardworking, as Richard was pointing out. I think that's absolutely true. He does so much homework, and we already seen what he did with the sort of previous Danish lineup. I mean, his role in that team made him a huge improvement, and now we'll see if they can continue right here. 3rd round is live. It's just a Deagle on Cold Zero that they saved from the last round. I think Fox saved that 5-7 as well, so they're just waiting and hoping they could do some damage, which they need to. They don't really have that many kills, and I think they're almost all from the pistol round, so be nice if they could pick up just 1 or 2, just make sure that they limit the economy for FaZe, make sure they have to really work for it. And actually, the T side, they're playing it fairly slowly in this round.
There is a bit of a mystery. We get into the exit. There we go. Kyo zeroes in on Cold, gets the wallbang shot.
His head popped through the floor. That's not supposed to happen, but it did. And that's a pretty easy cleanup. But they did also have the Molotov going down, which is such a nice grenade to be able to throw down the shadows. You don't have to check it nearly as hard. And this round is obviously done.
I mean, we're talking about how it's going to be difficult to predict SK, right? They've played Dust 2, they've played Mirage. Great. You have 2 maps you have some info on. You happen to be playing on one of them, so if you're Kerrigan, you're feeling pretty good about that. But FaZe themselves as well, they've played a lot of Nuke. And that isn't in this series. That isn't in this best of 3. And so SK have got limited information to go off of themselves, especially because once these teams start figuring who they're going to be playing against in the playoffs, who they're going to be playing against in the groups, they're not practicing against these opponents. They're trying to hide as much information as possible. So this is all going to be about mind games here between Fallen and Kerrigan. Easy kill for Kerrigan. Speak of the devil, he gets $600 in his pocket.
Fox, maybe he could save the armor. It looks like he's going to be successful in that venture, so not the best start here for the Brazilian side. You've got to be careful. You see, just as he jumps, man, that is just unfortunate. Clipping through the brush there, never gonna work out well for you.
Well, you got the man in question right there. Well, also the French hope. Not only 2-time major winner, he's been in the finals 3 times. This man is the last French player in the brackets. My heart is wounded. No envy, no G2.
Yeah, but who would have thought? I mean, that's also such a crazy story, isn't it? Yeah, he was the problem, and now he's here anyway. Just actually moved past all of his old teammates. That in itself is kind of interesting. And now we've got SK with the rifles, and I love this from Fallen and Fur. They're pushing in with a flashbang, and Rain, not a single chance there. He goes down. That's a really great way to get started in the 4th round.
So disappointing for Rain. That was so close. Look at Fur down to 22. Fallen even caught some flack there, down to 73. But Rain, that's also just instinct coming through. You're flashed. You know this play. You know it's a textbook kind of setup with the flash and the peek into pit. He nearly picks up a kill there. But he does a lot of damage, so that will help his teammates here going forward. Now FaZe looking to get that mid control. And this is really going to be the key, the focal point on the map. It's going to be mid. And so obviously Kerrigan wants to get his troops in here, wants to get control of this part to open up those avenues onto the B side, onto the A side.
So much mid. I mean, especially for a 4-on-5, this is an unreasonable amount of mid control that FaZe are being given. They should be careful, SK, because if they win even one duel right now, FaZe, if Kiyoshima or someone else opens up on that A bomb site, the last 2 members on it are going to have such a hard time. I do love this position for Fallen. It means if Fox and CT Spawn can stay alive and buy time, Fallen can come in and shoot them in the back. So let's see how that unfolds with just 35 seconds left. Not really that much time for the T side to get in onto the site now. They're running onto it, and finally they're going to engage. It's Fur picking up a kill, and the next one too. It's still a 3-on-2 with 25 seconds. They're trying to get that bomb plant in, but then comes Fallen, stops the bomb, and now Kerrigan, what can he possibly do? He gets one. It's going to go down to the Taco. Very well planned out round for SK Gaming.
And he does such a fantastic job, Fallen. He doesn't overextend. He doesn't need to. But real quick, I want to start doing this for the new viewers who are tuning in here to the Major. Welcome to the stream and welcome to CS. But when we're talking about mid on the map, we're going to start pointing out these focal points on the map right here. So this is the big part of the map that really is going to be looking, you're going to be looking at FaZe to control this part, and you're going to look at SK on the CT, on the defense, to try and take over it as well. Because this opens up these avenues to split onto the sites. You have connector on A right here, and you have short on B. This allows for the T side to get in through multiple angles. So mid, it's all about mid if you're on CT. You want to stop FaZe, or at least pressure them, stop them from getting mid control.
Kiyoshima down and out of the 5th round. And again, connected control from AZ. They do a lot with that, but now they've lost Rain, so now there's absolutely no pressure on SK. This is a bit bad. It means FaZe is slowing down early on. Kerrigan with the 1 kill, almost a second one. Close to a headshot there on Taco, who's alone in the B-bomb side of the backup. Is coming in fairly quickly. Alu and AZ, don't see them winning this round unless SK makes some big mistakes, which, why would they? No one's near a bomb site. No one's putting down any bombs right now. Getting shot in the back, though. That's not a good sign. Fox goes down.
And they haven't seen the bomb. That's the real issue here for SK. That's where it's going to start being a little bit confusing. With so much time left on the map, they don't know that the bomb could be rotating back from B. It could be still sitting up in B apartments. That 1 kill from AZ has sown confusion in the ranks. SK now, you can see they've already rotated 2 players back to A because now they don't know. They've left Taco alone on B. They're trying to cover all the bases. And so this has worked perfectly for FaZe. They've managed to spread out the defense, and this gives them a chance in the round to get this bomb plant.
Well, they're going to be running into Fur and Fallen. That won't be an easy fight to win. Grenade almost takes out Alu. That could have been done right there. AZ is so close, and he's not realizing Fur is right behind him. If he turns around, he gets the headshot, turning around, but it's not going to happen. Fur will get both the kills, 1 with the Molotov, 1 with the UMP, and that will be SK winning the round. And the real question is, why even did SK rotate everyone into B in the beginning? They were in a 4 versus 2. All they have to do is hold the line and make sure no one gets shot in the back. I think they were just too overzealous in that rotation. There's no reason to do that.
You have a lot of pressure, right? The nerves are starting to. I mean, hell, SK, they've been to the finals many times now. They know how to thrive in these sorts of playoff situations. But even the best can show nerves just a little bit, right? And so that's going to be something that Fallen is going to pick up on. He's going to be like, calm down, boys, deep breath. We're still in this, and it's still early days. 2-3, SK trailing. And it's going to be a force buy coming in here from FaZe. They've tapped out their bank now, FaZe. So they absolutely have to get a bomb plant in this round. Get that bonus money rolling, because SK, this is their golden opportunity here to really destabilize FaZe and get an easier start to the half.
We are looking at a default execute coming out of FaZe. See where the smokes land, all the way towards jungle and CT spawn. There are different variations, but they're going with the most common one. And to see if it's going to work, I sort of doubt. I mean, I think they get the bomb plant down, but I think the retake for SK is going to be quite powerful, which is a big feature of this A bomb site. AC, though, wins a frag, and so does Kiyoshima. That's so big. SK failing at just holding the line. They should have just been able to pick them off as they came through. Now it's a lot of trouble for them. 4 versus 3 here. The bomb is down and planted. They can't really make it through there. AZ not going to give it up. He goes for the kill, gets the headshot, and he's going to try and repeat. Fox and Cold Zero, they need to just think about moving back at this point.
What fantastic work from the young Danish star. 2 kills for AZ. And, well, ever since he was on Dignitas, right, we've always kind of wondered, where is this AZ, this monster that was dominating Mirage? This is home turf for AZ. This is where we see the best out of AZ, at least when he was on Dignitas. He's still trying to figure that out on FaZe, but that's a solid round. And SK, they miss out on the chance. But what I do love is to see FaZe pushing jungle. Is to see them, instead of going CT, we see T-side. A lot of the time, they'll rush CT to try and get control of that part of the map. It's not every day that we're seeing them flash through the smoke in the jungle to go and pressure Fur and plant for Courtyard. That was a key part of the strategy for FaZe, and it worked perfectly due to the young Danish player.
Well, the crowd is definitely hyped up, and SK already with a bit of a timeout here. They have 4 of them in each map, so going to try and see if they can make some good use of it. But this is definitely an interesting start, isn't it? Fox saving the AWP is good news. Right now, it's Fur at top of the scoreboard with 6 kills, and on the other team, Kiyoshima with 7. I don't know. I'm just shocked because obviously SK can recognize those smokes coming in. They know that easy. And they make a conscious decision to say, we're not going to challenge the smoke by running through, which some teams do. Instead, we're going to wait on the other side. So they're waiting on the other side, and they still die. That's the problem, right? I mean, the whole point of waiting is that you're supposed to sort of hope that they actually do come through and make a mistake, and then you can kill them and get the retake in. So some basic stuff sort of falling apart in this round for SK. Now we'll see if they can make up for it with 3 UMPs, 1 AWP, and 1 M4. That's an adventure they're on now.
I like it. Let's go. SK are looking for a brawl right now. They want to fight this out and out. But they're playing very passively this time. SK showed their hand early. They showed that they're willing to go for this flash play exactly into pit this time around. They're holding passive angles, and it works perfectly for FaZe. Nobody flashed, and a free kill for Alu and Rain. 2-man advantage now for FaZe, and this is looking fantastic. SK, what do they have to fall back on here? Not a lot.
That could be wrong, but I don't think that was part of the plan for Fallen and Taco. They were probably hoping for something different there. 5 versus 3, and again, might be time to just back out already. First in a lot of trouble, unless they can get this kill on Carrigan. That actually allows Fur to escape. He's still sticking around in connector, and I'm not quite sure why. Looking for exits, maybe. This is shocking because at that rate, when you just lose the first engagement, 2 for nothing, what do you do? Like, whatever plan you had is just gone in that round.
And especially because FaZe, they're primed to go on A anyway. And so maybe if you have time to work the rest of the map, if FaZe are going for a control map kind of setup where they're spread out and they're looking for fights, right? Great. But with FaZe all stacked up, ready to go on A, you give them 2 kills on A, they're not going to waste any time. Kerrigan is shouting, go, get on the site, because the defense has to rotate. This is our window to take it over, and they don't hesitate for a second. FaZe are looking fantastic here on T-side Mirage. They've played this map already, just to remind you, and that was an overtime win for SK, barely. And so FaZe are looking to rectify that mistake. This is the playoffs now. It's all on the line. 5-2 on T-side is an excellent scoreline here to start off the half.
Oh, they've got to be very happy at the moment. They've got the economy built in. It's not exactly amazing, but SK, they only are still sort of not saving or ecoing because they keep, saving some guns every round. If they lose everyone now, they're going to be ecoing real soon. Bomb is back in T-spawn, suggesting it's going to be a much slower round this time. And again, they could try for some control here. Cold Zero is going to be falling back over at B. That's a bit of a shame. They have Fur and Fox near connector, so they could definitely do something. But I don't want it to be just Fur waiting there. That's too much.
Yeah, I like that AZ's deciding to give some ground over here. He is going to set it up for Alu, actually. That's the thing. That Flash and AZ kind of baiting, it's all to set up Alu. If somebody was holding, he's got the op. He's looking for a pick, but nobody is there for SK Gaming. SK Gaming are really just going to give up mid right now in this round. They're counting on holding a strong defense on the sites themselves. You can see 2 players stacked over on B for SK and 3 over on A with the focus on connector. So this actually favors FaZe, because if FaZe go for a default smoke strategy here, they have 3 smokes still. If they put all of those out blocking stairs and jungle, 2 of the players are eliminated from SK immediately. It's going to be on Fallen to make the hero play, and we'll see. He's about to get tested here.
Fallen goes down. Fox has got the AWP, and he's actually rotating back into CT spawn. He wants to reposition himself out of those smokes. That's actually very smart positional play coming out of the Portuguese player. Karrigan right around the corner, reloading almost in the face of Fallen, who takes down Rain. That drops the bomb right of his 30 seconds. FaZe clan, they need to do something right here. And Karrigan is patiently waiting while those smokes are evaporating, so they don't have any more grenades to put down. That's Fallen out of the ground, but 20 seconds here. AC comes through. The timing is so good against Fur. Now Fox has to do a lot in this CT spawn. He takes down AZ, but the bomb is going to be planted. Karrigan is already on it. Taco trying to charge through, but he can't find the angle, so a 3-on-3 retake is coming up.
An advantage for FaZe now because they can set up the triangle. You can see Cold, the Terminator, trying to get in position here. He has been boosted, but nobody's going to show on FaZe. They don't need to. Until they hear a tap on the bomb, until that defuse goes through, they don't need to peek. And this is elementary textbook CS. Boom. There's the angle. Alu wall bangs it though. Taco still survives. Cold's going to take down Kiyoshima, but Karrigan's there to trade. They know where Cold is. They know where Fox is playing from as well. FaZe have all the info.
Yeah, tapping the bomb once. Great headshot from Cold Sierra. Now Alu comes charging out with the Tech 9. Tech 1 goes for a second. He's down. The defuse has been cancelled. I don't think there's much time any longer. And Fox, he tries the best that he could, but he goes up with the bomb regardless, and FaZe will win yet one more round. 6-2 the scoreline. Great timing on Alu there. He doesn't fall for it the first time because they did tap the bomb beforehand.
Man, I love this so much. You really do have that setup coming through where they get that smoke down to jungle, they get that smoke here, but you notice they had 2 players coming in from underpass. And so FaZe are making it look like this is going to be everybody coming through pit. They're all going to come out through pit. They're all going to come through palace. Nobody's going to be in mid. No, it's the delayed timing for those players coming in from underpass to eviscerate the defense who are holding on the other side of that smoke. FaZe, it's just layer upon layer that we're seeing here on this T side from FaZe. Karrigan, the mastermind, is putting Fallen to the test. And now it's an eco round for SK Gaming.
Yeah, for once they don't manage to save 2 or 3 rifles, so it's going to get tough, although it's a good start. Taking out Kiyoshima with a deagle. Fallen almost winning that fight with Karrigan. Grenade on him would have been the end, but FaZe not actually going to commit to the bomb site. I feel like we've got the time. There's no reason to really panic right now. 4-on-4 still. I think they're right. Just a minute and 15 seconds. Might as well try and slow play this. Then now they have absolute confirmation that SK only have pistols anyway, so why would you go charging into a bomb site and just, potentially throwing the round away? It's a nice boost that's going on here, though. I kind of like that.
Clever, right? I mean, we saw the one from CT and with Cold in the last one. I always love that boost as well because you get to look over that CT smoke. That's why a lot of teams, when they take over a site, they look more for courtyard control because CT, you can get one smoke down, but then there are multiple ways to boost over that smoke, which can make your life a nightmare. And so a lot of the times you want to get courtyard because then you just plant for that. You're worried about stairs, you're worried about jungle. You've got 2 angles, that's it, right? So right now, we're seeing a little bit of creativity coming out from SK because, well, they desperately need it. They have to come up with a curveball here. FaZe right now are just running away with this half, 6-2, and they're primed to take 7 here, FaZe.
Fox, good position with the AK, but when he misses the shot, that's going to be a big problem, and easily goes down. Fur gets a kill, but he's going to get knocked out by Alu as well. That leaves Taco and Cold Zero. It's a good shot from Cold, and actually because Karrigan is so low, somehow this round can still be won by SK. Ridiculous as it sounds. They plant the bomb default, and Alu is going to be running all the way back into T-spawn and up into apartment. So he is going for the clutch once again and leaving Karrigan to his own devices down there. If they had a grenade, he'd already be gone. But with the MAC-10 against no armor, he can still get a kill because of the aim punch effect. Waiting for it still. Around the box he goes. And there's Alu helping out. Taco down and out. Now Cold Zero has got to think this probably can't happen anymore. He doesn't have a kit, and you see how much his aim goes all over the place when he gets tagged up. Yeah, this is pretty much done. FaZe, it was real close that they lost this round, but they managed to hold on to it, and Cole just making sure they go up with the bomb, I think. Yeah. Alu going to try and make a run for it. I think he's going to make it as well, so Still 7-2 and a very expensive round for FaZe.
I think you're dead on. That's so sick for Cold. He's just like, you know what? I'm just going to stay alive. If I can stay alive long enough for Alu to go up with the bomb, this is it, because I'm going to buy in the next round. So I don't care if I lose the AK. Sadly, he only takes Kerrigan with him, who had the MAC 10. So it's a nice attempt from Cold. Just small details that make all the difference, right? But we're into the next round now. We're going into the 10th round. It's 7-2. FaZe T-side Mirage way in the lead. And this is SK's big chance. And, well, this has been the strategy that SK fall back on. They have 3 very solid offers on this map, and they're looking to take advantage of that now. Double op already being busted out here by SK. I'm surprised it isn't the triple, though, Anders, to be frank.
Why not? I mean, mathematically, it's a sound strategy, right? Just the more the merrier. I like it. Cold Sierra all the way over by that truck in the B bomb site. That frees up Taco to go and do a lot more, so I'm not sure why he's holding on the bomb site itself. I feel like he would be put to better use being out by Catwalk, say, where Alu's walking in, just because he would get more information. But he's playing it fairly defensively. AC getting the kill on Fur, who, like a madman, jumps through the smoke. I'm not even sure why.
Unreal. Fox. He's counting his lucky stars that nobody pushed, and now he's got the angle, and Fox takes a bullet to the face. AZ is unleashed right now. He is doing so much work. Cold looking for a repeat, and Taco's going to find 1 kill in the meantime, but Alu and Rain will be there to open up the B side wide, and SK are getting wrecked right now. Soon to be 8-2. Fallen gets the parting shot on Alu, but it's not going to be good enough. They can save that AWP, no problem at all. And now it's a question of whether FaZe, they feel like hunting. What's their money like? It's not fantastic for FaZe right now, so they don't really want to risk the guns.
Listen, Cold Sierra, you only get 1 of those in a lifetime, so trying for it again is definitely just too much. It's a good job on Kiyoshima to take away Fallen as well, making sure that he doesn't save anything. 8-2, ladies and gentlemen. Who saw this coming on the first map of the quarterfinals against SK Gaming, that it would be FaZe Clan up 6 rounds against the Brazilian powerhouse? They're sort of making a half buy in this round, just spreading out the money and trying to see if they can have any chance to come back in this game. But I think at the minimum, they need 6 rounds in this first half here. I think they need 6 rounds on CT side.
You know what concerns me, Anders, is that we've only seen 1 tactical timeout from SK.
Yeah.
They have 4 of them. Historically, Fallen doesn't really hesitate throwing out those tactical timeouts. And if you don't see tactical timeouts getting used by Fallen, that's when you really start to get concerned for SK. Just because, yeah, Fallen is that kind of tactical leader who will slow things down and talk it over with his team. So it might be that we will get one after this round going into a bye for SK, where Fallen's going to try and come up with something to start countering FaZe. But we're seeing real depth to the strategy here for FaZe. Now they're changing it up. They're heading back towards that B site. So once things start to get comfortable on A, Kerrigan, oh, nope, time to head over to that other site. Test the defense there. Fur wins the duel straight up versus Kerrigan. Nicely done there, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, I think in terms of calling, Kerrigan is sort of hitting a zone now, right now, where everything just lines up perfectly for him every time. But he is also not getting that much pressure on him from SK Gaming. Yes, they've tried for the A ramp push and trying to see if they can sort of flash that win. It sort of worked once, but there's not been any sort of push to top mid. There hasn't been much action over at B either. No underpass pushes. These are some of the things that we're used to seeing out of SK Gaming, and they used to be so aggressive with it, where they're not thinking, oh, maybe we'll win this fight. They just, no, we'll just do it. We just go and do it, and that's it.
You know who we're seeing a lack of? It's Fur. Because that's Fur's responsibility on SK, is to be the ultra-aggressive player right now. He's leading the way with kills. He's got 8-1-8 for SK, sitting at the top of the scoreboard. But he has gone for flashes, right? He did go for the flash into connector where AZ countered him. But where's the top mid push, right? Where are more of the pit pushes coming through here? Every time SK have actually tried to go for the aggression, they've been hard countered. So now, really, it's going to come down to how quickly does it take Fur to get his confidence back to start going for those again, because it's going to be necessary. Mirage is one of those maps where you have a lot of room to work with on the CT side.
I'm so confused about this position from Fur and Cold Sierra and Fox. That's almost 3 people that they have in connector.
This is the major, after all. And it is ELEAGUE. Shout out to Arby's.
Absolutely excellent. Man, this crowd is definitely ready. I'm loving it, and so is Rain. He takes down Fur. That's such a good start, and Fallen is next in line. Rain finally going to be going down. No more of the Norwegian player. Fox trying to see if he can close it out on Carrigan. He will be able to. Still a 3-on-3. AZ's down, and that was well Taco with the perfect timing. I think that actually saved Fox. Now the bomb is down, and Alu, he's still in kitchen, waiting. That's such a powerful position. How are they going to make their way through? Oh no, they think it's the A bomb side. No, this is a disaster for SK. They're spending all their time, all their grenades. They're not realizing it. Now finally it's going to dawn on them. We have been duped.
Get played, suckers! That's what Carrigan's thinking. Unreal! Oh, the shame! They just won the round by completely mind gaming you, SK. Like, sit with that and let that soak in for a minute. You didn't even see them and they wrecked you.
Ooh, that is hard to come back from.
All right, timeout. It's got to be a tactical timeout now for SK. You got it. Come on, Fallen. You have to slow it down now. What?
Well played, sir. Well played.
There it is. Perfect.
Just absolutely well played.
SK called a timeout. SK finally decide. All right, that was the tipping point. Enough is enough. We just got completely wrecked that last round. Now we need to try and slow down here and take a breath because this is getting a little out of hand. Double digits on T side for FaZe. Now, SK, they kind of have that old NIP quality. They have that VP quality that we saw last night where you can never really count them out. They are always capable of coming back no matter what the score is. But they've got one hell of a job ahead of them here because FaZe, they just look like they've got this map on lock. And there we go, double FaZe.
It's amazing, and it's the Norwegians that are tuning in. You could even tell by the Twitter handle that they were.
I recognize you, Vendetta. I see you there.
No, definitely very cool. Rain, without a doubt, one of the smartest players that we have. Now we're finally seeing something out of her. He's pushing up on the stairwell, getting the kill on Kiyoshima, but he gets shot down. Alu taking the battle. It's a refrag coming in, Fallen taking down AZ, but then the instant refrag again. FaZe just ready with the revenge all the time. Carrigan now stepping up with a kill on Cold Sierra. 2 versus 3. Fox is pushing up right behind. He's almost got the timing on Carrigan. Rain is going to be dropped. Now that's the bomb as well. Taco setting up for a flash. It's not really the best one. And Alu just going to turn around for it, not getting flashed. How could this work out? They've got to be very careful. Taco about to be sandwiched, but he drops Alu. And that will be Carrigan now. 1 versus 2. A minute left.
And Taco's got the op now. Taco, little do you know, Taco's actually very good with the AWP. But Carrigan's going to shoulder peek that, and now he has confirmation. He knows what's going on, and now we're going to see the real chops here. We're going to see the leader coming through with all of the secrets, folks.
Tell me he doesn't know that grenade. It actually does that right in front of Taco.
That's so sick!
Unbelievable.
There we go. Style points for Carrigan. I'll give him that. 40 seconds. He's got time to work with as well. Fox letting him know that he's on short as well. So now Carrigan has all the information. He knows that Taco's up here with an op, and that Fox is on short. And he gets to pick up that bomb and run right back to the site. This is sick play from the Danish in-game leader, but Fox has got the angle there once again with the shoulder jiggle. Baits the shot, and Fox misses the follow-up. What is going on, Carrigan? You're actually doing this.
He's almost getting it shut down here, but you can tell the level of homework that he's put into this match. He's going to go for the fight. He does get shut down by Fox, but just every step of that, baiting out the shots, but the fact that he knew that grenade is so cool, and he just sort of does it on the fly. Very well done. It allows him to pick up the bomb. It will give SK Gaming a 3rd round. Finally, something working out for them, and they're running. You can see Taco is looking for a weapon to pick up, and I think he did find the other AWP, so 10-3, ladies and gentlemen, in favor of FaZe. Finally, something is working out here for SK, though. Now they need to continue. They have to win the last 3 rounds or 2 rounds here.
And this is key for SK, this kind of round win, because we're going to have the tactical timeout here for FaZe, so just keep that in mind. An extra 30 seconds where the players can actually talk, and more importantly, the coach who's standing behind him, Roban, a legend in his own right, gets to have some input here in what he's noticing. But that was so important that they win that round for SK Gaming, because Fer, once again, he went aggressive. And Fer is a confident player. He will go aggressive, but if it isn't working for him, his play suffers, and they count so heavily on Fer and his ability to perform, SK, to get them those Ws, right? So the fact that they actually win that round, it's going to be key for SK going forward in the last 2 rounds of this half. They need more aggression, they need Fer to step up, and they need to start actually locking down rounds here, SK.
And we know from talking to a lot of the other teams that actually Fur is one of the players that most of the players don't like playing against, because he is that aggressive and he's really hard to stop once he's on a roll. So if they could shut him down, that's a big win. Oh no!
Ouch.
Karrigan catching that, oh sorry, Kiyoshima catching the grenade. Now he's going to be running all the way into connector, unfazed by the shrapnel. He's going to pick up the kill. Karrigan with one on Cold Zero. Oh my lord! Kiyoshima, what are you doing? Taking down for point blank range, and Fox and Taco are left now wondering what the hell is going on.
As if we couldn't get more style in this game. We've got the sexy smokes coming up from Karrigan, but we've got burst jumping Glock shots from Kyo now. Okay, okay. Man advantage now for FaZe. And they've got bomb control as well. They've got the sight. The more time that they allow for Fox to work his way into position, however, is going to make this more difficult for FaZe. So they really do need to get that bomb down and ticking. And it looks like they're finally going to feel comfortable enough to do that now. So planning for CT, Karrigan rather clearing that angle out, no problem. Do they get caught by Fox, who's got full utility as well to try and help Taco here?
Yeah, especially that Molotov is going to be interesting if they can get the defuse. They have to fight for it. I don't think they could just give up this round and try and save for the next one. That is not a good idea. Already the engagement starting. Fox trying to throw out a couple of grenades. Taco has already shown himself, so now they know exactly where the CT players are on the FaZe side, and that bomb is so out in the open. CT spawn, how are they going to make sure it doesn't happen? Rain with instant headshot. Now Taco trying inside the smoke. He's there, they're knifing. 3 seconds left, there comes the shot. Karrigan taking him down, ending the nonsense. He is also top fragging at 13 kills right now. The captain of the team, and also doing just a lot. Look at this kill here. Puts on the burst. He actually puts on the burst just as he jumps.
So sick.
What a madman.
What a Frenchman, Anders.
What a, yeah, well, those are synonymous, aren't they? 15th round is coming up here. It is just a grotesque performance out of FaZe Clan. I did not see this coming. And SK are absolutely going to be shook after this half. We're not going to rule anything out, obviously. This is a major, and we've already seen some crazy comebacks. That's a nice flashbang there. But Alu also went down, and Taco's next in line, so that opens up the B-bomb side quite a lot.
And rather than just take the bait phase, they're going for the mind games once again. This could get antsy for Rain, however. If he's running with his knife out, no. He sees the push coming, wins the duel versus Fallen, had his AK. Excellent work there from Rain. The number of times we see players running back through T-spawn, no worries at all. Kyo wins the duel versus Cold, and this round is done. It's over. 1v4.
How does Q win the battle against Cold? He was just throwing a grenade. That's not supposed to work, but it does. 12-3 in favor of FaZe. In the first map of the last quarterfinals here, you see Alu nodding his head approvingly at his teammate, saying, well done, mates, well done. This is out of control. Cold Zero is at 6 kills, Fallen is at 5. How often does that happen that those two players are at the very bottom of the scoreboard in the server?
What's going to be fascinating here is to see what kind of strategies SK want to start using here to go up against FaZe when they get onto that T side, because FaZe, we've already seen good diversity, right? Hitting B, hitting A, really mixing it up, right? They go for a few on A, and then they'll swap over to B and try and make it more difficult for SK to get in their heads, right? To start figuring out where they want to go. SK have a tendency, however, to zero in on bomb sites. They'll just hit that bomb site repeatedly, round after round. And so are FaZe going to be able to withstand that initial push? FaZe picked up the pistol off of a sick 1v2 clutch from Kyo in the first half. Now can they lock down the CT side?
Well, I'm hearing people chanting SK pistol. Maybe it is going to happen. They certainly do need it. They've got 2 Molotovs, which is always interesting. A little bit out of the ordinary. Kiyoshima taking the fight and not connecting with the USP, so might have to give up on that fight. Alu as well is down to 3 health, so mid control in favor of the Brazilian side, and they're going to use the get onto the catwalk. Well, Taco is lurking over at apartments on the A side. Remember to watch out for that. AC, not really yet happening. There's finally a click. No one challenging AC. Karrigan picks up a kill in SK. It's falling apart for them in this round. He gets one more. Cold Zero going to finally be able to run him down. That gives them A control, but the bomb is dropped on the other side, and Rain comes in with a headshot. That leaves Taco no health and no hope at all. He's going to go down. FaZe cementing this map win. I don't see any way you can come back from this. I mean, they're obviously going to have to buy in this round. I mean, just go for the Deagle and armor or something.
All right, no, what was sick about that is SK are counting on somebody like Keo or like AZ to make a mistake, I think, in this round, because they put everybody going up short, taking over mid initially, and then running up short towards B. The only problem is they played it perfectly, FaZe. Keo only peeked angles where he was going to be fighting in a 1v1, and AZ showed great patience peeking at connector where, again, he was only fighting 1v1. They never really had a chance to get multiple Glocks into the fight to run somebody over on the defense. FaZe right now, they're firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, you know, that position that AZ is playing in, later in the game, there would be someone smoking him off, right? But because there's a pistol round, they've got no smokes to actually do anything about it. So you can just take free shots pretty much all day long. It's a bit terrifying, isn't it? Here comes Taco, though, with a deagle. Easy shot there. Rain didn't even see what hit him.
That's painful if you're Rain. Or not. I mean, you're gone. You're just done. You
Yeah,
get to actually. It's painful for you because you get to sit there and watch your teammates play the rest of the round. But your teammates are still well equipped. 3 UMPs, the FAMAS, couple of nades left to work with here for FaZe, and I love it, not cutting any corners. Look at that, 3 kits as well. If that bomb gets planted, FaZe have got a very good chance of defusing it. Now it comes to the setup because SK Gaming are about to go cascading onto this A site. Taco and Palace, this is his favorite place on the map pretty much, but the rest of his team, they're about to show up.
AC in the corner. Oh, he turns his back. Almost saying, just, you know what, I'm ready to be out of this round 2. Alu in a lot of trouble. He's going to go down to Fur. SK right at the brink of losing this map. They're now finally answering back. Kiyoshima and Carrigan on the left. It's a 2-on-5 right now, and the bomb not yet planted. They're waiting for it. They want to make absolutely sure they win this. Now 3-on-1. Kiyoshima, he should not be able to bring this back. We'll see if he can. He gets the 1 kill. Does not have a lot of health either, and doesn't have a defuse kit, so he's going to have to run for this one.
Yeah, you can pick one up on the site. So it's a question right now of whether or not Fallen and Taco are going to make mistakes, and I highly doubt it. These players are veterans. They're way too experienced in these sorts of situations. They should not be peeking Keo, and so that's why you see Keo sprinting around. He knows he doesn't have time to play with. He has to hunt somebody down, turn it into a 1v1 immediately, and Taco is doing a marvelous job. He's bought so much time. Now it's on Fallen to save the day, but he's got a UMP, and he's got the angle. This is just not going to happen for Keo.
Well, Fallen might end up going up with the bomb. Kiyoshima sort of luring him into it. Fallen's going to run the other way, so Kiyoshima really getting the maximum out of that round. He got the 3 kills, saved the defuse kit, I suppose, and got, made sure SK only survived with 1 member. And that's obviously very important here. So even if the Brazilians won the round, they don't have that much money in the bank at all. Right now, 13-4, but SK, it'd be sort of a VP level of comeback if they can make this work.
I am a bit surprised to see Rain's positioning when going up against SK Gaming on T side, though, because Taco just always goes Palace, right? And it's almost becoming like an indicator for SK. When Taco's in Palace, pretty high chances that SK want to wind up on A eventually. And you see, again, right into Palace here for Taco, straight off the bat. And so for Rain to be holding that angle with nobody watching Palace to cover him, that just speaks maybe to some miscommunication going in there on FaZe as far as who was watching what, right? The setup left a gap there for Taco to take advantage of. FaZe shouldn't be making that mistake again.
Some great mid-control coming out of the FaZe side, and AZ opening up on Cold Zero does not make anything easier for SK. Now, they're falling back into the sights. They got what they came for in middle. Taco having a bit of a fight, but Alu right around the corner. So as Taco's busy spraying long range against Rain, he gets taken out. Fur now creeping into connector. Timing not exactly great now. He's been found out, and it's a good job that he can get back there. That could have been bad.
Yeah, now it's about grouping up. That bomb, however, it's up in Palace again. And Alu, Rain, Kiyoshima, really FaZe trying to cover as much ground as possible. They're worried about a boost into mid-window, which is why Kiyoshima's rotated back over there to cover that angle. And this is going for the catch-all approach. Rain is going to be the first line of defense here, however, for FaZe. Walks around the corner. Can he hit the flick? Not going to get it. Fox sprays him down. No Kevlar there for Rain, so he didn't really have much of a shot if he didn't get the first one off.
Yeah, but Alu's stolen an AK, and they don't have really many more grenades to get rid of him, so he could get a quick kill here. That could be really bad, especially on Fallen. He has the bomb. If it stays up there, they have to go and pick it up, and it does fall down on the low ground. Alu trying for the second spray, but not quite connecting. Still a 2-on-3. SK, they must win this round. They have to win this round, otherwise the map is probably going to be lost. Fox getting real close to AC. They're going to go for the double peek, in fact. Both of them running for it, and Kiyoshima with a great headshot, taking down Fur. Now a 1-on-2. Fox creeping out with 9 seconds left. It seems almost impossible. He kind of has to hold down the bomb. If he gives it up, there might not be enough time. That's it. As long as Kiyoshima lives, the round is won, and Fox knows it. Can't do anything about it. They're trying to see if they can hunt him down in the corner. Kiyo, not going to get it done, but still another round for FaZe Gaming. 14-4 here. A 10-round lead.
And that was a half buy from FaZe as well. That wasn't like they forced up with Kevlar and everybody. That was them managing their economy. They played off the rifle. They played aggressive. And SK, they just didn't have the confidence to close the round out. 14-4 though, a 10-round lead, CT side for FaZe. And just to remind you, I mean, if this is your first time watching, we don't usually see such dominant scorelines from the T side in the first half. This is still a CT-sided map. We expect the defense to come out ahead in the points. And so FaZe right now, all they need is 2 more rounds. And they're starting very strong here in the last quarterfinals of this major.
Very, very rough. Fallen looking for the flick, and he does damage to Carrigan. It wasn't a headshot, unfortunately. Right on the limit here.
Very clever stuff. He should have seen the bomb there as well. That's where we're seeing the rotation, I think, from AZ so quickly over there. So Kerrigan, a little bit of information there, but they aren't committing SK Gaming. Instead, they're going to be wrapping back around, and it looks like they want to get that mid control, opening up the options once again on the map. You can see Taco taking point with that Deeg. He's dangerous with that Deagle. One-shot headshot with that pistol at any range, pretty much. So good that he's taking point, hoping to catch somebody being greedy on FaZe, hoping to have somebody actually holding angles. Instead, it's going to be Alu getting rushed by Fur. And a strong start here for SK Gaming, although AZ is there to trade. Takes down Fallen, gets greedy, goes for the repeat, and Fur once again there to punish.
Very, very good stuff from Fur. That's what they need, and they need a lot more of it. What a way to start off a round. 4 versus 3, and Kiyoshima is down. It's Fur again with a triple. Rain actually catching one. Can he get the second? He does! And that's the bomb down. Oh no, with 30 seconds left. He's holding on to it, Rain. They're coming for him. He's going to get taken out by Fox. Kerrigan, can he catch them before they pick it up? No, the timing is off by just a few seconds. Fox going to make it back around the corner, and Kerrigan's job just got a whole lot harder. It may be a quad kill here for Fur.
Impossible. Because now, exactly, for this very reason, Fur even does some HE damage. Fur knows he's close, and with the pre-fire, it was going to be done for days. FaZe, they're battling back, but SKR as well. 5 rounds on the board now for SK Gaming, despite the Norwegian players' hopes and dreams. I mean, like, he is the hope of Norway. If you're a Norwegian fan, you're tuning in large part because of this man right here, the beast from Norway. He's been in it for so long now, and he is one of the biggest clutch plays that you can have on your team. For the longest time, Rain was the man you turned to. If it was a 1vx, you look to him because he always seemed to get the job done, never giving in under the pressure.
I mean, based on that last round, Fur is now up to 18 kills. And oh my God, AZ dispatches of Taco. No questions being asked.
Was it crunchy?
Just a bit. I can't believe it. The Fur is top fragging in spite of them being this far behind. It's about everybody else right now.
He's come alive, right? He started strong in the first half. I mean, he's been leading the way for SK the entire map long. I mean, it is one of those win conditions. You have to have Fur in the fight. Now, where are Cold? Where is Fallen? These are the 2 key plays that you're looking for. And once again, Fur delivers, and he does massive damage to AZ as well. Now swaps to the Tech 9, and it's starting to get a little hairy here for him. He's going to have to back out. 20 HP left on him. But they maintain the man advantage, SK, and that's the important bit.
Kerrigan right around the corner is Cold Zero. They're doing a good job right now. SK not just overextending and not just running into crazy fights. There's AZ going down. Patiently waiting. Cold Zero does forget to turn around, but it doesn't matter. Run and gun with the UMP, why not? Alu, the last one left, and Fur almost catching him. He's going to get shot in the face, though. And Cold there with the refrag. Quad kill from the all-star player. 14-6 is the scoreline here. Slowly, SK are starting to warm up. The engine is going now. They're really figuring it out. And yet, the comeback seems like it's just miles away. The one thing they have going for them is now FaZe have much more difficulty in holding on to the economy here. They have just some pistols, and this is going to keep going throughout the rest of the game if they can just keep winning rounds.
Well, Kerrigan, I think, is a veteran, right? He has enough experience to know that when you're in a lead like this on the CT side, stop playing games, stop forcing. It gets to a point you can do it for a round, right, just to see how it works. But after that, go for hard ecos. Take your time. Don't get shot in the back. That's not part of the plan there, Alu. But just save your money so that you can get the full buy with all of the grenades, the kits, everything to back you up. Sacrifice a couple of rounds to get that done, FaZe, because you're so far ahead. So make that your focus now. If Kiyoshima can hold on to the AK, that would be actually a pretty big win, but I think Fur is going to find him. No, Fallen takes him down first.
And there it is. And I think you're right. When you have this big of a lead, you just need 2 rounds. You need to grind them out somehow. And if those 2 rounds, you're going to try and build them off the back of, sort of a half from us M4 buy, that's not reasonable, Just make sure you get all the equipment, which is kind of what they have done here. I'm not opposed to this buy at all. Wish someone would pick up a defuse kit, which no one can now, so No.
That's where you want somebody to go for the FAMAS, right? You know, you'd kind of expect Kerrigan actually to take that hit. He's done it in the past, where back when he played on Astralis, he used to go for Tech 9 in these sorts of situations just to afford to get nades. But everybody wants the M4s. Everybody wants the firepower in this round. And so FaZe are banking on SK not getting that bomb plant. So we'll see. Can they get the job done? AZ there with the aggression. Catches Fur. The heavy hitter from SK has been snuffed early. And the man advantage. Taco desperate to try and bring it back, but it's not going to happen for him.
You know, that smoke making his life slightly difficult. 22nd round. FaZe, they know any mistake right now that SK make, if they can just capitalize on it, probably this map is theirs. Fallen didn't quite see the feet. I think you could maybe of Alu, who's somewhere up there. Hiroshima maybe. Rain is going to be getting the kill on Cold Syrup. And now things are looking very bad for SK. Take a tremendous amount of firepower to bring it back from a 3v5 here. They're under a minute left as well. Creeping up into connector. This is not good. Rain looking to take the fight. They've announced themselves on the stairwell as well.
Do everything you can at this point. And there we go. AZ gets flashed in. Perfect. Gets the headshot. Gets double team. Kiyoshima with the double spray. And now it's all on Fallen. 1v4. 35 seconds left to make the play. And he's walking into a crossfire. 3-way crossfire. Might as well be a box at this point because he's going to get shot in the back from short as soon as he gets contact. But it doesn't even matter. Rain holding the angle. Does not miss. And it's map point for FaZe. 15-7. And a dominant first map right now for the one real mixed team, apart from perhaps Mouse Sports. Navi might as well be a CIS mix at this point, but really FaZe, the project started out with them coming from all sorts of different European nationalities, communicating in English, and well, now here they are. They're in a quarterfinals and they're doing a fantastic job. They're looking very good for the semis at this point if they keep up this pace.
But they absolutely are. Obviously, this is a best of 3, so nothing is set and done yet. Obviously, we're going to have a map 2 no matter what happens. Taco, fairly aggressive. Again, on the stairwell over by the A-bomb site. And some attempt at mid-control coming out of SK. Let's see what they can do. Shot raining out onto Fur. In fact, getting 30, or down to 33 health on him. That's not exactly great.
Nicely done there by Fox. That's the kind of kill that's going to make the difference. 3 HP left on him, and he roasts. How does he roast? How does he die? Ah, Fox, I was praising you there. And Rain is going to find Taco over on Pit. That leaves 3 players left alive here for SK Gaming, and Fur has already been dusted up a bit. He's down to 28. Can Alu hit the flick because he's going to get peeked? Here's the timing. 3, 2, 1, go. Boom. Textbook from SK. They get the kill to bring it back to a 3-on-3, but AZ's there to save it.
Oh, man. Fallen and Cold Sierra left. Trying to hold on to this map for them. It's obviously a map point for FaZe right now. 55 seconds. Fallen and Cold Sierra are left, and they have the bomb, and they're trying to see if they can make their way all the way into underpass, and then maybe on catwalk 2, if they can do the same sandwich trick onto Kiyoshima, then this can definitely work out. AZ's miles away, and Cold Sierra is actually trying to make sure that there's no one in window who can quickly rotate in and foil their plans, but it's up to Kiyoshima right now to hold on to this bomb site.
It's very solid patience coming in here from SK. They're just setting the bait, hoping that somebody's going to walk into their trap, but it's not going to happen just yet. Kiyoshima actually worried about somebody coming from ladder room going into window and looking to get the backstab on the B defense. So this is all going to come down to the retake. They both have kits, and they have a flash on Kiyoshima, so there's some utility here to make their lives easier. Unfortunately, Kiyo peaks just a second too late, but still, once that bomb starts getting planted, it's going to be go time, and there's going to have to be a very quick rotation. No, he's there to deny it!
It's done.
Unreal.
It's done. There's nothing that they can do. Kiyoshima just needed to get that kill. 16-7 in favor of FaZe. They're going to win the first map here, the last quarterfinals, in what has to be an absolutely demoralizing fashion. You were playing it right to the edge, but when he walks in to get that kill, Fallen, he can't get the refrag. There's nothing that he could do at that point in time. Unbelievable.
To wait too long and to let the clock end it on this sort of map. This is the kind of start that we were looking for here in the quarterfinals. The underdogs battling back and taking the first map away from SK. We're going to break, and then we'll hear what the analysts have to say.
Welcome back to the E-League Major here at the Fox Theater, and it turns out that FaZe were right to pick Mirage here. Sure, SK Gaming, great comeback against them initially when they played in the group stages, but FaZe looked dominant here. We're going to break it down on the desk, and I'm just going to start with something, Duncan. I'm going to invoke Cypress Hill, and let's be real. This has really been about, you like that one? This is really about Fallen and kind of how he's had a poor major by his incredibly high standards. I mean, I know he's working with a new player, trying to integrate him and stuff, but I think when SK Gaming have won, it's really been about Fur and Cold, and Fallen's kind of been the amazing impact player who's really been adrift so far. Do you agree?
Yeah, one of the big problems as well for me is that you put a lot of pressure on Cold Zero and Fur then. I mean, Cold Zero, take everything else away, he has to turn him no matter what, but now Fur has to join him consistently because Fallen cannot have the same impact. Remember, there was a day not so long ago, it was a couple of years ago, when Fallen wasn't the all-pro of his team. And guess what? He wasn't even vaguely a star player. In fact, the whole team was Fur, and then everyone trying to team play around them. So take the all-pro away from Fallen, he doesn't get those early peaks, he doesn't make the same information plays. He's just become just another player in the team. And the problem is, it's not like Fox is the same type of AWPer. He's a very different type of AWPer. He's just a hold and angle AWPer, you know, where you put him in one spot, you say, just watch there, you're more comfortable with this weapon than a rifle. I think the big gap in this game for me was, you remember the setting of when FaZe lost that game to SK on Mirage? Cold Zero was dropping like 30 kills in that game. You know, Fur was a monster in that game. That wasn't happening this time around, so you can't just rely on Cold Zero to drop 30 if you want to win these games. Yeah. You know? I mean, FaZe, I understand why they put Mirage on again. If I was in that game, I'd say the same thing if I'm Carrigan. Let's run it back. We were in a winning position. We had control of the game. They had clutch rounds. They had two guys dropping 30. Some of those conditions might not happen next time, and they didn't, and it's a dominant win.
And a tale of two in-game leaders in a lot of ways, because I just thought tactically, FaZe had such control over this map. We all remember the round where they got duped.
Yeah, out of the jockstrap.
Yeah,
incredible.
Good played, suckers, as Semela said it. I mean, you know, they were just in complete control. They went where they wanted, they did what they wanted, and this is just proof that this is FaZe's best map right now.
Yeah, and I mean, it also speaks to the fact that, I mean, just looking at the box where you have players, there's no one like that's massively above the others. I mean, there's 4 players from 17 to 19 kills on the scoreboard. So when you have that kind of a group effort, and again, much like Duncan just mentioned, Cold Zero in this game, he has to be good, and he only had 57 ADR and 12 kills. He wasn't that star player. They only had Fur really kind of clicking right now. But this is something where, I mean, Keo has a great game, but when you have the whole team playing very, very well, it makes it so easy for Carrigan to call anything, because no matter where they go on the map, it's going to work. And you do have to say, this game could have been a little bit different, maybe not in terms of the overall outcome, but definitely closer, considering all the close rounds that FaZe was able to pull out over SK that SK normally wins.
Yeah, and Duncan, obviously we do get called out a little bit on the desk because we tend to speak in generalities. I'll get specific with you here. Let's talk about Kiyoshima, because he had a great game there. Obviously, in previous iterations, in French teams, didn't really work for him. He was brought back by Carrigan to be this role player. That's what everyone called him. That's what everyone said. Explain in very specific details what that kind of means.
Well, the key detail is, before when they had Jacob, he was someone where he's a star player, but left to his own ends, he didn't really fit the team, you know. He couldn't deliver that consistently. So they've done in this team what you'll often hear me recommending to a lot of the talented teams, but who don't click. I say remove a star player. Get a star player out there, pick who you're going to rely on. So in this case, I think the team in general works around Rain and AZ. They're like the star players, you know. Alu's more of a safe type AWPer. So that leaves Kiyoshima in a position where his job is, Carrigan, what do I do now? He tells him what to do, and I think those two working together, you see so many teams where the in-game leader and people who are the entry players, they have to be on the same page. They're like the rhythm section of the band. You know? They're never going to get all the plaudits, but they're setting everything up for the star player to make his plays. So what you've seen now is Kiyoshima's a useful player. When people make the whole meme of like, oh, he was the problem, well, he was certainly a big problem in those teams, partly because he'd been pushed out of any kind of position. They were winning without him in MVS. They won a major.
Used to be an entry man at one point.
So actually, at that point in time, it felt as though he was surplus to requirements, and then he lost his motivation as a result of it, you know. Now you can see he's got this second chance. The team's fantastic, and suddenly you're on the brink of a semi-final, so it's no wonder he's in the prime of his career at the moment.
Yeah, Jason, I'll pick your brains a little bit about that as well, just in terms of the technical aspects of what FaZe are doing right and how that links to Kiyoshima being this kind of glue that's held them together at this major.
Well, I mean, part of it too is I think more than anything, it just helps Carrigan. I think when you look at some of the things that Astralis was going through at the end of Carrigan's reign there, you know, the conversation was he felt like they didn't believe in his calls, they didn't trust in his calls anymore, and he was saying, you know, how am I supposed supposed to make calls, if I'm the one who has to go through, if when I tell them to do something they're not going. Well, now he's got Keo, who is on the bench, and he brings him back in, and he's just like, yes, I will do anything that you ask of me. I will entirely do that if I just get the chance to play. So I think that's a big boon for Kerrigan to be able to have that kind of almost like a chess piece that he gets to move wherever he wants on the board, that he gets to have supporting in any kind of situation that he wants. So Keo's doing great in that role. It's very, very obvious.
Yeah, really transformed FaZe since he's been brought back. Thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're going to give you all of our thoughts about the next map, which is SK Gaming's pick. Can they get back into this quarterfinal? We're going to find out shortly.
We played SK in the group stage. We had a big lead, but we threw it away. Those mistakes that we did in that game won't happen again. SK is a really hard opponent to play against. They are very versatile.
They have the best two players in the world from last year, and that is why they won in the end. To beat SK, we need to be better in-game-wise and map pool-wise. I think we have a wider map pool, and that must, in my opinion, give us an advantage in the best of three.
Bringing Kerrigan into this team is probably the best thing that has happened to this team.
I'm building some structure now, and I think we have a dangerous play style between playing individually and playing structure.
We fully believe that we're going to beat SK and make it to the semifinals.
That is what FaZe Clan is about, and we're here to build that legacy, and that starts today.
Welcome back. We are at the partway point of this series. FaZe have a map in the bag, and we want you to watch this next map, SK Gaming's pick, over on Game Command. That's go to live.eleague.com. You're in the director's chair. You choose what you see, what you concentrate on. It's a fantastic way to watch the game. Now, Duncan, I'll come to you first. We're going into train. Had this been the lineup back with FNX, not using a stand-in, this would have been a surefire win, no matter who the opponent was. They were absolutely unbeatable on train. What are they like now?
Well, the upside is, I actually have to say, of the 5 players on their team, if I had to rank them, I feel like FNX was actually the least Well, he was the most dispensable in that sense. You know, he felt like he's the one maybe you could replace. The problem I see is Fox is such a very different player, and he wants to play the All-Pro. So my big concern is this whole Fallen question again, because I really think they lived and died by Cold and Fallen on that map. So if they can't have Fallen being as effective as he is outside, I see this being a risk. I still favor them. I think they'll win it, but I think this is, you know, if you're the FaZe guys, you can feel confident that, hey, we've got a chance here.
Well, I'll take that as your prediction, because I've just been told they've readied up. Jason, I'll get your thoughts quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's going to be as big of a blowout as we might think, considering SK's old success on it, but I'm still going to take them.
All right, thank you very much. And that means we're ready for the action. We're going to throw you back over to our commentators, Anders and Semler.
Thank you so much, Richard. We are ready. Map 2 coming up here, the last quarterfinals before we head into the semifinals. That's also going to be today. What do you think? I mean, were you swayed enough by that insane performance by FaZe on the first map that you think they could do it on the second one too? A little bit?
Oh, come on. They take the camera off me just if I do this FaZe up. Come on. I was waiting. I was setting it up. Ah. All right, well, FaZe up, boys. FaZe up. From what I saw from SK Gaming in that first map, yes. I mean, it was FaZe's pick. This is SK's pick, but I don't think that FaZe are that weak on train. I think they've got the chops to take it to a weakened SK, because if SK can't wake up here on their home map, FaZe will run them over. We can see a 2-0 here.
Listen, I can't remember the last time I've seen SK be weak on 2 maps in a row. It just almost never happens. So I'd be shocked if it does. AZ is down at Ivy. They're playing on the CT side on FaZe, and already he's been tagged in the face. I think that might have been Fox, and now they're going to try and collapse onto the A-bomb site. Karrigan in so much trouble right now. AZ's gone and out. Karrigan is next. Fur with the kill. He's going to get shot down from Alu. An excellent one-tab coming out, but Fox crouching under right before he gets struck by Rain, and Kiyoshima taking a fight close range against Fallen. He's getting shot back. This time it's not going to be the 180, and SK will win the pistol round. Excellent start here for what has to be a sort of a low-energy team going into this map too. So win the pistol. Great start.
So, I mean, when you're coming into a round like this is how SK can get over the jitters, right? It's kind of like a Hail Mary. You know what we're going to do, guys? We're going to play a very simple strat. We're going to put players through alley, players through A main, you rush and you hit your headshots. If you hit your headshots, we win. If you don't, we lose. So you're putting it all on a gamble if you're falling at that point. You're just saying this is going to work because we have the aim to fall back on. And it happened to do that. It happened to actually win SK the T-pistol. On the first map, FaZe won both pistol rounds. SK, they cut that short, and they got the strong start here in the first half on train.
All right, see what they could do here. 2 deals on the FaZe side, just the armor and 5-7 on Kiyoshima. So really not a big investment into this round from FaZe. A different philosophy, you could almost say, because there are some teams that will always buy if they lose the pistol. On CT side, they will just go for the buy and buy all the armor and everything. So FaZe looking to have a really great 4th round where they can have some more grenades and everything else. Taco just showing his head. Rain sees it. Almost! It's so close. But it doesn't quite connect. That would have been a nice way to get started.
That would have been brutal. That would have been brutal. Can we have more upsets in second rounds, right? Because these pistols, there's been a lot of teams winning decisive pistols and then struggling in the following rounds versus the forest buys, but not this time. Nice start there from Fur. Fur definitely delivered on the first map here for SK Gaming. We aren't looking at him as one of the players that underperformed. He definitely stepped up. Continues to do so here, but this young man as well was hitting shots. AZ, he will take down Fallen, but Fox, that's what the buddy system is for, Anders. Fox is there to trade.
4 versus 3 right now. Taco is low on health, but it should still be a very winnable round for SK. I don't mind that they're taking a bit of time, but given that we're down to 25 seconds, I definitely mind that. This is the sort of round you can lose just because you lose the bomb somewhere that you didn't really intend to. Alu up here looking for Fur. They are going to get the refrag. Fur is still alive. Fox is down instead. Taco, and now it's Rain. He gets one, drops the bomb, another one in. He just needs one more bullet. Taco's right there, Rain. He's already got the double, and time is running out. 8 seconds. Taco has to run a gun with the UMP. He's almost got it. A couple more bullets. 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Rain is going to go down in the last possible second. Taco saving SK. Oh my God, that is close.
That is unreal, and that's how close this is going to be. But real quick, I just want to point out before we get into the next round, the hot points on the map is what I want to start talking about. You're going to have 3 entrances that we want to watch. For the A site, we have Pop Dog, we have Main, and we have Ivy, Alley over here, and then this one, Brown Hall. This is what we call for the B site. And so you want to watch what SK Gaming do and what FaZe do in these spots on the map when you're looking to see where the action is going to be and where the setup is going to be for SK to try and push on to one of the 2 bomb sites.
the UMP got the MAC-10, and, well, that's a round, ladies and gentlemen. Over from beginning to, well, from first contact till end in about 3 seconds. That's fast.
That can happen. What can happen? Then you're making a lot of money with those SMGs as well. So SK are just rubbing their hands together. They're like, perfect.
This is something we do not see very often. A double or straight into the 4th round. That very rarely happens. And it goes back to what we were talking about in the 2nd round. They didn't buy armor. They didn't buy any grenades. So they were able to make this kind of buy work. That's very interesting, and I wonder if SK are prepared for it.
And they're both going towards A side as well. So they want to set up the crossfire, it looks like. Alu will be watching towards A main. AZ is focusing on Ali. And they'll have that double op in play. They're looking for SK to go aggressive, and sure enough, they do. But it's not where I mean, Fallen will win the duel versus Alu, so it's Alu who falls short in this combo for FaZe. And when you're going for such an expensive gamble, you're right, Anders. We don't usually see it out the gates because you're investing nearly $10,000 in 2 guns. If you're FaZe, that's a lot of your money that's going into this kind of play.
And they are just slow playing this round, SK. And why would they not? They've got the first kill. They've got so much time on the clock, waiting to see if SK are going to make any kind of a mistake. And SK, oh sorry, FaZe. And FaZe, right now the response is one that I'm not particularly a fan of, where they stack 2 in B and 2 in A. I think that's almost always a bad call. I'd much rather have 3 in 1, and then the last guy on the A, on whatever bomb side is alone, will just try and buy time and hope for it. But a good kill from Carrigan there brings them back of the round. That's Fox going down, and he's still on the site here, the Danish captain. Fur will get one more kill on AZ, man. He's so strong, Fur, in this quarterfinals already. Missed shot. Fur takes down Carrigan. The timing with the flashbang, sublime. Kiyoshima and Rein are now left 2 versus 4. This is really rough here for FaZe.
I think Fur can count his lucky stars there, because I was dead on that Carrigan was going to hit that shot. Despite the flash, I thought he got him. Carrigan is, I mean, that's the depth that you have in FaZe, and really in a lot of the top teams now. The deeper you get into a bracket, you're going to have more players who are capable of rifling, capable of opping, strong with the pistols, basically versatile all-around players. And FaZe, they have 3 of them, essentially. I mean, AZ, Carrigan, and Alu. You can all count on them to snipe, to rifle, to pistol. And so Carrigan, definitely one of those options you want to keep an eye on. Rein, he's going to get the parting shot on Fur, and he actually manages to save this AWP. This is a huge win for FaZe. At least you're saving one of them.
And he had to. I mean, trying to go for that 1v2 just did not make any sense at any point, so better to just go for the optimal play there. 4-0, a marvelous start for SK Gaming, obviously. There's no doubt about that. Sort of almost a mirror of the start that FaZe were having on Mirage, and this is a similar map. You are looking to win the majority of your rounds on the CT side, and FaZe, they're out of money again. It's looking definitely troublesome. And first, just not falling off in performance. Top fragging overall in the first game, even though they lost it so badly, and he's up to 5-1-3 right now, doing a fine job. Oh! That could have been a lineup shot for Rein. I think 3 people were in a row then. Alu picks up the AWP, he gets 1 frag, and not going to get more than that. He gets shut down eventually. Carrigan now, not much that he can do. Oh, but he apparently can get the kill on Fox.
This is why in CS it can come down to split seconds, because he had 3 players lined up. If he hits that shot, that is unreal. It could swing the round completely, but it's not meant to be this time. SK Gaming, another very solid anti-eco for them, where they're running up against the pistols, and again, they murder him. So 5-0 lead now on the T side in the first half here for SK Gaming. Just to remind you, this is SK Gaming's map, and this is a best of 3 FaZe. They picked up the first map on Mirage, which was their map. SK Gaming here on Train, and we have Overpass as the last map if necessary. So still a lot of good CS to look forward to here, Anders.
Oh yes, definitely. We have 4 AWPs in play right now in the 6th round. Again, and FaZe just trying to make sure that they can get those snipers up and running on Train, and I don't really mind. I think it's a good idea. What's interesting is that 2 of them, well, both of them are in the A bomb side, and that leaves Rein alone over by B. Always a risk, I would say. When you have the AWP, I would prefer for that player to be alone in B and just try and snipe someone off and then go for the retake. But SK setting up once again for a very slow round where they're hoping and praying that FaZe are going to come push them somewhere. You see Fallen is looking down alley, making sure that if AC was going to try and get adventurers down there, he could catch them. So yeah, slow round.
This is why this map is fun, is because we haven't seen it from either of these teams. It used to be one of SK's strongest maps. They went 17-0 at one point, just dominated on this map on LAN, and then kind of started to drop off a little bit. There was some weakness there. For them to come back to it here in a crucial match for them in the playoffs, that's sick to see from SK. But there is a little bit of a question mark coming into it because we haven't seen either of these teams in a little bit actually perform here. So FaZe, still possible for them to come back. They're definitely not out of this round. SK Gaming are, once again, however, running that clock down pretty low.
Yeah, but look at the call on FaZe. They have 3 people in the B bomb side. They know what's happening right now. Rain going to try and fall back, but he is flashed for the moment. The shots are coming in. Alu and Kiyoshima opening up Fur. Finally, with the 1 refrag, he's so low on health. And Rain, he still goes down. How does Fur get that kill? 6 health left on him. The bomb is going down, and somehow SK are still in this round. They ran into a big stack, especially on Train. It's so uncommon to do that. A great shot from Cold Zero will drop Alu. And now AZ and Karrigan are left 2-on-3. This retake, I don't think it's happening any longer. Cold Zero says no. Double kill for him. And Karrigan, he's been really good so far on FaZe, but this is too much.
It's Dunzo. He has to get out. And yeah, exactly. Don't be greedy. He's just barely going to get out of here intact, but they might still have time to hunt him down. Fur is looking for it, but yeah, Karrigan, he wants to save this off. That's what it's all about at this point. And I'm wondering maybe some miscommunication there on the CT side for FaZe, just because Alu should have been watching upper and focused on that point. Karrigan, not going to save it. Cold who gets the shot in the end. But when you're coming into that sort of hold, I'm expecting Alu to be watching upper because you're low on utility, so you don't have any grenades. You don't have a smoke for upper, you don't have a Molotov. You're counting on shots to carry you through. And so you're going to have to count on like quadrants, basically. They're going to cut up the map. And that's the first one that I'm talking about there, where Cold, he takes down Alu. That weakens AZ's position, and Cold gets the follow-up there on AZ. So really, FaZe need to be so quick to communicate what they're doing if they haven't had time to practice it. And I think SK, that time around, Cold was able to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and if you're a fan of FaZe, you should be worried to see Cold like that. Everyone knows what that look in his eyes mean, and you just got to be very careful here. How do they shut him down? How do they make him stop doing what he's just doing? He's now tied up with Fur, top of the scoreboard, 6-0 in favor of SK Gaming. A brief timeout here. We'll see if they can come up with anything. Got the double deagle in play, the CSET 75 and a single scout on Rain, so really not much of a buy here. FaZe making sure to save the money for later in the game, but they always got the maximum round loss bonus, so they're going to have a lot of money going into the 8th round, unless they can win this one. And AZ, fairly aggressive against Fox, and well, he's done it before, he does it again. Fox down and out.
And this time there was no buddy system. Taco was holding way back by the bomb. And so, again, we might see just the mistakes being made by SK as well, trying to incorporate Fox into the strategies, trying to make that work. Alu, for some reason, feels like he needs to go for a peek and pop dog, and Fallen is holding that angle already, so he gives a kill back for free. And now FaZe in a 4-on-4. This situation favors SK Gaming. So long as FaZe could have held on to that man advantage, they had a fighting chance in the round. So definitely some mistakes being made on both sides right now, I think.
Yeah, the only reason why you would have Taco hold back is if he was actually flashing Fox in, you know, then fair play, but
or if there's going to be a rush.
Yeah.
But if AZ's just holding the angle, he can't do anything to help Fox apart from that flash. So just a little bit of concern. I mean, just some small errors being made, but it's definitely making these rounds a little bit closer than they need to be.
Karrigan and Cold Zero having a patient battle over at the B bomb site. Taco sneaking in with the AK. Can he find the right angle? He's got to be careful because Rain's got the scout, so could definitely dish out a lot of damage. Once again, SK, we're down to 30 seconds. You guys saw what happened last time this happened. They almost lost the round. Kiyoshima takes down Fallen. Where is that bomb plant going to come in? They're looking to bring it to the B bomb site. And Taco, he's already been tagged up. Is he going to try and fight it again? Rain right next to him. If Taco gets tagged again, it's done. AZ gonna get the kill easy there. Kiyoshima drops Fur, and now it's all on Cold Zero with 10 seconds left. 1 versus 3. I don't think this can be done. Kiyoshima will take him out. Triple kill for the French player. And a 6-1 scoreline. That was an unnecessary loss for SK Gaming. Could have easily been 7-0.
But that was a dirty setup for FaZe. The baiting right into AZ. Sick team play there from Rain and AZ to make that work. And well, Kiyoshima as well stepping up at the individual play, locking down Yard. They save the rifles as well, so they'll have 2 AKs going into this next round. That's a huge win for FaZe, especially if you're ecoing, because that means another player like Kiyoshima who'll have full nades plus the kit to back it up. And so now we have 2 fully equipped teams about to crash into each other here in the 8th round. 6-1 for SK Gaming in the lead. But FaZe now have a real fighting chance here. They're using their utility very quickly though, FaZe, and that is a little worrisome.
Yeah, so SK Gaming, look at how quickly they're throwing in these grenades. Look at AZ running up behind. They're already putting out the wall of smokes in the A-bomb side, and AZ, this is so uncommon. This could be a monster spray down. Karrigan will pick up one, but he's going to be going down. This is still all on AZ, and he actually just jumps the gun. Takes down Fallen, doesn't want to go for the double kill, falls off the container, takes the fight to Cold Zero, and he doesn't win it. Kiyoshima will drop further, and that's good news. Another round here, I think, for FaZe. I don't see them coming back from this one, SK. The bomb is down, but the Oh, what? Cold Zero right through the smoke. The defuse 1 or 2 seconds away from being completed there now. They've got the kid, and Alu's going to get it regardless. It happened the second time. Cold Zero gets a quad kill, including stopping the defuse, and that is still not enough for a win. And there it is. Cold Zero's mom watching as well, being ready. I think she's actually been at multiple events now, so the family's definitely keeping up with it and cheering for, obviously, for her son.
They're always
exciting.
here at the majors. It's sick, and his dad is here as well. So, I mean, there's always the Brazilian cheer squad that's moving around with the team when it comes to the majors, because this is the biggest event in CSGO. You definitely want to be there. And so, well, SK, they cut it real close, and well, FaZe get a second round. AZ again going with the aggression. You have to admire AZ right now. He's showing some real brass. He's looking for the fights everywhere, keeping FaZe in this fight, but Taco's going to catch Ray looking the wrong way, and Alu not there in time to get the trade.
It was real close. Molotov going to force Alu back, and that leaves Taco some space to move up with. Where's that bomb going? They're actually not bringing it into the B-bomb side. It's just a distraction right now. Fur making his way out, tapping away long range, takes down AZ. Can't make the 180 though. Karrigan going to be able to drop him. 4 versus 3 now. The bomb heading its way to the B-bomb. Taco's calling in on the radio saying, look, there's no one here. Just get in, get the bomb down, and let them try for the retake.
Scary situation, though. But they do have the information that somebody's already close. So Kiyoshima, he's not going to take any unnecessary risks. Alu will have at least communicated that. There's still a fighting chance. They're not walking into a trap necessarily here. It's all going to come down to where Taco hits with the timing. And what is this? Fallen shoots his own teammate in the back. A 3-on-3, and the whole advantage is gone now for SK Gaming. FaZe are free to push up. Fallen tries to make up for it. He takes down Kyo, and Fallen, 2 kills for him before Alu can step in and get the trade.
And Alu holding it down once. He realizes Fox is low, pulls out the USP, trying to sneak up the ladder. There's still time for this. He goes for it, but he misses the shot. Has to fall back down. Now he sort of has to commit to it. He's holding it down again. One more chance. Fox is playing this so well, but he goes down. The turnaround there, and Alu is so close, but it's not going to happen. He did the best that he could, given the circumstances. And in spite of the mutiny in the ranks, the captain now actually taking out his troops. It still works out. Oh, God. That could have ended very badly. But he did get 2 kills afterwards.
You got to give it to Fallen, though. Exactly. He saves the round. He definitely puts it at risk, but then he makes up for it in spades with the 2 kills that follow. That saves the round for SK Gaming, especially with Fox. That was a sick 1v1. He played that perfectly for SK Gaming. So the stand-in player, the Portuguese player, definitely coming into the fight here for SK Gaming. 7-2 now. SK Gaming winning another key round that's going to put FaZe on Eco. And FaZe trying to go aggressive here. Karrigan looking for an opening, but he's not going to find it. SK Gaming looking to challenge early, and Taco gets 2 kills before killing himself.
Great variation. Alu getting a quick double kill in return, but I'm not sure it's quite enough. AZ, oh, what a headshot! Can't get the second one. Fallen there to close it out. So close.
This is getting silly. I don't know if my heart can take it at that point. How many 1-digs is AZ going to get?
Look at this. He does he goes for the double Mac 10 right into the summit play. It's sick, isn't it?
You know why he does that? Into the summit, right? But like, you know why he does it? He takes less damage from his own Molotov, and so he's just like, I can stand in this for days. Just not weeks, Taco. You can't stay there forever. It's warm, it's toasty, it's cold here in Atlanta.
I mean, it's not really a problem that happens. You know, he's just fine to open up the round, but it still goes really close, doesn't it? 8-2 is the scoreline. Kiyoshima, blind shot coming in, and he takes down Fallen. Now AZ tries to charge through again, but this time Fox is going to win the fight. He has not had a good time down at Ivy, just trying to take that fight. AZ's come out on top way more, but finally it's Fox's turn to do something here.
This has really just played into how these playoffs have gone so far. In the best-of-1 format, it seems like the teams were really trying to wind up on maps that they'd be very even on. They could go either way. And so we ended up with these overtime situations or these very close 30-round maps, right, where it went the distance. When we got into best-of-3s, however, it's been very one-sided for either team. Very rarely so far in the quarterfinals have we had a map that has really gone the distance, at least in the first two when teams are playing on their pick. And we're seeing why. SK Gaming, they look supremely confident. They've definitely had some lucky breaks, but this train map, it's a totally different beast from what we saw in Mirage. 8-2 right now in the lead on T-side train, SK Gaming. They have really got everything on lock.
Now Alu left. Yeah, not much that he can do. Really seeing SK taking their time with these bomb plants. They want to make sure they've got everything covered. Alu is locked in the corner, and Cold Zero's on one side, Fox on the other. It'll be Cold Zero to pick up the kill, and that will make it 9-2, favoring SK Gaming. But their economy is not exactly exploding. It's not like they're taking off in that sense, but it doesn't really matter because they're keeping FaZe out of the rifles all the time. And that's what the third double op setup we've seen from FaZe. A lot of economy going into these rifles, and the payback doesn't seem to be there.
FaZe are just swinging for the fences at this point. They're just hoping that this double op is going to work and that somebody, Kerrigan, Alu, somebody's going to have a magical round where they get the kills and they're able to save both ops and carry that on. You really only want to go for the double op when you have a very strong economy to fall back on because it's such an expensive strategy. But Fox with the opening, and Fox gets the shot on Rain, who is going for the jiggle peek. Alu not even going to attempt to get the follow-up. The buddy system wasn't play there for SK Gaming. Fox wasn't on his own. Taco was there to watch his back. And so some good discipline being shown there by Alu, but what an incredibly frustrating situation for FaZe. It wasn't even the ops that came into play that time.
And obviously the whole point of Rain's position there is that he's supposed to be baiting out the shot, just the Fox was too quick this time. Again, they're a man down. And this is actually where I would expect for FaZe to try and make a play to make up for it. And Kerrigan definitely is. This is a really forward position with the AWP, can be dangerous. And Fallen is right around on the other side. So now, again, down to the patience. Who's going to let go of this one first?
This has been such a slow pace from SK, though, right from the beginning of this half. Once again, we're ticking down to the 45-second mark. I mean, SK, they had the map control, but they've definitely slowed it down to the point where they are going to be under pressure from the clock yet again. Kiyoshima holding, and he's got a man close to back him up as well, and they're within the smoke radius. So Alu, perhaps, he's in a bit of a tight spot because he's going to have to take a risk by getting up onto the train to take a shot. But Kyo, this is a very common spot, and more often than not, you actually see it getting results. So let's see if he can get a double spray as they try and push onto the site.
Well, Alu's there to refrag as well. That's going to make a lot of trouble for SK Gaming. Kiyoshima will be going down. Alu, I don't think he saw anything there. Taco gets dropped by Kerrigan, who's not finally shown up. Fur and Fox, 10 seconds. They need to go and pick up that bomb right now or just run away. It has to be one or the other, and time has simply run out. They're not even going to try and do it. Fur was walking in from behind, so it was pretty much all on Fox, and he was locked in, so clock runs down. FaZe Gaming going to be satisfied. They're not even looking for the kills here. They're just happy to win the round.
And just to make it perfectly clear for you all, when a player takes a shot like that, he doesn't see the outline through the wall the way that we do. We get the X-ray vision, right? We're Superman. Fox, he's reacting to a pixel. He's just seeing a finger stick past that wall, and he's quick enough. He's so fast. He's able to pull the trigger in time and get that kill. He doesn't have the, the X-ray vision that allows him to predict that shot and set up for it. The way that we get to kind of just sit here and go, oh, hold our breath. Is he going to hit it or not? These players are so fast. But it looks like we have a tactical timeout getting called here by SK Gaming, no less. 9-3 isn't good enough for them, Anders. They want the whole kit and caboodle. They want 12-3.
Yeah, I think this is very reasonable. You've already lost the first map. There is no reason why you wouldn't try and get the absolute most out of this first half on the second map. Just make sure that you get the maximum number of rounds and get onto that third map. But FaZe, man, what a slow start to this map it's been for them. And what's so weird is that a lot of the time they've had AZ winning fights down at Ivy. He's got the opening frag, and that hasn't been enough to do anything with.
Yeah, for AZ, like on Mirage, put up a lot of the fight for FaZe Clan, and FaZe were able to actually get something off the back of that. Here on Train, you're just seeing a lack of comfort, it seems, from FaZe. They aren't quite feeling it as well. AZ's trying to force it, and you do need your star players to do that. You need them to go out there and get those kills to create space for your team. It's just after that, when it gets into the split-second decisions, we're seeing the lack of experience show here for FaZe. And so, still an even situation as they push onto the A site now, SK Gaming, 5v5, but then the 2 kills come through, Fallen and Taco, and now Fur chiming in as well. A 2-man advantage now for SK Gaming, and with plenty of time to get the bomb planted. I like the change of pace from here, the change of pace rather, from SK Gaming in this round.
Yeah, much quicker, and it caught the CT side entirely off guard. Alu and Rain still going to try and edge their way into the bomb side, but Alu misses the shot. If that had been a kill that would have given the opening now, I don't think they should do it. It's simply not feasible any longer. Fur going to get the perfect timing on Alu. And that will leave Rain. They see him also falling back, so there should be no problem at all. I think as soon as you miss that shot, if you're Alu, it's time to just leave.
It's lights out.
Oh, wow, they're hunting him. Look at this. They want this kill.
Yeah, I mean, SK have the economy to go for a buy at least. If they don't lose too much here, don't want to drop a 3rd rifle. That would be problematic for SK Gaming. And so how much is it worth? Exactly. Is it worth giving up another one? Rain's still alive in this fight. He spots out Cold. There's not going to be any way. Oh, the incendiary, perfect. Is the time going to tick down? No, he roasts. Cold. I think it's 7 seconds once it's round over to where it ticks over to the next round. And those 7 seconds, it's a lifetime. It just feels like it lasts an eternity if you're Rain at that point.
He's thinking, come on, next round, come on, come on. No, it's not happening.
Please roll over.
So a lot of rifles sacrificed in the hunt to get that kill on Rain, but you see the result on the FaZe side. It's a 14th round, and they've just gone all in. They say, you know, we need the last 2 rounds. We would have liked that AK to have stayed alive, and it's not happening again. AZ pushing down at Ivy with the UMP. That's not exactly a great weapon. Now he's trapped in the corner. Flash comes out once, but can he make it past? Taco says no.
Great teamwork from Taco there. Taco and Fox working together well as a duo. Taco was not blinded because he was turned around. Fox was watching the angle. He gets blinded. Taco turns back around again. He's not blind. Boom, he takes the shot. Even though FaZe tried to get the teamwork going there, it wasn't enough. Rain, however, will catch Cold getting greedy over here in Brown Halls. And with Fur not in position to get the trade instantly, this puts him into a bit of an awkward spot because Rain, he's still got the 1-shot headshot range going here. If he hits that shot, boom! Fur, time for a dirt nap! Fallen will trade it, but it's still a 3-on-3 advantage SK.
Fallen sees Alu falling into the bomb site, but is he going to realize Kiyoshima is also here? And with the flank coming in from Karrigan, he's right on the edge of being able to get the kill on Fox, but Taco takes down one. Fox actually turns around for the kill on Karrigan, and now it's all on Alu. Trapped on the site once again and getting shot down by Fox. 11-3. SK Gaming showing, look, we can do this too. Our map pick, our time to have some fun here.
Well, they need one more round to match it, right? It was 12-3 at the end of the first half for T-side, for FaZe on Mirage, which was the first map in this best of 3. If SK come back and falls, like, I'll do you better, Karrigan. Actually, I can do just as good as you, right? 12-3 on T-side train. Why not? Let's go. And it's likely because it's another force buy for FaZe, but all they can afford, pistols, Kevlar, Scout on Karrigan. It's not enough. SK, they should have this round on lock.
Yeah, this is why the pick ban stage is so important in Counter-Strike. I think really often underestimated. You get these sort of matchups where you know, you just can't play the map that the opponent picked, and then it almost automatically goes to a third map, which is going to be very interesting. I'm very much looking forward to that. It seems inevitable that it's going to be this time. And again, AZ's pushed down, and Ivy is so aggressive down there, waiting. I'm not sure if Fox has seen him, but you can tell that he's paranoid that something might be going on anyway. Rain alone in B, and Karrigan now rotating in. They've got almost no equipment, Sam. I'm not buying this. I think it will be a mirror of the first half on Mirage.
Very common strategy, actually, for SK. And for when you have the rifles in general. Go towards B. He's going to get tagged down low, though. That scout coming into play for Karrigan. Good positioning from Karrigan. Where do you want to get that sniper rifle? It's a long line like that. But Fallen one-ups him. And Cold is there to follow up as well. Definitely looking very good here for SK Gaming, with Cold just charging out onto the B side, putting pressure on Karrigan. They don't know where the fight's going to happen here, FaZe. They're just getting picked off one after another. AZ, the last man alive, and he's been over by Ali, pondering life.
Well, the crowd is feeling it. They were cheering for them the first map as well, but they got slightly shut down. AZ showing us.
Look at the little grin.
Yoink. I found it. Got him. Now can he defend? 25 seconds with a deagle. I mean, this would be one for the history books, but it's not going to happen. Fur comes charging right out of the ladder and takes him down. 12-3. SK Gaming just showing what they're all about here. Cold Zero at 16, Taco at 15, Fur at 14 kills, and absolutely amazing beginning to the second map for them.
Watching this is really making me think that it's going to be so important to start T-side on overpass. You're going to want that T-side start on overpass because so far it just seems like if you're able to control the pace, set the game up the way you want, both of these teams know how to take advantage of that, and we've seen just terrific T-side halves from them so far. So, are SK going to be able to show the same strength of will that FaZe had in the first map to just lock it out, not let it get past 7 rounds, don't draw it out, and get onto overpass for that third map? We'll find out. We're into the second half pistol now. 12-3 the score to start off the half. And it's now SK Gaming on the CT side on the defense, FaZe on the T side, and FaZe setting up for that collapse on the A side. Very similar strategy here, almost identical to the one we saw from SK in the first half.
Fallen so flashed as they come through that smoke. Fox will get a kill. Fur picks up one. Rain in some trouble here, trying to see if he can fight it out. He's taking down Fur. That's easy with a kill, but they're still in a 1-on-3, and Alu, what can he do? He's locked in the corner. There's not a bomb plan yet. It's actually on the site. He jumps out for the kill, but Taco will shut him down. And this has just gone horribly wrong.
I love it because SK used to be a team that really focused on coming up with new strategies. And this was one of their core. And if you, SK, you talk with Fawn, he's like, yeah, well, sometimes we'll run into our own strategies. This smoke going down here, as soon as SK see that smoke, they're like, ah, that's ours. We know what to do. We know how to handle this. As they try and push through FaZe, everybody's in an arc ready to greet them from SK. They're like, great, we're going to get headshots all day long because we know what you're trying to do against us here. Perfect counter from SK Gaming, and they win the second half pistol. It's exactly how it played out on Mirage. Both pistols for SK. On Mirage, it was both pistols for FaZe.
And the T side responding with a pretty big buy here, in fact, just using all their money in this round. Fowland does not care about that investment. Instantly in the toilet is Alu and Rain next. Cold Zero to follow, but still look at the health left on FaZe. This is not looking likely. Carrigan does somehow get 2 kills and not even really sure how. He's all alone though. Fur with the 1, he goes down right afterwards. And then that's the end of it. An expensive round for SK Gaming. But from FaZe's point of view, they're not just looking to do damage to the economy. They needed to win that round to have any chance of a comeback. I mean, they obviously do want to finish this quarterfinals 2-0. Yeah. Go on to that third map, you never know what could happen.
You really don't want to, especially from the demonstrations that we've had so far from SK Gaming. They've had the overtimes, and they've just come through. Just ask Astralis. That was brutal, the comeback that SK had there. And that really shows you what SK are capable of, that this team, they won both majors last year. They're looking to be the first team to pick up 3 in a row. Nobody's done that yet, and so SK, they're never going to give up, no matter the scoreline.
Fur there, almost getting shoulder peeked, in fact, by Rain. That looked like he was going to get baited out, but Fur gets the kill. Fallen going to be going down 2 versus 3 right now. Just a run and gun style coming out of the FaZe clan. And Alu, he's got the bomb, but he's also trapped behind the line here. How does he possibly get out? Turns around, and Tago's there to clean up the round. That's 15-3. Map point for SK Gaming. Power performance coming out of the Brazilian side here. And I got to say, once again, you have to point this out. It's Taco and Fur, but I'm most curious about Fur. He did it on the first map. He's here in the second map. He's looking to be the MVP in this quarterfinals right now. If it keeps going like this, he will be.
Well, let's find out, because it is looking highly likely that we're going to the third map right now. And so I expect a much more even match on that map. It's going to be a bit more balanced. It'll be a little bit more back and forth, because right now it's been very one-sided between both of these teams. So FaZe, they've got the 3 rounds, and they've gone for the 4 spy here. But SK Gaming making use of that nade superiority, putting down the anti-rush incendiaries to block off those key choke points that I pointed out earlier. That's what it's all about when you have that economy. Rain there to open up. They're looking to trade, but Fur holds his ground. And Fur with the triple! Shuts him down, annihilates him! A quad kill for Fur. Give this man the ace, but it's not going to happen. Fallen will take down AZ, and it's a 16-3 scoreline at the end of the second map. Fantastic work from the Brazilians, and they will be surviving to see a third map.
A message has been sent to FaZe Clan. Might have been a slow start, but now we're here to play, and it is going to go to the third map. They're definitely fired up. 16-3, ladies and gentlemen. I look forward to seeing what the analyst desk have to say about this one. We're going to come up with that right after the break. Stay with us.
Thanks, bro. Oops. Hi, everybody.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have a series on our hands. SK Gaming still dominant on Train, it turns out, able to tie the series with a monster 16-3 performance. Now, obviously, a major, it's all about star players. So let's just start, Duncan, by talking about coldzera. Had a quiet kind of first map. Showed up very much in the first half of this map, starting to warm up, starting to come alive. What did you make of his performance?
Yeah, much better. I mean, throughout this tournament, in fact, throughout the era, the post-winning era, when they were making all the semis and the finals, it was always very important that he came along with a big performance. And this is more what you expect from him. I always nickname him the Terminator, because it's like he's just grinding, you know. You just know he's going to turn up eventually. It's inevitable. So I was absolutely certain on this map he'd come alive. With that said, I mean, they're most famous for their CT side. They never had to play CT side on this map, so yeah, it was almost invalidated after the first half. Yeah, much better performance from him. And so far from this series, my main takeaway is, looks like Fur wants to go to the semi-finals. Like, he's absolutely on it today. And you just see what... I always think this, okay, if you look at a lot of the greatest teams of all time, they nearly always have a great player who, if you put him as the star of another team, would be the best player on that team. He'd be a top 10 player in the world. So you can think of like Flusher in Fnatic. You think obviously now Fur in SK Gaming. But they have to sacrifice something. They have to let someone else be the main star in order to give you the full firepower that you need in a team. And so Fur, he's getting that kind of to show how special he is as a player now that Fallen can't be the star player.
Yeah, imagine when Phelps turns up, right? Well, that's going to look like. But anyway, let's concentrate on the here and now. Jason, I got to say, on the T side, SK Gaming, when they were running these two aggressive AWPs, you know, you obviously understand Train has that CT double AWP capacity, but running two AWPs so effectively on the T side just really...
I'm pretty sure we saw Virtus Pro do it as well in the group stages. But I mean, the big thing is, as well, if you look at part of the reason why that works so good is because FaZe wanted to run a double op. They wanted to have a very expensive loadout for that CT side. But I mean, SK just resets them every single time. So the next few rounds, the first gun run they have, they were never able to build up the money to have the smokes to delay those kind of picks from the ops. So there's plenty of time for those ops to find kills for the SK side, because there's no Molotovs, there's no smokes, there's no danger of some kind of a pop flash with aggression. So SK was really able to win the game in that first half. Great tactics, great individual performances, and on top of all that, they had control of the economy the whole time. Yeah, so I got to say, Duncan, you know, we did look at this veto and think, well, you know, FaZe have got a fighting chance here on Train. Absolutely capitulated, and as I said, just SK Gaming so good. So what's exactly going on in the FaZe camp there? Is this just like, once they kind of felt it slipping away, was there anything they could do? Should they have changed something?
I mean, first of all, none of their players particularly had a good game. Like, there wasn't any one player who was feeling comfortable, who was in his rhythm. Like, if you were the SK guys, you could really do the full gamut of tactics. So you could go anywhere on the map. There's no particular player you were trying to avoid. So I think that's problematic in itself. This looked a little bit like, I have to say, psychologically, you do get teams, and this is something that the championship teams don't do, where when they get up in a map, and then they know it's their opponent's map and the opponent's supposed to be strong, they do a little bit give up, you know. A little part of them thinks it's not over. Like, I often wonder in this scenario, if that was SK who's won the first map, you think FaZe comes out that flat? I think they have a bit more fight in them, you know, a bit more back against the wall, going all out. Yeah, there was an aspect to which, especially once you've lost that many rounds when you're on CT side, part of you knows it's over, you know. You're hoping it's not. You're still playing. It's not like you give up in a conscious sense, but something in you tells you we're going to a third map at this
Unless
point.
you're Virtus Pro, in which case that thought never strikes you.
Yeah, all bets are off if you're Virtus Pro. So what did you make overall of FaZe here? I mean, there's probably not really a lot to talk about, but was there anything good, any positives that can take into this deciding map?
I mean, there's definitely positives you can take into the deciding map. I don't think they look at this map and they say we did this particularly well, so we're gonna, you know, let's focus on that moving forward. I think Overpassers in general is gonna be good for them, but no, I mean, this second map for me was all about how good SK still can be on Train, even with Fox. I mean, they look stellar. Furs here in a big way, and when you have someone like that creating opportunities for your team, that always helps out. So I don't think this was any kind of thing that FaZe is gonna say we just got stomped. We just are playing terribly right now. We lose confidence moving forward. But I just put this all on how good SK played in Train.
All right, then. Well, we're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we're going to bring you our thoughts. So who's going to go through to the semi-final against Virtus Pro? Will it be FaZe? Will it be SK Gaming? You can find out after these commercials.
I think FaZe is a really good team. We played against them in the group stage.
We lost both pistols during the first match, and we had to make a crazy comeback. But a win is a win, and as long as we can beat them again, I'm very satisfied.
Now we know how they play, so I think we are more than ready. Fallen and Cold Zero are the two best players in the world right now.
I'm looking forward to show what I'm capable of doing on these playoffs. Why do you think we're going to win? It's simple. We won 2 majors.
For us, it's normal. We don't have any pressure to play a major. So I'm really confident.
Going to the stage as the last 2 major champions bring us something special. We want to do the same, we want to accomplish the same, and it starts today with this first match.
Welcome back. We're about to get into the deciding map of SK Gaming versus FaZe to see who else is going to go to the semifinals here at the ELEAGUE Major. And just a reminder, you can watch this game on Game Command. It is the best way to watch. You can be in the director's chair. It's live.eleague.com to go and check that out. Now, Duncan, the decider is going to be Overpass. I really don't think we could have got a better decider map in this series. Tell me why.
Yeah, I think this is a really good one. I mean, along with Mirage, this is the map where Karrigan has really stood out when he's come to this FaZe team, and he's given them a T-side. That's the key thing. They always, with as much skill as they had, yeah, they could get a CT roll going if a certain player was going off, making good individual decisions, but I feel like Karrigan, this is probably the map where if you had to pick in-game leaders who are the best at Overpass, he has among the best understanding that I've seen in CSGO. So I think that's really interesting put up against SK, because SK, even before they made the switch to bring in Fox for FNX, they were really starting to drop off on this map, and they were starting to have big trouble on the T side, where Fallen looked kind of quite hesitant, actually, uncharacteristically indecisive. So I feel like this is a real chance for FaZe. The big problem is, though, SK has kind of the championship pedigree, you know. It doesn't feel like they're just going to give up like they did on Mirage and get beaten up. So I still feel like you have to give the experience edge over to the SK guys.
Yeah, and Jason, obviously, this is the map where Virtus.pro had that incredible match against SK Gaming. Incredible
one of the best Overpass
again,
matches we've seen.
Undoubtedly. So where are SK currently at on this?
I mean, they did drop off a great amount on the T side, as Thorn just said. But I mean, the big thing they always have, and I mean, yeah, they're going to go through some tough periods at times, but they're set up on this map. They're one of the teams who really shows that they know how to play it, and in the sense that Taco is so critical on this map. He's kind of the key to it. He's the player who watches outside of the B bomb site. He's the one who keeps open, you know, the avenue to get from A to B if SK needs to switch things up. And I don't think tactically they kind of fell off on it. I think it was more just individually Fallen's decision making on like when to pull the trigger and going certain areas and committing to something. That's what seemed to really start lacking. They seem to be very passive on it. But with Taco and Fallen, and Fur even showing up now, I'm not even sure you need Cold to be the star player.
So your prediction is?
I'm going to keep SK on this one.
And Duncan, SK?
No, I'm going to do a heel turn. Because here's the thing, Fallen, for me, was always the key to this map. And I don't think Fallen's here in this series, so I'm going to say somehow, some way, FaZe takes this.
No. Okay, interesting. A heel turn from Thorin. We're going to find out now who is going to join Virtus.pro in the semifinals. And to talk you through it, it's Anders and Semler.
Absolute madness. We knew Duncan was a madman, but now we've got actual evidence. He's betting against SK in a map 3, the quarterfinals of a major. Semler, you on it? You've got the FaZe up. You're ready for it?
Let's go, boys.
All right, then.
I've stuck with them through and through, and I'm still with them. FaZe, I think they've got this. They've played this map before, and they lost 16-14. FaZe, that is. But I think that was more of a mental game, the mental pressure. Right now, I feel like coming into this map, now that they've played it once, they'll have been able to fix some of the issues. And I just don't think that SK are as solid on this map as they have been in the past. To me, this says that FaZe have got a real chance of picking this up, Anders, and going into the semifinals to face VP later today.
Well, we are about to find out. Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. It's the third map here, last quarterfinals. Before we head on into the semis, one of these two teams is going to be going up against Virtus.pro, and that'll be one hell of an exciting game. FaZe Clan now starting on the T side and SK on the CT side. And what we're seeing is just one smoke out of Karrigan here. So it will probably be just a slow play until they get contact, and then they go.
Yeah, there's the smoke going out now. It's going to bounce right up there to block off CT, to block off Bank. And this is the go signal. Now Fur with the one tap, not going to hit it though. So close, he's going to take the duel with Rain, and eventually maybe he'll find the kill. Instead he just decides to hold the angle, and Rain still survives. Keo though doing work. Keo with 3. This sets it all up. Fur, you have to get the kill, and he finally does, but Keo's still alive.
Somehow this has turned into a one-on-one. I have no idea how Fur stayed alive for that long. And Taco's got the edge in health. Karrigan is one bullet away from death. This should not be a winnable round from FaZe. They got so close and Kyo did so much work, but it's still just all falling apart. Taco, there's the kill, and SK Gaming gonna come up with a big pistol round here. Man, what utter madness. That battle from Fur, and I mean the little detail that he doesn't even reload the pistol. He's got 4 bullets when the re-engagement happens, and then Kiyoshima comes through the quad kill. If that isn't enough to win the pistol, I don't know what is.
I just love to see Taco in those sorts of positions, right? Where he is the anchor, it seems, in these clutch scenarios for SK Gaming. He can lock it down. He has progressed so much since he first joined this roster. DreamHack winner 2015. He went on to progress to become one of the better players. If you know, better players, I'm just going to say. I'm not going to say the best, but definitely you can count on Taco in the clutch situations and in opening up rounds. So he's progressed so much. And again, a key pistol round win for Taco. A key round picked up by Taco for SK Gaming. 1-0 lead now for SK Gaming on the CT side of Overpass.
And both teams now adding to the sort of more fuel to the UMP discussion that has been sort of slowly boiling in the community. We got 6 UMPs in the second round here, so maybe an indication that it is a pretty good submachine gun after all. Grenades are now raining in. Some counter grenades are also coming out from SK's side, trying to make sure that FaZe can't get up and get the bomb plant. They even got a boost on the side itself. Fur will only take 1, and it's a double return for FaZe. A great start here for the T side, who lost the pistol round. Can they go further than that? There's a kill from Fallen, takes down Alois. He's trying to plant the bomb. Carrigan down, and Taco with the kill. Easy, the last one left, and the bomb got cancelled, so there's going to have to be some excellent pistol shots, and Fallen say no thank you, sir.
3 kills for Fallen with the UMP. That is so important. But this is really just going to boil down to the following round. Not necessarily this one. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and take a look at it anyways. Again, I want to point out the key parts of the map. If you're new to CS, if you're just tuning in, these are the parts of the map where the T side, they're going to be looking to get into early and where the CTs need to challenge them. So we have long to start over here. It extends all the way out here. This is a hot spot, as well as mid and restrooms. And you have Monster and Sewers over here. These are the 3 spots that you really want to keep your eyes on throughout this map to see where FaZe set up on the offense and where SK Gaming decide to challenge them later on.
And not going to be much of a challenge for FaZe Clan this time. They only have Glocks and no armor. It's a completely, complete eco round. Nothing being invested into. It's a bit uncommon. Hiroshima trying for the mind games, edging his way into the corner, but really, I wouldn't expect too much action out of this round. It should just be sort of a pickups like this, long range, not hard to get into it. Kimoshima trying his best. It's a good attempt. I like it.
Tough. He was expecting somebody to push through Monster. If it was a Monster push, he'd have been great. He might have even been able to go for the knife, right, if he was fast enough. But not that time. And so far, a flawless round being put together here for SK Gaming. Kerrigan going to ruin it. Does 10 damage to Fallen in the end. But the important thing is that SK Gaming, they're getting a lot of UMP kills. That's important. But also, they're keeping everybody alive in that follow-up round in the 3rd round. And so now you can really see the economy is solid here for SK Gaming. They have something to fall back on.
And you know, Duncan's premise for why he thought maybe there was a chance for SK to win this map is the idea that Fallen had gone missing in the first 2 maps.
Sure.
And I think that's accurate now. He's 7-1-1 fairly early on, so I don't want to read too much into it, but it can make a difference, you know.
I can hear him in my head right now. He's like, okay, then Fallen. Okay, then Fallen.
Yeah, but it's important. I mean,
I finally predict FaZe.
He did set that premise for them. He said, you know, if Fallen is going to keep being absent, then that will give the opening for FaZe. Well, I mean, now would be a great time for the Brazilian captain to show up and be there for his troops in pretty much every sense of it. We'll
Absolutely.
See. 4th round here. First time that FaZe have got rifles on Overpass. So much on the line. And it's not going to get easier. Later on, you've got to be playing VP, so you got to make sure you come out of this feeling great and feeling like you've got what it takes to win, because it'll be tough.
And just as the final bit, you actually have this part of the map that's called Connector that FaZe are really going to be focused on. You have 3 players in it right now. This is the hot spot that opens up access to the B site, that opens up access to mid and restrooms towards that A site. And so sometimes it really does come down to how aggressive a CT side wants to be if they're going to challenge a Connector, because it does pose a risk. You open yourself up to getting flanked if FaZe want to take over mid early or if they want to get into sewers quickly. And so this time around, FaZe, they will get Connector control. But there was a setup there for SK initially.
Grenade onto Rain. Now they're running back. Carrigan with the team kill. That is not a way to get started. Unbelievable. Kiyoshima trying to clean up, but this is already too late. There's nothing that he could do any longer. He doesn't have the time or the health or the manpower. It's great that he's getting some kills. I mean, at least That will steal some money away from the SK team, but ultimately, the round is simply done.
Not enough damage dealt.
Yeah, well, not enough damage, but also the fact that at about 45 seconds, the most forward position they had was in connector. That is not good enough, you know. They need to be all the way at restrooms or something. They need to have more map control at that point. So a bit of a mistake, I think, for FaZe, leaving it that late in the round and not having more to go off of.
Well, it's what's crazy is Fur. He's pushed up to top mid when he's actually getting that kill with the HE. That's all the way back into like the T-spawn stairs. How is that guy, when you have connector control, how is the CT pushed up that far? That's one of the things, one of the risks that I just talked about that SK are gonna have to worry about is getting flanked from connector into mid. So for Fur to hang out there that long, that's nuts. So now, I mean, FaZe, they just need to get their heads in the game here. Unfortunately for them, they're going up against a two-time major champion looking for their third in a row. SK, they are not the mental game is not gonna be their weakness.
Getting closed in on, actually falling going to steal that kill from him. Still got 17 bullets left, and he's not that worried. He knows they don't have armor. They have to be a deagle if anything happens here. Double kill for Fur, not bad. Rain and Alu are left. Again, they need to do damage in these rounds. It's really important. You know, obviously you're not expecting to win a 2 versus 5 with pistols, but get a couple of kills in there. Make sure they have to rebuy some of those rifles, and a good job on Alu trying for a bit more. They can't take down Fox, even though 10 health left.
I love it. Alu's like, you're gonna be greedy, you're gonna get slapped. Takes down Fallen, makes it look easy, and Taco, he'll go ahead and get the backstab on Rain. Gets his deagle as well. So, 5-0 lead now for SK Gaming, and we're going into the big round now for FaZe. This is still possible here to try and save it at the beginning of the half for FaZe. If they can pick up this round right now, put some pressure on SK's economy, it's all here. If SK, however, get that lockdown going and survive with 3 again, FaZe are going to start gasping for air. They're not going to have the strong economy to fall back on, and it's going to be very difficult from that point forward to get into this half. It's going to take something magical from a player who was trying to make plays in the last 2 maps, AZ, Kiyoshima. We're going to have to look to these guys to come up with something big.
I mean, once AZ got shut down on Ivy, he didn't really do anything for the rest of that half either, so it's really difficult to do anything at that point when one of your players is missing, and he doesn't seem to be doing that much here either. Rain and Kiyoshima already down and out of the round. This is so difficult for FaZe, because obviously the pistol rounds you're fine with losing. You think, yeah, whatever, you know, we only had, you know, some pistols and some grenades, it's going to be fine. But when you get the rifles, you want to have a chance. When you lose 2 players in the first 10 seconds of the round or so, that's just very bad. Mentally, how do you come back at this point here?
You know what I'm getting flashbacks to, Anders? It's Virtus Pro versus North yesterday. And it's almost the exact same kind of style that we're seeing out of SK Gaming right now, because North got obliterated early on. SK Gaming, well, VP in that match, they showed that they're a championship winning team. They are a top contender because they're going to go offensive. They're going to take the fight to you. They're not going to let you set up your game. And SK Gaming are showing that quality here. They're constantly pressuring FaZe early on. That insane push by Fur at the beginning. He gets the second kill here on AZ, but it's the early aggression that's just nuts from SK Gaming right now. They're not letting FaZe set up whatsoever.
Fur has the bomb over long. He's looking for the quad kill on Alu, who's walking in scoped. So obviously, the Finnish player going to have a very tough time in finding any exit that doesn't also involve his death here. He doesn't even have time to sort of try and fight for the site itself, so he just has to fall back. I think Taco might have heard him. Getting dangerously close now. Good shot from Alu. Saving the ult would mean quite a bit to the terrorist side. They just don't have money for any kind of a rebuy. Maybe they could try and force it up. Maybe they would try and do that on Kiyoshima and Carrigan. They are quite far behind here, so I actually wouldn't be surprised if they saved the ult that they could. But it's not going to happen. Fur will get the quad kill. He's now 11-0-2, a monstrous performance. I mean, I said it on the second map. He's going to end up as the MVP of this quarterfinals at this rate. There's just no doubt about it.
Fur's a monster, but he's even saving the double op again. That's 2 rounds now where they save both ops. SK Gaming, their money is getting out of control. 12,000 on Cold after buying up, 11,000 on Fox. They've just got so much money to fall back on. And FaZe, they can go for a buy, sure. They can get rifles, but they're going to be limited on the nades.
Yeah.
And so they can't go for a strategy that they've practiced repeatedly, right, against top-tier teams. You're running through these strategies and saying, right, well, we'll have all these Molotovs, we'll have all these smokes and flashes, right, this is how it's going to work. Now you have to adapt. You have to come into it with, oh, we only have 2 smokes and maybe no Molotov, right? How do we adjust around that? And when you've got SK banging your head in at the very beginning of the round, it's even more pressure on FaZe. They are the underdogs in this match. We definitely thought they had a chance, but right now SK Gaming are showing us what they're capable of.
I do like the compromise coming out of FaZe, though. As a response to the idea that they wouldn't have the grenades, they've gone tech lines on Alu and AZ to try and make up for it. I think this is a very reasonable buy. They had slightly more money than I was anticipating, so I'm definitely all right with this one.
Let's go, boys. YOLO B, matchmaking time. It's on Taco now. Can he survive? Is he gonna get them to spray? And he's blinded. Cold is there to trade though, 1 for 1.
Fox will pick off Carrigan. Now they're coming in from sewer as well. Alu from behind, taking down Fur as they're trying to get into the bomb side. That's a great pick. The bomb is already down, and it will be a 3-on-3. Kiyoshima gets taken out by Fallen. Alu and AZ. This is the round. They need a sort of pick up here. Alu a bit worried he's going to get flanked as well, but it's not happening. They're just going to go in from Elbend and Main as well, trying to see if they can close in. And AZ with a really great position here. Fallen going to get taken down. Fox next in line. Alu doing great work, and Cold Zero goes down. And finally, FaZe pick up a round. A triple kill on Alu, a double on AZ. Better late than never. And actually, look at the Carrigan's 007. Rain is 0-1-7.
And
wow.
This is a great call from Carrigan. It's just he didn't let it get too far gone, right? Because if you're playing the slow game and it's not working and SK Gaming are whittling you down before you can even get your strategy in place, Carrigan's just like, that's enough. We need to take the fight to them before they can actually come at us. It's time for a rush B. Go with the Tech 9s. You're so dangerous with the Tech 9s. You're so quick. Just try and make that work, right? And the change, it worked perfectly. 1 round on the board now for FaZe, and it's going to be more aggression, more of the same. This time around, can Taco survive?
Wow, I can't believe it. They're trying to see if they can make this work. Taco's already gone down. Kiyoshima gets the frag in. It is going to be a 4-on-4 with the bomb plant. You saw that insane grenade coming out of Carrigan, the smoke to get them through Monster Tunnel so that no one could put up a Molotov in return. That's absolutely genius play coming out of the Danish captain. Now it's a 2-on-3, and a great kill comes through. 2-on-2 with the bomb down. Fur and Fallen. Can they retake and foil the plans here? It doesn't look likely. Carrigan will get the frag, and now it's a 1-on-2. Fur going to be able to get onto the side, and he puts up a smoke, but it's a very difficult clutch to try and make happen here. He baits one guy out, but it won't happen. They get the frag, and SK Gaming lose the second round here.
And there's the train. There's what we're talking about for FaZe. They finally succeeded in putting 2 rounds together, and again, it's all-out aggression. Now it starts to get into the mind games. Are they going to do it again? Is there going to be a 3rd round towards B, or is it time to take the fight elsewhere? It's up to Carrigan to decide. And so we have perfect. SK Gaming, they're so good about these timeouts. When they're on point, Fallen, he's an excellent in-game leader, and he knows when he starts to lose control of the situation, boom, call the tactical. Add an extra 30 seconds in there. Get your team to calm down a little bit, but especially get FaZe to cool off. You don't want these guys getting warmed up now.
You just have to love that B rush from Carrigan. When he puts down the smoke in the Monster Tunnel, it means the normal counter to a B rush, which would be putting down a Molotov, that's going to get cancelled by the smoke. Then he puts in a flash that also comes really far behind, and it pops right in the face of anyone who's holding barrels or holding anywhere else in that area. Just a really, really powerful idea. Absolutely love it. Well, we're going to get back into the game here, and it's going to be the 9th round coming up.
And well, it is going to be the change. It is going to be the change here. This is SK Gaming digging deep and tapping out their bank. All the money has been spent now from SK. They have 0 money to fall back on. And so can they put a stop to it here, or FaZe, are they going to pick up 3 rounds, break SK, and give themselves the fighting chance they need here in the first half? It's all on this one, and now aggression on a different part of the map. It's going to be action long, and the setup. There's the flash. Fallen not going to get the timing this time around, and he's going to have to back off. And instead they're going to trade places. Fur decides to go aggressive. Not always a huge fan of this setup, just because if Fallen gets flashed back, Fur is on his own. He's got nobody there to support him.
Still over a minute left. Fallen out all along. That smoke is going to block him off, but he still gets the timing. Fur going to go down in the corner, so a great refrag coming in from FaZe. That's very important. But with AZ being low on health, they must be careful. They're also running the clock. Look how, 50 seconds is a lot of time, but they don't have very much map control.
That's the key here, is that Carrigan makes that play happen early enough in the round to keep SK Gaming guessing. It's not like there's 30 seconds left and they're going to have to commit long and SK can start rotating. There's enough time to go back towards B like this. Taco, though, did he spot the man moving past on Monster? This might be some information. It looks like they're going to rotate back onto the site, and coldzera knows somebody's gone past. He's going to get caught in the back, however, but that's the setup, and they line up for Cold. 2 for him, and he's still alive.
2 versus 3 right now. Kiyoshima going to try for a really forward smoke, but he's playing right around it. If they come through, that could be the end of them. He goes for the big spray, but it doesn't quite connect. And now 1-on-3 for Alu. He's put down the bomb, and he's down to 3 health. They've done a good job, SK, of making sure to get into this position. I don't think he can hold on to this side much longer. They're just all around, and they're going to run him down. Cold Zero with the kill.
Taco is so sick. And the reason why I say that is because he lets him run past. He doesn't take a shot, doesn't let him know, hey, I know where they're going. I've spotted them. That's it. Everybody from SK then is rotating off of Taco's information, and all FaZe have no idea they're walking into a trap. What a sick round. The cold blood from that guy not to give it away. He lets FaZe walk right into a wall, and now the chance, the golden opportunity there for FaZe, it might have been missed. It looks to me like they want to go for the force, like they want to get everything going here for this next round. FaZe, throw it all.
Why not? SK have got a disturbingly big lead right now going into the last part of this first half here, and it is the third map. There's nothing more to be played. You win this, you get to play VP in the semifinals. FaZe obviously want to get there, and you look at the first map, you think it's going to happen. It certainly seemed like it, but on this map, I'm not so sure. Double AWP in the hands of Fallen and Fox on the other side, and the weaponry on FaZe is just so sketchy, isn't it? AK, Galil, and those 2 Tech-9s. Not exactly convincing.
No, they need to get these Tech-9s within close quarters range. That's what has to happen here. So you have Rain and AZ. It looks like they're going to take point over here towards Long, and they want to rush Fallen. If Fallen's holding that angle again with the AWP, he misses 1 shot. That's it. It's over. They need to trade. And Far again! 2 kills for him, and Kerrigan's too slow. He just misses the chance as well to get the refrag. Kerrigan, that's not how that's supposed to go. FaZe, that is a painful loss there. You need to trade 1 for 1, especially when you're all going long for that very reason.
Oh, boom. What a shot. Alu gets picked out of the sky. And what is left now? Kerrigan and Kiyoshima here, 2 versus 5. Can they do anything else? Fur will finally be going down, but he did such a good start to such a good job starting off this round. I'm not sure it's going to make a difference here. Kiyoshima trying to see if he can follow it up. A good pick on Fallen, but again, we're down to 30 seconds. How are they going to get onto the bomb side of this raid? Fox actually missing a lot of shots, and he's standing right on the fire. So Kerrigan will get a frag with a Molotov. Taco goes down. FaZe Clan somehow coming back into this round now. It's on Cold Zero. Can he crush their dreams? They are going to get the bomb plant here. He's trying to see if he can move in and maybe pick off one of the guys. Just quick kill there on Kerrigan. We'll make it a 1v1. And he's creeping up. He's got a lot of time with the kit, but he gets a shot right to the face of the AK-47 of Kiyoshima. There's a triple for the French player and a 3rd round finally for FaZe.
And now the money is in shambles for SK. This was the outside chance, and to be frank, when Fer gets that double kill, I'm thinking that's it. SK, they're going to get the 2nd round together. They're going to reestablish their economy. FaZe, this was the Hail Mary, and well, basically at the end, Kerrigan, he catches it. He manages to make it work. It's going to be the eco scenario now for SK Gaming, giving FaZe a window back into this half. 7-3, SK in the lead on CT side, but FaZe are the ones with the rifles, and it's looking like more aggression coming out here from SK Gaming, a favorite for them, except that they do not have a flash. They have Fox with the Kevlar Dig, but everybody else has to hard eco essentially, and so there's very little utility to help this. And Fox gets nothing, point blank with the Deagle. That's not how it's supposed to work. You're looking for 1-taps. Somebody call Scream.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that position with the Deagle. Could have gone out long or somewhere else. They are going to try and push up against Rain. That was all the way over by the fountain, but they don't get anything from it. Cold Zero is also just a couple of seconds away from death here. They're also closing in behind him, so he cannot even really escape. Should be a comfortable round for FaZe, and they make that work. That's important because this is sort of a reset moment in this first half, you know, when they finally get some rounds on the board. And when they then have rifles against pistols, they're supposed to just ease on through, give the whole team a lot more confidence to work with.
Yeah, this is that feel-good round. This is that moment where SK Gaming, they've allowed FaZe to get a chance to start getting some confidence back in this half. You've managed to get some rounds together. You broke SK's economy. You know that the next buy round that SK are going to have is going to be limited. And so that opens up the tactical options for Kerrigan here. If he wants to go for a rush again, he might just go for it because he knows that they might not have the incendiaries, the flashbangs, or the HEs to stop his team from plowing onto a bomb site directly. And so now FaZe, they have all these options ahead of them. The game is theirs to dictate. And so it took some time to get there, but eventually they made it work.
Taco probably just looking for exit kills or admiring the artwork over here by the playground on one or the other, or both at the same time. Not going to be able to find anyone in time, sadly. So a bit of a slow round. Not much happening. But I think for FaZe, again, that's sort of almost a timeout mentally that you've just been given, being able to run over the other team and do a fine job here.
Double eco scenario here for SK. I don't think they have the money to go for the force. It's looking like 3K across the board. And that's just, you're cutting it too slim. You're cutting it too close if you're falling at that point, calling for it. So you're going to have to go for another round of eco. It's going to be the half buy coming through here for SK. And so they give themselves a fighting chance to do some damage, a couple of flashes, some Kevlar, some pistols, but they still have $3 grand in the bank for the buy in the next round. That's the long-term plan here for SK Gaming. And I like it. Lots of damage being put out here on SK already, going for the mid control. They get punished a little bit.
Oh, got to be very careful here, Rain. First, right around the corner, UMP and no head armor, but still enough to pick up that quick kill. That's going to be a bit annoying. Put some pressure on the FaZe side of things. Cold Zero will be going down, though. Good shot from Carrigan. Make sure that happens. Now the B-bomb side, seconds away from falling. Not much the Taco can do. He's going to get the first kill in, but there are 3 people coming, and Carrigan will close it out. So now 3 versus 3 seems equal, but it isn't.
This is still a winnable situation for SK, though, because they've got some utility. They managed to trade, exactly, trading effectively. That's what it's all about. But Kiyoshima gets a spray. 2 kills for him from the site itself. And that's big. That's a save because SK Gaming, I think they did everything right. They had to get in there and actually put pressure when somebody's occupied trying to plant the bomb. Because then it's actually a 3v2. You have the man advantage because that guy's occupied. He's actually trying to plant. There was a chance there, but the window, it was so slim. And Kiyoshima saves it. So now 5 rounds on the board here for FaZe Clan on T side, and this is starting to turn into a pretty good first half for FaZe. SK, it's now or never. Can you put a halt to this madness? You've got the AWP on Fallen. We've all seen magical things from him, so now's the time.
Oh man, they've done a very good job, FaZe, to get back in this game. It looked like it was going to be a repeat of either one of the first 2 maps, or one team just takes off and the other team's got no chance, but FaZe showing that they belong in this quarterfinals, that they could maybe even take it further. It's really impressive. 7-5 as we're moving into the 13th round. Patience on Fallen over at long, and on the other side, he's going to be very careful. The Finnish sniper is there. He could be flashed at any moment. Fallen is ready for it. Doesn't get the shot, but they practically lined up for a double there.
Man, that timing, so scary. A real clinch moment, but it's still a 5-on-5, and there's still a chance for FaZe. And now they're changing it up. And this is what I want to see from Fallen. Some aggro mid. He's perfectly comfortable being in these kind of close quarter situations with the op. This is what he's known for. He might try and drift away from that just for that very reason, but he needs to make that play every now and again, right? He still needs to try and go for that mid control. And so he will be here to catch anybody out. But Fur already taking some damage, getting caught out on long. Not sure if he spotted the bomb, but 4 players are here now for FaZe, and they're right about to pounce on the B site, and there's still 3 players looking towards B. No. We have 3 on A. Okay, not in sniper. This is it.
Fur going to be falling back. He's very low on health. Somehow still picks up the kill on AZ, but they've walked past Fallen. He no scopes. No, he actually gets the shot on Kiyoshima. Just 1 scope coming in, and he's looking for a bit more. They have to go and hunt him. Otherwise, the backup is going to be coming in for the bomb side. This is everything. If Fallen goes down, this round can still be won by FaZe, but as long as he's alive, they're simply boxed in. He sees the gun barrel here. Rain, he knows he's got it. The bomb goes down. Fallen still alive back here, and the sandwich is coming in from the other side. The more time Rain spends here, the worse it's going to get for his team. Carrigan looking for the first shot. He's going to get it, but he can't get the follow-up. Fox will drop him. Alu, close range, and Fox coming in with another one. Now all on Rain. Can he stop them from defusing? They're on the other side. Actually, they're going to stop the defuse, and that gives a little bit of time for Rain, but not enough. It will still be around for SK Gaming. They all walked right past Fallen. That could have been around. If they could have got the kill on him, they would have been able to plant on the other side, and the retake coming in from B wouldn't have been that successful. But as long as he's alive, they have to, and what a crazy scope there.
That's what I'm talking about with Fallen. When he gets onto overpass, when he's over in restroom like that, the close quarters action with an opera, some operas, that is exactly what they try to avoid. They don't want to get up to the point where they're almost using the op like a shotgun. They want to keep that distance. Instead, Fallen, perfectly capable of hitting shots like that and saving it, but you got to give it to Fox as well. That double kill, I thought Alu had him dead to rights, and then you're into an even situation again where FaZe can make their way out. But Fox getting the double spray on the site, and you can see I think Kerrigan's feeling pretty frustrated with how this has gone. But this is a technical timeout. This is not a tactical pause, and so the players, apart from Taco, obviously, shouldn't be talking. They can't really go over what's happened in the round.
Just trying to figure out what's going on here. So close to the end of the half. The fact that SK won that round, I think, is very important for them. FaZe were looking to make a full comeback, maybe make it, 7-8 in their favor suddenly if they win that round. It's so weird, isn't it? Because I can almost guarantee that if Fallen had gone down, they would have planted on the other side. And I mean, Rain, he can't do anything in that 1v2. He just has to sort of try and see if he can run to the other side of the boxes, but not happening this time. He's also at the bottom of the scoreboard, Rain, with 3 kills. That's so unusual.
And AZ's run out of gas in the tank as well. He went phenomenal. He went strong in the first 2 maps. He was delivering a lot of important kills, trying to challenge, looking for fights.
I mean, here's the issue, right? On Train, he was actually only effective in the first 6 rounds or something, where he won so many battles down at Ivy, and that was great. But even those rounds, they didn't win. So AZ sort of, gave it a lot and tried to make it work. But then after that, he disappeared off of Train as well. So just a tough time here for him in the quarterfinals. They need him. They need him desperately.
So in the downtime, guys, we're going to go ahead and do a quick promotion here. The Bleacher Report, download Team Stream, the free app from Bleacher Report, and follow the esports stream for all the latest E-League and esports news. You got it there. You can get it on your phone, and you can keep up to date with everything that's happening here at the Major and with CS in general. So pretty nifty, pretty good to have. But we still have the technical difficulty. It's actually Taco's just dropped out of the server, so we're trying to get that sorted out. You can tell that he's not happy about it. Nobody wants to have a pause at this point in time.
What's that little thing? Has he got a shuriken on stage? I'm sure that's not allowed. That's, keep the weapons inside of the game, Taco.
Well, he's keeping, the spirit of Nip alive, at least.
Yeah, that's true, being represented slightly at the Major. Obviously, complete shock that they didn't make it all the way. Absolutely
It's
upsetting.
Agonizing for a team that have made every Major, and then to be the ones, when you have the likes of Envy, you have teams like Fnatic that are still keeping it alive. For Nip not to be at the Major, that is a brutal, brutal loss. And for the fans as well, definitely talked to a lot of you guys, and there have been quite a few Nip fans here tuning in, wanting to watch them play, but not this time. We'll have to wait until the next one.
I wish we could get a close-up. Look at that. I don't even know what it is. It's an actual mystery.
Is this Inception? Could that be his totem?
Yeah.
Is this reality, Anders?
Well, you know what I think about that, Semler? We are all just living in a simulation.
Stop. Stop right now.
It's
putting a halt to it. Just focus on that. Focus on that, Anders. You see it's spinning, and it's not stopping. It's spinning. This is reality. There you go. See, that's what Taco's telling himself as well. We should get him back any second, guys, so thanks for being patient with us.
How long before that just flies into his eye and he's just, just out of the game entirely, just can't play on? I'd be careful with that.
Dude, that's how you babysit. Distract the kid with the other video games. Watch the video game you actually want to watch while you're doing it. Perfect. This man, he's a master.
That's very well played. Very well played indeed. Yeah. See, I think we are close to getting back into it. You see Taco launching everything. That's a good view. We can see what's going on. We get the close-up. Now everyone's interested.
I like how this has become the focus. You know what's going to happen, Anders, is that we've literally just given new merchandising ideas to SK. They're like, man, why are we not selling these on the website? Call the provider.
The weird. He's also. I'm actually mystified. I'm actually just have no idea what that is.
It's actually got a signature on it too. What is this?
It's like a spinning top that you don't even have to put it on the table. What genius came up with this?
And it doubles as a razor as well.
Is that no, I don't think it
that is. That is a signature.
All right.
What is going on here? What is this thing? Does it make noise when he spins it? I'm fascinated too. I feel like a cat. I can't look away. It's like, might as well have a red dot going on it as well. This is how you maintain my focus. We're so easy to please, us gamers, right? Just show us a doohickey and then we'll talk about it for days.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, still, I wonder if this now, see, this is the issue, right? And obviously technical difficulties you can't really do anything about. Look what you've done. I hope you're proud of yourself, Sam.
I am, dude. This crowd is awesome. So sick. We got even more people here today. It's beautiful. Love it, guys. Thank you all for showing up to enjoy the Major with us here. This is the best that we get.
If I see even one person dapping, it's going to be over.
Please, somebody dab right now.
We're going to stop it. No, stop
somebody
it.
Dab.
It's 2017. We all made an agreement.
Deliver.
We all made an agreement not to do it. No woos and no dabbing, please. back to Taco. Well, if you are just joining us, this is where we are. The last quarterfinals. The winner, they get to play Virtus Pro. We've already had the first 2 maps, and as you can tell, 16-7 in favor of FaZe on the first one, 16-3 in the favor of SK on the second. And now, I mean, this is the closest one we're going to have yet, I think. They seem neck and neck at the moment, in spite of the fact that SK were running away with the early game.
Yep.
You see the overall fraggers. I'm stunned by the fact that Fur's playing this well across all 3 maps. He's almost had no drop-off in performance at all. He's got 133 ADR and 16 kills. What a madman.
No, he's a monster for sure. I mean, these teams have already, like, it's fun to see it that it comes down to the quarterfinals between these 2 teams as well, because they've already played against each other as well in the group stage. And I'm glad that we're going the distance here on the 3rd map, because when they played in the group stage, it went to overtime on Mirage, and SK barely got the win out of that. And so, very even matchup here between the 2. What we have seen so far is that in the group stage, it's been a lot of overtime. We had 6 overtimes in the group stage. We had a lot of close maps go the distance. Here, when we're getting into the playoffs, it's a lot more one-sided. We're seeing, you know, each team kind of pick their very strong map. It's a one-sided scoreline in their favor. And then we get into a map where it's actually a bit more even, like we have here on Overpass.
All right, watching from South America, I guess. That is a baller setup, isn't it?
That's like that setup
That's the man cave right there.
You made it.
They are, yeah, definitely made it. Just have a whole room dedicated to. You know the future is going to be as well. You're just going to have one room in your house that has nothing in it, because just a VR room that you have to sort of walk around with your VR headset on and do things. You can't be anything you can bump into.
We're going full Fahrenheit 451 on this. You're just going to interact with the wall directly. The wall is going to educate your children.
Yeah,
the wall is going to take care of everything, Anders.
Yeah. And then it will become apparent we're living in a simulation. That's what I'm saying. Man.
I like to think it's more, you know, Neomancer, where you're going to have just like a jack. Or like Matrix, right? Matrix jacked that from Neomancer. But like, you're just going to have a jack, you're going to jack it, and that's it. You just get sucked into the Matrix, into this reality.
Well, I'll wait for it. They're getting really hyped.
Oh, well, I was about to ask, like, where are the SK fans in the crowd? But all I'm hearing right now are the Arby's fans. That's right. We got ELEAGUE fans here, first and foremost. And I'm sure there are some SK fans. Let's hear some noise from the SK fans in the crowd. Oh, not so much.
We've got more Arby's fans than SK fans. They love the meats, apparently. Epic.
All right, guys. Thanks for being patient with us. We've got it sorted out. The countdown has begun to get into the 14th round of this first half, the last map of the quarterfinals, to see who goes on into the semis to face off against Virtus Pro. Is it SK Gaming? Is it FaZe? We'll see who actually ends strong here on the first half, Anders.
Yeah, everyone take a deep breath, because this could be a really close match. 8-5, 14th round is coming up. It's all AKs on FaZe, and a bit of a mix on the SK side. They've got all the weaponry they could possibly need here to close out this. If it finishes 10-5, it's going to be great for them. And the rush coming into the B-bomb side. Same exact setup. Rain charging in first. The flashes are through. FaZe, there's so much of the bombs. Look at it. SK, they can't do anything. Rain takes one, and a second one too. Fox and Taco out of it. Now a 3-on-3. What an intense B-rush that is. Absolute perfection, but now comes Cold Zero, and not only does he get the kill on AZ, AZ had the bombs, and there's not going to be any bomb plant right now. 2-on-3, and they're actually going to try and boost out of the bomb side. FaZe in the middle of all of it. This could either be completely silly or it could be genius.
No, this is genius, Anders. This is one of the sickest moves. This is so dirty. Does it actually work, though? Because they are prepared for some kind of backstab from A. They know that they've got him boxed in. Whoever's on the B side, they know they've got him boxed. But for right now, he's ready for it. And the flank, it's going to get caught. Alu's been spotted, and now this is where you get really frustrated if you're FaZe. What do you got to do to catch these guys off guard? You go for the B rush, and it works at the start. But then SK, they've been listening to Bruce Lee. They're like water. They just shift. They mold themselves into the perfect defensive formation, and there's nothing FaZe can do.
It is such a good idea to get that boost in, but then when you get read by Fur, you've got to wonder, what kind of level is Fur on right now? He just sees it coming, he doesn't care. That's a 9th round for SK Gaming. The last round of the half here going to be played with AKs, Deagle, Tech9 there on Carrigan, so not exactly a full buy, but a buy that's good enough that you can still win the round, and I think they need to. I feel like this long pause due to technical difficulties, they got to make sure that they can actually get this 6th round in on the FaZe side. Then they're still in the game.
I admire Kerrigan for that call, too. You know, that technical pause, it could have worked against them, but they are just trying to go all-out offense right now, FaZe. Take control after that long pause. It didn't work in the last round. They fell short. SK, the defense was too tough. But in this round now, they've shifted up their position on the map, and they've got that man advantage.
Trying to make their way in. Fallen playing at the edge of the smoke. That's so clever. But he misses his opportunity. Now they've got long control. They've got so much time. And they've got all the grenades faced for a default setup here. Alu low on health. Fallen trying again.
Oh, there it is!
Wow! Takes down Rain.
Ah, I love it. Now Cold is boosted up. Clever girl. Or boy. This is going to work. He's going to get one. No, Fallen robs him. He will get the follow-up, though. And they're getting picked apart once again. FaZe slowing down. The pace is not helping him. It's Alu in a 1v4. He'll take down Fallen, sure, but it's a 1v3 now. And the bomb, it's on the site in the SK ranks. How is he going to find his way out of this?
With 2 health, I don't think he will. I've got to be cynical at this point in time. I just don't see it happening. He is creeping in, but as soon as they find out where he is, all they have to do is fall back. And Fox also does have some grenades to work with here, so SK recovering well from the early loss of Fur over on long and just making sure they can get this last round. 17 seconds well from Alu. He's going to be walking in. Fox turning around, and a 10-5 first half lead here for SK Gaming. 6 rounds away from making it in to the semifinals.
I like that from him as well, Fox. He knows he's a stand-in. And, well, does he really want to risk the wrath of Fallen by going for the knife? Because I feel like in this major, we've seen enough knife round attempts. Doja, Bonfig. He could have gone for it there. But instead, he just plays it safe, gets it done, and ends it. 10-5. This is solid, Anders. We're cooking with gas here. This can definitely go the distance. Because FaZe, they didn't get totally obliterated. 5 rounds separating. If they win the pistol, they can still get back into this. So it's not over. Far from it. Countdown has begun. We're not wasting any time. Straight into the second half pistol.
16th round is coming up right here. FaZe Clan. This is one of those must-win situations, without a doubt. SK I think they'll power through with a really swift win here if they win the pistol. Overpass not so easy when you're on the T side, though. Those Glocks, quite long range you have to fire at, and the USP is definitely going to be better at that. And they are making their way out long. They've got a really big setup here. It's such a shame that Kerrigan doesn't have a flashbang, but he has a smoke that he could maybe try and help his teammates out with once the push comes through. Rain, is he going to be the first point of contact? It almost feels like it, and then Alu and Kerrigan are going to come in to help out, but First sees it coming already. Rain missing the shots. Fur going to pick up the kill. Fallen getting very low, and a headshot from Alu. He gets one, trying for the second, but he's simply out of bullets. And now it's a 3 versus 4 here.
Kerrigan not able to follow up. Come on, he's down to 52 HP. He's still alive, and he's still got that smoke, so he can still use it to buy some time here, and he's going to have to get it down fairly quickly because SK Gaming are getting primed and ready to go charging onto the A site. Kiyoshima's in position, but he's wiped out by Cold. Doesn't even see him coming. Opened himself up to long, and Cold pounced. It's a 2-on-4 now, and now a 1-on-4. AZ, the last man alive. Can he be the hero that FaZe desperately need here on the 3rd map? And there's the first headshot. Takes down Fox. Fallen very low on HP, but way far back, not at risk. It's up to Taco and Cold to take the man fight if they have to.
Yeah, and AC just has to run and gun. He does have a smoke. That could buy some time. That's actually really important here. Try and force them out. He's looking for the kill on somebody here, but he's not really connecting with the headshots. And Cold Zero be able to take him out. Triple kill in the pistol. High impact round for him. And SK, now they're getting close. 11-5 is the scoreline here. They're 5 rounds away from making yet another semifinals in a very high-powered career for them.
Both pistol rounds picked up for SK Gaming. And, well, definitely, you saw this setup. And Rain, he was the first point of contact. You're right about that. But I feel like there needed to be more from his teammates. As soon as the fight starts, it should be instant where everybody throws in, and it's just a melee. And those instances of hesitation that we saw from FaZe there, refusing to take the fight, that ended up costing him. And that, I think, is making the difference here between SK Gaming moving on and FaZe Clan just not showing us the full potential. They need to get their minds in the game. No hesitation. There's no backing up from here. Your tournament life is on the line.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's the reason why they were trying to be a bit aggressive over by sort of the birthday party there. Just wanting to see if they can get that first kill with the scout or really anything that could go their way. They don't find it just yet. taking a bit of damage and just falling back to a safer position. AC pre-firing that, though. Very common for people to make that jump to just get information.
Yeah, that comes down to timing, knowing exactly what the timings are, where somebody might go for the peak. And well, let's see how things pan out, because SK Gaming are being very thorough right now. We've got that killer unit moving together. Cold is just checking on Fox to make sure that they're going to be together. And there is a man making his way over to Long now. That's going to be Fallen. And he might walk right into Alu. And Alu, he had a chance there to do some damage. But Fallen darts back to safety. And Cold moving in to get the flank, but it's not going to be necessary. Fallen finds a shot long range on Alu. So a man advantage now for SK Gaming in the round. And now a two-man advantage. Taco catches Kiyoshima in the open over towards B.
And Fur going to get the headshot on AZ there. Rain did tag up Fox really well with the pistol, but that no longer seems like it's really relevant. Grenades are raining in as well. And SK, even with 20 seconds here, no panic at all. They're going to make sure and close out the round 12-5. They're so close to the goal. They're so close to the finish line, but there's no sprint in them at all. They're just slowly creeping up, and they're going to make sure to win it, leaving nothing to chance. And FaZe still can't buy.
Yeah, FaZe, I mean, you can see Alu managing his money right now to save for that AWP, right? And so what's going to happen is SK Gaming, they'll get up onto 13, and it's all going to be about that round if FaZe can get the wall erected. I mean, we are in America after all. Can they do it? Or are SK just going to go bashing through into the semifinals? VP, just to be clear, VP are waiting in the semis for the winner of this match.
And if it is going to be SK, which is looking likely at the moment, I think they really need to think hard about that game, because that's going to be tough. The way the VP were looking yesterday and the way that SK were looking on some of these maps now, that could be difficult. I think the Polish team is going to be really strong in that matchup.
Yeah, there's so much experience between both of those lineups. That will be a fantastic semifinals if we get there. FaZe are not out of the fight just yet, so we can't get too ahead of ourselves. Fallen looking for the fallback shot, not going to get it. Instead, Fur is there to save him. And Kiyoshima caught it top mid. Nothing really panning out here for FaZe, but that's to be expected. This is a hard eco from them. They're saving every dime they've got for the next round. And well, Fur, he takes advantage, gets a quad kill, pads the stats, gets a few of those eco kills. That's a feel-good moment for him. But now we have to see if that's going to be enough here for FaZe, if they're pissed off enough to end it here, to ruin Fur's mood.
How do you do that, though? This is not a map where it's particularly... It used to be easy to get the CT lockdown. I would say against a team like SK on the T side, that would be very difficult to do.
Absolutely, because they're so explosive, SK Gaming, as well. Right now, we're seeing a very slow, measured pace from them, but they're perfectly capable of flipping a switch and just charging out onto a site, and we might see that here very early on towards B with that bomb. HGs go out, but they're useless, and AZ, I think he's waiting for the team flash. The flash comes through. Is it effective? Yes, he picks up one. Nearly a second, but it's not going to happen. Fur is there to trade it, and a man advantage turns into an even situation now. We're into a 4-on-4.
Critical refrag there. Nice idea. I mean, once that smoke is up and you hear the grenade too, your next thought is definitely not going to be that someone runs through. So the full combination, and obviously the flash over the wall from someone inside of the B bomb site, it is actually a pretty cool setup. No, it doesn't work out this time. Karrigan spots out one guy that was Fox holding out by Sewer. But SK are perfectly happy to just wait. Why do anything else here? They already sort of slightly made one mistake there. I mean, it could have been the AC just gone down immediately. So why not see if they're going to make a second one?
It is up to the CT side around the 50-second mark, which is exactly where we're at now, to start making plays for information, to start figuring out where SK Gaming are going. And while SK Gaming, they're just thinking, it's time to go for us. We're going to go onto the B site. They've used all of their grenades here to clear out these angles. Kiyoshima's still alive. We've seen some heroics from him so far, and there's the headshot. He continues to deliver, takes down Fox, and now man advantage for FaZe going into the retake. They just need to stay alive.
Bomb is down. They do have a kit, though, but no grenades left. They line up for Fur. He almost gets that double. Look how close that is. Karrigan down to 9 health. Taco and Cold Sierra. 2 versus 3. They've got the health. They got the rifles. Aloe is down. Taco, can he turn around for another kill? Karrigan down and out of the round. Rain out of the open. He's going to drop. Taco with a double. And that's a 14-5 scoreline. That might have been the one big chance for FaZe to turn it around. They had the rifles, and they had the man lead. Not enough.
That, to me, is one of the most powerful duos in CSGO. If you're going to have any two players surviving at the end of the round, holding a bomb site or trying to defend together, Taco and Cold, They're excellent. They have a long history of playing together, and when Taco finally joined the roster to join up with Cold, it really just took off for him. That they're always sitting next to each other, and they're just monsters out and out. That helps as well. Cold, you see him a lot of the time. He'll be glancing over at Taco's monitor just to see. Even if they're not wasting time talking to each other, he's still checking, okay, where's Taco's position? Taco's doing the same, and then they go as soon as they feel it. But that was a perfect defense. That's exactly how it's supposed to be done. And FaZe now, they're floundering.
Double scout from us, M4 and UMP in the 20th round here. It feels like they've almost run out of steam here, FaZe. On the frag front, Kiyoshima still leading the charge and doing a good job with 13 kills. Then Alu and Carrigan 10, 11. But they're in the low double digits, whereas Fur has got 25 kills, Fallen 18, 17 on Cold Zero. Nobody right now can match that on FaZe side. So even just on that level, even if you strip away all the tactics and everything else, it's still a problem for FaZe that they're just not getting the kills. And Fur shutting down Alu right off the bat. Scout versus AK, and he's going to win it.
And that certainly isn't going to help things for FaZe right now. The pressure is really going to start mounting, and they've got 3 players towards B, and this is immediately the answer that they need to go for. Time to push, boys. Time to take the fight to him. Only problem is Taco's holding super passive. He isn't even close monster. He's on the other side, and exactly as soon as AZ pushes through that smoke, boom, Taco's there for the headshot. A 2-man advantage now. SK Gaming, they saw it coming from a mile away, and the key thing, the crux of it is that FaZe, they keep giving up the man advantage. They keep allowing SK Gaming to set the pace, and SK, they're more than comfortable to take advantage of that. They'll just sit and wait. This is it now. 2v5. And still SK are taking their time.
They're making absolute sure again. It's so frustrating if you're FaZe. You want them to just, you know, make the mistake. Go somewhere, just start running so you can at least get a random pickoff or anything like that. Carrigan did spawn out Taco, but it's not going to help him. He still just has to try and save this for the upcoming round, and Taco's walking right in behind him. He's going to get that kill, but this will be 15-5. Carrigan, he's too far away, and he's going to get shot down by Fox. Match and map point here in favor of SK Gaming. They are 1 round away from making a semi-final against Virtus.pro. What a game that will be.
Another semi-final. And this, I mean, it's months. Ooh. What's this?
We had the tunnel vision of cameras.
I mean, months and months of just time between the last major. And there was a question, is SK going to have the level to be able to keep showing us that? They won both of the majors last year. They were the uncontested best at the beginning, going into the second, into basically the first half of the year was the SK era, essentially. And now, we're here at the first major of this year, and SK Gaming again poised with a stand-in, no less, to go into the semifinals. These players are monsters.
Taco's been tagged up, and so is AZ. They've just exchanged some damage down towards the B-bomb site. But SK feel very comfortable in this slow style, and why wouldn't they? It's brought them to this point, and FaZe have had no answers. They really not come up with anything on the CT side. And that's unusual. I mean, we saw the level of preparation from Carrigan earlier in the tournament, but also earlier in the quarterfinals, that he seemed to have some really good ideas and good plans. In this second half, we're lacking a lot of that.
Well, it's time to see. I like it. It looks like Taco going to try and set up with that AWP to see if he can get anything done. Cold, Zera, and Fur making their way closer to the site. And with 45 seconds left on the clock, it's getting to be that time, SK, where you're going to have to make the play. Kiyoshima, he's in one of the more solid positions if he can get support from his teammates. And he's going to have to be in position here with the spray, but it's not going to happen. Fox, in fact, with the double entry kill, wipes out the defense.
Carrigan getting shot down as well. Rain and Alu are left. 2 versus 5 at the moment. And it seems like it's just meant to be. An absolutely legendary lineup, the core of this team. So good. Rain, mid-air called, and it's going to be 16-5 SK Gaming. 1 more semi-finals for this absolutely amazing team. You see the family completely fired up, and why wouldn't they be?
Of course.
That's all the quarterfinals done here at the E-League Major. All we have left now are the semis and obviously the grand finals. 2 semi-finals are going to be coming up today, and it'll be insane.
What's insane, and yeah, Kerrigan has a good reason to be pissed off and frustrated right now because they pick up 8 rounds across 2 maps, FaZe. The last 2 maps of this best of 3, they got dominated. They didn't get anything going, not hitting their shots, tactically not getting into the game. This was SK's show on the last 2 maps, and that shows some true mental fortitude on SK's part. To lose the first map, to have it be a very one-sided win, in fact, for FaZe, but then to come back and just completely wipe them off the face of the planet, that's right, that's right, Fallen. Give a few kisses to the fan because you definitely put on a show. We're going to go to a short break, guys, and when we come back, we'll hear what the analysts have to say about the last quarterfinal here at the ELEAGUE Major.
So there you have it. It turns out SK Gaming are going to be our other semi-finalists. They've shown the pedigree of champions to overcome FaZe Clan. And to tell you more about it, Fallen is on the stage now talking to Smiggs.
Thank you very much, Richard. First of all, congratulations, Fallen. This is your 3rd semifinal in a row. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. So let's just start with talking about Mirage. Now, this was your 2nd time playing Mirage against FaZe. Lost both pistols again like last time, but this time it just did not work out. So what do you think went wrong?
Hello, everyone. I think FaZe played super well the first map. They are a very good team on this map. And we tried to gamble some stuff, trying to do something different to catch them off guard. We had a good start after the pistol. We made 2 rounds after losing the first 3. But then we thought they would be equaling. They made a good execution on the A side, and then they started getting control on the game. So I think it's props to them from this map. They're a very good team on Mirage.
Now, I also want to talk about Overpass because there's one point where your team lost a 5v2, and it gave FaZe a chance for a momentum and maybe even a comeback. So talk about what happened there.
Yeah, that's a mistake that you should not do on majors. That could cost us a lot. But as soon as it happened, I just tried to tell everyone, all right, just happened. Never mind. Let's forget about it. And that's a round we shouldn't have never lost. But overconfidence, sometimes you make some mistakes. And then I like to say that when you lose rounds like that, it's mainly because of the first kills, not because of the last one. So it was because of me and Fur that we lost this round. So we just try to keep ourselves calm, manage the economy, get some good guns against, and we have a good read after the pulse as well. After timeout, the technical problem we had, we knew they could be pushing B as a strat that they have been using at the beginning of the game. And then after that was just a normal game.
And I also noticed that you guys like to switch around who's opping. So for example, on Mirage, we saw that it was both Foxa and Colt, and on Overpass, it was you and Colt. So how do you decide when to switch that up?
It's about the roles. It's about what we want to bring to the game. So Mirage, I was playing more soloing A side, and you can do it with another guns as well. I tried to do a little with the AWP, but I didn't have too much success. And it's just about what we want to do, the setups we want to use, and how we're feeling. I think our team has a lot of good AWPers. Even Taco is a good AWPer. Sometimes on specific maps he's bringing it. So it's about what we want to do.
All right, one last quick question. You're not going to be playing VP in the semifinal, and this is your third time playing them at the major. Quarterfinals at Columbus, you beat them. Semifinals at Cologne, you beat them. And now you're facing them one more time. So what is it going to be?
I think playing VP is always awesome. It's always good matches. We beat them the last 2 times in the majors. But recently they had beat us as well in other tournaments. So this time I think it's the final one. Let's see which is the best one. And I think this one is going to be awesome because it's for a finals again. So it's going to be a pleasure to play against those guys. They're legends, but we're here to stay. We're here to get under title. We make it 3 times in a row. Can I say something in Portuguese very quickly? Galera, obrigado pela torcida. Vamos pra frente. E hoje a bola estava afiada. Vocês sabem onde é que o spray é bom. E vamos pra cima. Tamo junto, galera. Bora pra essa final. Tamo lá.
Congratulations, Fallen. Amazing stuff. And with that, it'll be SK going on to face VP in the second semifinal.
Thanks very much. Always great to hear from Fallen, and we're going to wax lyrical about a champion's performance from SK Gaming there against FaZe. But I'll start with you, Duncan. I think FaZe are really going to kick themselves a little bit here. I don't think they could have got a better veto, played SK Gaming in a better situation than this to really win and progress to that semi-final. Do you concur?
Yeah, I think this was actually a great opportunity. That's why I plumped for them in the end. I actually think Carrigan, I don't really give a whole lot of blame for this Overpass game. I thought he actually called a wonderful T-side. He established the B hits early on. They were really, really good. He had some innovative use of smokes and Molotovs. The big problem they had this whole T half was they could never attack the A site because Fur was just going off. He was so good aggressively in those bathrooms, and then turned out actually that whole theory I had that if they continue to let Fox off, there's going to be a way in. They didn't. They put the ult back into Fallen's hands. He's very much a linchpin, and so the A site, you had Fallen, you had Fur. That was the lockdown right then. You notice what they constantly did is swap up who was where. So sometimes it was Fur pushed up in the bathroom, other times it was Fallen who was there. So as a result, you couldn't even attack them the same way. And Fur just went off completely in this game.
In the whole series, he was unbelievably good, and he's been a monster. So good on him. And yeah, I mean, you had to have known though, like Fallen on this map. This is like one of his, the home map, as we say. It's one of his specialty maps, much like Kerrigan has Mirage at times. But this is a map with his op. It's just so hard to work against it to begin with, and you add in Fur. Essentially, I mean, FaZe gets a lot of their T rounds over towards the B bomb site. That's where they had the most success. But you still need to be able to have some kind on the other side of the map. And I mean, 5 rounds, it's enough if you win the pistol. If you don't win the pistol into the second half, you don't give yourself enough of a chance. You don't give yourself enough breathing room to try and come back into the match.
I mean, the other factor that did not occur for FaZe, like I think tactically it was fine. They had it going. They got a decent amount of T rounds, but just look at who we're highlighting here. Where's Rain? Where's AZ? Those are the star players of the team. You can't have both not turn up. If one doesn't turn up, fair enough. If Rain has the bad game, but AZ goes off and he gets in, that's fine. But I mean, when you're playing against Fur dropping 30 every map, you've got to have something from your stars.
Yes, and I want to say as well, there did seem to be some little hesitation. I don't know if there's a little bit of nerves or jitters or whatever it was, but there was one round in particular, that first buy round on that T side of FaZe. They get onto the site, they got that double entry, they got the numerical advantage. Everything should be going well, but instead, just turns out they just got shut down immediately.
It's one of the great things that we've seen from SK over their time as one of the best teams in the world, is that how good they are at coming back from disadvantaged situations, how good they are playing advantage situations. That being said, we've seen them lose some in this tournament, but I mean, we're at the point now where SK, even if they're down 3-4 in a round, like there's still a great possibility those guys are going to come back. Communication is unreal between them in clutch situations.
Yeah, well, obviously you picked out one of the X factors here in this win. It's the X factor presented by HyperX. What have you got for us, Jason?
I mean, it's just touching on exactly what Duncan said. This is Fur. Look at, I mean, this is just so much space, so much action taking away from the bomb site. So there's time for SK to rotate. I mean, FaZe did a very, very poor job of trading those kills, of flushing them out of position. You have to be able to control bathrooms on this map if you want to have any success, because otherwise the map just shrinks and you can't go anywhere else. You can't do anything else if you cannot flush them out of those positions.
So, Duncan, SK Gaming, they have continued to impress. They've got better as the tournament's progressed, always a good sign. and let's be real. I think Fox, he hasn't looked, in the early stages, it didn't look like he was a part that was going to quite fit. I think he's looking okay here, and I think, honestly, it might not be vintage SK Gaming. It's not a million miles away from it, though.
I think it's quite a different look, though. Like, I've never seen an overpass game like that where it's Fur who's just dominating in that way. So they've switched it up in that sense. But at the moment, if Fur doesn't show any signs of letting up in this tournament so far, coldzera started to join him from train onwards. That combo, quite clearly, in its own way, we never had to see it before, can be an amazing duo in and of itself. So for me, the thing I'm still focused on going further forwards in the tournament is how they're going to figure out this whole Fallen Fox thing. Because you have to know, this was what's intelligent. This was knowing when it wouldn't be to their benefit to give Fox the AWP and to put him in that position, because it would have taken so much away from Fallen that then suddenly that A site's open. So I think it's more depending on how they decide the maps. Like if they're going forwards, if they play Mirage again, might well happen against Virtus Pro. They can't do what they did this time around. So if they can keep learning, there's a chance. It's still taking a lot. You're asking a lot of your superstars to hit these kind of numbers every time, though.
Yeah, and Jason, just
No, I mean, I think that's exactly it. I think depending on how they're going to give, what they're going to give to Fox, I think it just shrinks the map pool. I don't think there's anyone left in this tournament that they can beat on Mirage. I mean, for instance, just because of how they switch things up, how much they give to Fox. So they've got to be very careful how they veto moving forward. That VP game is going to be very interesting, to say the least.
Can't wait for it. But just to let you know, of course, the next game is going to be Fnatic versus Astralis. But before we get into that, we're going to show you a feature about the Brazilian magician, the man that Duncan calls the Terminator. It's coldzera. We'll see you soon after this break.
Eu nasci em São Paulo, Brasil. Desde pequeno sempre gostava de jogar muito videogame. Quando eu jogava CS com meu irmão, a gente era bem competitivo um com o outro. E ele sempre me zoava bastante, falando que eu era muito ruim.
Ele era horrível, a gente ainda até brincava. Falei, meu, você não nasceu pra esse jogo, para de jogar isso aí, isso é horrível. E daqui a pouco ele começava a treinar, jogava de manhã, jogava à noite. E aí de uma hora pra outra ele parou de viver, vamos dizer.
Sempre tentei tirar ele do computador para ele poder ficar mais próximo da gente, para poder jogar bola, sei lá, beber, enfim, fazer qualquer coisa. É determinante.
E quando menos esperamos, ele já tinha passado nós.
Eu comecei a jogar competitivamente a primeira vez, com quase 18 anos de idade, e eu consegui montar um time e a gente começou a disputar os campeonatos. Era muito difícil manter esse segredo dos meus pais.
Aí quando ele começou a jogar, ele jogava escondido, ele não falava que ele ia, ele falava que ele ia sair, que ele ia no cinema.
Eu achava que eu precisava esconder, porque... E meu pai era muito difícil de falar, porque como ele me via jogando todos os dias, ele achava que eu tava ficando meio viciado e maluco. Quando eu descobri que os meninos da Luminosity me queriam, o Fer me ligou, ele conversou comigo, ele me ligou, eu não sabia nem como ele tinha meu número. De começo eu achei que ele tava mentindo porque ele tinha uma fama meio de ser um pouco doente. No momento eu fiquei muito feliz, porque era o meu sonho jogar internacionalmente. Quando eu falei pra minha mãe que eu fui convidado a jogar fora, minha mãe falou, fala com seu pai. Aí eu fiquei um pouco com medo de falar com meu pai. Um pouco não, foi com bastante medo de falar com meu pai.
Em 98 eu montei a minha empresa.
Aí começamos fabricando as vassouras numa garagem de casa. Aí era muita luta, porque assim, os funcionários eram nós mesmos que fazia o serviço.
Empregamos hoje 60 funcionários. Todos os pais gostariam que os filhos dessem continuidade aos negócios que ele tem, tá? Eu também gostaria.
Sentei na mesa com ele, falei que fui convidado para jogar fora. E ele falou que não queria que eu fosse. Quando eu era mais novo, tive a chance de jogar futebol profissionalmente. E meu pai me barrou, ele me tirou do futebol. E acho que ele ficou com medo de eu não seguir os passos dele. Mas dessa vez foi um pouco diferente.
Eu falei, Marcelo, eu não vou deixar eu escondi o passaporte. Porque ele falou que se eu não deixasse, ele ia de qualquer jeito. Eu falei, não vai.
Eu sentei com meu pai mais uma vez para conversar. Falou que queria conversar com o Fallen e eles tiveram uma conversa.
So when I called his dad, I told him that this was an opportunity that normally doesn't appear twice in a life, so that he should give his son the ability to choose what he wants to do and chase a dream that he had for so long time.
Ali me falou uma coisa, que a chance dele era 1 em 1 milhão. Magoou o coração da gente. E eu falei pro meu filho, como pai eu não deixaria você ir, tá? Mas como amigo, né? Eu acredito que você tem que buscar o teu sonho.
Tudo aconteceu tão rápido. Meu primeiro campeonato que eu ganhei na minha vida foi depois de 6 meses que eu entrei na LG.
E a sensação que nós tivemos quando nós entramos em Columbus no Major, via tantas pessoas, o tanto de fã, aquelas pessoas vestindo as camisetas do time, pessoas vibrando, e aí você via o quanto era inacreditável. O jogo que eu não me esqueço foi contra o Team Liquid. Nós estávamos perdendo de 15-6. E aí daqui a pouco começou a vir a reação e ganha mais um ponto e daqui a pouco faz outro quando a gente vê.
O fato é, quando eu fiz esse round, nem eu mesmo acreditei.
E a hora que foi campeão, pô, pra gente foi coisa linda.
Meu pai e meu irmão choraram quando a gente foi campeão. E meu pai deu um tapa no meu peito e falou que estava muito feliz com tudo que eu conquistei até hoje.
Aí nós tivemos uma surpresa assim, pela primeira vez levanta um troféu com aquela empolgação, com aquela alegria tão grande.
O tempo todo foi uma luta para mostrar para meus pais que minha escolha estava certa. Foi uma coisa que eu me senti realizado na minha vida.
It's funny because he was very good, very fast. But I didn't expect him to be as good as he is right now.
Welcome to ESL 1 Grand Final!
I remember other teams were saying, who is this guy? I mean, where he came from, where he was hiding. He was so good.
He's got an ace in overtime! SK Gaming, second major championship in a row!
Because of his parents, I think he knows how important it is to really work hard for something you want.
Ele vem de uma família que todos os familiares trabalham.
Ele começou a ser assim porque ele aprendeu vendo a gente assim dentro de casa, correndo atrás das coisas.
E mostrei que quando você trabalha duro e você almeja uma coisa, e você sonha com essa coisa todos os dias, você pode ter ela.
Do you play Counter-Strike? Do you want to play with the pros? Do you want to play against this guy?
Going in for his team.
Or this guy? Perhaps even this guy. Okay, maybe not him. Sign up now to Faceit.com and take your game to the next level. Play against the pros only at Faceit.com.
My name is Forrest. I'm GetRight. Freiburg. You want to beat an old timer like me? Come try us at Faceit.com.
The home of all the good stuff.
Walking on the stage with the crowd being loud, we went out, played lights out.
The match was so intense. I think it lived up to the hype. That match was one of the best matches that I played.
Beating Navi on that stage was just simply amazing. I think we still can play even better.
We're just really happy that we are now in the semifinal.
And playing Fnatic is going to be a good game. Fnatic is the most successful team in the major era, but this is a whole different world, different time.
I don't think they're playing really well right now. It's not like they're stomping everybody. I think they are playable, and I think we can win it.
I'm feeling good about our chances always. We don't really care as much who we're playing anymore. I just know that if we play our A game, we can beat anyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back live from Atlanta, and it is time for your semifinals. We started with 16 teams. Now we are down to the final 4. It's my pleasure to introduce you to our first competitors. Let's take a look at Astralis.
Many consider them the favorite to win this major.
And he's delivering every single time. Na'Vi are dropping like flies.
Which means the pressure is all the greater.
The two-man spray down for Kiabi. Oh, he's on a third as well.
The pressure is crushing. After an epic battle with Na'Vi in the quarters.
Can he find the heads? He can. This guy is too much.
Astralis is just one win away from their first major finals.
Astralis have done it. A phenomenal performance.
Make way for Astralis.
They've been to the semifinals, but never to a major championship. Will they be able to get it done? Please welcome to the stage, Device, Dupree, Glaive, KRB, Zipnix, and their coach, Zonic. Gentlemen, please take your seats. On the other side of the stage tonight, we have a team that are legends and the Counter-Strike teams going to 4 major championships. Will they be able to do it once again? It's my pleasure to introduce you to Fnatic.
They're the most decorated team in Majors history, but many thought Fnatic's best years were behind them.
You're looking for the fight, you're gonna find it!
After blasting their way past Gambit in the quarterfinals.
What a monster!
It's Disco wrecking their dreams!
Olaf's crew is ready to make another run at the title.
How does Twist hit that shot?
This is Fnatic.
Please put your hands together for Disco Doplin, Twist, the in-game leader Dennis, and the 2 men who have risen the trophy twice. It's Crims and Olaf. Dennis will be the in-game leader, but it's Jumpy calling the shots as the coach. Will Fnatic get revenge from Columbus and be able to take down Astralis? We're about to find out, but before the games, we have to hear from our experts. Fellas, how do you expect this match to play out?
Well, how do we expect it indeed? Let's start by talking about Astralis. Duncan, I'll come over to you. You tipped them coming into this tournament as the favorites. It was a little bit shaky in the group stages, but they've course-corrected and looked very, very good indeed against Na'Vi.
Yeah, this is the most complete team in Counter-Strike right now. They've got a really wide map pool. What you've seen, even in some of the losses, is they are fantastic at terrorist side comebacks. They don't just win like 2 rounds, give up 1. They can pull like 7 rounds in a row together. That's because once they hone in on what they want to do, how to attack, they just keep doing it until it fails. And so I think that's been the most impressive thing for me in this tournament, in these last few months since they got Glaive. Like kind of the adaptation and then having the confidence to just keep calling that play again and again because you think it works. And so I feel like that's the reason why they're in this semi-final right now. In another world, maybe they would have choked against Na'Vi. Maybe Na'Vi could have come up with the big plays. But that's the whole thing. Unlike the old Astralis, they didn't get hesitant. They didn't go away from what was working because it didn't work once or twice. They stuck with it. The plan was there. And the mentality is just different in this Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, I've been joking with Anders this whole tournament that at some point there's going to be a game where Device doesn't show up, and then it's like,
I was just going to bring that point up, Jason. You know, it's like the Avengers. They had a Hulk. Astralis has a Device. He's been the best player, hands down, for me at this major. And I can't see him not turning up against a team like Fnatic, but you're right. What happens if he doesn't?
Even if he doesn't, though, we've seen Glaive put in some incredible performances, carry him through a map all by himself. We've seen Kierby be a monster across a map. So, I mean, they now have the tools behind that as well to make up for whatever maybe Device doesn't come in with, but they haven't had to worry about it yet. He's probably been the best player at the major.
And Duncan, looking at that run to the Fox here, how significant is it that they're getting those, overtime wins? They're having those close games. Obviously, this is a team that's notoriously been called chokers, and they don't have that mental fortitude. Do you think on that evidence we're seeing a change there?
I do, actually, because if you look at the losses that they've had so far, okay, the SK one, I mean, we've already seen SK, the veteran savvy is unreal in them. There's only probably them and VP have that quality in this tournament. The Na'Vi ones, they didn't even make a misplay. Those were totally fine. Na'Vi just had some of the best players in the world make great individual plays, amazing split-second decisions. Those can happen. The key detail is that didn't affect in any way the way Astralis played the next maps. They just came right back, business-like, took care of it. And here's the thing. They either lose very, very narrowly, or they smash people.
Yeah.
And so, except for that one initial start to the tournament when Godsent beat them, which seems like a massive anomaly right now in this tournament for both teams, Astralis pretty much, they're on a course to go to the final. And so if you're a Fnatic, you can say, yeah, maybe they can choke, but you have to be able to put them in that position before that can even happen.
So, Jason, let's talk about this Fnatic side. It's a new look Fnatic. I still don't think this is the finished article. We've all heard the rumors, but let's not dwell on that. Let's talk about the team that's here at this major.
Yeah, I mean, we've heard about the rumors that are supposed to be coming after it, but I mean, the crazy thing is these players can change that future. It's not, it's not written in stone, because Twist yesterday had a phenomenal series. He's been a monster at times during this event, and he's really kind of growing into his own, a player who for years has been, predicted to be another Swedish star rising through, and we're seeing again why. And that's the crazy thing is, you have the rumors that there's going to be, the old Fnatic lineup is going to come back, but if Twist keeps playing like this, that might change. They might just say, no, we want to keep Twist. On top of that, you have Olaf and Dennis, obviously two big ones, two big individual players, but it's been Crims, I think, who has been very, very surprising and very impactful in his role and coming back to a high level where he can play that passive style, where he can anchor the bomb site and just be a reliable factor in this Fnatic team. But they're going to rely on those individual plays. They're going to rely on their skill and their sense of when to make the plays based off how their team is, across the map.
So, Duncan, obviously there was some very hit-and-miss results. When they lost to G2 Sports initially, G2 Esports initially, I kind of felt, Fnatic are here. They're going to try and limp to the legendary spots. Didn't expect them to be this far in the tournament.
No, I mean, certainly you looked at some of the other teams out there. I mean, they've already gone past teams like North, past teams like FaZe, who look to be more complete. The key for me with Fnatic is, I actually feel like people either underestimated them by looking when they're on their bad maps, because, I mean, you saw yesterday when Overpass against Gambit, they were non-existent. They had no chance in this game. But when they're on the maps that they can play, now the individual skill can shine, and that's where they have the puncher's chance. If you put them onto a Dust2, a Cash, certainly they can give a lot of teams trouble. The real question, though, is can they give Astralis trouble? Because Astralis, they can match them in skill, and if anything, perhaps they have more raw talent.
Yeah. Well, let's get a temperature check on how the team is doing. Earlier today, Chris Puckett spoke with the legendary Olaf Meister.
Backstage here with Olaf before your big matchup. And Olaf, I got a chance to talk with your coach Jumpy yesterday. He said you and Crims are by far playing the best on the team. What's been the team's strength overall, though? How did you guys get to this place in the semifinals?
I think everyone is stepping up. I don't think it's only me and Crims. Dennis is doing an excellent job as an in-game leader. He hasn't really done it before. And he shows some really good calls, like mid-run calls, that has been key for our success. And I think both Twist and Dopplan, with that little experience that they have been really good for us as well.
They've been looking very strong. Now let's talk a little bit about the history of this matchup of Fnatic going up against Astralis in the first ever American major. Fnatic came in as one of the favorites to win the whole thing, but it was Astralis who knocked you out 2-0. And when they did it, They took a pause right before that final point. Is there any bad blood between these two teams?
I think that pause is probably, in my eyes, it's really not cool to do that. So we have a problem with that pause, and I mean, if you want to do it like that, that's up to you, but that's not how I think you should do it.
Now, of course, you mentioned Disco Doplin playing in his very first major tournament. Your team is coming into this one, according to the fans, as the heavy underdogs. How do you feel you match up against Astralis?
I think that we have a chance. Of course, they are the favorites, but it's the semis, and there's a reason why we are here, and there's also a reason why they are here. But it's going to be a fun game, but I think we can win, yeah.
Well, I know a lot of people, especially those in Sweden, will be cheering you on. Best of luck, Olaf.
Thank you.
Right, Duncan, I want to just get a quick reaction to that. He said that pause wasn't cool. We did speculate whether there'd be any bad blood about that pause in Columbus.
Sure.
You know, I got to be honest, that doesn't tell the full story, because Fnatic had said some things about the Danes prior to that. You know, the Danes had a real good run of beating them, and then Fnatic were in the ascendancy and had some big wins over them. They said a few disrespectful things. Is this a classic rivalry in terms of whether the players actually like each other or not? Because that's not just hyping up a game, you know, that's obviously a genuine distaste for what happened.
I mean, obviously only 3 of the Fnatic players were actually playing in that game, so it's not like it's widespread among the team. I doubt it's on everyone's on everyone's mind necessarily. But I know people like Olafmeister, they certainly don't like that sort of behavior. They have their own idea of what kind of ethics you should have. And one of the things people won't realize is it's not even just things said on record. Behind the scenes, a lot of teams actually used to kind of be talking kind of disrespectfully about Astralis. Like, they used to almost be thinking, oh, I'd love to play Astralis. Yeah, they'll just choke if we get them in a major part of a match, you know. Oh, they always break down. And here's the thing. I don't think it was Olafmeister as much. He was mainly flushy, you know, if you notice his personality. He's a bit more of the antagonist
mischievous
in that sense, yeah, a bit more of the anti-hero. So I feel like there was some bad blood. I don't think it's as much in this lineup. Like, I actually think if you even listen to the Fnatic guys, they're not kind of talking reckless now. They're kind of talking as though they're not even saying that we should be the favorite, all this sort of stuff they were saying earlier against some of the other teams earlier in the tournament. So I actually feel like Fnatic, they realize that's not going to be a factor in this one, and so they're just focused on the game, I think.
Yeah, okay. Well, obviously you can watch this upcoming semi-final on Game Command. It's a fantastic way to watch. You are in the director's chair, so go to live.eleague.com and you can pick and choose which players you focus on. We recommend Device. He's not bad.
Yeah, that's not a bad selection.
Pretty good at the game, it turns out. He's a talented young man. Anyway, just to give us some insight about what's going to happen upcoming in this game, our sideline reporter Smix has been backstage talking to the players.
Thank you very much, Richard. I think we've heard time and time again already about how Fnatic's coach Jumpy is of huge help to them. He does their studying for them. But yesterday, because the games ended late, Fnatic, they got back to the hotel around 8 o'clock. Vugo said that he helped Jumpy, so they prepared together against Astralis. And they know that Astralis are the favorites. They won't deny that, but they do believe in the individual skill of the players, so they're still feeling confident. And Zonic, on the other hand, he says that their recipe is just going to be awaiting Fnatic. They believe that Fnatic is not as tactical as Na'Vi, but their individual skill is higher. So Zonic says their key will just be calm and play together, and they can win out the game.
So there you go. Composure, a big factor there, according to what Smix has been talking about. It is this recurring theme. Jason, I'll start with you here. You know, let's just highlight this. It's not as if Fnatic is the destroyers of old. They been there, done that lineup. They have got an inexperienced player there in the form of Disco Doplin, who hasn't looked particularly great at this major, it must be said. Twist as well, you know, he's looked good in fits and starts. We know he's a very up and down player, you know, he can be very erratic. So obviously Fnatic have this issue of composure as well to think about, right?
No, I actually don't really think so, to be honest with you. I mean, you got to imagine.
I like it when we get disagreement on the desk.
Yeah. Let's argue.
We don't do it enough.
No,
tell me why I'm wrong.
I mean, look at you have guys like Olafmeister, Dennis, Krims. These are going to be very experienced guys that you're going to expect. There's going to be no issue there. And when you have that kind of a calming presence on your team, even if Twist, even if Disco feels the nerves a little bit, which by the way didn't look like they did on the stage yesterday.
True.
But even if they do, you have those 3-star players who can carry you through some of their struggles early on. I don't think there's going to be a composure issue as well. Just think about these guys are used to coming into every single tournament as favorites. They've faced the biggest boos we've seen in Counter-Strike. They've faced all the hatred. These guys don't care. They're going to be fine coming into this match. The worst thing that'll happen is maybe for the first 4 or 5 rounds of a match, which can be, yes, very impactful. They might have to carry Twist and Disco until they settle down, but it didn't look like it. We have to remember as well, they're Swedes.
Yeah.
Swedes just don't seem to feel
and
pressure.
I'll bring Duncan Disorderly in here, because if there's a chance to disagree with me, I'm sure he'll relish it.
No, actually, I do think there's a possibility that composure will be rattled. This is why I've always said you never conflate tilting with choking. Because to me, I've seen in the past Olaf Meister tilt. I've seen him punch a table until it was broken. I've seen in the past when they used to have Flusher, he certainly got angry when they lost rounds. So in this particular team, the big problem for me is I don't think Fnatic's going to choke. I don't think he's going to give up the game in that sense. I think they can be competitive if their aim allows it. But the problem is, a team like Astralis, with so many advantages and such a great T-side, they could just smother them. And if that happens and they're just getting shot out of the game, kind of like when FaZe was playing there, the difference is, unlike FaZe, who looked like they kind of took it a bit lying down, and didn't have a lot of spirit, I think the Fnatic players might get upset. Someone like Olaf Meister, the problem with being such an individualistic team is you don't really have a system to go back to. So it's kind of like, oh, well, we just play off our individual skills. So there's almost an inherent blame when, well, why aren't we doing that? What are you doing over here? You're supposed to help me over here. I think it's very easy for the infighting to start in that sense. I don't think it's going to have too much of a role to play on who wins the game, but I certainly think it could be a limiting factor for Fnatic in terms of getting back into games.
Well, Jason talked about the boos that Fnatic had experienced in the past. It was quite remarkable back in 2015. But Chris Puggett's been in the crowd talking to some Fnatic fans.
Hey guys, Puggett here, and I'm with one of the smallest but loudest fans we have here in the venue. Buddy, what's your name?
Dylan.
Dylan, I've seen you at ELEAGUE before. How many shows have you come to now?
I'll say at least 6.
At least 6? And I see you wearing your Fnatic gear. Who's your favorite player?
Definitely Olaf Meister.
Definitely Olaf Meister. Why do you love Olaf?
Because he's been in the team for so long and he's improved over the years.
He's pretty darn good, isn't he?
Yep.
Well, I saw your dad was with you in the audience as well, and we have a present for him. You're all decked out in your gear, but I want to give your dad this ELEAGUE shirt as well. Anyone else you want to give a shout out to?
My mom and my sister that are just here watching at home.
And I have to ask you, man, how did you get into Counter-Strike? How many years have you been watching now?
Probably 1 year for now. So.
1 year. But already a huge Fnatic fan. Dylan, you're an awesome. Keep cheering on Fnatic. We'll see if they can get it done coming up next.
Oh, well, there you have it. So
casuals.
Yeah.
I am.
Look, come on, Duncan. Can you just...
Should have given us some tissues for after the game.
He's always got to be the villain.
It's all right.
Dude.
We all have to experience trauma. As Astralis fans went through it. Start young.
All right. So anyway, look, Fnatic, we'll get back to talking about those in just a minute, but let's talk about Astralis. We've already said, Glaive, in-game leader, he's really transformed the team. Let's talk about him as an individual, because you guys seem surprised by some of his fragging performances. I've had lots of people hitting me up on social media saying they think Glaive could be one of the best fragging in-game leaders in World Counter-Strike, if not the best. What do you think?
Well, here's the thing. What a lot of people don't realize is when Glaive played in Heroic, this underdog Danish team, which was really making a name for themselves, they were breaking in the top 10, they were beating the Astralis and Dignitas of the world. In that team, he was not the in-game leader. He was actually a fragger. Now, he wasn't like the star player by any means, but he was a very capable fragger. Then remember, when did we first see him in Astralis? It was when he was playing as a stand-in because Kirby couldn't play at the last major, ESL 1 Cologne. And in this tournament, again, he was not the in-game leader, but he fragged very well, actually. He was a big part of why they were able to stay in the mix, despite their coach Zonic playing. That he wasn't a hindrance in that sense, because Glaive made up for it. So the key to me is, Glaive's one of those in-game leaders where he doesn't go in like MSL as the bait and just let himself die. He can kind of mix it up a bit. He knows within his own strat where to put himself, where he could get a kill, and then also execute the strat. And balancing those two is very, very tough. You got your MSL on one side of the spectrum, you got your Happy on the other. He's kind of like got that sweet spot in the middle, I think.
Yeah, and I'll hit you up with this one. I want to talk about Glaive still because I thought, honestly, we know he's had some controversial moments in his past. We know about what happened in Copenhagen Wolves, right? And this is a guy who hasn't always shown great composure or maturity. He says he's completely turned that around. But, I mean, what is it he brings as an in-game leader? Because I was really surprised he would be this effective, and I've known Lucas a long, long time.
I think it's just one more thing onto this entire Astralis project that's improving. But I mean, obviously, everyone feels very confident in him, and at the moment, also he does bring that next level, that ability to frag with that kind of a player. We saw him carry on a train match in the group stage where he had so many incredible clutch runs where he could do no wrong. We've seen him have incredible impact on the stage as well. But I think the big thing is this in Astralis, not just the team, but the entire organization, all the tools they have that they're implementing right now. I think this is where we're going to see teams start to move towards, because Glaive has a lot of things at his disposal. The sports psychologists they've talked about, the competition psychologists they've talked about, but all the separate tools of analysts they have to help bring together information about their opponents. All these things that Glaive has at his disposal. I don't think there's a lot of in-game leaders out there right now that have that.
That Audi money is getting well spent, right?
It's very nice. So
let's compare him with Dennis as an in-game leader, because Dennis isn't a name that leaps off the page for me as a great in-game leader, honestly. And again, maybe that's me being ignorant. Duncan, what's your
but
thought?
here's the difference. Dennis is towards that happy end of the equation. You know, he's going to in-game leader, and he's going to be one of the stars while he does it.
Absolutely.
So in a team that is as skill-based as this team, because you have to realize that's part of the reason the original split with Pronax happened. People like Olafmeister, they wanted to play more individualistically. They wanted to go, hey, we've got some of the best players. Forget all this tactic stuff that's not quite working now. Let's go back to mad skills. Let's go off that. Let's play off what the star players can do, because we think we can beat anyone. So I always say about this Fnatic team, just because they've got the Fnatic jersey on, don't keep conflating them with the Pronax team, or even with the team that had Flusher and JW. This team has 4 out of the 5 LGB members, which were in the semi-final of Katowice 2014, the one where they lost to Virtus Pro. And they actually play much more like that team, because it's a run-and-gun style. They have 2-3 AWPers, depending on which map they are, which position they are. They have this great hybrid style. And so really, this whole team, the one-sentence way to sum them up is, whoever's feeling it, he's the star player of the team, and they shift around accordingly. So certainly they've got firepower. Don't know that I agree with the comment that Zonic, that he thinks they're more skilled than Na'Vi. I don't really buy that, but I certainly do think they have a lot of surprise factor in terms of the number of players that could turn up in a match.
Yeah, and again, just a few thoughts about Dennis as an in-game leader in sort of contrast to Glaive.
I'm not even sure. He's technically the in-game leader. I wouldn't put that. Wouldn't necessarily put that tag on him.
Use the shot call, right?
It's very loose calling, right? It's going to be, and this is what Fnatic's always been good on, is calling something that in the heat of the moment, based on what kind of information they have and where they are in the map. I don't think he's like micromanaging. I don't think he's kind of directing, but I think that's kind of the sense where he just has to be the voice, and you can see all the individual. It's something with Sweet that I think they're just very, very good at having a sense of when they need to make plays as individuals in the team sense.
Yeah.
I think they're just very naturally good at that, and because of that, you can have that looser style.
There's something in the water in Sweden, no doubt about it. For great Counter-Strike players, obviously. Anyway, we're going to go back over to Chris Puckett, who earlier today was talking to a member of the Astralis entourage to get a temperature check ahead of this game.
Hey guys, I ran into this guy upstairs in the VIP lounge. It is Nicholas. Nicholas, I've seen you since day one of the group stages. I know you're here with some of the teams. What are you doing this week?
Well, we're making sure that the teams that we have here, Godsend and Astralis, with Refresh Entertainment, has all the good content that they need, and make sure that we engage with the fans in the right way and overall give them a good experience, because that's what it's all about.
Now, we've seen esports grow, and with the growth, we've seen more money coming in, more people from the outside coming in and helping the teams really progress in their growth. What did you guys do with Godsend and Astralis this week?
We knew that we had to get some major brands in to make, a big blast with exposure. So bringing in Audi, working with Windows, is what we feel set everything apart. And I feel like that the community reacted the same way when they heard that Audi was playing along. So I think getting more brands in like that is going to make esports grow, going to make the team brands grow, player brands grow, esports growth, and fan engagement growth. That's a win-win.
Well, we have a big matchup coming up on the main stage. Astralis is going to be facing off against Fnatic after powering through Na'Vi in a very close match. Do you think Astralis has what it takes to get past Fnatic here?
Of course they do. I mean, it's a scary opponent. Players like that, when they hit their day, kind of like we saw with SK, anything can happen, and when anything can happen, it's going to be a good game. But of course, Astralis is going to take it easy.
Now, you've hung out with these guys, you're friends with all of them, but I have to ask you, who's your personal favorite to watch so far in this tournament from Astralis?
Oh my God. I mean, I feel like Sipnix is an underplayed player. He's so good, and he's like the clutch master. So that thing with Na'Vi on the second map, stuff like that, when he keeps doing that, I'm excited.
Well, the music's kicking in. That means this interview is done, but the match is coming up in just a moment.
Yeah, no, I know Nicholas. I go way back with him. There he is live in the crowd. I used to spend time in press rooms with this guy way back in the day. Guy's a legend, OG. Anyway, we are going to get into this awesome game. Esports has certainly come a long way. The stakes have never been higher. we're going to have Astralis going head-to-head with Fnatic. The winner is going to go to the final of the 10th major here in Atlanta. So make sure you join us after this short commercial break.
One of the major memories I have is when we played in DreamHack Winter 2014 and we did the boost against LDLC.
And you can spot them coming out of street door as well. He's here, he sees them down there, straight headshot, they have no idea.
They've come up with something new before the major that nobody else knew about yet.
Smith's looking confused and dazed, and there's going to be a follow-up headshot over Buster. You gotta be kidding me.
People were not sure if it was allowed, it was like at the edge, it was a gray area, but it was still really impressive.
We did a comeback from 12-3 to 16-14, I believe.
The end is near. They pull up an ace out the sleeve, and they do it for just every single round they're on out.
That was a lot of fun. It was a lot of drama afterwards. It was fun.
So another major moment Fnatic were involved with. It turns out they've been involved in a few, not all of them as controversial as Boost Gate, as it turns out, and we'll be hoping for some major moments in this game. We are getting the veto, it's getting done, and we're going to break that down for you in just a second. But before we get into that, Duncan, I'm going to talk about this map pool and how important it is for these teams and true champions. Astralis, how deep is their map pool?
It's very, very deep. I mean, at the moment, the only map they don't play, purely out of choice, is Cobblestone, because they gambled it a couple of times. They had a close game against NIP at ELEAGUE, and then obviously they got battered pretty badly by Optic on it. So they tried it a few times. I think in the future they'll probably try it again. Just for this tournament, they're not, and they're certainly not going to be against Fnatic because they know it's a strong map. So I actually think that's a problem right there. If you're trying to match up the Astralis map pool against Fnatic's, is that ideally you want a series like the North one, and maybe all the maps will be maps that we all play. Fnatic's going to immediately have a big part of their map pool cut away. Then you got to look, if you're Astralis, you have a lot of options to where you go for your map. I mean, Train, Overpass, I think they're the best on both of these maps. I think probably going to head more towards something like an Overpass after what we saw with Gambit Fnatic yesterday. That's an obvious kind of one you can go there and feels like an automatic win. And then once you get onto that Decider map, I mean, there's so many to choose from. They can play Mirage. They can obviously, in theory, they can play Nuke. They haven't had to do it very often, but then again, Fnatic bans Nukes. You see what I mean? Unfortunately, this is a scenario where it's not even just about the two teams' relative strength, two teams, where are they in the world rankings? It's which maps are you going to be allowed to play if you're Fnatic? Because you've got to get onto a couple of good ones.
And I'll just bring Jason in quickly before we get the veto up. You know, Fnatic champions, you know, they've done it all, been there, seen that, done that, loads of experience, but they have a smaller map pool than Astralis?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Well, especially because, I mean, remember, Olaf just said this is the, I mean, we know this is the first event we've seen this 5-man lineup at. So, I mean, what real map are you going to feel like they've established themselves on? We saw yesterday, obviously, they want to play on the skill maps. They want to play on things like Cash. They want to play on things like Dust 2, things that are a little bit more open, that don't require that tactical effort, because as we just said previously, Dennis isn't that tactical strategy in-game leader. So, I mean, if Stralis, if they could, I mean, if they just ban out even just one of the skill maps, there's not a whole lot of opportunities for Fnatic to be able to take 2.
And we're ready for the vetoes, Jay. So, Duncan, talk us through it.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm pretty sure it's going to be the nuke ban. I mean, if I'm Fnatic, I wouldn't do it personally. I would actually let it go through, because I don't think they're going to pick it. So they've done that. I think this is very intelligent. Take out Overpass. This should be Cobblestone. Now, I think Fnatic, the obvious pick is something like Cash. So they go with I actually think Train in this scenario. Instead, we've gone with this is a curveball, guys. It's not what you would expect. No, so we're probably going to end up on Dust 2 as the last one. Let's see. Yeah, so amazingly, if you are Fnatic, you have got 2 of your better maps. So they actually have ended up, thanks to that Overpass ban. This is a good example for people out there who always do the ban no matter which the opponent is. If you know you're the underdog, that's when you've got to take a gamble. You can't just stick with the underdog. I actually think this is an interesting gamble from Astralis. Like, I don't put Nuke right up there. I would have thought they'd go with Comfort, go with Train at that point in time, say we're the best in the world on this. So they're gambling that because Fnatic never plays Nuke, that's going to be the advantage.
So, prediction then for me, Duncan, for the whole series?
I'm going to go 2-0. I'm going to stick with it. I think Astralis is going to win this one.
Even with the curveball?
Absolutely.
Right,
it will be interesting, because it almost feels like, you know, picking for a weakness, much like VP did yesterday, which came back to bite him with that nuke pick, because historically Fnatic not great on it. But I as well am just going to say there's too many advantages here. Scary to doubt Fnatic again, but 2-0 Astralis.
Thanks very much. Right, without any further ado, let's get into the first semi-final of the E-League Major here in the Fox Theatre, Atlanta. And to talk you through it, it is Henry G and Sadakist.
Thank you, Richard. 2-0. I'm surprised with this map pool coming out. I have a feeling Fnatic's going to show up. They're good in these games. And these 2 maps, if you get Fnatic rolling on a map like Nuke, that's scary.
We've casted a lot of Astralis games on Cash as well. I wouldn't say it's their best map at all. They definitely have some weaknesses on there, especially on the T side as well. Perfect playstyle for Fnatic going into this one. If they turn up to the big stage, all guns blazing, could be very problematic for Astralis overall, I think.
I absolutely, and not only that, you've got Olaf coming in with experience. He seems focused and ready, and we know Astralis famously have problems in semifinals. Obviously, with Glaive on board, they want to overcome that. And Device especially, they highlighted him. Everyone's been highlighting him. He's one in particular to be known to fall flat in these games.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, the first semi-final of the day. Astralis versus Fnatic, and what a map to kick it off. It will be Fnatic on the T side here, 4 sets of armor, and little utility to be fair, but Dennis, he's got that Desert Eagle, so can be very powerful for these opening picks. He'll be towards B for now, but you can see, actually surprisingly, Astralis with a heavy A setup, that's normally going to be in a retake position. It's B that's got weaker presence there, and Glaive's been headshot to kick things off.
Deagle hold toward the low HP, but Dennis actually hits the shot over top of Twist's shoulder. They push through, and he's looking for a luck shot through the garage door. But rotation's coming in. Playing a B retake is a risk. That's not something we normally see, and it's not going to work out. It's such a tight position to get back into. A 5 versus 1, and Crims, he'll take down Dupree. This is the exact start Fnatic need, and they want on Cash, a map they are also very good on.
So just to elaborate on Matt's point there, the reason we describe Cash is more of like a hybrid map. It has versatility to it. You can play it like Fnatic's kind of playstyle, working in the default units and actually just working picks, going in together as a 5 like they did just then. You don't have to have a diverse strat book to be good on this map, but it certainly can help as well and actually allow you to find entrances into the map that weren't necessarily available for finding picks. I think we have a slight technical pause there, so let's elaborate on that pistol a little bit more there. Desert Eagles and Glocks towards the B-bomb side. No utility really purchased whatsoever. Astralis actually went for heavy A presence. The reason I say that's normally less common than what we normally see, which is normally the A retake, is because that bomb site normally is a lot easier to retake than B was. And we can see an example of that. Exactly what happened in that round. They couldn't really get back in towards B, couldn't find a single frag. As soon as Glaive got a headshot at the start there, the retake was pretty much over. But we are back into it, and it's going to be 1-0 to Fnatic. I would assume there'll be a force buy from Astralis going into round number 2 here. There is indeed. Oh, interesting though. All 5 players have armor and upgraded pistols as well. Yeah, so for someone like Device as well, he wanted to keep his money a little bit stronger. If they lose this, which is quite likely, he won't have that open the first gun round.
Yeah, big problem. It's not like they get the injection or the early buy option on the CT side, so they've got to consider that. But obviously, they feel confident in their firepower and their rifle game. And it's going to be a pretty standard setup. This time, they play off of the A site with a little bit of aggression toward middle. We know in the past on this map, former iterations of Fnatic love to take mid control.
Yeah.
But Xyp9x does fade off toward the A site. Bomb dropped as well. Fnatic take no chances. They don't want to get anti-ecoed in this situation. They're just going to sit back and hold for picks. Still a minute and 26 to work with. Haven't even really peaked, to be fair. They're not even boosted up inside the middle, but Crimson side of the door is waiting for information from A main, and Disco's heading that direction. It's Olaf that's probably going to push mid late, I would assume. Try and wrap in on them. Nope, joins the firepower, so it'll be all 5 in. And Zipix KRB now spotting door open. He's going to have a lot of pressure applied. He's got to watch behind red crate. Tries to fade off 5-7 headshot potential. That nade in the tag. 2 HP already for KRB. He's hardly seen anyone. He's going to get the shot either way. Hits Twist on the way through. Lovely bullet from the Deagle. He's got low HP in front. They're doing well here, Astralis. Device and Zipix finding kills. Crims, he's on 8 and Olaf's on 4. They may pull this back. Never mind saving money for the early buy in AWP. There's no bomb plant. 46 seconds. Astralis have held off in Zipix position. Easy shot for Olaf. In behind quad, it's Crims AK. He's got to hit every shot perfectly because 1 bullet and he's gone. KRB's low, doesn't even matter. Zipix is there. They go 1-1 right off the start.
Them Danes and their pistols, they seem to put it off every single time. Astralis is some of the most talented Deagle players especially, and they managed to just hold off the attack towards A. Like we said, Fnatic's execution potential, not as great as some other teams there. You could see they're doing a basic approach, smokes towards the highway and towards the quad area as well. We didn't see any Molotovs really used or flashbangs. They're just trying to stick together and refrag there. But as soon as that first frag comes in from KRB, you can see them panicking a little bit, and then they pounce at that point. All of the Astralis players coming in with the 5-7s of Deagles, doing a lot of damage at that point. In the 4-on-2, Fnatic had no chance, didn't have the HP to work with. But of course, they will be force buying in return here. It will be an upgraded arsenal of pistols here, Deagles and Tech-9s, no grenades though. So it worked really well for the CT side, but you can't really enter the bomb sites at all with no grenades whatsoever. Yes, you can get a couple of Deagle picks, but it's very unlikely you can win the round. Glaive opens things up, he takes on Olafmeister, Disco Doppelin boosted up at this point as well. This is a great position to try and find that first pick, but when the CTs have a 5-on-4 like this, they don't really need to go for the control at all. They can leave middle and allow them to just get this area and not actually give them any sort of area to pick whatsoever.
Dennis with bomb. He's going to group back over toward A once more. Smoke will slowly dissolve. No smokes left. Oh, I take that back. There's one. Glaive has it. Zipix tosses out a Molotov instead, but they don't have much to hold off that A site, so timing is going to be everything. But that said, there's nothing on the Fnatic side to isolate these rifles.
He's in such a great position. Got the rifles as well. 3 AKs and M4. They can just hold back, hit the shots, wait for the teammates, establish the crossfires. Easy shot there for Device. Get to the info there as well, and the final 3 players towards A story.
KRB line up through the back of the forklift. Still awkward, but the second shot's perfect. He'll take Twist. And they'll go 2-1. Fnatic no bomb plant. And the buy on the Deagles means they've got to wait 1 more. This will be a full save.
Those force buys and no grenades whatsoever, I think they're almost pointless. Unless you're going to just rush somewhere and hope to overwhelm the CTs. Trying to work a pick with 1 Deagle at each choke point on the map, I just don't really see how you're going to win the round. If you find that first pick, what are you doing about that point? You can't really capitalize. You haven't got a massive amount of players that have swarmed the bomb site, and you've got no smokes to actually lock off the choke points once you get that pick. I think it's almost a waste of money at that point. But we're going to round number 4. It's going to be 2-1 for Astralis, and it's going to be the full eco from Fnatic at this stage. Nothing invested into the round whatsoever. You can see 5 Glocks there, no armor, no nades. A chance for Dupree. He still has the SMG, so they'll be more than happy to push him into these close range positions. He gets more money per kill, and they're just not looking at him whatsoever. He finds 2, finally taken down at that point, but it should be quite a simple procedure for KRB to finish this one off.
He's got the first, looking for the last. Twist already knows he's in behind the box. Well held. They do lose 2 in this, but
that's
fine. It's not a big deal. More importantly, they deny getting another bomb plants, and that means Fnatic, yes, they'll buy into this one, but they're not going to have enough for the AWP.
Sometimes when you're SMG player, he gets 2 kills, he farms from cash, and he dies. It means you don't have that temptation to take the SMG over. They'll be buying up, and if they've got the Device in the AWP, who for me is probably the MVP of the entire tournament so far. He has been fantastic with this AWP, and this map is one of his specialties as well. He can be very dynamic, very scary, and the form he's in right now, you're going to see some aggressive, confident play from him. So let's see what happens as we go into the first real gun round here. Fnatic have got 5 AKs. You can see a distinct lack of Molotovs, though. Good grenades toward white box there. Unfortunately, no CT's waiting for it. And you can see now Glaive out with the mid presence. I'm interested to see whether they try and boost up here. It looks like they may be tempted to, as Glaive and his teammate work towards it to be KRB.
Dupree and Zipix, though, they're also pushing out on Squeaky. Flash off, tells Crims they're there, and they don't quite spot him on the corner, so I anticipate, yeah, they're going to do exactly that, back away. It's obvious they're there, that's telegraphed, so they have to fade off. They can't afford to go down and be that aggressive on the CT side, but they've got a little bit of information as to Crims' setup. And with presence on mid as well as utility, suggests it's a default. How they react beyond that is entirely up to them, and it seems like passive B is where they've gone, because Device steps well back toward Tree. He's going to hold with just an AWP, but this time there is utility on the Fnatic side. That means they could easily take the site with one single smoke at this point.
Can you see the patience from the guy on the screen right now, Kiabi? He's just waiting for a sound cue, something to give him, some indication that he can push this. He doesn't have to. He's doing it to see if they boost up, obviously a very common spot, and a heavy choke point for the terrorists to try and find their first pick, but nice utility usage, just denying and slowing down the terrorists at this point. Device with the remaining smoke. He's currently towards the B bomb site. Alone for now, which is fine. He can get one kill. That's normally his specialty. One kill, stay alive, cool for rotation.
Sees the smoke, knows they're there, times it, but gets traded. Crims. He couldn't hit the clean shot, so therefore it punishes him back. That's going to give Olaf access inside middle, and trades always favor the offense, especially on a map as divided as Cash, so they'll split onto the B site. Thankfully, Glaive's come back, and Device goes inside of the site, but a flash. Can't find the opening peak. They're going to wrap Generator early. Missed shot from Glaive. This puts Device in a lot of pressure. Has to switch off the op, and the pistol can't do it. And they'll flash off to hold Xyp9x at bay while Dupree tries to go to heaven, but a quick bomb plant down. Fast kill before the post plant setup means they've got a real chance at this. They don't have kits. And I don't think there was one drop by Glaive inside of the site, but they've got it to a 2-on-2 with a reasonable amount of time still to work with. And Twist, he's limited onto the bomb site. He's not been able to cross. Better shot from Crims, though. And Xyp9x has to get aggressive if he fancies his chances. They know he's there. There's no sense hiding it, so he goes for the pre-fire instead, but Twist hits the headshot.
There it is. The equal exchange at the start that we saw that boost vision come into fruition in the end. It's an equal exchange. Fnatic get the mid control and they go for that B split. It's overwhelming. The timing's actually working very nicely for the T's. You can see the good flashbang takes Device's vision away from the checkers room for a split second. As soon as they do that, they actually push through. He doesn't spot it. They get overwhelmed so close to the bomb site. His teammate can't back him up as well. Device needs a little bit more time to be effective there with the AWP. It's going to be 3-2. Fnatic claw one back, but still money available for the Danes at this point. 4-4s, and Device still on the AWP. He decides to go towards B once more. He does. He's slightly more aggressive this time, spotting in towards the B storage area, but it looks like another clean default from Fnatic. No early indication as to where they'll be going, but we have got a Twist AWP as well, and to be fair, he's been one of the best players for Fnatic so far, been very influential with this weapon and on this map as well.
Molotov, counter off smoke position from Twist. Device on the op this time is going to stay over toward B, but get a little more aggressive toward Checker. We'll start to see how Astralis wants to be dynamic with that op, because we know there's tons of options. Good shot, hits Olaf on this map. And with Olaf down covering B, and if they had taken middle, it would have been a chance for a split again. With him going down early, they now have to reconsider. Mid-present still seems to be the objective. There's lots of options if they can get toward highway, but it doesn't give them a second approach, so they've got to find a reverse kill. They've got to find an equalizer right now.
Yeah, this is fine from Astralis, so allowing that mid-control to come in. It's not a bomb site. It's a very promising area of the map for the T's to take over. From the 5-on-4, that's not good, though. Kiabi gets taken down. It's up to Xyp9x now to defend.
Dennis is going to continue to get aggressive. Twist with bomb will sit to watch Z. Double smoke. He's got time. Dennis nearly lines up another headshot. He's going to cop a nade at his feet. Takes him down to 60. His teammate slightly tagged behind his disco. But this is where they back off because they've forced a rotation from Device to A. They've put that pressure on and they can push through vents. It's Glaive alone inside of B. Good mid-round calls again from Fnatic. Glaive last time in this position was found. Couldn't find the angles. This time he does. Good shot on Disco. He's bought time as well. Device is there. Smoke off, but Device has vision. Now he'll take Dennis. It's just Twist remaining. He still has the bomb, but there's 15 seconds. Very unlikely he's going to do anything with this, and with an AWP, bailout. This is going to be the round for Astralis. He may not even get away. Dupree's pushing in through mid-garage. He's going to spray them down. He's already tagged up. Misses the shot. Op gone.
Talk about calculated risk there. That was absolutely perfect from Glaive. You can see him saving his utility for when they actually fully commit. He doesn't use the smoke at the start of the round. He drops it on front of the side there. That means anyone coming on his right, he's covered from. They have to go through the grey screen like that player did just then. Incendiary on the left, this meaning they can't actually come toward the bomb site without him finding a couple of frags there. He's towards B by himself. He's anchoring that position, finds 2 frags, allows his teammate to rotate in and deny everything for Fnatic at that point. That's actually quite a harsh reset for the Swedes as well. So they do have a partial buy going into this one, but they don't have a lot of money. Oh, they actually force bought fully into this match. It's not even partial buy now. It's Deagles, head armor, nades. They're going to actually go all in at this point and see what they can do with it. They're going to actually potentially end up towards that A bomb. So you can see them setting up towards Squeaky Door right now, but Glaive is aggressive towards B, using that smoke just to gain some intel here and work out there's no one towards Sunroom.
No one towards Sunroom, but on the backside of that smoke, Olaf's there, so if he goes too passive, he can still slip that direction. It's pretty straightforward. Krim's playing door, Olaf playing over towards Sunroom and B tunnels. That's a very standard setup. Liquid used to do it all of the time. All about information and early picks and then a response with the guy in the wings. Basically either calling inside of the site or coming out specifically at the Squeaky Door on A when the time is right and the distractions are down from those at A main. Right now that seems to be the case, but Krims is backed off to where they're going to go anyway. Disco's in behind forklift, flash off. Kierby had it lined up, not fully blind. He sprays through. Ooh, good damage as well. as he turns back to catch. I believe it was Dennis Twist actually going through to the site, but they found reverse kills here. They found a response, Fnatic, and this buys them a bit of space to get a bomb down, which will boost the economy. And not only that, Crimson Armor's picked up an M4. Good find from dupreeh. As he slips back inside of the site. Device is low, but he's playing all the way from highway, long shot. He's at 1 HP. Now he's going to get taken down by Crims. And there's 2 at quad. It's traded back. Crims on the M4 nearly steals the round back, but dupreeh, hero in the end, will give Astralis number 5.
Crims doing a very good job there. A bit of a desperate boost towards the end. Matt, a nice picture for you here.
It's from a guy named Blue. I'm not surprised.
Okay, how about that? I don't really know what to say about that one.
Cash me outside.
What can you say?
I think we saw a similar sign yesterday in the crowd too.
Regardless, still a very promising round from Fnatic overall. The bomb goes down, the boost comes in. You can see why Crims has to jump and fully commit. The Molotov lands at their feet while they're boosting. He finds 2 kills, comes down to the 1-on-1 in the end, but dupreeh, fantastic job there. Fnatic do dent the economy further of Astralis, but you can see dupreeh, this was the moment. That's a really, really nice shot from him to finish it off. Clutch moment, of course, and it will be 5-2, but unfortunately Fnatic, the loss bonus isn't really there. Even with the bomb going down, they're going to have to take an eco here at this point, and it feels like it's a pause coming in. Tactical for Fnatic. An interesting time to take one. They're going to take another partial buy here, Matt. So they feel like they've damaged the Astralis economy. They want to keep applying pressure to it, not that they recover or stabilize. But problem is, Device still has an AWP. They've got the M4s out here as well. And I'll have a look at the Fnatic buy. They only a second stage loss bonus. They've left their money about the $1,800 mark, maybe a little bit less. But they've got Tech-9's armor, 3 smokes and flashbangs. Looks like they're going to be favoring towards B this time. But problem is, it's normally where Device is. And he fires off a shot, but doesn't land anything just yet.
Switch position again though with Device inside of the site. Rather than him getting aggressive, it's Glaive that's going to hold from Checker, so Device can bait him in.
Damage.
Think about going back. Shots through mid though. dupreeh lines up inside of smoke, finds Twist. It's all on the call from his teammate. Olaf's outside of vents with 3 inside of B tunnel, so Glaive will be the next to be under threat, under siege, and he's going to be behind the box, but no utility. Reading the economy well. He can get away with playing that position. Good shot, Device on the way through. This will cue them in. Watch Glaive to walk out. Olaf actually gets past him, so Glaive's got to go. He'll get the call, he'll wrap around, and there's Olaf in the middle. It's Glaive that does put him down in the end. 6 rounds now for Astralis, but buy incoming for Fnatic.
Not much of a buy, Matt, I have to say. It's going to be Olaf Meister on $3,600. His teammates not much above 4. So, an interesting one. I'm not really sure what they're attempting to do with that force. That partial buy there didn't really bring much to the table. A lot of interesting economic decisions for Fnatic overall, but they do get 4 AKs, 1 UMP. Olaf has to get that UMP. They need some utility brought to the table here. So it will be 5 smokes available, but once again, lacking flashbangs, only having 1 Molotov, which is a very important piece of utility on a map like this. Lots of position to flush out, like MBK, quad, sandbags, for example. And they were going to boost up towards middle, but think better of it as Glaive makes his way towards vents.
Flash in toward A main. They'll get a peek. They won't find much. They go for the boost instead. Fnatic Twist. He's still up on top of the canopy with a crossfire set from Disco and Dennis to see if anyone's pushed up close. They need the AKs to get an opening. They've been struggling to find them. That'll help. Disco Doppelin will find Glaive. And that'll open up mid again. dupreeh's already rotated into a position to play a passive hold from Z Connector, but that's smoked off. And as the smoke fades, does dupreeh fancy his chances? He's getting ever closer to the peak. Nades go through, but he can't find the headshot line up toward the vents. That second smoke leaves a gap he could play with. Device's timing. He's caught up close, but gets the deagle out. Can't find the next one on Twist. Nearly a sitting duck inside B, but they're overwhelming him, and Olaf's upgraded. He's caught either way. Doesn't need the UMP. Goes for the AWP. Gets caught by dupreeh. That pulls it back to 3 versus 3, but site is in the possession of Fnatic and Crims. He's got bomb down default. Kirby's still in mid as well, expecting someone to be holding for flanks. It's Twist that's already through and inside a checker room, so he's actually buying time just based on the mind games with Kirby. And Money's middle of the road right now. If they lose one, they could force into the next the Astralis side, so they still should be going for this. They've got kits on all 3. They've got lots of time. And Twist, after waiting so long, gets caught by the late rushing in Kirby. A good trade from Xyp9x as well, and it's going to leave just Disco Doppelin. And he's removed. They're already on the defuse. Smoke out, but he's actually pushed through. The smoke haunts them. He denies the defuse. He actually evades Kirby, who thinks he's helping his teammate. All he does is help Disco, and Fnatic's going to get a 3rd round.
You're absolutely right. It seemed like the intelligent thing to do there as a CT. I'll deny him any sort of vision, but you can see Disco Doppelin, as soon as the smoke blooms, he jumps through there and actually benefits him because the CT can't actually stop him. At that point, I think you just actually hold the checker room and just hold the choke point. Stop him actually having any vision and stop him running in. Don't provide him a veil to get through and actually deny the diffuser. Bit of a blunder there. You can see the intention of KRB, but I think just holding the angle or even just facing at that point just so you have information as to what's going on and take that chance of killing him. Still, though, they do kill 4 players at that point, so you can see the money still interesting for both sides. 3 UMPs for Fnatic going into round number 10 here. It's 6-3. Either of these teams lose this round, they're going to be on an eco, so this is massive going forward. But Fnatic do claw one back just about.
Nade goes deep. Doesn't do any damage onto Twist. Previous tag, he's going to start to gather inside of A main, and they'll look for an entry with the UMPs. Fnatic's starting to get really aggressive with their buys. You mentioned it, those 2 partial buys with armor hindered them in the last round, and now with the lost round bonus accumulating the bomb plant, they're going to continue to buy, but they're not really chiseling. I mean, Astralis, they do get low enough that time with Disco. I mean, it's still so close for them. They've got to build this back. They're facing a reset. And 3 UMPs instead. I'm going to force them out of the site. 2 smokes down. Xyp9x has to back away. They're going to play the efficient retake game, but Kjaerbye again, when he rotates up from Highway, is finding picks every single time. They'll have to get Xyp9x that holds off Truck, but the rotations now finally come out of the B side. And there will be a decision here. Astralis, I think, is going to play a smart tactical game against Fnatic the whole time. This could be the time where you see a very early save call. Again, they've got kits, 2 of them, but they also don't have money into the next round. And Twist getting Kjaerbye on the way through. If they don't find the next pick, bail. They're gonna have to, but they're committing. Glave's inside of the site already. It's going to pay off. He and Device, they set across. They end up picking kills that they need, but look at Dennis inside of the site. He's still there. Wrap around, no response from Disco on the first frag, but the second one's there. 2 straight clutches for the rookie.
Lovely stuff from Disco Doppelin once again. 2 frags to finish the round off. It was a nice retake from Astralis there, actually working very nicely as a team, pushing through those smokes. Fnatic are covering the bomb side quite nicely for you. I think they've worked out that's the weaker part of the map. Device seems to be towards B. He's not really changing his position up too much at this point, so why not smoke off the bomb side, completely remove and segregate any CDs around remaining there. They're finding opening picks or equal trades at that stage, and that's a big round of pickup. That's what we mentioned. If Astralis off that one onto an eco here, and it certainly is 2 P250s, 3 USPs, not forced buying or even partially buying into this one. So Fnatic a chance to stabilize at this point. They've had a rough ride in terms of the economy. This will find in their 5th round, close the gap, and get some decent money in the bank going forward as well. So the objective of this one is don't let anyone go down. Treat this like a gun round itself. Drop the smokes you have, the little utility you have to work with here, and just try and keep all 5 players alive, bomb planted. Anyone who needs to go down as well gets traded out instantly.
Device and Kjaerbye going to try and push up late inside of middle, but the break for Fnatic to pull this back to within 1. Dennis, quick kill on Device. Does he spot Kjaerbye in the corner? I think he certainly does, yeah. Strafe out, perfect headshot. Take no chances from the Fnatic side. Another well-executed kill onto Xyp9x toward the bottom of Highway. Nade's going to do good damage onto Glaive. Dupree, actually, rather, he gets found by the bullet instead. It leaves Glaive alive. I thought he was the last of that situation. Instead, he's at B. Doesn't even matter. Fnatic's already found him as well. 1 point difference. And Astralis with economy broken, it's their turn to try and claw back in because CT side, it's much harder to do so. And I don't think, no, they won't. Device doesn't have it. They don't have an AWP this time on the CT side. They're $50 light of buying glass cannon for Glaive, and he was never going to do it anyway.
It's disco time, Matt. You like a dance, don't you?
Only with you, Henry.
Okay, well, I'll see you later then. But still, it will be Fnatic now with firmly to keep all 5 players alive. That was exactly what they had to do, and you can see they were very efficient there. Didn't give much away, made sure they actually got information to start, waited for the first mistake to be made by the CT side, then capitalized and pushed forward as a unit.
Fast push from B this time from Astralis. Xyp9x and Kjaerbye already get to Sunroom. They're not going to see anyone, and this is going to cause an early rotation from Device. This is smart because they're going 3-door with Salesman in the middle. Device and Crims are going to throw crisscross, try and sell event B fake, but they're already in. They're going so fast on the Fnatic side. Never mind the fake, never mind the push back out, and they've got 2 kills, and it's already a save. They're already backing off. Astralis is going to give up the round within the first, I would say, 30 seconds, and the bomb's going to be planted. They've already decided we got a tie game. Fnatic pulls this back to 6s.
Nice little set piece there from Fnatic. I think that was a bit too easy for them almost. You could see them actually taking a lot of the attention off the map towards middle. The smokes that were deployed at the start. CDs can't really see what the hell is going on at that point. And 3-door, like you said as well, dropping the same smokes towards A, what we've been seeing in the previous rounds, finding the kills, keeping all 5 players alive as well. Really rough round from Astralis overall. You can see it was a force buy. They were lacking almost everything there. A couple of players on Famouses, and it was definitely can be classed as a force buy in that sense, but we're trying to save towards CT spawn, the most common area on the map to save their weapons, and it looks like they're going to be challenged this one as well, and why not? And Dennis and Olof are hunting towards this garage area. Not going to find a single kill as of yet, so actually looking pretty promising there for Astralis overall. It's actually worked out as good as it possibly could have done. Out the door, Twist goes, nails that first shot, not a lot Glaive could do about it. And his teammate as well, Dupree. Actually no presence in terms of the smokes towards A whatsoever. This came out dry, and I'm just hoping that the focus will be taken towards middle. Actually worked out very nicely for them indeed. They tied things up. It's going to be 6-6 at this point, and we do, of course, have those saved weapons from Astralis going into round number 13 here, but so far no one really running away with it. Astralis had the great start after losing the pistol, but Fnatic have been relatively convincing. Now we're starting to warm up. Disco Doppler, and you have to say the MVP for Fnatic so far.
So 6-6, and they have to make a call. Again, they're not going to have an AWP, but they do manage to save. So again, they're playing the long game, Astralis, with discipline. Watching Fnatic beat Astralis in a bar in Gothenburg, that's the home of Freiburg, but Sweden is the home of Counter-Strike. They prove it time and time again, I have to say. I imagine there's many bars in Stockholm right now with this game on.
Yeah, this is a big one. Fnatic, I guess you could definitely say they're the underdogs at the moment, which is quite a weird thing to say with Fnatic as an organization, but Astralis in fantastic form right now. It's an interesting map overall. I'm surprised it got towards Cash there. A nice shot, rattled off, doesn't quite connect, but it was very close indeed. You see Dennis, he gives the all back towards Twist, who's been their main author on this map at least. Talk about Fnatic as a team being quite interesting, not really having that defined, rather quite loose in that aspect, but we go towards B, it seems. They're going to be holding that B storage area, bombed down for now, so no heavy commitment.
Interestingly, at the very start of this, it looked like Astralis wanted to set the tempo and a precedence that mid was going to be guarded. They almost seem a little bit timid of it now. Crisscross smokes go out. There's obvious presence on B, and rather than rotate and try and hold mid, both Device and Xyp9x gave up highway and rotated from truck, which means they didn't want to take the fight. But this push from Kjaerbye's massive. Look the wrong way, finds it again. Disco goes down, he can fade away. Very smart play from Kjaerbye to not overcommit here. They've got the man advantage. No need to stay that far behind the enemy lines. Get to the site. This is a big pick for Astralis.
Yeah, that's really nice stuff. Very kind of risk-reward judgment there from Kjaerbye. Like he said, he did a good judgment to actually fall back at that point. He's now been boosted up onto the site. Olaf Meister, though, looks like he's going to be pre-firing this. It looks like he even knows he's there. Fantastic stuff from Olaf, and it's going to be a 4-on-4 just like that.
Highway is the direct counter to that boost spot, and Olaf gets there again because there's no mid-presence. Glaive spots a boost going on, trying to run boost. He's going to foil those plans. He's got the bomb down now. Does he push to Sunroom? Does he fancy getting there in time? They know it's Olaf inside of mid. He's found it's only Dennis, but look at Dennis's position. He's also underneath him in the sight. That's going to give it away. Xyp9x goes down. Dupree's still there. They don't overcommit, and a good round from Astralis, and props to Kjaerbye for staying very disciplined.
Bit of a blunder from Fnatic, I have to say. So Glaive goes at that push towards B. Let's have a look at this right now. Why is Twist the first one to commit with the pistol? Why is Crimson not instantly there to take him down? That should be either phase at the same time or fall back. Not the all pull your pistol out and hope for the best. That was a little bit rough for Fnatic there, but Astralis, it all came down to Kjaerbye's first play, trying to funnel him towards that B site. While he's doing that, Glaive's pushing in, so some aggression coming in. That's what we like about Cash overall. He has the option for the CTs to go hunt for frags there and actually take some duels, and as long as you're confident with your own aim, which players like Glaive and Kjaerbye certainly are, you can find those initial picks, but all back out for Device. I want to see him get a bit more aggro here. We have seen him be quite contained, and he's actually going to be towards A. Okay, so he is changing his position up perfect. This is what we wanted to see, towards Squeaky Door, hunting for a kill. I'm not going to find anything just yet, but he could commit and actually peek towards T-Spawn if he fancies it, and it looks like he might just do that.
Device all the way out at Squeaky.
He wants it.
Is going to get in behind them both with an op. He's not going to spot Dennis right away. Now he will. And just like Kjaerbye, on cue, goes immediately back to the site. Opening picks CT side Cash are huge.
Yeah, he's looked a little bit caged so far towards that B side, but this is looking good now.
Disco's inside, but look at Dupree's position. He's in the vents this time. It's the first time they put a player inside of the vents, and look at the difference it makes. He finds both Disco and Twist. This is another round where Astralis start this early and stay in contention the whole way through. Just Crimson Olaf. It is the two experienced players on Fnatic, the former major winners. Dennis won 7 straight events ending in Katowice last year with this team, but he's never won a major with them. Dupree's going to find Olaf. That's a crazy stat when you think about how dominant even the Dennis era of Fnatic was.
Absolutely. I remember we casted their first tournament in, was it Frag by Masters, the first time Dennis joined up? And yeah, it was a pretty impressive run after that one. But regardless, what we wanted to see from Astralis overall at that point was Device. He's been towards B, a little bit caged for my liking. Just as I'm about to explain the round, looks like Crims fancies his chances here. He has got the bomb still. And he's in the vents, but he's only got 15 HP and 20 seconds to work with. This round should be out of his reach. He'll take an absolute huge mistake at this point from Astralis, and that's him going down. The point I wanted to make is Device leading towards B. Fnatic are aware of that. They've been avoiding that site completely. They said, you know what, with one of the world's best players in that area of the map, let's just go A, shall we? And it's a good adjustment. We've got Dupree in the vents, patrolling towards middle. Device making kills happen towards A side of the map as well, albeit pushing Squeaky Door, but still a good adjustment. Fnatic didn't see it coming, and Astralis win the half. It's 8-6 here, and we'll have a look at the buy coming in for Fnatic overall. To finish it off, it's going to be Tech9's armor and a little bit of utility. I assume they'll go back towards A and try that set piece once more.
Fnatic probably the most successful roster on Tech9's throughout history. Important stat I want to point out, Olaf Meister's on 4 kills only. He's had a few impact kills, but when you compare that him versus Device battle that a lot of people were tantalizingly looking at coming into this, Device is on 12. It's a bit of a difference when you think about impact, isn't it, Dupree? I think they're going to have spotted him going back toward that checkers and box position, so he's going to have to be a little bit careful, but they are putting pressure on to be this time with the Tech 9s. Olaf, he's already up to the main entry point, and they got the crisscross smokes in the middle, but they don't account for Kiev. He pushed up close, good find on the AK, into the site. Dupree posted above the smoke, Glaive goes up, he finds another, and Dupree drops back around. Flawless end to the half for Astralis. 9-6, they give up 4 in the middle, and it looks like momentum shifts. But new Astralis, they adapt.
Yeah, that was a good adaptation towards the end there. Actually getting Device towards that A side. He can actually hold it by himself as well. He's more than happy to go for that aggressive pick. Or just hold towards quad of the A side itself. And at that point, they can focus towards middle and the B bomb site and actually eradicate the risk. And the chances at the point, that's as soon as Fnatic start adjusting as well, they go back towards B. Instant spray down for Dupree and Glaive. So very nice work from them. The score ends 9-6 in favor of the Danes. We'll have a look at the buy coming in for the T side of Astralis here as well. We can talk about the options for cash as well. Most teams do favor towards the B side, like a lot of maps. You almost guarantee the bomb there, unless the CT gets absolutely sick with the USP and actually finds that first kill. But a comparison for you, ADR, not great for all of us. 35, that's very low indeed. 4 kills, 13 deaths. At one point considered one of the very best players in the world.
Oh, the best.
Yeah, I guess that's a very fair statement. Going for this game so far, been quite quiet, but can certainly recover. As we get into this, it's going to be 5 sets of armor for the Danes and the default setup as well, so that's an interesting one. This is quite common from the CT zone, trying to challenge at the start there, but Glaive and Dupree mow them down, and nothing else has to be done. You don't have to rush at this point, hold up, wait for the CTs to go hunting for map control, and try and make a move on the map, because at this point you've got so much time to work if you don't need to rush at all.
And what a game from Dupree. When we start the second half, round 16, he's got 19 kills. We just saw his stats in comparison to the bottom side of the Fnatic roster. Xyp9x again that seems to be struggling to find the impact, but he's playing support roles and yeah, boost for push. Yep. Not a run boost position, so obviously NOA style almost on Dust 2, peek us, and we've got 2 players to fire at you.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the next mistake to come in. The CTs can't really sit back. They've got 2 towards B right now. Twist alone toward the A side. You can see Xyp9x and Squeaky Door waiting and is listening out for any sort of tells. There's the push, and the brothers on the floor, unfortunately, taking down Olaf Meister and Dennis. It's going to be a 5-on-3. And 50 seconds remaining. They'll start picking up the bomb momentarily. Like I said, no grenades available, but at this stage, it has been quite disciplined for Fnatic. I expected someone to slip up at one point, but towards B, Charlotte will be ending up, it seems, as well. And Xyp9x, I think he'll just be the sacrifice towards the A side of the map. Anyone who's there, stop the rotations. If he finds a kill, it's amazing. So if we look at him right now, you can see he's actually on the A site.
Disco's going to be pushing up, though. Watch behind box. Have to check this on the pistol round. Glaive, he's got to be the one to do so. They're going to overlook it. This is a massive chance. Missing shots, though, Disco. He's got to hit those.
Oh, dear.
It's a panic at the Disco because he can't get anything. Glaive's going to put him down in the end, and it's Astralis inside of the site. Twist. He's not going to have any chance in this. No kit, bomb planted. He had every opportunity. It was on a platter.
Yeah, it doesn't get much better than that. And now we have Twist with no kit, no nades. Retaking it. He did find that kill on Xyp9x, who was faking towards Ace. He's a little bit late on the rotation here, but yeah, Disco Doppler, that was a bit of a nightmare after so many successful clutches here. That was potentially the biggest round so far. He can't deliver, but Twist's trying his best. Galbi takes him down. So a nice round from Astralis overall. Got a little bit interesting towards the end there. Disco Doppler from Checkers. This is the little stack they had going on. So the reason the CT's push is to get map control as well. If the terrorists are potentially rushing, you can run into them and get an equal exchange at that point, get early information and stop the rotations quickly. But they run into a stacking C. Astralis almost anticipating that to come in.
It seems like there's quite a few mind games based on the B-sided pistol, which is usually the dominant style. We saw 2 different approaches to it. Fnatic, they actually rushed B, but Astralis stacked up on A as opposed to playing retake, expecting that it would be the opposite. It's kind of like the whole bluff when you're playing, cards. In this time, they sit back and wait for the aggression, and Fnatic does go for it, and the boost catches them off rather than the take on A. So both have had different approaches to that. Going to be a boost for Olaf.
Yeah, and Twist opens things up, takes down Kyobi as well. And, okay, I was about to say, Device had the Bizon. Arguably the worst gun in the game, but yes. He buys it up. He does manage to pick up Kyobi's AK, though, so maybe that's a good exchange, a decent deal for him overall. But the opening pick for Twist, he is a very good scout player indeed. Finds something Fnatic to work with here.
Scout, though, is going to be on the A site, and right now pressure's being applied onto B. That looks to be the end result for Astralis as Krim starts to rotate back over. Take a quick peek toward mid. He might spot Xyp9x's head outside of vents, but Glaive's already inside of the site. Refuse to peek him. Dennis goes for headshot angle with the deagle. He's got tons of potential, Dennis. We know he's good on pistols. Well, it's not the USP, but it is still a headshot promise. Looks for another one, does tag them up. Aim punch a factor of the first, still can't find the headshots. He's desperate to get Device, now he will. And it's actually Krim's, I take that back from above, that rotated around. It looked like it was his shot that found it. Bomb temporarily dropped, and Xyp9x and dupreeh find themselves in a really bad position. In fact, dupreeh, he's got a clutch back versus 3, and Bomb down on the side. He's got 35 seconds to try and find an opening. He's gonna stay silent, spotted up. That's Q to peek from inside of the site. Knows the order they're gonna peek from. If he had hit the shots, he might have been able to pull it off, but a good win, an important win for Fnatic.
Well, the force buy works out. It's very difficult to make that work for you on the CT side, but the scout pick from Twist was very nice indeed. He actually takes that initial player down, which is Kiabi. 5-on-4, they commit towards the B side as well. Like you said, Dennis, the master of pistols. More tweets coming in there, Matt. Why don't you read this one out?
Tearing friends apart. It's tearing us apart too, Henry. I like it. Fans of both sides. I was wondering where the US fans would go in this major. I want to point out something else. That's a return serve, what just happened, because remember, it was Fnatic that won the opening pistol. They got ecoed by Astralis. It's the same thing in reverse this time around.
Indeed. Returns the Vega. Well, it is going to be a force buy in return, but this time, this is better. Like I pointed out before, Fnatic force ball with no grenades whatsoever. They had deagles, armor, no smokes, no flashes. This round, Astralis brought 2 smokes to the table, with dupreeh has been taken down nice and early by Twist there. So another 5-on-4. Don't really want that to happen these sort of rounds. You want to be defaulting the start, and it's operating as a unit with a nice little set piece, 2 smokes, try and push through them with the Tech 9s, but now they've lost that first player. It's going to make it a lot more difficult at this stage.
Glave's going to gather bomb as well and take it from B over toward A. Instead, Device. What a shot by him to start it off, and he's going to drop and take over A main instead. Glave's going to work with Kierby.
That's why when you get that man advantage, we discussed it before, you don't really need to challenge aggressively at that stage. Device once more, though. Dennis takes him down.
And Dennis taking him down could sway things. They find him on A. That opening pick forces rotation. They wanted to try and sell that to get to B, but time's passing, and there's no more aggression toward the A site. This should give Disco the cue to rotate. But they'll leave it to Olaf alone inside of the site on an AK. It's going to be 3 pistols against him, all with armor. He goes down. That's an AK grab. Decent damage done by Nade onto Kierby and Xyp9x, but he's got to find the angles. And he will find the first. Still has to hold off. They're not there in time, but watch Disco. Timing is everything. Just gets in. Xyp9x responds to that. Bombs down inside of the site. AK there as well. He's got the gun. He's got the armor. 1 versus 2. Still a huge order and ask for him to pull this off, because they're going to drop in as soon as he plants, and they know exactly where he is. They can play this together. Play it for the trade. Don't even need it. Crims hits the headshot.
It was the force buy, but it comes down to a 5-on-3. Olaf Meister there, he gets 1 kill, but it's enough. It denies the plant eventually, but Xyp9x into 2 versus 1, gets the bomb down. That's his main objective, and you can see they're just sticking together. That's the way you play CS in those sort of retakes. You want to stick together, give him 2 targets, and as soon as he faces, you take him down together. But that was the initial pick. dupreeh taken down by Twist, but he actually rotated back towards A storage. That's what I was saying. When you have that 5-on-4, you want to keep the range nice and long. You don't want to actually be facing the terrorists until they fully commit to the bomb site. Device took him down and made the round very interesting indeed, but it's going to be 10-8. And it should be a full eco at this stage for Astralis. You can see some PT50s purchased. It will be dupreeh on the Desert Eagle as well, but not really many options for them. Maybe a smoke towards the A side, flash through, hope for the best, try and get a plant. When they get that down, that'd be amazing. No all persevere for Fnatic, but they have 5 rifles. Should be a clean round for them.
Olaf's gone mid-vents. He's got lots of map control in that position. Covers off 2 approaches. Oh, can't quite spot the feet, but he'll hear the deagle shots instead. Doesn't want to drop out yet because he still considers that this could be a split. It's actually, again, another sales pitch to try and force rotations and get bombs down. That's Astralis' goal at this point, especially in this round. And the next, they're going to get $2,400 if they don't win this one, which we don't expect they will based on the buy. But that $2,400 is going to leave them light of an op and armor on Device if he wants it. Disco's going to start it off by catching off Glaive in mid, so they have to bust out door, but they need to get some commotion going inside of the site. They don't have utility to do it. They've got to overwhelm Dennis and hope that Crims misses some shots. That's not going to happen. Dennis and Crims hit both shots. Bomb goes down, no plant. And I'll just confirm my math here, because I don't think Device has enough for the armor as well. Okay, they're going to go, yeah, AK, because he didn't. He was just light of it, so didn't want to go glass cannon on the T side.
I think that's fine, though. They can run the set pieces here. We know Glaive has brought in a lot of strategy to this team. The 5 AKs, all the utilities to work with as well. I'll be interested to see what they present on the first gun round here. It's going to be rifle on rifle. No orbs purchased at all here. Fnatic with a clean round in the previous. Dennis was a very decent spray control. This is the perfect time now for Fnatic to present something a little bit more aggressive, maybe a counter boost towards middle. There's something to find that first pick and to shut down any tactic they had in mind.
So Molotov to hold off the boost. It allows them to advance and potentially get in position for a boost in return, and it's Olaf that's going to do it. Dennis is already starting things off, though. Commotion inside of A main. Traded back by Device, but Olaf goes immediately, misses a shot. I thought that was his opening. Device still resetting in position, still getting his bearings again after that initial exchange, and Olaf changes angle on top of the roof. He's still trying to find shots, drops down instead.
That was a big moment there for Olaf Meister. He gets taken down, the round could be over. He manages to survive, but I think he's been wallbanged by Zipex at that point.
That's through the tin garage door, the wide side. Brilliant shot by him. And he silences Olaf again. That's going to give Device the chance to try and boost. And he's going to smoke off inside a Z connector. Start to probe out exactly what's going on toward Highway. Double flash. No one in behind Bags just yet. They'll still have to check that on the way through, so watch crosshair placement. Zipic's the one to do the deed of pre-firing it to try and bait out anyone that's in those positions, but they're setting again for a mid-B split. And Doplin's going to give up at this point and holding mid and actually get over toward B early. He sits outside of the Heaven position toward T, but Twist up close. He better hope for 2. He needs 2 on the way through. If he can't, he's going to have a huge problem. Goes aggressive. He gets the 2, and he gets the bomb as well. It's traded back by Device, but now there's a chance for rotations. As Disco tries to desperately spray through smoke, they can still get bomb in position. As Crims gets up toward Heaven, he'll be able to hold off post plant. That's going to lock Device down on top of the platform. So Zipix becomes the key factor in the post plant position, especially if Device is going to do that and get caught. Gets a little bit lucky to get position with the smoke out. He can actually finally cross. This gives them a better chance to hold this off and bait in. Fnatic use the time to their advantage. Fnatic has kits on both, but no more utility to try and get in. And Zipix and Device know they're both toward that side of the map, so Zipix is going to back himself up toward the vents, hold the angle for both. Device watches lower. He can just see enough information to get upper, hits the headshot as well, and that surely is the round as Disco goes in. Very well done from Astralis.
Yeah, lovely teamwork there. You can see them doing exactly what the teammates watching, covering the angles, and got good information as to where the CTs are. Here's the wallbang. We didn't quite see this. Olaf disappointed. Like, I was just saying at that point how well he did to fall back and not die. It was a really crucial frag. Twist recovered the situation. At that point, they lose Olaf towards middle. He needs to go get some information. Finds 2 frags as well. Gets the bomb down. Allows his teammates to rotate in. They just didn't really have much to work with at that point. They're trying to come in from CD spawn and Heaven as well. But like I said, the positional control from Astralis was very well done indeed. We go into round number 21. A very pivotal one of that. We've got Twist on the AWP. Olaf only on a UMP. And Crims on the Famous. So advantage towards Astralis slightly, I guess, has to be a crucial factor here for Fnatic overall. Maybe going to be pushing in towards A here because they're getting quite close indeed. Not going to be flashing in just yet, but the Orb's going to be positioned towards the B storage area. He'll be backed up by Olaf Meister and UMP as well.
Point out a small subtlety that they're doing, as we just saw in that setup, with Kirby hugging that corner, playing beside Device. So many teams try and bait and switch based on the flash push into A main, then they play behind the box, but we see teams pre-firing, and everyone knows the crosshair placement for the headshot in behind the box. So instead, Kirby sits in the wall. He'll slide out because the flash won't go that deep. It's a slightly different approach, but it's just different enough that it can catch teams off. So smoke towards Z again, double drop over toward mid, and Zipix has come back around to Molotov in toward the vent. There it goes. That's going to go over the top to the left. That clears out anyone holding that position. Second Molotov's going to clear out sandbags. All angles already covered off inside mid. They can work toward Highway. Very good execution with utility from Astralis thus far.
Yeah, uses a lot of grenades, but eradicates all risk. You're Molotoving towards white box, the sandbags, and then vents as well. Into CTs that they have to face, or just allow you to have it completely in Device. So he's looking for this first pick, but he thought he's going to be flashed at that point. They're going to smoke off towards CD spawn, I believe, as well. That's a really strong smoke to use. Then you can concentrate towards the A side itself. Zipex coming out the door at the same time. This is looking very promising.
Good crossfire set, but the smoke's off means Olaf's got to push. He's low on HP. That gives Device the angle, and Disco gets pushed from A main at the exact same time. He can't snap back fast enough to find Zipix. It's Twist alone. And Astralis looking to get up to the 12th round as Twist gets closer. 1 versus 3 on the AWP, and Device holds a tight angle.
That is beautiful Counter-Strike right there. Just breaking that round down completely, kind of talk you through it as they're doing it. They get that mid control. They eradicate every single risk towards middle. They obtain mid, 2 smokes towards CD spawn. That stops any rotations, and the CTs that are waiting towards truck, let's say, an AWP, they have to push through the smoke, as you saw Dennis had to do there as well. Zipex is waiting at the door. There's so much aggro and attention going towards Highway and the A-bombs at itself. As soon as they've done that, he opens up and he opens fire to any CTs that are trying to defend in that area as well. Fnatic have no idea what's going on at that point. A big round to pick up. Fnatic, full eco.
Chance to go to 13 rounds already for Astralis on Fnatic's map choice. It definitely looked the class of the game thus far. Olaf still struggling. 5 kills. He's only gotten 1 since the start of the second half now. Not the Olaf we know. Zipix, he's trying to spray through. Kill feed got written at the same time. I thought he actually hit it, but it was Kirby from A main, and they actually evade the bullets going through as Zipix gets desperate to try and find them on the other side of it. And I think they want to try and push up for this gun, but Glave's holding it. You're right, that nearly hits. Watch the flash timing. Panic because he has to turn around and dodge his own flash. Olaf nearly capitalizes, and now they'll go for the boost instead, but they've gotten kills back the other direction.
Yeah, I was about to say, Astralis need to calm down here. They both have an eco, still got him over a minute. Just hold up, it's fine, get together. It's going to be a 4-on-2 at this point. Twist and Disco Doppelin only with the USPs here. If they find another kill, I'll be impressed at this stage. So Disco Doppelin towards the forklift and Twisty towards the B side as well at this stage. All Stratus need to do is stick together. And they can still use this time if they really want to. Don't need to commit too early. And Zipex just isolating the bomb side there. Going to be opening up the door in his favor. And looking for that Disco Doppelin player. There he is. Going to be presumably taking him down momentarily. There it is. And it will be a 4 versus 1 now.
Twist. Can't really do anything in this. Look for some confidence kills. Exit kills aren't even going to be presented to him. They're already hunting from behind.
They're going out towards B as well. This is a nightmare.
Yeah. Run toward the side, I guess. They're at B. Is there a chance to slip in? We're not going to see a Ninja this major. I'm going to call it now. If we do, entrance in the final.
I think everyone's learned the lesson now.
Yeah, exactly. After the Snacks 1-5.
Yeah, on Mirage, that was... I think everyone learned a lesson that day.
Yeah. Yeah, Snacks couldn't believe his luck, but 13 rounds for Astralis. There'll be a buy on the Fnatic side, but it's going to be lacking in AWP. Remember the previous iteration of Fnatic? One of their strengths on this map was CT side, strictly because they were probably, even though you wouldn't think of them as a double op team, the best double op setup. So not having one of them, this is going to hinder them quite significantly.
Well, we've seen some great strategy usage from Astralis so far. That previous gun round where they split towards A, you can see they've got a lot of understanding of the map and how it should be played. It's all about map control, pushing the CDs back and dropping those great smokes towards CD spawn and just pintering bomb sites and making the CDs look in all different areas. Major with the CS boys. That looks like a lot of fun map. You ever watch CS at home with your friends?
No, I don't watch CS.
I don't have friends, so...
There you go. I'll be your friend if you want to teach me how to watch CS.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, we can get that done.
Perfect. Round number 23 comes in. There is a buy from Fnatic, 5 M4s. They have got one kid as well, but you can see they are lacking utility overall. It's going to be Device now, mixing things up. He's got the AWP this time, so and a string to their bow as they go into this one. They'll be slowing things right down. I don't think this will be more of a set-piece mentality. It's going to be actually Device boosted up. Use that Molotov to stop the counter boost on the other side, and he'll be trying to pick towards a connector as well. And Molotov goes towards vents from Zipex, and Olofmas is waiting for it as well. He's going to get, oh, that's a real nice setup there. They know Olof's there, he's low HP as well. They're going to keep applying the pressure. Can Kelly get the kill? He can't. Taken down by Olof.
He has to step up. He's got to show up in this game at some point. His team's done well to hold them in this. Of course, they can't have. I mean, they've got lots of experience, but he'll stand on firm ground toward B. What is that from Device? Fast peek on an AWP. Dennis is up close, nails the shot. And again, they fall away. That equalizes it, and it spreads the defense out. Advantage Astralis.
That looked disgusting. How is Device doing it at that sort of range? He has no idea that Dennis is pushed up there, but he brings the kill back in towards his favor. So we know Olaf is low. He got flushed out of the vents there. You can see the way they set it up. Molotov in the vents, Molotov and checker means he has to run through fire at that point. And the idea is the T's are waiting in towards B-Store to take him down. They couldn't hit the shot. He actually gets one in return. They're still a 4-4, which at this point I'd say still heavily favors towards Astralis. They have the AWP. They have 3 smokes remaining as well. And they actually have 35 seconds to work with. It will be some sort of B split coming in here. You can see on your map right now, 2 players towards B and 2 going towards events. They get this first pick, they're in. It's over.
Twist. He's trying to dance behind the box. Olaf's just getting there now. He's got high ground. They're going to push through. No, okay. I thought Dupree was going to go to tree. Good shot by Twist to hit him. Olaf found Device beforehand, but this gives Glaive bomb and sight. They're down a man, but they've got ground. And Zipex again will be the key in this because he's the one that gets to back away. Unfortunate for him, once more, he won't have pressure from vents. He doesn't know that yet. Unfortunately, last time they had all the information for him. He could watch the entrances. This time he won't be able to trade quite so quickly. Still he finds it. Stepping up when it matters. He's had the slowest performance of anyone on the Astralis team thus far in the tournament, but now he's arriving. As always, playing the support position, but he's down, and they know Glaive's on the side. He's going to wrap around, chance to catch them out, but he falls down. He's got to hit one. Wrap around from Crims. But he's got 10 seconds. I think he's just got this.
Yeah, he's got that. That's fine. Oh, it's going to be a little bit
Nah,
close.
he's got it. He's already below 3, and it's not quite there. So just barely a defuse from Fnatic. That's going to give them 10 rounds. 2 kills from Crims, and they split up. That actually worked because position from Glaive, he could have lined them up.
Yeah, I thought he had done it. If he just stays alive a few seconds longer there, just gets out of Crims' reach. But he pulls the pistol out. He knows he's going to be low HP at that point. Astralis drop around there, but they still have money. They've got to keep applying the pressure. It comes down to a 1v1, so the money's still not be great for the Swedes here. They pick up the AWP that was dropped by Device B. You can see Disco Doppelin, he's only down to the SMG himself. So a real rough round for them if they are to lose this one. Now I'm going to speculate that's almost it for Fnatic. They have no money left over. This has to be a winner. 13-10. You lose this one, it goes to 14-10. You've got no money left. You have to force buy it if nothing. So this is it now. Fnatic, unfortunately, used that first pick. I was about to say, need this round. And Disco Doppelin, the SMG player, he's punished first.
Good shot from Glaive. Olaf on the op. Is that what it's going to take?
Possibly. That's what we said about Fnatic. Obviously, Twist is known as the main AWP on this team, but anyone can really pick it up. Twist, Olaf, Dennis, Disco is known as an AWP at one point, but he's not so much in this team. Zipex, I think he's got another wallbang there. Actually through the door, he's taken down Dennis through smoke as well. Those are some of the most frustrating kills to be on the receiving end of, and now it's a 5-on-3. Like we said, a huge round here. Now Olaf Meister does have to step over this AWP. He needs to make something absolutely massive happen.
Fnatic's done well to hang around in this game because it does seem like, oh, look at his position. I think they're going to go B. They'll spot him. Good lineup. Good shot of the first. Needs to get the spray control. That allows Device out. I was going to say, they've done well to hang around in this game because it seems like Astralis has been forcing the play. Not going to be baited. Olaf has the patience of a saint as he doesn't fire into that first shoulder peek by Dupree. Hits a shot that's much required, and that's going to force them away from the AWP instantly. They're not falling into Olaf's traps. They're not playing his game because, again, it's going to be Crims that they go toward. And a divide play as well. Look at that UMP in middle. Device is going to catch Olaf. He's rotating. Device is set, but the pistol play from Olaf leaves him in it. Crims goes down. It's going to be the AWP on Olaf that's going to dictate the round. Bomb goes for the default plant. 18 seconds, lots of time. And Zipex gets in behind the quad position. But Olaf, is he actually already bailing on this, or is he going to go highway?
He's got no kit. I think he's just going highway to see if he can get the pick. They know he's towards CT spawn. He's hoping someone makes a mistake at this point. Could very well happen. That smoke, they might think they're covered. He's in the connector right now, just looking for that first kill. But at this point, he's got about 5 or 6 seconds before he has to realize he falls back. But there might be a kill on the site.
There's a kit on the site.
Yeah, he gets the worst of both worlds at that point, decides to fall back, loses the AWP, and we'll have a look at the money going forward, but that should be Fnatic out of this at this point. Only $1,400 coming in, no one above $2,500. That's actually the richest player, Dennis. Everyone else below $2,000. That's the shot from Device. But those opening picks, that does damage Fnatic the most. We needed Olaf to step up there with the AWP. He did good work to predict that Device was in towards connector. I thought that could be the crucial kill there. But as soon as Crims went down with nothing, not really much Olaf could do there. Low HP, no grenades, no defuse kit, and an AWP wanted to save.
And that's the reason he started to look that direction, because there was, if you could find the first pick, there was a kit down on the way to the bomb, but then he made the hesitation, and he who hesitates loses. He gets caught on highway, op down, and we know an op on this map in the right position in the right hands can be enough to sway around on its own.
Is this the Astralis pause?
This is, so the other part of that, and for those of you who don't know, the whole story on that pause at Columbus, basically Fnatic said before the game, this will be an easy 2-0 in the quarterfinals. It's Astralis, no problem. And it was actually the other way around. Astralis had them 1-0. They were close to map point. I think it was 14 rounds when it was called. And Kerrigan called a 2-minute timeout at the time and basically said, if they thought it was an easy game, I gave them 2 minutes to think about that. And then they beat them, which is where the whole BM comes from. You got to remember, it was Flusha that predicated it, and it was Kerrigan that called it. So neither of those two people are here, but it does build a rivalry between the orgs.
In terms of BM, it's pretty light, just taking a pause at the game.
I thought it was brilliant.
It's funny, but like I think the interview earlier of Olaf, he seemed a little bit salty about the whole thing. It's like, it's not that much of a big deal. It's just kind of, it's a little bit silly, but I don't know. I kind of like it. Like I said, anyway, Fnatic will be on the full force by here. It'll be CZ's, UMPs, and Deagles. It's a really rough round for them, and Astralis one away from map point here as well. That is starting things right down and trying to ascertain what kind of buy the CDs have right now. Like I said, it's just pistols and an SMG. Not really much you can do to even work a pick. Not a particular stack coming in either.
The question is, did Dupree spot Olaf's feet? Yeah, I think he backed up to try and get a better angle, but Olaf's gone away from that position. The only weapon, aside from a hand cannon, is the UMP on Dennis, and that's over toward A. Zipex is at the door, and they are slowly going back in that direction from the Astralis side. 1 round away from map point, facing overtime point, which takes a lot of pressure off them. But they're in control. I don't think they're feeling pressure right now. Zipex will open up the door. That'll allow him to bounce the Molotov in behind the forklift, clear the position where Dennis was. That forces him in transition, and he gets caught from the open. Perfect team play. And they're going to use utility again to try and get Crims out of position. Flash over the top of red. That'll be the entrance as soon as the flash hits quad. Well timed from Zipex. Wraps in. Crims fully blinded. Astralis is looking so coordinated right now. All the kills in their favor. Just Olaf to find. It's going to be 15-10 for the Denmark side over top of the Swedish.
Yeah, Olaf Meister remains, and not really much you can do here, I'm afraid. 5-on-1, he's got no kit, no nades, no weapon, and he's towards middle and the bomb's down on A. This is going to be map point and indeed maybe the end of Fnatic on cash, because they go to the next round of $1,900 to add to their 0 total right now. So it's going to be a very similar buy, SMGs or pistols all round, and Astralis are going to be very aware of that, and they can just hold up and do more of the same. Just treat it like a gun round, shut it down quite easily.
So Device searching to try and find Olaf, who's hoping desperately that's what they're doing, because if he can get one kill and get a gun, that benefits them massively. At this point, forget about giving away frag money. He wants the headshot, but that's found by dupreeh instead. And it will be map point for Astralis. I think there's a lot of delighted people about that.
We move on to Nuke next map.
That could go. It's Astralis' pick, but I still think it could go either way.
Yeah, I would agree.
It is Nuke.
But Nuke is still an unknown factor overall, I would say, in CSGO. But in terms of team play and executions, you have to say Astralis have looked like the better team overall. Fnatic have given us sensational rounds and some big clutches that Disco Doppelin saved them out of a couple tricky situations. But here we go then, round number 26. It is 15-10. One more round will do it for the Danes. They're going to group up towards B, but some good damage from Olaf. Starting to arrive, he finds a kill, headshots another.
Flashed himself back into the play as well. Quick reload on the CZ. He didn't actually complete the reload, so he still only had 2 bullets left. The animation didn't finish. As dupreeh grabs the AK, they'll back away. Good trade. As you say, though, there was decent damage done on Device. That could have been hugely problematic for Astralis.
Yeah, they try to finish things off at a simple play towards B, but Dennis has got himself in a very interesting position indeed. He's pushed out all the way towards A. He needs to multi-frag here. He's almost guaranteed 1. Can he get the second?
And with the UMP, Device is low. He has to hold up for Glaive to hit that shot. Smart and disciplined, Glaive nails it. That'll open things back up again for Astralis. If he finds both there and bomb, Fnatic has a real chance to find round number 11 instead, though. They'll slow it down on the Astralis side. 57 seconds, no need to overcommit. Decent utility left on both dupreeh and Device. Glaive not so much, but he'll deliver the bomb after they do all the work. In the meantime, he's going to look for a hunting kill because he's still got the HP to work with. Try and bait in Device potentially with a jump across, but Crims is outside of Squeaky. Now the question is, did Crims close the door behind him? Are they going to predict that if they walk in? He did. So if they walk in from A main, they might not know that he's there if they even go that direction, because right now I think they're relying on the call from dupreeh. But in turn, Fnatic's playing off that information from Crims, which means there's 2 inside the B site. Disco, though, dupreeh slipped in behind him. Hasn't spotted him. He stayed so silent. Disco's going to go around outside of the vents. Now he's known, but is he found? Because he still has, 5-7, poor timing. He's got to go. Low HP, finds 1. He turns around. It's another. It's the right perfect play from Disco with a lot of luck. And it's going to leave just dupreeh remaining. Pop flash his direction will buy Disco more space to get away and back into the corner. That baits in twists, and Fnatic do find round 11.
Somehow they make it work. Disco Doppelin finding 2 big frags. I have to say, you're absolutely right in terms of the luck factor there. He looked a little bit overwhelmed, but somehow the low HP players ran into his crosshair. He's managing to negate. As he pulls out the flashbang as well, he just has to commit. Very good shot on the second player there as well, but Disco Doppelin once again delivering for Fnatic. They're not out of this just yet. They will be able to force around this now. It's going to be much better than just pistols. You can see they've got a plethora of rifles there. 2 AK-47s, make it 3, and 2 M4s as well. So they're straight back into this. It's going to require 4 rounds in a row. And Astralis with that heavy commitment towards B at the start, I think they've just kept to the original plan. It is working the defaults, getting a pick. They would have been much better off, but they gave Olaf Meister that chance to kind of take them down. But Dennis, aggressive there towards Squeaky Door, doesn't find the kill.
Quick taps through smoke, hoping to find someone on the other side. It's Twist instead that's going to get dupreeh. I said Fnatic had done well to hang into this game because it never really seemed like they were ever convincing to win it. Just suddenly they were getting more rounds than you would have thought watching the gameplay. And now, if they can start to accumulate them, they could still force out an overtime, especially here. I'm just going to peek at the money really quickly. Yeah, Astralis is break point right now. So this could put them to 13. And then, as we know, Astralis, we have to mention it. I think they've moved past it as a team, but this is the final boss for them. This is a semifinal of a major. It's when they struggle in these closing stages. Kirby's going to check out Cubby inside of middle, drop down. That gives them a bit of presence to start to work up toward Highway. And I think this is going to be the A split because Glaive and Zippix are out toward default spot for smokes. I expect... I think they went Highway and deep. I didn't see Zippix's lineup because I don't think they covered off quad for landing. Krim still has vision before the smokes even land. In fact, they go deeper than that. They both go toward trucks, so Krim's can actually still play onto the Highway. Lovely shot from Zippix on the way through. That's going to take him down. Open up Device, who finds Dennis. It all plays into their hands on one single pick. And Disco Doppelin, those smokes have left him isolated, removed, and waiting for help to bail him out from B.
Oh, wow. Device.
That's timing.
Yeah. Just as the smoke dissipates there, he managed to get away. Should be punished at this point, but Twist doesn't want to commit just yet. Device has a chance to reposition here, get a good angle. Gets it, but only does him down to 12 HP.
And look inside of the site. Olaf's got Glaive. It's just Zippix. He knows they're coming from Truck, but he tries to relocate. First headshot success. 13 bullets left in his magazine. Low HP on Twist, and he's pre-firing the angle. That's going to leave him with only 8 bullets. He's got to reload. Does he get it in time? Not quite. Olaf around the corner. Fnatic will find 12, and it's a broken Astralis economy.
They try the A split once again. They've lost that first play at the start of the round. That's Dupree towards B Story. He's trying to show presence to that side of the map. Twist takes him down. They go for the mid control once again. The Molotovs are deployed towards Connector, Vents, and Highway once more. They go for that A split. They just don't really have the firepower there. Fnatic can feel it coming. The smokes come down. They face Highway, get the frag in their favor. Comes down to a clutch in the end, but still, you mentioned it before, Astralis have been broken. The money is now disintegrated. Fnatic now have a chance to really get back into this.
From round 22 to 28, Olaf has gone from 5 kills to 12. 7 kills in the last 6 rounds. It's nothing extraordinary, but late in the game, Olaf coming alive, it's the scariest proposition that could face Astralis right now. They have got the overtime point, so pressure's off in that sense, but even for Nuke, him to get woken up and get awake, to roll into this. We talked about it with Cajun B yesterday from North, how he had to recover from map 2. It could be the same thing here for Olaf.
Well, we've got some Desert Eagles here. These Danes known as some of the best Deagle players in the game right now. Still a deadly factor here. It's gone for the partial buy as well. They've actually got Desert Eagles head armor. They've saved $2 grand, but it's going to be the first 2 frags of Fnatic here. They don't have to commit any further, can fall back to the sides at this point.
No lineups there for Crims to find another toward Glaive. Taps for the headshot, can't quite get it. He'll make it into the vents, but he's greeted by Olaf on the other side, in behind the box. And Device will go back for bomb in a desperate attempt that because Zippix is inside of the A site now, they could still hold it off for a plant. He'll go the safest route possible. That means going squeaky door. And at this point, Fnatic doesn't care about plants. It's map point. They know they're going to buy in the next round. They'll wait. Dennis isn't going to overcommit, so boost slightly the economy for Astralis. But they were always in a position to grab an AWP in the next round anyway, so it doesn't change much. Fnatic knows that. Discipline, the better approach. Flashes out, trying to catch them off. Trying to hit a 1 headshot from Zippix on the Deagle. His teammate already gone, and Crims finding him. It's going to put Fnatic on 13.
Semifinals in Astralis map. Never something that's really gone too well for them. Never made it further than this stage of the tournament. And when you've got players like Device, that's quite a heartbreaking kind of sentiment to have. But we'll see what happens here. They started off so well, but 15-13 now. Overtime looking like a possibility, but Astralis are keeping calm. They still have 2 rounds to go before that happens. Should be able to get the AWP out if they so wish. So far, going to have 4 AKs, now 5. But they have got all utility to work with. We've seen some great executions from them so far. This 1 round will do it. But Dennis now, another new player to step into the AWP role. He'll be picking that weapon up, whether he has a decent spawn. He actually doesn't. He's just taking it over. And he'll be playing towards the A side of the map.
Glaive looks for the pre-fire. That was lined up, but I think this goes on the other side of the wall, back towards CT, so it wouldn't have done much. It would have gone through 2 walls, so it wouldn't have done much damage. KRB inside A main, they've not gone for the boost yet. That means Disco's flirting with the fact that the smoke's down in the main garage, and he's going to get toward the vents in mid. Good position. We saw him here before with the 5-7. And Olaf's aggressive at B on top of box. Twist will cover him off, try and get support, bait them in toward him, but that means Disco can pop out either way. It's a good setup again from Fnatic. This is a defining round. If Fnatic somehow pull this back, Astralis again, I don't know if they can recover from that in a series like this. Boost up for Device. Glaive's going to take bomb over towards Zippix, who does have a Molotov cocked and ready. Going to go toward the vents with that. That'll force Disco back, so it will open up middle for them. Lands perfectly. Disco's forced away, but Twist is rotated, so they've doubled up the mid-strength with a traditional rotation. As soon as I say that, though, Dennis has an inkling this is going to be, with that Molotov pushing vents back, a split toward A, and it's the right call, so Twist rotates off early. It's all on Crims. He's got to line this up. Shadows are in his favor, but the flash, he hits 2! Fully blind, and Crims knocks them down. It's massive for Fnatic, because now Dennis can go to work on the A site. No smoke in front of him at quad. Spots the first one out, takes the shot, but remember, I already said this, Twist is rotated over. He's here with an AK, and Crims has arrived as well. It's all the Device to pull it back. It's now down to just Glaive. 1 versus 4, Fnatic. They've got 14 rounds, and they break Astralis again.
My God, Crims stepping up there above and beyond expectation. I thought when the flashbang hits him straight in the face at that point, you think he's going down, maybe he gets 1 frag. They line up for him completely. He can't believe his luck. He's still alive, and he gets 2 frags. Amazing stuff. And you can see them holding them off towards that A side of the map. 1 round to go, and Fnatic will take us to overtime. Still a lot of work to do here. But in terms of loss bonus, we've got 4th stage here, so $2,900, and I think it's going to be a tactical timeout for Astralis. 1 round separates them with Nuke, and just closing this out right now, we'll go into overtime, and that could be quite a complicated procedure. Money's all reset at that point. Fnatic seem to have come to life here towards the latter stages of this CT half. They've worked out and kind of deconstructed Astralis completely. The last round will consist of 2 AKs, Tech 9 and a UMP for Astralis. As we go into this final round, so the unpause comes in. Good spawn for Twist as well, but no AWP. That did go down.
They've been playing better without it now that they're getting the crossfires set up. Especially Olaf. He's got most of his kills on the M4. Big round, Fnatic. Could force Cash into OT. Bounce flash out to push off anyone that's trying to get up toward mid position. Crims as well, playing a more aggressive angle, catches the edge of the shadows before the flash hits. He's 1 step back. I don't think that play happens. The flash goes in toward A main. This will slow Astralis ever so slightly, but they aren't pushing on that. Glaive's still waiting as well to throw his default smoke out toward, I assume highway this time. It has to be because they don't have a double smoke set up for truck, and they want to get the site. Forget trying to get picks on the way through. Just get in, and dupree's going to do that. Down goes Dennis. They've smoked off on quad, but Crims rotates over late. Xyp9x isn't ready for it, but look at the kill immediately before that on the obituary. It favors Kierby, but look at Crims go again. Another double, a triple. He's stepping up huge late for Fnatic. MVP status so far on their side. Disco's had his moments, but right now it's all Crims. And they're going to take the bomb back. They're forcing the rotations. This is a gamble. Glaive's going to leave Device alone in A, and he's going to hope for the best trying to wrap around. Now the question is this a full bailout? If Device spots 2 in A, I think it is, but right now Device hasn't spotted that, so Glaive has the option to wrap back through A main, and they work together, and I think that's the right call, and that's exactly what Glaive's looking to do. So Device will set, wait, patience is everything, but now he's rotated back. I think Device has made the call. Device has found the opening pick as well. This is going to hold Olaf. If Device can hold this down and Glaive can get there fast enough, it's a massive play, but Glaive is so scared. He's so timid.
Go now.
Now it's go. Now he's spotted him. Yep, Glaive's on his heels. He's running 22 seconds. Device is still doing battle. He's low HP. Olaf's going to realize it the second he gets this kill, but he's not found him. Where's Device going? He's not in behind. Olaf does get it, but now he realizes. Bomb down on B, and it's a 1 versus 1. Glaive versus the man, the sleeping giant who has woken up late. He's up to 15 kills, 10 in the last 8 rounds. None more important for Fnatic than this. He's got a kit, he's got a smoke, he's got an M4, and Glaive's got a UMP, and he's playing a far angle. He's hoping desperately that he can play this to time, and he can line up the shot, smoke on it. Olaf's gonna hold this. Olaf's gonna hold this. Glaive's off. No. Olaf's got it. 2 seconds. Olaf's got it to overtime. What an incredible play from the world's former best, and he shows it again. Ninja defuse for overtime. And Fnatic, their hearts have to be sunk at this point. Again, they had this game in full control, 15-15, and all bets are off.
It seemed so perfect from Astralis there, baited him out. Device staying alive as long as possible, but Crims, he did most of the work in that round. 3 kills by himself, isolated out, smokes all around him, all the grenades landing at his feet. But Olaf Meister, you said it, he's had a quiet game throughout, but he's won one of the most influential and most important rounds possible. One-on-one with Glaive, he only has that SMG, and the smoke grenade so vital. The ninja defuse comes in, sprays a few bullets at SMG, doesn't find him. At that point, the round's over. He had to rush him down with the pistol, maybe commit. He was hoping for the fake defuse at that point. And all of a sudden, everything's been reset, map. 15-15.
This is a whole other game. This is a way different game than regulation now.
Yep.
Psychologically, Fnatic's also playing much better Counter-Strike. I think they're going to give up on the op. I think they stay rifles the whole time, which also has benefits in overtime based on the 10K MR3 system. So remember, no pistols in overtime, $10,000 starting. You lose twice, chance to save, but no ops will give them a better force buy in the third. See if that's the approach they want to take the whole way through this.
Well, Device, he has got the AWP. dupreeh looking for some control towards Checkers at this point, which they've obtained. Boots up the defense. This is very promising thing to do. The thing is, it will make a noise when they go through. So your CTs, not that they're aware. Disco Doblin taken down, 5-on-4, just like that. Getting control of the B storage area like that, denying vision from the CTs can be very beneficial and can commit to this site if they so wish now.
Twist can bait in Olaf on this perfectly as well, and hence why Olaf's ready with a support nade, but they changed the position. And I'm not sure if they heard Glaive. I think Olaf may have heard Glaive running back, but that's a bait. He's not actually gone all the way back. He took a few steps. That baits in dupreeh. That works out perfectly, and I'm not sure it was by design or not, but it does work. And Twist is going to catch dupreeh, but they rotate back inside of mid. Dennis is there. Good shot from Device.
Well, trade after trade. It does favor Astralis at the moment, 3 versus 2. Crims had to step up once again, gets the kill, drops the bomb, equalizes the situation.
Device will scoop that, and Crims will give up position because he wants to play in tandem with Twist. Twist may say he's learned a lot from Dennis and Olaf on this team. Crims is another he can learn a lot from as well, but their former teammates way back. He's still a solid player. What a shot from Device. Twist goes down. It is now on Crims, who's put them in these situations time and time again. He knows there's one in the site. He's expecting the other in A main, and he's right to assume so, but it doesn't mean he can pull him out. Now he can. One-on-one again. He's got a kit. It's planted wide, though, so there's no need for Xyp9x to try and peek this, hence why Crims has to go aggressive. The shot will reveal his location, but Xyp9x stays open. It works. Astralis pick up round number 1.
It feels like every clutch has gone in Fnatic's favor, but finally Astralis pick one up. Big round. If anyone's not aware of the overtime system, you play 3 rounds in either half. First 19 of your screens at the top there, but Xyp9x comes out in clutch there. Crims, we thought he was going to shut them down. Great positional control on the A bomb site, takes the bomb down there as well. Certainly makes it interesting. We're going to round number 2, Matt, and you said the AWPs, they've been doing better without the AWPs, and now they've got 2 of them, so maybe that was the missing formula. We'll see what happens.
It's true, because they did never really have the double AWP setup in regulation.
Okay.
Oh, that's how you start with an AWP. Take down the reverse roll of Device. Olaf gets it and he stays aggressive. Look how aggressive he is. Twist is going to rotate around to try and get him out of this, jumps across. Now remember, the other AWP was in Dennis's hands. That's been dropped as well. So 2 AWPs on the deck to start things off as dupreeh starts to push up in toward B tunnels, but then thinks better of his positioning. Bomb's been dropped inside of mid this whole time, so they are playing a calculated game to try and find the pick and return.
Well, equal situation for now in terms of the utility available. Astralis do have smokes, molotovs, and everything they want, but no map control obtained as of yet. So those same smokes and flashes we've seen towards middle are dropped once more. dupreeh makes his way towards the vent, but Disco Doppelin will be the one to defend. Flashes in, won't be challenging just yet. They're going to allow the Astralis team to have control of middle for now. And Kiabe, he's looking for a pick towards A.
Good shot from Olaf again. Now he's got his AWP rolling and he's rotated. They're being dynamic. He goes over toward A. Astralis thought that was going to be clear, but dupreeh's the money man in this because he can push through. Better play, smart play from Disco. He knows they've got all the information on the sites. He doesn't need to be aggressive, doesn't need to get caught off, so he just holds position and they walk directly into his crosshair. It's Twist to step up next. A 2 versus 4 for Astralis to try and pull back. Xyp9x has got Disco down, but Olaf's on heaven with AWP watching cross. Spray in from Xyp9x, tries to bait him out, and he's right to assume so, but Crims is getting ever closer as well on the flank as he comes around from the A side. Lovely shot from Glaive. It's all about timing because Crims has to start moving. They get Olaf down as well, but will they read the flank? Both on top of the site. Surely he can only get one before they're both exposed. And Xyp9x is looking that direction. He's considering it. He's pulled his way into the corner, so even now, if Crims comes this direction, he has to commit in full force to the site, and Glaive's starting to realize, I don't have any information here. He has to be coming from this direction. And the shots reveal it. He's looking for the headshot, taps toward the generator. He's got it! And the peek from Xyp9x is extremely aggressive. He nearly gets caught as well. Crims on 48. It's the M4. Has to switch to pistol. He's depleted his ammo. And he'll go aggressive. And Xyp9x is trying to bait this out, get as much time as possible. And Astralis will get 2 in a row.
2 in a row for Astralis and 2 in a row for Xyp9x. Another clutch and 4 frags in total for that man. Olaf opened it up. Look at that amazing shot into the device as well. I thought that was it. He managed to stay alive, but Glaive and Xyp9x doing some really strong stuff there. Amazing teamwork. Just finding kills left, right, and center there. Xyp9x left in another 1v1. Twist did actually a really good job to even make that round possible for himself. But like he said, once the bullets were depleted, round was over. Xyp9x still had 100 HP. They're taking 2 headshots at that sort of range. Well, there it is. It's going to be 17-15, 2-0. If you get to 18, that's a 3-0 on the T side. That's a very good position to be in. You can see the money's been depleted. That double AWP setup has made things very difficult for Fnatic on its final round of the half.
I think Dennis is going to wait for the opportunity. I think Dennis goes on this. He's got the UMP. He's hoping to get enough information to be confident about pushing through that smoke.
He'll be flashed in, but...
better. I think this is actually better now because he's missed the opportunity. If he gets to vent, look at where they are. They're both in front of him. Oh, can't decide where to look, and Kierby makes no mistake about costing him the hesitation as dupreeh gets inside a checker device with Olaf down. This could be a 3 sweep for Astralis. How bizarre is that when they couldn't find a single round when needed in regulation?
Very close to Twist there. Wanted to push him with that flashbang. Ultimately wastes it as he gets locked out with the Molotov there. A 5-on-3 now. Astralis looking for that 3-0. Such a strong position to be in. It means they only need 1 round in the second half and they switch over to CT, but A lot of problems lie in their path. It's going to be Disco Doppler and Crims, who have been fantastic so far. The lack of weaponry is going to be a massive problem going forward, though.
Kirby will climb his way across the box, not leave himself exposed from the heaven position. Glaive smokes to tree. Smoke heaven as well. They haven't actually used that one as much, but Disco's going to go aggressive, flash himself back in. He's got to give support to Twist, but he's caught. Zipix has him down, a pistol only inside of the B site. Device waiting for rotations. The pistol's done well, to be fair. Twist, he may get another. Dupree's there, and I think this is a 3 sweep. Crims knows he can't play for rotations at this point. He's got to get to the site. It would be perhaps the play of the tournament if he pulls back this 1 versus 4.
Okay, I would agree with that sentiment, but we'll see what happens. Crims, no nades, no kit, just a FAMAS, which is running out of bullets rapidly. We'll see what he can do here. It looks like it's almost impossible at this point. He's going to have to find his first kill, which he does, but instantly traded in his Kiabi. The 3-0 comes in. I would say it was a little bit of a choke for Astralis towards the end of that second half. It seemed like they were losing every single clutch, just couldn't close it out, but that's recovered it quite nicely. We're a little bit worried for them going into that first half of overtime, but now the 3-0 means they need 1 round, and they'll be moving in towards a new victors of the first map.
Yeah, exactly that. Overtime magic number 19, 18-18. If Fnatic do the exact same thing that just happened to them, get all 3, we do it all again.
So do we see the Device AWP come in?
I expect right now as well. Remember, you're allowed up to 2 minutes, I think, in overtime halves.
That's
Regulation,
right.
You're allowed 5 minutes. I think overtime's 2. It may still be the 5. But they're going to take this, Fnatic. Regardless of whatever time it is, they're going to take this. They're going to talk about it as much as possible right now.
Absolutely. This worker had to find that 1 round. Maybe don't get the AWP, just have the 5 rifles there. Keep money nice and strong, especially for that 3rd round, and things fall apart a little bit. We've got a vote to start the game there, but no one ready quite yet, it seems. Here's a little bit of statistics for you. Crims, what an amazing game he's had there. Got them in towards overtime, arguably there. So many clutches from him, and Disco Doppler as well. Dupree's performing well. 90 ADR, that's considered good as well. 28 kills, 22 deaths. Then Crims, 33 kills, 23 deaths. Towards the end there, he just went absolutely nuts.
And Olaf woke up in time to get to 17. He's now right on the back of everyone. It's 33 for Crims, 19, 18, 17, 17. But on the other side, it's a much more even kill distribution. Everyone's in mid-20s. So Crims is the standout, and the clutches he had. The spray down at mid, the double kill, triple kill, in fact, over top of Red Crate inside of A. 2 rounds in a row. Massive for Fnatic.
Wow, they are taking full advantage of this pause time. And the buys is time to come in so we can start to...
So yeah, I think so they still want about 2 more minutes. I think.
We can talk through the buys and the approach for Fnatic. So just to remind everyone, they need 3 rounds in a row now on the T side. So their buy going to this first round is going to be 4 AKs and an AWP, but I think they are resetting, so that could change up. Okay. Maybe that was a problem. Maybe they want to change this approach.
I think yeah, okay. So
it was Olaf with the AWP, but now
it's Twist. So they have changed it up based on a restart on that. They're still going to take the time. I saw a vote go in, but again, they've got to talk this over, and that's a harsh decision because T-sided op for Fnatic on a map like Cash, if you can get in with the rifles and keep the AWP inside B halls or A main with a wide enough, safe enough plant with the confidence and time to do so, it's powerful in a post plant, but otherwise they need an early pick with it. And where do they go? Because again, Astralis was actually quite passive on mid.
Well, it was interesting towards the end of their CT half as well. Device started playing towards the A side with the AWP. That's when they actually closed things out. They kind of recovered from when Fnatic tied up the situation. So that'll be interesting whether Device goes towards B at the start and then potentially moves the next round towards A. We'll see what happens. But we are live, ladies and gentlemen. The second half of overtime here. It's currently 3-0 in favor of Astralis. 1 round in their CT half here. We'll close things out. Fnatic need the clean sweep to force double overtime here. And they have got the AWP in the hands of Twist. He's had a relatively good game so far, 19 kills for him, but Crims definitely leading the charge. He's got a decent spawn towards B, might just straight up challenge here. We'll follow him for now and see if he can find anything. Going to be flashed off as his opposition make their way towards Checkers. There's going to be Device in that B area as well.
Device versus Twist, op versus op. Massive kill defined early on, it does sway things. Oh, did they fail the boost or were they just starting to go for it? Either way, Dennis hears them.
Dennis opted out when they heard the bullets start to fly in. It's going to be a very precarious situation to be in at that point. Dennis still checking it. He's a little bit worried that the boost might still be there. It's not going to be possible for him to find anyone up there as of yet. You can see that the setup comes in. Zipex alone towards A. This can be quite common. He's wants to find 1 frag and stay alive as long as possible. It looks like that it will be ending up towards A. They did find a lot of success in this area before as they commit. Be waiting to deploy their smokes, and they did seem to have a good understanding of which areas they need to smoke, what flashbangs need to come in, isolating the CTs very well at that point. But they still don't have to commit at this stage. They're going to have to be slowed down at this point as well as the CT smoke comes in towards A main.
So Twist picks up bomb. They like to work ever closer toward the A site with it, with Crims in behind the door. It's going to be a boost. I expect a 4-1 off of this. I can't see them leaving 3 for entry with the setup and firepower that Astralis have had inside of that site. Kierby as well, remember, his highway rotations have been huge at shutting down that squeaky door. So if Olaf can get in behind him, which he looks to do, that takes him out of the equation right away, and it forces Xyp9x to have to turn his attention. That's going to happen. No, it's not. Kierby turns around, but Doplin, he gets Glaive inside of the site. Xyp9x has to play perfectly with 16 HP behind the quad. He's got Dennis down. He's going to try and force them all the way in. That forces them into the crosshair of Kierby. What a bait play, but what a shot from Twist. Now the shots have to come out. Pre-fire's not quite there. Twist again, missed shot from Device. It's down to just Dupree and Fnatic. They need all 3 rounds. They may not find the first one, because Dupree's got something to say about it. He's not the one with a kit, but there are some down inside of the site, so he's got time to work with. Twist doesn't want to give it to him. A fast peek, and Fnatic finds 16.
They can't close it out. It's Fnatic once again coming in clutch. They need every single round here. That's 1-0. Dupree, I thought he had it there with the boost, but confident as ever, Twist of the AWP finds the final frag at that point. I thought Xyp9x had done the work. It looked like he'd locked him out for long enough. He'd found a couple of frags. They're staying alive, waiting for the rotations to come in as well, but it's not enough. Astralis take a timeout here. And that's one step closer. Fnatic taking us to double overtime. Astralis just can't finish this game off. They had plenty of opportunities in regulation time to do so. But here we are in overtime, and now 3-1. The round escapes them, but a tactical timeout for Astralis. We have got the buy coming in as well. It's 4 and 4s at the moment. Device can afford the AWP. Shut down in the previous round, but I don't think he'll be straying away from it just yet. He went towards B. I think, like we said, their most successful setup. That's why they're taking the pause right now. What's going to work out best here? This Fnatic team seems to favour towards this A side and towards middle as well. That's where they get most of their action going on and most of their frags. Let's get Device towards that A side of the map. Give them that first and more comfortable control position. Let's get into it. Still going to be Twist on the AWP, of course. He's certainly had some big frags in the last few rounds.
Underway we go. Twist again. Straight onto the AWP. And they're going to do the same with Device now.
I would say now he's almost certainly going towards A. He wants to be part of the action. That's where they're mostly showing their hand and finishing up. So I would say maybe that squeaky door push, something like that, go for the first pick, try and close it out. Because next round, if they do this, they're going to have they're going to have no money at all to work with. So he needs to make something happen. He knows they're not really quite finishing these rounds off cleanly. He still heads towards B for now.
He's got a spawn that was reasonable for it, so I can understand this presence. Olaf's there as well. He's not going to go all the way around the corner. Device not quite in the lineup, but look at Dennis trying to get around the smokes at A to get information toward Forklift. If they even think about flashing in late, he's got prime position for it. Through the door, Crims takes down Xyp9x.
A taste of his own medicine. He's done a couple of wallbangs this game, so Xyp9x finally taken down. He does damage Crims to 16 HP, but they have got the man advantage Fnatic and a lot of time to work as well, and the grenades in the bag. You can see the CT starting to wonder now what's the play at this point. Device, he's still towards the B side of the map, starting to rotate in, left it completely open at this point. This is a massive gamble. Look on the mini-map right now, they've got no one towards B in terms of CT presence.
And I think they're going to go reverse boost as well. They're definitely trying to pull this back. This is a risk to eradicate the offset in a 5 versus 4. That door never even opened. That was a pre-fire out of spawn as soon as they arrived. Crims gets the better of it. AK over the M4, but look at Dupree. This time he's perfect. They're in A main. Disco's got his back turned. He's ready for it, but he's got to hit shots. Has it. Lineup's there for Dupree. He's got 2. What a play. Glaive's got Olaf. It's Crims and Twist to keep Fnatic alive, and it'll start off well for Crims. He finds Dupree. That's all the way back as he pushes away from A main, but they've got to regroup and back out, and Crims only has 16 HP from that first exchange. The spray went both directions. Remember, he got the kill, but look at Glaive caught in no man's land. If that peek came over, he's got nowhere to hide. He's going to spot the gun. Oh! A misplay from Glaive. Those shots should have landed, and Twist has opened up the door for Fnatic because it's a 2 versus 2, and they're both on the B site. It's Device alone. Kierby's not there. He's got the high HP, but he has an AWP. He's missed shots. That could have cost him. It does. What a shot from Crims. Fnatic in the most magical way are pulling it back, but look at Kierby! Right time, right place! And Astralis get 19 in overtime to take map 1.
it seemed like they had checked out of it. Nothing was working for them, losing the picks all over the map. They needed someone to step up there. And Dupree, he makes a call to get boosted up. He finds two in the back. He still comes down to a 2 versus 1 against him. Somehow Fnatic recover the round. The Kiabi in the back, right time, right place, finishes it off, and that's a sigh of relief. I don't think Astralis would have recovered here. Famously fall down in these semi-finals, but they pick up the first map here. Much needed last round.
The sleeping giant is awake, though. Fnatic are in this series. We are far from done. Nuke is going to be extremely exciting. We'll take a break and be right back.
Yes, welcome back to the Fox Theatre here in Atlanta. And Duncan, I just had a report in. Astralis' sports psychologist turns out to be Tony Romo. So,
okay.
They almost choked again. I was honestly thinking I was going to see it happen.
Shot at Moses inadvertently there. Big Cowboys fan.
Yeah, we're a big fan of whoever's winning. Classic Moses.
They're not winning, though. That doesn't make any sense.
Okay. No, here's the thing, though.
Switch to the Falcons.
I've got to call Henry out a little bit on this one. He kept clinging to this narrative, right, that, Astralis, they always fall down. Never faced elimination in the whole game. Every time there was a key point in the game, they won. All right, my mistake.
Well, when we went into overtime, it could have happened.
No, not in any sense. They were absolutely leading the whole way. They controlled the dominant side of the map, which is the T side. That's the point, okay. Astralis only really lost rounds in general when the individual plays of Fnatic got really... It was nearly all when Fnatic was on CT side. Crim's fantastic from CT side. Olaf Meister, obviously some big plays in the second half. Twist had a couple of big shots. That was really great individual play, and that's what got the Fnatic guys, kept them in the game. But Astralis just again and again, they probably had like 10, 12 chances to win this game. They only needed a few of them to get it over them.
Well, what do you think, Jason? Because towards the end, I saw Device start to miss a few textbook shots. That hasn't happened to him in this major, and I did think we were going to see history repeat itself.
I mean, I don't think it was like a choke in any sense. I think the difference is in the past you'd see them break there, and I think this Astralis now we're seeing them bend a little bit towards the end of some of these matches and not break. I mean, this is obviously an insane performance from Crims that Fnatic might not get moving forward, which is a little bit of an unfortunate that they kind of let that go to waste. Olaf had a quiet game though. If he shows up, obviously we know it's going to happen. But still, there were plenty of opportunities for Astralis down the stretch to actually just flat out lose this match. The comeback for Fnatic.
Moses, let me ask you this. So this was Fnatic's pick. This is like Astralis' 5th or 6th best map. you don't think their defaults were insane on T side. How
No,
many times
they were
got
very
into
good.
position,
That A split is super impressive.
Really,
yeah, that
I
A
thought it
split
was
is
really
very
great stuff, you know.
But also, I mean, also Peacemaker was tweeting out that Liquid had used that same strat against them in the last major against Fnatic on Cash. So I think that just goes down to Fnatic not looking at that and saying, here's a weakness, let's find a way to plug this gap. And Astralis, their preparation obviously on point, and they capitalize on it. So I think
that fits into what we were talking about. You know, Fnatic being reliant on these individual plays. Very much true when it came to Crims. We're going to highlight sort of the two best players here. You know, Crims versus dupreeh. I thought dupreeh had some very good moments towards the end where maybe some of the star players started to fade away. You know, Glaive made a few mistakes, Device made a few mistakes, Kirby made a few mistakes. You know, these things were happening. dupreeh seemed to be relatively solid, didn't pass many big rounds, but I definitely want to focus on this performance from Crims. Man alive, that's old school Crims right there.
Yeah, this is the guy who, I mean, there's a reason why he went over with them to Godset, you know. He wasn't the player he used to be at the end of that Fnatic era. This is classic because not only is he the top fragger, not only are they all impact kills, how many clutches does this guy have to win in a game, you know?
It's unreal. I mean, that was such an impressive, and that's the cool, like, that's the fun to watch Crims. That is the Crims that makes you very, very excited. That why he was one of the better, you know, supportive or passive style players that we saw in the scene for a long time. Him and Zipnix both, but incredible from Crims. dupreeh obviously has had pretty quietly a good tournament, but I mean, all of Astralis individually had a very, very good games in terms of their individual players. All of them, maybe not every single time they're put in a situation stepping up, and at some point, each and every one of their players made some kind of a massive Herculean effort to keep them in this match or push them forward a little bit. On the Fnatic side, there was that stretch where, was it like 22 rounds in, Olaf only had like 5 kills or something? He didn't really come alive till the end.
So I think
if you're Astralis, I mean, yes, this is not one of your stronger maps, and you still were able to take it. But you still have to be worried. If Fnatic can stay in the game like that, can be that difficult to beat. If Olaf does show up in a game, this Fnatic team is going to be a whole different
There's a lot
beast.
of ifs there.
Yeah,
Here's the
definitely
difference.
a lot
What
of
I'll
ifs.
bank on is that calm, whether they won the round or not, that calm of the Astralis guys on the T side, that is something I've never seen from Astralis before. The old Astralis, they might have gotten to say they've had like a pretty good T-half. If they got put in that position where they get broken, they just go for like the panic, Tech 9 buy, let's just rush a site and smoke and all run through the smoke and get sprayed down. There was none of that. Every time, it's like, just go back to what we're doing, go back to what's working. So the big ifs to me are all on the Fnatic side of the equation. I don't need any ifs for Astralis. This was the map they, in theory, should be losing, and they won it.
Well, let's talk stylistic matchups here. You know, we highlighted this. Astralis have this slow, methodical play now where, like you said it, Duncan, they'll just walk onto a site till they see somebody.
And more importantly, when they do that slow style, usually teams like individual playstyle teams like Fnatic want to punish you. You know, they want to peek out, take an aim. They're so good at punishing that. And that actually, I think, takes away from... This is why I think some of the players aren't outright choking on Astralis, because they're never put in that position anymore where they're going in 2v4 into a site and it's like you have to hit every click headshot. They're getting the advantage before they even get on the site. So Glaive's doing a fantastic job at the moment.
The big thing is when you have an individual playstyle, one of the big strengths of that in terms of staying in the game as a team is because those individual plays, even if you don't get kills off of it, even if it's not super impactful in that department, you get a lot of information. So you have reads for your other teammates, and that's where they can decide what kind of play they want to make or where to rotate. And if Astralis, like Duncan said, very, very good at punishing those kind of plays. So not only are you just getting the kill when they try and get aggressive, you're also denying a whole wealth of information that they could use otherwise.
Yeah, so here's what I will say. I mean, I won't get into the theory crafting of the what ifs if it went to a double overtime or whatever. That's too many ifs. That's more ifs than even Moses. But here's what I will say. They looked
Tony Romo for that matter.
Tony Romo, exactly.
There we go.
They looked relieved at the end. You know, it wasn't like a jubilant celebration. Now they've got this curveball pick coming in, you know.
Here's the biggest if, okay. Add up all of Moses' ifs, and I'm telling you what, I'll take this one over here, which is every time you see Fnatic not on their maps, they are a different team. So the big if right now is if Fnatic knows how to play Nuke. Now remember, the old Fnatic never played Nuke.
Like it either, yeah.
This new, remember, here's the detail people don't know. The Fnatic that was Dennis, JW, Crims, this last one before this lineup, never played Nuke. It never happened. They banned it 100% of the time.
It's out of the map.
So this is a really, really big test for Fnatic. And the whole thing is, listen, I love watching Crims play like that. Olaf Meister having flashback on. This is really exciting, but can they replicate it on a map they've never played? That's a big if for me, you know.
Well, I mean, backs against the wall, this is where you see the kind of crazy individual things when they have no kind of plan. That's when you see the individual play shine the most. So, yeah, I'm not sure they'll be able to do it. I think we're starting to see as well that smoke diffuse that Olaf does, that breaks the old Astralis team. They're done after that in that overtime. So that's the very cool thing that we're seeing. This tournament has just been us like being spectators to Astralis discovering themselves as players and as a team, because everyone on this squad just seems at a whole different level of confidence in themselves.
Well, we'll see if they can carry it forward. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we're going to have the second map of this semi-final between Astralis and Fnatic. It will be Nuke. Make sure you tune in.
At the last major, we went out in semifinals, and it's never going to happen again because we're going to win it. Facing Astralis will be very tough. It's going to take a lot from all of our players in our team.
The difference between us and Astralis is we never give up when we're in the lead. They kind of showed it versus Navi that they kind of crumble under pressure.
We never had a problem before, and we're never going to have it.
We're only going to rise under pressure, not like Astralis when they kind of choke.
We're going to beat Astralis, and it's going to be 2-0.
We're just going to roll over them.
We're the best team that ever been, and we're still going to be it forever.
Right then, so the next map is going to be Nuke. The players are getting ready. Duncan, I'll start with you. As you rightly pointed out, Fnatic never played this map, but then again, it's not a map you would readily say is Astralis' best. So how's this one going to go?
No, but the fact that they've picked it suggests that they've gone over something. I've seen on every map that they've played thus far in the tournament, they have defaults, you know. And since they're a team that's not running like a whole variety of things, they work out of that default. I'm assuming they're going to have one here. So I actually think it's Fnatic that have their backs against the wall. I don't really know where this logic is that somehow Fnatic aren't the ones who choked because they lost in overtime on their own map. I feel like Fnatic are the ones who are about to be eliminated.
All right then, so that's sticking with your prediction?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very big chance that Fnatic is going to lose this map as well, just with their history of not having a whole lot of experience on it. I trust in the preparation of Astralis. I'm sticking with them in a 2-0 as well.
All right, thanks very much. Now we're going to throw you back over to our commentators, Henry G and Sadikis, but it turns out one of them, he looks a little bit like another celebrity that's out there. Can you guess what it is, Henry?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
There it is.
Okay.
I like it.
Do we have a reference
Henry
to it?
Spears.
He is toxic, I have to say.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Incredibly toxic.
That's also
Very
going to
good.
confuse a lot of the male audience, I think, Henry.
Midlife crisis.
All right, you have a good show, brother.
Thank you so much, Richard. Matt, what can you say about that one?
Yeah, that's pretty good. I think it's actually the best comparison I've seen with your new haircut yet. You're probably actually better looking than she is, so it's fine.
That's fine. I'll accept that.
Now, that said, we just had an incredible comeback from Fnatic. I said it was very impressive that they were hanging around in that game because it was never convincing.
Sure.
It never seemed like they were actually in it. They just seemed to be getting a few rounds here and there based on either decent picks or a bit of luck. But then Olaf wakes up, Crims goes absolutely nuts, old school style, and all of a sudden we got a game. And Astralis, I have to give credit to them because they pull it off in overtime. If they lose that, I'm not sure their mentality resets in time for this.
Yeah, well, they made some good points on the desk as well. I have to remember that was Fnatic's pick overall. So going to overtime and Astralis picking it up, we go towards Nuke, where this Fnatic team don't really play this map at all. We're not really sure what Astralis is going to bring to the table. I'll be interested to see what they do. They've been an interesting team so far, but it's one more map to get them in the grand final match. It's the first semi-final of the day. That was a good map for them to pick up. Cash is like not really synonymous with Astralis overall. Cash, we've cast him a few times. It's looked very similar to what we saw there. Some very, very good rounds, and very well executed ones. Some blunders there, kind of losing coordination towards the end, and some massive plays, to be fair, from Fnatic towards the end. But here comes the pistol. Will be Astralis starting on the T side here. It's going to be 4 sets of armor with Glaive on the utility. He's got the smoke, 2 flashbangs and the decoy. Lots of teams opting for the upper rush these days, but we'll see whether that's going to be coming into fruition. It's certainly not. Dupree will be the only player towards Squeaky for now, and they'll be holding him for any sort of CT aggression coming in. So, CT players, going to be Crims, who had a monster performance on Cash. He's got the HE grenade and the defuse kit as well.
So Dennis, USB. He's a maestro on it. He's brilliant with it. Yesterday, at one point, he had a P2000, which I think he swapped to because he ran out of bullets. And I was questioning why he'd even bother searching out one of those when he's so good with it. But in that situation, obviously no choice. He's going to sit back this time around because Astralis are playing a passive approach to Nuke, which is not always something we see on the pistols. We've seen a few different approaches. The G2 smoke to heaven, wrap through ramp, and a lot of outside takes. But Astralis are looking for picks, and they're giving up a lot of time because watch right now, Twist. He's outside, and he's actually down below Kirby, but he can't find the angle, he can't find the shot. He's going to chase him all the way back to the roof, but now they know he's here. Do they turn from lobby and try and go back toward him, or do they go inside the site and try and take advantage of his absence? It seems to be the latter, but that's met by Olaf. 2 good headshots on the way through. Twist does finally fall to Kirby, but Bomb inside of the upper site. The hardest site, perhaps, of all to take in Counter-Strike. Easier on this iteration of Nuke, but still no easy task. As Olaf positions himself again, watch to his right. Did he not hear the jump through? Okay, they've gone back. They won't be able to push in the door right away with Device. They've got Dennis still supporting this, and Crims. He's watching from inside the side up toward heaven. Good shot from Device to take Olaf, but Dennis, as always, finds one in the pistol. Device has pulled it back, and they have the man advantage on the Astralis side. Reload for Crims. He's got to get away. 3 HP, looking for the headshot. Kirby's got to reload as well. They're all out of ammo, and Device, in an awkward situation, will finally put it down. And there was very little time for a bomb plant, so he's lucky he found him when he did.
Well then, it will be 4 kills overall for Device. Certainly wasn't the prettiest of rounds there, but Olaf Meister, he turned it into something quite interesting there, those double headshots. Twist missing a lot of shots of Kiabi in the back there as well. So the approach he wanted to have there looked like another split coming from Astralis. The initial kills slowed it right down, but Device stepping up there and manages to bring a very important T-pistol towards Astralis. We know Fnatic are going to be struggling on this map overall. They win the CD pistol. It's a very CD-sided map, so they can get the ball rolling and get something working in their favor. But unfortunately, it's going to have to be the force by here in the second round, up against 2 AKs and 3 UMPs in the hands of Astralis for now. So round number 2, very difficult with the CDs doing anything. Whenever I think we have one player making his way towards the vents, he do indeed. That's Crims. Glaive will be looking for some outside control here. He'll be backed up by Kiabi, who's on top of the silo, looking for that first headshot. The objective right now, get the first pick, work out what kind of buy they've got, just see if there's a scout, and which Olaf Meister does have. He's going to be outside, of course, towards that garage area. Device shooting out those windows. It's very common indeed. You can throw some Molotovs in, some smokes towards the main entrance, but for now, so far so good.
And again, slow place from Astralis. That early damage, though, could cost them. Device will go on to an AK. Disco is going to be the one holding off ramp. It's becoming more common, but it's not as common in this version of Nuke that teams are actually putting a lot of pressure on that position. It seemed like Outer was everyone's go-to to start this off with the wall of smoke, which we also have to watch because a lot of teams, for some reason, still throw the gap. And with the skill on Fnatic, if they leave any information available, count on them to hit the shots. Flashes in, Zipix actually mistimes it, so he gets blinded up by his own team, and that means he's going to fall back on this, but look at the kills coming through. Now the HP really haunts him. Glaive was already low. Dupree's going to fall at the hands of Crims. Kirby will pull that back, but Olaf, he's down by Zipix. That could have been, that kill I think is going to stabilize things tremendously because Dennis is limited in his position down below, but if that had gone the other way and it goes 3-2 with position still an upper for Fnatic, I think the round's in a lot of trouble for Astralis.
Well, they've lost the man advantage now. No kits, no nades. And Disco Doppler towards the top of the ladder here. He has got the scout in hand, but going to do very well to find a kill with this. Device has spotted him as well. I think we need to scare the scout at this point. Then we get back towards CT spawn as Dennis. He's in the vent area as well. He'll be falling back. And yeah, so a full save comes in. Astralis managed to recover after losing a couple of frags at the hands of Crims and Dennis there. Like you said, Dennis, one of the absolute best pistol players in the world, so it's always a little bit scary when you're up against him in a force buy in the second round, but they can't quite find it there. Good recovery, and that's exactly why a one-bullet headshot straight into Device's head there. Lovely stuff, and he manages to pick up an AK as well. That's not a bad outcome at all. He does go down in the end. PRB, very good awareness. As we go into the third round here, a scout has been saved, but of course it's pretty much a redundant round. No one can really justify forcing into this at all. The Disco Doppler, he's got a 5-7 and body armor, throws over the scout's wall off.
The MAC-10 on Device as well is meant to build his economy as much as possible because he wants to get on the AWP. They will run a T-sided op. Play it from silo, play it at outer. Occasionally. You can get toward ramp. It's going to be Olaf there this time as well. He's got the scout to try and work that shot in through radio. It's a long range distance for him to try and cover off, but right now kills are going the way of Astralis. As Dennis will fall at the hands of Zipix, Kirby's going to start to work around the wrap from outer into main. Realizes there's one on top of Hut, but he can hear someone outside surely, but doesn't realize Twist is above him. Good positioning to use Catwalk to take back a little bit of position late into the round and late into the wrap, but it's going to be Olaf. Great shot onto Glaive. Pulls this down to a 2 versus 3. They are doing economic damage in this situation because, again, they find 2 kills, and Device is yet to find anything on the MAC-10 as well.
Well, they're going to get towards lower here. The plant should come in relatively easily. They've got Olaf Meister on the AK-47. It's starting to rotate down towards lower now, so he's got a chance to do something about this. He makes his way towards Decon.
And Olaf sits behind door. He wants to bust out. That AK picked up. It's a big upgrade from the scout. Aim punch a factor, but now that Disco's taken down Dupree, it's still a huge possibility because he grabs armor with the UMP. He's got the armor carried over. This is going to be Olaf trying to wrap around as well, get information for Disco, but they've got to act quickly because there is no kits in play. And I think Disco's already, they're going to back away. They're already aware that the chances are gone. So it will be the round Astralis, but remember, economic damage done. Device doesn't get a kill on the SMG, so he doesn't get the kill reward. I think, is he trying to grab another gun on the way out? This is a problem. Disco's going to be there, and he's farming cash now with the UMP. Device just barely gets 1 kill.
And he picks up an AK to finish it off, but still, yeah, you're absolutely right. Lots of damage done, and Olaf saving that AK as well, and managing to boost his money going forward. I think they're going to have plenty to work with here. Twist buys the AWP, but still, it's 3-0 on the T side for Astralis. That's a very good start for them, of course. If they win this first gun round, it could be very problematic for the cities going forward. Decent spawn for Device as well. He's got that AWP. A lot of AWPers can go open the door, look towards Garrett, see if he can get that first pick, a main entrance. We'll see what he decides to do. Obviously, he can go for the initial pick outside as well. We have no real information as to what Fnatic's going to bring to us on this CD side, so I can't really speculate too much. Using that grenade to open the door. The start's going to be Device, like I said, going towards main entrance. Doesn't spot anything just yet, but he has got Twist challenging him outside.
Device trying to hold to upper. This is the least likely of the angles, but you can hit a shot to main if you can catch them in rotation, if you know that Dennis is going to be playing in that position. The window at Hut gives a line as well. Zipix will back off on radio. He seems to be the one charged with this position. He seems to come to life when he's unexpected. When Zipix can take advantage of map control, catch people off. He's obviously not thought of that way in the same sense that Snax is, but he can be quite good with his timing and game sense. So if they start to back off of ramp, if they start, especially on the Astralis side, pushing toward outer to take over secret, watch for him to be the late push and divide and conquer strategy. Walking in for splits, and Crims, old school position, works it with the flash. We used to see NIP push here all the time. It's not as common in this iteration because you can get above it. What a shot for Device in the gap. Lots of skills shown off on the 2 players who starred in the last map. And Device spots Dennis as well. Dupree, he'll get Olaf down.
Device recovers the round and then some. His teammates have made their way towards upper as well. This is a very difficult situation. It comes out the Twist and his AWP. Still watching towards outside. Disco Doppler's at ramp, and not sure whether the commitments finally come in towards that upper bomb side, and they actually had. The bomb will come in. Twist has got up the ladder though. Bomb comes through. He's going to struggle here. He's got no kit. A couple of flashbangs to work between them and 3 players to find.
Twist and Doppling going to work together. Twist has to hold up, or are they going to back away? I think with the op, it's going to be a save. It has to be again because they only have the 1 kit. So it goes 4-0 now for Astralis. Had the gun round in, but 2 saved is something to work with. Remember, the AK was carried over, so Olaf didn't invest massively into this either. I think Crims and Dennis are limited, yeah, so they're going to be limited entirely, but Olaf's going to be able to buy into this as well. So they're going to have 3 guns up, which is a decent situation after losing 4 straight.
That's why it's worth saving at this point. Yes, it's a bitter pill to swallow going down 4-0, but they're looking at the bigger picture here. Absolutely. Saving those 2 weapons, especially the AWP, and like Olaf saving the AK in the previous force buy. Here's Crimzo. What a great display of skill to kick things off there, but Device maybe even better. That second shot's a little bit of a miss there, but he recovers with the smoke. Manages to take 2 down, just as Glaive goes towards upper as well. He locks that down. They get the bomb planted at that point in that stage. Fnatic can't really do much about it. A double orb setup there for the CTs. That's very rare on Nuke.
That's like very impressive as well, considering the situation.
If a full execution comes in, they can't really retake a bomb set. If they get down towards lower, they're done for at that point. This is a very interesting move. We'll see if it works out for them. Twist and Olafmeister.
It's a very bold call. This goes to show why saving in the right situations pays off. Because normally when we get into round number 5, it's a save for the CTs, having lost all 4 at the start. Now they've got 2 ops. Just on saving 1 and Olaf keeping himself in contention with the AK previously. Twist is going to be very, very passive toward outer and allow them to wrap. But they haven't put any pressure onto ramp yet. And if they misread this buy, Olaf's waiting. Glaive's down below. This is when we expect Xyp9x to start pushing onto ramp. So Glaive could actually be, it seems like a great position. It's an awesome spot to be. He's already in secret, he's got information, but he could actually be a problem because if he calls, go ramp, I've got control, they walk into one of the ops that's waiting for them. And that's slowly happening. They could rotate as well. They've got a player on Turnpike. It's all on Olaf. Misses the shot, but he's going to stay efficient and drop down. That was the one to catch them off, but crucially stays alive, and it baits around Twist on the second op. He was there all the time to watch for the rotation on Turnpike. They don't know Glaive's there, but he misses the shot on Olaf now as well, and he's looking for the close op shot. Glaive's trying to distract him, jump, and it gives Olaf the reset, but Kirby's there for the trade. The double ops have done massive damage already. And Glaive did funnel them into Olaf's position, but now it's Kirby that's going to try and wait for rotations. First shot successful, spots a second, but Disco's there to hit it. And Crims, he'll clutch back out on Device. It's going to be 3 alive for Fnatic. And the saves pay off because they win a gun round when they shouldn't have even had guns.
So they do have the option to take that double orb setup into the next round. They're opting against that. I think they had both orbs in hand, then they said, you know what? They know we've got the double orb setup. That's when you call. Oh, they are going for it. I would say with Astralis, we know that's running right now. We're going for an upper execution. You're smoking off towards heaven, main entrance, Molotov in the site, locking the AWPers out. That's not what they're going to be playing. I'm calling that right now if I'm Glaive. I'll take a pause even to discuss it. You know they've got that double orb set up. Great work from Olaf overall. This is when you get the strategy book open and has locked these AWPers out. It's very rare to see it on Nuke at the double orb setup. It's certainly a new addition to the top level of this thing. We'll see what happens. Normally you have a dynamic AWP who's going towards ramp, outside, catwalk, but we'll see where they can hold off an execution.
Watch Olaf, because he's already pushing up with his op. Device is going to find Twist. Olaf gets Molotoved. He actually had position and timing on Xyp9x to get the op ready. So good find by Device. Bomb intentionally dropped outside of lobby as well. With the man advantage, Astralis is going to go hunting for map control. Glaive's not going to push all the way through this time, but they've got Kierby in a spot where he can actually drop down and get toward main. So this will be an upper execution coming through. Now the other option on that is where does Olaf take his current AWP? Because he's the second one. He's watching toward outside. He's the kind of player that I could see him actually trying to push rafters with it to watch the push in from Hut. But Kierby's not advanced any further, and Xyp9x is still trying to evaluate. Surely with them grouping in Squeaky, this goes upper. Bait and switch potential, 2 players at ramp, long rotation for all things considered, long rotation. They're always quick on Nuke, but longer away from that upper site. If they do wrap around, that means I expect they're going to push through to lobby as well, and they're going. That means the kills have to come in from Astralis. Disco, he's going to slow them down, but only for a second, as Olaf just gets into lobby now. That's a good position to be, spots gun barrel. Device shuts the door, though. This is cheeky, but what a shot from Olaf! So fast as he rips his head off, leaves it 2 versus 2. They've got the HP advantage on the Fnatic side as well. Olaf has a kit, and he's staying on the op. He's going for a retake up close on the op, and nearly hits the shot on Glaive. That's traded by Dennis. But look at Dupree. I'll do you one better. You think you can fool me? I'm going to bait you back out. But Dennis has actually turned around to look toward main. His intuition Is it misread? He's going to get on it. He's going to hold it. Dupree, 3 seconds. He's got to go. Dupree's got to go. He's got to get the shot. They got it. Fnatic get it. He's too late. Dupree waits too long. And Astralis cost himself a round.
Well then, it was very intelligent to leave that first 5 seconds there. He's only got the Galil. He knows that the CT has no information as to where he is. I think that second full defuse though. Oh, that's sick. Oh, I have to stop myself there and watch that again. That was beautiful. But that second full defuse in, Dupree is going to face regardless. Facing after 6 seconds doesn't really work. If you get a face, it's either carrying your head up to 4, then face. Don't face after it's done. It's a little bit too late, unfortunately. But they are still getting forced into this. Comes down to another 1v1. Astralis, 4 UMPs in the device AWP, so he obviously has to go massive here. Maybe it's an upper rush with the main entrance shot as well, and it lands. Crims goes down.
Dupree doubling up that damage. He's going to get another kill. Good shot, Olaf. This is where I thought he might go last round. Because it seemed to me, with the information they had toward ramp, and the push came through, it almost justified itself late, but he could have gone up and got ready for the hot take. This time he does catch them off, a little bit different position, but they have the bomb down, and I think, again, Fnatic on nuke. If they're about to give up 5 rounds, and they've got an op still in play, never mind that thought, you might consider the save. Disco can get to that op, but Device catches him off trying to do so, and that's going to leave Twist to try and wrap around 1 versus 3.
Do you know why those 4 UMPs are such a good call? Like I said, that round coming down, well, the last couple of them coming down to clutches and tight one-on-ones, the UMPs actually becomes a very viable weapon. You know there's quite a high chance they won't have head armor at that point. Sure, they're going to have rifles, which on paper sounds like it's a better deal, but it doesn't matter. With the UMP, it's going to be a one-shot kill with not unarmored heavens anyway. So that's actually kind of a cool approach from Astralis. 4 UMPs, 1 orb, rushing up a bomb site and getting those first few frags. Huge round for them to pick up. It's broken the economy of Fnatic. I think they've gone for the all-in force by this point. So it's a UMP for Crim, some upgraded pistols, but 5-2. The scoreline increases for Astralis here. And this should be around going in their favor. You can see everything's kind of stabilized. Got rifles again, and Device, of course, still on the AWP.
Twist with just the CZ in his hands at the moment. Going to try and get information toward Outers. He jumps behind CT crate. Glaive's going to get on the railing towards Secret and watch for anyone pushing forward. Any little angle to catch them off as Device wraps it red and sets up post to watch in case Twist wants information going the other direction. So it's calculated. I have to say Astralis on this map especially have looked very good in their anti-ecos. It seems early to say that, but they've had a few of them to go against.
Well, at this point, just get the outside control. You can see Glaive, he's very good at getting towards those back steps. I'm sure he'll be trying to do that once again. Actually has made it already there. So at this point, they can hold up and go towards ramp. This pins to one part of the map, make sure they're trading effectively. Ooh. The CT's starting to push, getting a little bit impatient there. They're going to find a frag in return, but Dupree's in a very good position to shut them down, but Kiabi goes one better, protects his teammate there after receiving a dink.
Yeah, you can't blame them, Fnatic, for trying to go for a timed push to pincer them inside of lobby, but with pistols, you never would have expected it to work. Suddenly it has. Disco shows up late, he gets 2 kills. Twist finds the only one they need. Bomb is in their hands. Twist grabs an op. M4 for Disco, they have armor. I just finished saying Astralis played their anti-ecos well, and Fnatic one up them. Molotov is going to be going out in about 3 seconds, but Glaive, he's getting hungry. He's got 24 seconds, and they double that up. He has to go through window, and Disco knows it. They know he's already inside of the site. They're going to spot him coming, and they're both set for it. Fnatic, they line it up, and they're going to steal the round. Very well done from, especially, it seems Disco, when he has these pistols and ecos, shows up at the right time.
Yeah, every single time. The 5-7, that was a really nice shot. He baits out Dupree as well, and then they start facing one by one. It all falls apart at that point. Big round for Fnatic to get back into this. I think we do have enough for a buy just about for Astralis. Okay, so 2 AKs, Tech 9s, they're going for it. They want to keep applying the pressure. Olaf Meister, he's on the glass cannon AWP as well, so these UMPs and, okay, Tech 9s and AKs. Do a lot more damage here. Another big round. No one really running away with this just yet, but this is a heavily CD-sided map so far. You have to remember that. Fnatic now up against the AKs and Tech 9s of Astralis. Definitely a map that's open for set pieces here. The set smokes towards heaven, main entrance, and towards outside especially. As they look for that first pick, no damage inflicted as of yet. Oh, there it is. Dupree takes down Crim to open things up.
He's going to continue pushing Dupree. It's Glaive that fell, but it's actually going to be Device on the AK. That's the important one in this entry. He needs to find opening picks. He gets one on Twist. Allows a bit of room for Xyp9x to try and wrap around on them. The problem is Kirby doesn't have information outside, so he can't bring himself into contention to cover off that main position. But what it does do is allow Device the confidence to rotate down through the vents, get the bomb planted. And on 36 HP, and Kirby, the high roller, does he keep the AK? With this position, he's got headshot. They can't get over there now. Time's gone to pass it off, and Kirby's going to have to line this up with a Tech 9. First headshot, dead accurate. Down goes Olaf, and suddenly it's the boot on the other foot because Astralis pulled his back. There's kits on both. They're going to go for this, no doubt, as Dennis gets closer and closer, but it's the crossfire setup, the exact one we talk about. Both stairwells covered, and it's such a dangerous angle to walk into. Device shows us why as Disco Doppelin tries to get toward the defuse, and Kierby comes back around with the Tech 9.
It's interesting to see Terrorists use that crossfire instead of the CTs defending. That's actually really intelligent. The bomb down, the CTs up against it's an equal situation. The Tech 9 so deadly at that sort of range as well. Kierby pushes up, finds one kill, falls back a little bit, establishes that crossfire. Dennis on low HP already. He comes in, can't do anything about it. Very well done from Astralis. They steal that round away from Fnatic, and that's one of the harshest resets you can possibly imagine. They invested down to 0 in that round, and you get 1,400 going forward now. It's 6-3, and they're on the CT side, already losing their first map, which is their pick as well. Add all those things up, Mac. It's looking pretty bleak overall for Fnatic right now. They will take a timeout, an Astralis timeout, which is good. I think it's a time to calm down. You just want a big round, a lot of adrenaline running through your veins. Work out what money they've got and what kind of buy you're going in against. And it looks like an all-in moment.
Well, and this is,
again,
I think why it's a good timeout as well, because Astralis know they still haven't built their bank account up. They lost against an Eco 2 rounds ago, which set them back tremendously. If they have that fate again, this one will switch the game and turn it entirely, because Astralis will be completely dead broke. Any gun that Fnatic saves will boost up theirs. And that's why Fnatic has gone for the M4 and the UMP. They're hoping to catch Astralis off.
That's why I want to play a default at this point. Glaive once again making his way towards those back steps, but smoke's deployed for him. Should be absolutely fine. No one can really contest this.
Ooh, no gap. Very close, but no gap. They are thrown accurately, so they won't get information looking through that. There's no one in position, but Disco Dopplin's rotated down below. So this time, unlike many others, they're going to have a presence inside of the secret stairwell underneath. And it is going to be the M4. It's the right place for Disco to be in with this gun. He can hit one and fall back, but he has to hit one. He can't glaive. Better shot on the AK as they wrap around, and this now means Crims realizes, no, they're below us. What do we do from here? And not only that, smart positioning from dupreeh right now, as he's still outside above main. So even if they want to try and wrap in behind Secret and catch them off for exits, he's going to find them.
Yeah. They might not even commit. The bomb's not being planted as of yet. It's not actually going to be, it's still on the floor. So I think they'll just wait for another pick to be made, just keep applying the pressure, see what the reactions are coming in from the CTs. Will they drop down towards lower from ramp? And there's another pick coming in favor. dupreeh gets it. Twister dropped. 5 on 3, and now it's a CZ and a UMP that separates Astralis from fighting their seventh round.
And dupreeh, as you say, was holding up. It was smart because they could have considered rotations, and he could still have the option to try and get some more outside, which he did. Device still at the upper site. Ooh. Nice shot from Olaf to take down Xyp9x. Is still watching for this wrap on ladder as well. Now where does the bomb go with that kill going back? And Olaf's wrapping all the way around behind them. Glaive's going to have to be very careful at main. And that's exactly why, because Crims takes him down. Olaf's there. Bomb, as you say, was dropped. They've got to recover this.
Planted.
I think they've, okay, so they do just get to it. You're right, I'm sorry. I thought I saw it still down below as Device did grab onto it, but this is still them hesitating in slow positions for Astralis, and they've actually given a lifeline to Fnatic in this round, who now have AKs to work with. One of them is gone. It's Crims traded back by Kierby, and that trade might be enough because Olaf doesn't have a kit spotted up in Device. He'll hold true from dark spot.
Well, Astralis with a fantastic start there, but well recovered from Fnatic. Overall, Astralis do finish it off there, but they find those first 2 kills and maybe overthought the situation a little bit too much. I think they assumed it was a lower stack at that point, decided to go back, found themselves running into players and getting headshot towards lobby, and slowly but surely, frag by frag, Fnatic were getting back into that round. But like we said, that was a big round for Fnatic. They went all in there, 1 M4, 1 UMP and some pistols. Now they're going to have to be full eco, and that will be Astralis winning the half at this point. It's almost guaranteed they pick up this round, and you can see that's reflected right now. They're reading the money very nicely indeed. dupreeh is going to have a Mac 10. He can farm some money on the players down. They confirm to the bomb site here, which they're going to do. He spots one. He's looking for that first frag to open things up.
Kierby, good shot on Crims, looking for more as well on top of Hut, but they know exactly where he is, so watch the push from door as well. They'll come from either side, and Xyp9x, he connects dupreeh. Lovely shot on Mac 10 to take the head off of Disco, and then turns around to find Twist. Kierby will get Olaf, and big money gathered for dupreeh. Money, as you would say, Henry.
As I would say, but not the story for Fnatic really going to this next gun round here. Just to note the scoreboard as well, it's 15 frags for Device and 4 deaths. We've only played 11 rounds, so he's playing lights out once again, been a fantastic tournament throughout, and still performing. Kierby not far behind on 12, dupreeh a good performance of 11 frags. In terms of performances, Fnatic as well, Olaf Meister leading the charge with 9 kills. Not far behind is Disco Doppelin, who's been influential in getting those big frags on those eco rounds as well. Next round comes in, only 1 kit for Fnatic, no AWPs, and a couple of smokes and incendiaries here. Certainly not the best of buys, and being over eco, they were to lose this round as, once again, Glaive gets some outside presence. Xyp9x working towards ramp.
Xyp9x has been there time and time again. It's Disco Doppelin on the other side of it this time.
Glaive just gets it every single time so early, and it means that's going to force a rotation. Someone has to go down towards lower and actually deny the plant, and that's why they're going towards ramp right now. Disco Doppler has to drop down. Astralis get a massive control of the map. Olaf Meister's going to challenge it. This is interesting.
And Crim's pushed up that early time to catch that off, but they haven't done much, including the swing player, which we often talk about. Someone going towards Secret. Disco Doppler knows they're on both sides, but can't look both directions. You often see a CT rotate early to get into the Secret stairwell, which would counter Glaive at this point in time. But it's ramp they do achieve, and it's Crims that has to clutch it back. They don't hear the door open, surprisingly, because Xyp9x doesn't turn, but great assassination shot from Kjaerbye is going to leave Dennis blinded up, trying to find his footing as he'll fall away, but pushing through decontamination. It's going to be Kjaerbye catching him off. It's all on to Olaf, 1 versus 4. He started it well as he gets the headshot into Kjaerbye, but bomb ticking. And kit on him as it may be. It's Device that's in behind. What a good awareness play from Olaf as he turns around just in the nick of time to catch him off. 1 versus 2, and he's getting closer and closer to the bomb. Glaive's got to come back down the hallway. Olaf's going to go hunting for him. Door open. He'll hear that hold station and gets the headshot. 9-3 T-side.
You can see how Astralis exploiting this right now. Fnatic haven't got the money to really hold outside. Glaive's getting towards Seeker very quickly indeed, and they're aware of it as well. They know players are going down there. With the smokes, they can't actually call it as the whole team has got down towards lower or just Glaive by himself. That's the mind games going on right now. They have to drop that player. He's playing ramp down towards lower. As soon as they do that, Astralis sending 4 players into that position. They take out Disco Doppler, and like you said, he's down towards lower, watching both sides the best he can, but they face it. Very good coordination coming from Astralis. Olaf Meister makes things slightly interesting now, but 9-3 on the T side of Nuke. Another force buy, I believe, as well. Okay, a partial buy, to be fair. It's 4th stage, so they've got to scout out a UMP and some 5-7s, but looking pretty bleak, but Crims once again delivering on these partial buys against the first kill.
Take back everything I said about the Antico situation for Astralis, because it seems like when there is pistols, they are opening them up. Again, they find an opening pick, and Olaf on the scout has gotten Device down, which is the op out toward Red Crate. Now Glaive, does he take the op and biff it over top of the fence? Because if he leaves that there, Fnatic's going to know it exists, and depending on the outcome of the round, they could still push for that at the end. Xyp9x does get back Dennis, so again, depending on the outcome of the round, because with firepower, they can still pull this off. Spotted was Glaive. In fact, they tried to flank him. He's not sure where the shots came from, but he does respond by getting twist. Realizes Disco Doppler again has gone for his usual tactics on the 5-7, but punishes him for it this time. It's all on to Olaf. And the scout goes hunting, but Kjaerbye holds true. It's double digits Astralis on Nuke.
Very well recovered by Astralis there, 10-3. That was another partial buy, and now the money's getting itself into a more stable place with the CTs, but it might be a little too late at this stage. Olaf Meister hitting some decent shots there, but it's going to be 10-3, double digits on the T side. It's pretty godlike right now, so the pause comes in. And of course, it's for Fnatic. They are going to have the AWP out once again. They've experimented this, the double AWP setup, like for the reason I explained before. It's not something I necessarily agree with on this map, and something that maybe could be explored, but it's as soon as the T's know about it, that's a real problem for me. The execution potential on this map is so strong, and you can just do the smokes outside, that locks out AWPers. You get down towards lower, makes AWPs almost redundant at that point. If you've got 2 of them, that's when you're going to really struggle on Nuke CT side. So it's just a single AWP setup this time for Fnatic, and it will be Twist wielding that weapon this time. They have got the full rifles here, they've got kits and utility to work with, but so far, Astralis just outclassing them on this map.
And away from spawn we go. Astralis all on the AKs with full utility. 10 flashes, 5 smokes, 5 Molotovs, and a bomb that's thrown over to Xyp9x. You called the rush, they slow it up ever so slightly, but they get to the choke point, so they're going to put pressure on the ramp. With squeaky door open as well, we haven't seen the vent drop smoke. I'm betting right now is the time they want to look to do it, because with the pressure on ramp, they get down the vents with bomb. They're in the lower site, but it's a good position on top of Hut to catch them off. And Xyp9x still manages to win his duel, get them down below. They'll smoke off the control room, Molotov the vents, and a smoke for the plant. Means that it is a 4 versus 3 on retake, favoring Fnatic. And they still have an op in that play. Like you say, if you get toward lower, it's almost redundant. While Twist, he's still upstairs on ramp because he hasn't had confirmation they're all down there. He's still buying time for Astralis to effectively play a 3 versus 3 down below. As Kjaerbye, though, realizes they're 2 backstairs. He's got 1 down in the hands of Xyp9x as they baits himself in. And then he's going to close decontamination door. This buys a lot of space, and it's going to be opened up. Shut down. Open by, was that Olaf opening it for Dennis as Dennis reloaded? A miscue between the two, and it actually benefits. But Twist is still pulling this back. He's burning alive in the corner. But Dupree fires at him. That gives it away, and Olaf trying to bring this back. He cannot do it. Dupree will give Astralis yet another round.
Just as he goes to the reload, his teammate opens the door and exposes him. Caught with the pants down there. And it's a massive round for Australia to pick up. And once again, Dupree delivering in a key situation. Let's have a look at this. So Olaf, teammate reloading the corner. Yep, see you later, mate. Down you go. I get the kill, though, so don't worry, it's fine. I guess it was a trade in the end, but still, it's going to be 11-3 for Australia. Dupree doing a very good job there to finish it off at the end. We have the bye coming in for the CTs in the final round. It's 11-3. This is not good enough on the CT side. 2 shotguns, 2 Famases and an M4. It is 12-3. The game's over. We'll see whether they can recover this. Device giving that first shot. And a ramp push coming in, but Molotov out once more.
And the first shotgun already gone. We know it's viable on this map. We've seen it lots in the upper bomb site, but it's not ideal. As Twist, he'll get taken by Device. A 12-3 half for Astralis. It's definitely a convincing scoreline, although we did see one of those from a Danish team yesterday in a quarterfinal. As Krims gets a kill back in return, it's Dupree that will fall. Look at the smoke. Dennis, oh, timing is everything. Just barely gets the AK back in time, Zipix. But Krims again will step up, find his second kill in the round on the FAMAS. It's 2 of those remaining against 3 players, so it's rifle versus rifles. But it's just 1 remaining at this point in time. It's Disco Doplin. And he's got the first kill on Kierby as Zipix goes back for the bomb, but he's got another one on Device. That takes the options away from Zipix, because he's going to rush back to upper with his teammate. What he does know is he's tagged up, and he has an AK, which is heavily advantageous, but Disco's uploaded, or rather upgraded onto one as well, and a smart call perhaps. He can no longer plant top silo since the update, so if he could, I'm sure he would have. That would have been the right time to do it. It leaves an open post plant position. Instead, it's down below. And where does he choose to play this from?
Well, the thing is, he can play it anywhere he likes. Disco Doplin, he's up against the ropes here, 15 HP, no kits, and he has no idea where Zipix has gone to. So much time has passed already. It doesn't look like he can pick up a kit as well, and he's walking. So he pretty much has to open this door, find the perfect position, which could work out, but he's going to have to make some noise eventually, drop down on the side.
And there it is, jump up, drop down, low HP, line it up. Zipix is in position, and it's 12 rounds at half. The analysts called it right. It's been a long time. The old roster never played it, but a long time since Fnatic was playing Nuke, and they certainly still don't like to go toward it. Astralis, the map pool favors them. It's stealing Cash, while we're seeing the results of it.
Yeah, that's why Cash was so important to this best of 3. Finishing things on the dust too. I would have been convinced Fnatic can do this, but after they lost Cash, you kind of think, well, it's a map we've never seen them play. I'm sure they've practiced it to some extent, but that CD side looked poor. Some interesting ideas with the double orb setup, some financial decisions were made. All the force buys have got themselves into difficult positions. The only round I can really think that stood out to me was the force buy win they got with the 5-7s and like the Famases and stuff, but nothing really to report that was really convincing me there. They need this pistol on the T side. 5 sets of armor. It's going to be something basic. Like I said, a lot of teams just rushing up at these days. Normally upgrading to Tech 9s, but so they'll go towards outside with this sort of position at the moment.
Both players outer on the roof elect to go to silo. Both of them dropping down as well. The wrap. It's going to be a full push onto the upper site from main and from Hut. Kierby, though, better shot. Twist drop means they've got to recover that bomb, which buys a little bit of space for rotation, and that buys space for Zipix on the flank. As he gets all the way in towards Squeaky already. Nice shots from Glaive. Dennis and Olaf go down. Krims, he's got 3 to find. Small gap between the 2 silos. He's going to use it to his advantage, but there's Zipix arrival on cue. Big round for Astralis. And I talked to Frederick yesterday, one of the managers of Astralis, and he was counting this down map by map. 4 to go is what he said when he passed me in the hallway before this. Well, he can count this. It's 3 to go at this point, and he can count this one by 4 rounds, 3 rounds now before it's done.
Well then, Astralis pick up a massive pistol. They Glaive did a fantastic job there with the silent USP. Fnatic, no plan going in, have to force into it. Astralis are going to be aware that's a situation, so they're by in the response. 3 UMPs, a FAMAS and an M4. 1 smoke for Fnatic here. It comes down to these Deagle headshots. Can they do anything about it as they go towards outside?
Nice flash timing. Olaf fully blinded by that. Getting into the corner. I think Zipix did spot him, but Glaive's got the shot. Outer already as Krims tries to wrap fast. There's 2 more there, and as they try and shuffle and bait, Glaive just hits all of them. 2 headshots. Disco Doplin does what he can, again on pistols. He looks the form, but it doesn't matter. Astralis, 2 to go. 2 rounds before their first major final ever.
Crazy, right? And it's going to have to be another force buy from Fnatic, I'm afraid. They can't allow Astralis to have 12 map points and indeed match points at this point. So it's going to be Desert Eagles, Tech 9, smokes, maybe a rush coming in, and if they win this one, Astralis is pretty much job done. No money left for Fnatic. This is going to have to do the same again with pistols. Someone needs to go to God mode at this point. We saw it from Krims on Cash. Olaf might start to warm up towards the end, but someone needs to find his opening pick. Zipex on the receiving end towards ramp.
Nade in's going to be timed well in the spray. He's got Olaf down, then suddenly Radio Room doesn't look as inviting. They both back away, the other two in lobby. That backs them up toward Dupree, though, but lovely shot. He gets dinked up immediately and has to back into the site.
Yeah, didn't have to push that, but he wanted to get some information there. Dupree got punished, but did some damage towards Disco Doppler as well, who's gone down to 28 HP. Dennis towards outside right now, and it's still going to be a firm advantage. Zipex not relenting just yet. It's going to still be holding towards that ramp, still using their utility to lock them out as long as possible. Just make a lot of pressure towards Fnatic right now. Crims, who's Molotoved out once again.
Trying to play the high ground as well. Zipex on that ramp, but he'll be efficient, smartly back away. Glaive, he's got rotation toward Turnpike. Should it be required? And now it is. They're actually going to go the other way around. Crims, smart play. Rather than going to ramp, he wraps in, cuts into hell, and Glaive's not in position or ready for it. And it pulls it to 2 versus 2. Now with that rotation down, they can go toward lower with more confidence, because Dupree still has to get toward the vents, and Kierby has to walk out from decontamination. Wide plant as well for Twist. As far away as you could possibly go. He's going to play inside the new toxic room. Remember, the double doors, you don't get the vision that the window had, but they are vulnerable. They are easy to spray through. He leaves the door open, flash out, and Crims inside the vent. He's going to take down Dupree. As it was a waiting game, and Twist will hit Kierby. It's going to be Fnatic picking up another round, and that's important to at least keep this alive and get them away from that overtime point. If they can keep them off 14, or 15, excuse me, there's still the chance.
Yeah, to be fair, Astralis, they've got around 3.5 grand right now. They don't need to force into this. It's 14-4. Let them have a couple of rounds. You build up your economy. Let's just finish it off on a proper gun run at this point. Get to number 15. It should be a CD-sided map. They are forcing into this, though. They do fancy it. So it's going to be a couple of M4s here. Kiabi on the UMP. A 5-7 for Glaive. And this could be an opening for Fnatic at this point. I would say this is not a required force buy. And we are going to take a tactical timeout from Fnatic as well. I guess it's time to establish himself and work out how they can make this victory possible. I would say Astralis forcing into this round. It certainly opens up the window of opportunity a little bit further. There's going to be 4 rifles on the Fnatic side, 1 SMG, and then a pistol, a UMP for KRB. 3 M4s there, 1 kit. There's such a lack of utility as well. If they're going to get a few more grenades, I'd maybe agree with it a little bit more, but it feels like it could be a difficult decision for them. Let's see if anyone can step up.
So Twist veers left and heads to lobby, whilst Crims and Dennis will head to the roofs. And Dennis specifically with the AK is going to try and find picks outer. Eyes on secret, all things considered. Tries for the jumping headshot. That would have been pretty impressive from that range. As Crims is going to join him up there, Dennis goes down below, and it's a wraparound from Red Crate. Smokes out. Device trying to get information inside of those smokes. Glaive with just the pistol has to spot. Do any damage he can, it's beneficial, but chances of range with the 5-7 at that position, not likely. So Crims puts him down quite convincingly. And no one's rotated down close to this position, but Device has gotten into the stairwell. He's the only one down here at this point in time. They'll drop the bomb temporarily to try and confront him. It's control stairs, not to be confused from decontamination, so they are coming directly at him. It's a longer angle. That nade lands just behind him. It takes him down to 46 HP. Disco's still going to hold that. They'll slow this because they need to push him back and continue to establish the map control as bomb gets closer and closer. Twist is still a long way away in lobby. He's going to try and catch rotations at vent. And he'll join them down below as Device continues to backpedal and find yet another position to burrow into. And just now they start to consider rotations, and guess what happens? Fnatic realizes that's very likely. And thankfully Dupree has held ground because he's the only one now in the upper side immediately. Twist down below, spots him. Perfect shot downward, doesn't have the railings in front of yellow anymore to catch the crossbeam, but he does have a lineup. Olaf beats him to it, and they walked in together. It was traded, but if he had found 2, would have been massive for Astralis, who now wrap back around to try and retake an upper site that they previously occupied but rotated away from. And it's a tough ask, that hole in the wall. Not quite enough to see through, and Zipex is trying to get the information. But I think they're going to have to back away from this. No kits on the 2 remaining players, and it's a very tall order to get inside the upper site.
Yeah, well controlled by Fnatic there. Dupree could have been the fly in the ointment there. But he only gets 1 kill, taken down before he can cause massive amount of damage at this point. So round should be going in favor of Fnatic. It's going to be Astralis doing a good job to find a couple of kills here. If they can save the M4s, that's certainly beneficial going forward. But Fnatic post number 5 on the board and 2 rounds in a row now. So getting themselves slowly but surely back into the game. It's going to be a long-winded affair, but Disco Doppler and Dennis do survive this round. At this point, surely Astralis won't force into this. They've got 2 M4s, but I don't think they can really justify going all in once again. It's just not required. Maybe get a couple of 5-7s and PT50s to accompany them. Okay.
That was a good tweet. That is literally Panic at the Disco.
Good.
So someone's played off of that. I'm glad someone picked up on it.
That is very good.
Do you think he can sing?
I'm going to go with no, but you never know.
Right.
He could do.
Always the pessimist, Henry. Never optimistic for anyone.
I'd say realist is in the situation, but we'll find out. I'll ask him later.
All right. We'll have karaoke at the after party. You guys can do a duet. You guys can sing. He'll want to sing Panic at the Disco, but you'll want to sing probably Morrissey. So we'll cue that up for you.
Okay.
Zipix gets flashed off slightly at ramp. Remember, he played that on the T side. He's playing at CT, so playing both sides of it, sometimes you get an inkling for what people like to do and have an intuition as to how to play against them. See if that has any factor or not as KRB tries to get better position out or just spotted before the smoke plume to player coming over top of the silo, but can't get the lineup. Device, though, gets the information. What a shot from Olaf, because that's the only rifle that's out in that position. If Device had found two or been able to relocate without taking damage, it's a problem. But now KRB, this is smart too, because he picks that rifle up, presses E on it, and he spotted Olaf dropping down. And I think Olaf may have heard him grab that rifle, so he's trying to find a better angle. He'll get Cribs down, still knows Olaf's dancing somewhere outside. He's dropped. He's tried to pull Glaive over toward Hell to watch in through lockers. And in the meantime, they've also pulled Zipex around. He's got to be careful to his left, though, because the further he looks for Dennis, the more probable it is that Twist walks in. He doesn't see him. This is such good rotations and team play. From only having two rifles on the start side of Astralis, it happens to be in the exact right position, and it's only Dennis remaining just like that.
Well, they don't have to do anything more now. Make him commit to the next move. He's not got the bomb as well, so one person can be sacrificed. Oh, KRB, I thought he'd been spotted there.
Watch
he has
Heaven,
now.
though. He's going to go down, and Heaven's going to re-peek. The problem is I think it's a pistol at Heaven, so it's a long shot. But it's 6 HP, so a long shot will still do it. It's map point, it's series point, and it's a berth in the final. If Astralis find two more, but this is pressure off, and they've done it. So map point Astralis, checkmate. Fnatic, I guess that's check, truthfully. It goes to show you I'm not good at chess, but Fnatic have to respond. I've been trying to learn it. It's not so good.
Okay, then, but you're right. Check is certainly appropriate in this scenario. So the buy comes in. Fnatic are only 10 rounds in a row just to force overtime. Astralis with a dominating performance so far, Nuke looking very confident so far. Fnatic, we knew they were going to struggle, but their CD siders didn't live up to expectations at all. It's going to be 2 AKs, Tech 9, PT50 Deagle, Twist to just Deagle, nothing else. So, has he got money left over? No, he's actually all in. Must have dropped a weapon for a teammate.
Usual suspects again as Crimson and Olaf are actually killing at the same pace as anyone else in the server, but it's not enough. Device and Glaive. I said Fred could start counting by rounds. Well, he could start counting by kills. They need 3 more to wrap this game up. 1:27 in the rounds. Good position in the site for KRB. He's going to have Dupree, who realizes, oh, wait, you're already there. I'll go elsewhere, and they'll fortify the upper site with 2 bodies. Meanwhile, down below, it's Device to find Twist, 2 to go, and Dennis with only 15 HP. Astralis overcoming all odds, and the curse that has always been their problem. It's Crims down, it's 1 to go. It's only Dennis remaining, desperate with a bomb and 15 HP, caught out, blinded up, and KRB's got him. For the first time, for the Danish side, they'll find themselves in a major final. And that is a huge, huge relief. But they're not done. These guys mean business. They knew coming into this tournament they had 1 goal. They're the favorites for a reason.
Great mental fortitude shown by Astralis there. The first map, Fnatic's picked Cash. When you go either way, it's not Astralis' best map, but they showed some great form there, managing to win the first half. It did go to overtime, and they closed it out. Second map, never looked any doubt it was going to be slipping away from Astralis. 16-5 to finish it off, 2-0. Fnatic, to be fair, I don't think anyone expected them to get to the semi-finals. It's been a good event for them overall. A lot of rumors surrounding this team, but I think they'll be satisfied, all things considered.
I think so too, and it'll be SK or VP that they play. Defending double champions or VP. An absolutely crazy dominant force when they show up. It's going to be incredible. We've got that semi-final coming up.
Ja! Kom nu, mand! Low, han er ramt. Ja! Nice! Sådan, mates.
Course corrected, game plan executed. Astralis have eliminated Fnatic and made it to the final. We're going to talk more about it on the desk, but first we're going to go for an interview with the victorious Dupree, who is with Smix.
Dupree, not only are you advancing to the grand finals, this is not just the normal grand finals. After 10 majors of legendary status, this is your first time making it to the grand finals. What is it like to finally break that semifinal curse?
It's amazing. Like, we've tried so much, and we've been in semifinals so many times. We've made it to playoffs every single time, and we either went out in either quarterfinals or into semifinals. So making it into the final this time shows that the preparation we've done has worked out, and that the mindset we have right now is the way to win. So that's super awesome.
Now, in this series against Fnatic, the first map cache became very, very interesting. At one point, your team was in the lead. It was match point 15-10, and then they brought it back to overtime. So what happened there, and how was your team able to close it out at the very end?
Well, we kind of wanted them to, like, in general, when we wanted to go late in rounds, and we went onto the B bomb side on cache, but in some ways they just decided to stack there all the time. And we were like, well, they got to go A at some point, but no, they did not. So they won a lot of force rounds there, and in general they played really well on B, keeping themselves alive and helping each other out. But yeah, I mean, we just kept our heads high, and we lost a few crucial rounds, but we just kept believing in it, and we won in the end, so that's super great. So yeah.
Well, as you mentioned, the team is looking really, really good. Your grand final opponent will be either SK or Virtus Pro. Now, do you want to get revenge against SK for that narrow loss in the group stages, or get revenge on VP for knocking you guys out at the quarterfinals of Cologne?
To be honest, I don't really care who I'm going to face. In general, like, if we face SK, yeah, we want revenge, and VP we haven't played in quite a while, but I mean, both teams are really honorable opponents. They're really great teams, and that's why they've made it so far. But I honestly just hope for a really great game in the final. So I'm looking very much forward to actually try that for my first time.
All right, congratulations again, Dupree. And with that, your first grand finalist is Astralis.
So yeah, congratulations to the Great Danes, and let's just start by saying this was a great game plan that began in the veto. Yeah, it did get a little bit hairy on Cash, but certainly this pick of Nuke, it was very smart, intelligent, as you said, and worked out for them here. I mean, Fnatic were never really in the game.
Listen, you've got to give Fnatic credit. Like, I actually think it was the right gamble to try and dare them to pick Nuke, you know, to perhaps be a less dominant map for your own map pick, in the case of Astralis. But Astralis responded, they stepped on the plate, they did pick Nuke, and they dominated this map. They wrecked this from the T side. Remember, this is one of the most CT-sided maps we've got in the game.
Yeah.
And for facing up against one of the most skilled lineups, I mean, they weren't shying away from any fights. One thing I noticed throughout this is the positioning that the Astralis players have when they take fights is so very good, and they're so patient at waiting for the correct moment to take the fight, to commit to it. Glaive especially, but all their players are very good at just passively holding an angle and waiting for people to walk into their crosshair. They nail those shots, which sometimes can be a little bit difficult with that Beaker's advantage. But this is very well put together. And one thing that it bodes positively for Astralis going into the grand final. If they face VP, I mean, they have Nuke in their map pool. I mean, they look like they can contend on this map. This was very well put together game plan. The executes were really well done. Everyone knew what they were doing. Everyone knew what they were looking from a teamwork perspective. This map looked very, very nice.
So Jason's saying they look good on Nuke here, that they had a game plan, they executed it. It's very much in their map pool. Do you concur with that, Duncan?
I do, but I also think, I mean, Fnatic have never played it. Like, I actually had almost zero chance for Fnatic to win this map here. I thought we'd have taken some miraculous individual play, and then they didn't get that. They were okay, but they looked like they clearly did not know how to play the map. I mean, they couldn't even get the basic amount of CT rounds, you know? So game was over after the first now. What I'll say about this, okay, is if you want to hate on Astralis, just consider this fact. Okay. They have just won a major semi-final 2-0 on their 5th and 6th best maps out of their map pool. That shows you how high level Astralis is at this tournament, you know. Listen, maybe they will lose. Maybe SK will come up with an amazing game. Maybe Virtus Pro will pull off something legendary. But Astralis is not the old Astralis. They're not going to give you the victory. They're playing at a high level. They're trusting their system. And at the moment, they look like the best team in the world.
Yeah, Jason, some thoughts about Fnatic, just before we get into some more of the specifics of this game. You know, I actually think they really did punch beyond expectations here. I don't think anybody can be too critical of their performance overall. Very close to a comeback on Cash. So sure, even if Astralis smash them on Nuke, we get that great decider map. So just, I think they've acquitted themselves very well here at this major.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, it might not matter. Obviously, we know all the rumors going around that they might be joined by JW and Flusha after the major. But I mean, in terms of this team, I mean, look at how Crims has played throughout this event. That's the most positive thing.
That becomes an exciting prospect, doesn't it? Because Crims is back. Dennis is looking a bit more like his old
Dennis
self,
and Olaf can do it. I mean, still though, you have to wonder, because when you look at a team like Astralis, part of the way they beat this Fnatic team is tactically, and that's something that Fnatic has always been hesitant to do, is get some kind of tactical or strategic aspect to their game. It's very, very loose. It's very dependent on just teamwork and cohesion between players. But if we're going to start moving into an era where these tactical teams, we saw it last year with SK, with how their formation was and how they set their team up. Now we're seeing it with Astralis, how good they are with an in-game leader. I mean, Fnatic might at some point have to just admit and just concede the fact that they have to get a little bit more tactically and strategically advanced.
Yeah, a little bit more creative. Well, speaking of tactics, you did pick out a round that you wanted to highlight from that map.
I mean, this is just a round that showcases some of the skill that I thought Astralis started. I mean, this is a 3-on-4 defending against the retake, and Astralis, I mean, some of these shots, some of these plays, look at these positioning. Dupree, he's been very, very good throughout this series, but this is just them. This is them being not afraid to take fights. KRB, and I mean, look at all the information he's getting, not committing to this fight, luring them forward, and then falling back. I mean, knowing he has a disadvantage, and look at the awkward fights they're forcing Fnatic into. I mean, this is just very uncomfortable stuff, not committing on the stairs, and it puts the rest of his teammates in great position to have the kind of information that they need to make the right decision. And this is just what we saw out of Astralis. Good decision-making that we don't normally see down the stretch of matches, that we didn't see from them in semifinals of majors and tournaments in the past.
Like, if I had to describe the biggest difference individually, forget the tactics, forget the map pool, all these other great factors as a team, it's that Astralis don't ever, when they're in like a potential mode where they could panic, they don't try to be the hero, No one guy goes like, oh, I'm going to have to hit 2 crazy headshots and win the round. They trust that if they just position well and help their teammate, even if they die, he's going to get the kill. That's the basics of Counter-Strike. And so at the moment, they're the most fundamentally sound team we've got.
Well, here's something you will like, Duncan. I understand you're partial to a bit of social media. I believe tweets that the kids call spicy.
Yeah.
Right, look at this. YOLO, this is from Dennis, of course, the in-game leader for Fnatic. YOLO can only get you so far. In-game leading sucks. We'll never do it again, lol.
That's not bad. That's, I mean, well, we're talking about the future of Fnatic.
Okay, now
here's the problem with that. Here's the problem
Jason,
with
as the youngest on the desk, I was hoping you could translate that for me.
You're the one who's been saying it's lit all week, and that's your language.
You're not wrong. But yeah, well, what did you make of that? What's he trying to say there?
That's a bit worrying, because the whole thing is, forget that. If I'd just seen this game here, I'm actually thinking, great, put that Crims with Flusha, with this Olafmeister, Dennis, now we've got a team going here, and you know what? Maybe this style could even work, because they already made it work pretty well in this tournament. They just need better players, I think, a better chemistry, which would come with that. If Dennis does an in-game lead, like, what's next? Does Olafmeister just reply that? Dib's not the in-game leader. Flusha, you're the last one to join. See you, mate. What?
Yeah, but you remember when the wheels come off for the old Fnatic, that was when they did start, right? Flusha's the in-game leader, and everyone had a turn,
And here's the problem. So who will they get as an in-game leader? Well, Flusha just had his, Pronax rather, had his epic 9 kills versus 11 kills overtime battle with MSL, so...
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the struggle, and that's where, I mean, it's going to have to be 2 options. Either they continue with a loose play style, but they have to put a little bit more structure into it and bring in a coach to do that kind of a work and just have someone have the loose kind of calls that they prefer, see if that works, or you just have to commit to the idea of bringing in someone like a Pronax, who is going to be a little bit more of a liability on the individual skill level, but with the other 4 players, you can maybe overcome it, and that he's inducing that structure. The question is, would they believe in a system like that? Because we know they didn't, even when Pronax was at his best as an in-game leader.
Or the ultimate heel turn exists.
Here we go. You've already done one today.
I'm back, boys.
Not everything can be NWO era wrestling.
Everything can be NWO.
Right. Well, calm down. Back in the box. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we are going to set up the final semi-final. We're going to see who's going to play Astralis here in Atlanta. So make sure you join.
Do you play Counter-Strike? Do you want to play with the pros? Do you want to play against this guy?
Going in for his team.
Or this guy? Perhaps even this guy. Okay, maybe not him. Sign up now to Faceit.com and take your game to the next level. Play against the pros only at Faceit.com.
My name is Forrest. I'm GetRight. Freiberg. You want to beat an old-timer like me? Come try us at Faceit.com.
The home of all the good stuff.
Comeback.
Our comeback versus North proved that we have nerves of steel.
We never give up, and it says it all about our team. SK is one of the best teams in the history of CSGO. I think it's been 2 times that SK has beaten us in a semi-final of a major tournament. Playing SK would be just a perfect revenge for us.
I think we are ready.
We have proven ourselves that we are able to win the whole big thing.
I think we can run the blow mode and go through the whole tournament and win it.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time for your second semifinal of the day. Are you guys ready? We have Astralis in the grand finals. Who will be playing them on Sunday? We're about to find out. It's time to introduce our first team, the most popular squad in the venue. Give it up for Virtus Pro.
The Polish Plow is gaining momentum.
What a shot!
Smashing through groups and devastating North.
And that's why Snacks plays this gun.
These decorated veterans are ready to take the semifinals by force.
Come on, Snacks, get the ace. It's right in front of you.
Now, they take the next step towards their second major title.
Asha takes it, misses the spray, but still converts.
In a legacy that endures.
And Virtus Pro will go through to the semifinals with a massive comeback.
Prepare to surrender to Virtus Pro.
Please put your hands together and get on your feet to welcome the Polish Plow. Fellas, please take your seats. Virtus Pro won Season 1 of ELEAGUE, but have not been to a championship match at a major since March 2014. But on the other side of the stage, they're going up against back-to-back major champions. It's time to introduce you to SK.
They've dominated the last 2 majors, and this year has been no different.
Cold syrup right through the smoke. Right, it's gonna go down.
Fantastic work from the Brazilians.
After taking out FaZe Clan,
And it's gonna be 16-5 SK Gaming.
SK is one step closer to a 3rd straight major title.
Oh, there it is! Wow!
And immortality.
One more semi-finals for this absolutely amazing team.
Chase the dream with SK Gaming.
Please put your hands together for the Brazilians. Back-to-back major champions looking for the three-peat. That is our matchup. The stage has been set. Who is moving on to Sunday to compete for the trophy and $500,000? We're about to find out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that many boos since...
we're live. Oh, my bad.
Since Doran's last segment. Anyway, Duncan, I am going to come to you. Why don't you tell us about Virtus Pro? Obviously one of the most storied teams, a legendary team in every sense of the word in Counter-Strike history.
Yeah, especially because they have one gimmick which no one can match, which is that since they put this lineup together, I think it was around September 2013, so over 3 years ago, they have never changed the 5-man lineup ever. The only time they ever put another player in is if someone literally couldn't make it it to the line, they had to use a stand-in. And yet, despite that, every year from 2014 onwards, they have won titles, multiple titles, including a major. Interesting stat, though, actually something Pocket himself essentially alluded to. They're such a fantastic team. They themselves, ever since they won that major, never made it back to a final again. They've been in so many semi-finals. They've always been in at least the quarters. So they're such a storied team, but it's part of that magic that they need to have everything going to really win the tournament. And for whatever reason, they've kind of been the gatekeeper in the majors so far. Like usually the team that they lose to goes on to win the major. So I want to see, is that going to happen again? Is it going to be SK? Is it going to be Astralis? Or will this be their time? I mean, what a great storyline that would be to come all the way back years and years later and win your second major.
Yeah, Jason, a few thoughts about the run that they had here. You know, they beat some good opponents. Wasn't always as clinical as it could be.
I mean, it just seems like they have an inability to lose at the moment, which is kind of a scary prospect for other teams. I mean, the comebacks, all the different crazy rounds they've had to win some of these matches. And Pasha is playing at a level we probably haven't seen him at since 2014. I mean, he's at least definitely in the previous series they just had against North, which was insane. But this has been a very good tournament for him.
Well, let's carry that forward because SK Gaming, they keep defying expectations.
Yeah.
People said they couldn't win with a stand-in. They keep doing it.
Well, speaking of Virtus.pro being gatekeepers, this is the team that had to go through them at the past two majors in MLG Columbus, in ESL Cologne last year. SK was the ones that eliminated Virtus.pro from the major. So it was interesting when Taz was giving that interview, who do you want to play more, FaZe or SK? He mentioned FaZe for beating them in ELEAGUE Season 2, but it's SK who's been their biggest rival because in both of those majors, like they struggled a lot last year, Virtus.pro, early on in the year, but in the majors, they looked very, very good in both of those events, and they just happened to run into SK, who goes on to win both of them. So this is like the ultimate grudge match, I feel like, from 2016, is Virtus.pro just saying, we're not being eliminated another time. This is just not going to happen again. So it's going to be interesting how this plays out. And SK, they are a team that has just been so very scary, but at the moment there's just a lot of role confusion, so you've got to be worried if you're an SK fan of how exactly this is going to play out, because we've seen Fur now being their #1 player.
Yeah, and Duncan, just in terms of this run that they've had, if bringing Fox into the team detracted something from them, I got to say the step up of Fur, you know, it's like they have found extra gears in the players who were there in that core 4.
Well, the ridiculous thing is, okay, we can all talk about like the major era when they won the 2 majors and they were the best team in the world, one of the all-time great teams. But let's talk about the era after that. So after that, they had this run, I think it was like 6 tournaments. They never failed to get top 4. Even since they've brought Fox in, they have still not failed to make top 4. This is an unbelievable run over the year, even when they've lost FNX, even when they're in a situation where they had to change up roles. In some senses, they're kind of doing a Virtus.pro there. Remember the famous Virtus.pro line is, we don't switch players, we switch roles. Well, in this team, Fur, the old carry from 2015, he's had to really step up and become the second carry here along with Coldzera. So I actually feel like, yeah, you can never count SK Gaming out. That's one thing we've learned. So in that sense, they share something with Virtus.pro.
Well, the 10 players on the stage are like a who's who of Counter-Strike, but there is one that stands above them all. It is the greatest Counter-Strike player of all time, the one they call The One. It's Neo. Here's a feature about him now.
When I was young, it wasn't really that easy to live in Poland.
People are very strong and have to fight for everything what they had.
You need to work more and think more. That's what makes them special to me.
We have a strong history, so whenever we hear that someone from Poland make a success, we are really happy to hear that.
A to są Bartusia małe. No.
Ale mała jest w szoku.
Co? Zdjęcie?
Filip bardzo łagodny i spokojny. Nigdy nie było żadnych problemów takich wychowawczych. Bardzo pozytywny. Wszyscy go lubili.
My father is a total nerd. He loves playing with computers.
At the beginning, we hadn't internet, but I built a network.
We had to connect the cable outside of the window with a neighbor.
Someone wrote this game, and we started playing Counter-Strike.
I was playing CS, my dad was playing CS, and my sister started playing CS.
When we start playing with our friends, he was the best. So he had a big talent for this.
A tak komputer to w wieku tak 13 lat stał się właśnie główną rozrywką, gdzie już jakiś talent był taki uwidoczniony i wiadomo było, że trzeba w tym kierunku troszeczkę umożliwić rozwój.
It was our window for future, to go somewhere.
There was a time I was looking up at other players, wanted to be like them, and at some point I just started playing against them, even winning against them. We had the only professional team in the country, so we dominated the whole scene.
Your EMS1 Katowice champion, Virtus Pro!
They start in the early beginning of esport, now still playing on a high level.
They are your E-League Season 1 Grand Champions!
For me, he's amazing. He's the true leader, even he don't feel like one. He's too humble, and sometimes I have to remind him.
Niewielu jest ludzi, którzy dojdą do takiego wysokiego poziomu i mają ten zaszczyt. Także no jest dla mnie to niesamowite i cały czas nie do pojęcia.
Sports is so important because you can switch off and you can clean your mind.
Playing the game, most of it happens in your head. So it's good to just go outside, make your body loosen up a little bit.
He bikes a lot, sometimes 100 kilometers a day, so I think he's crazy.
I don't like being in one place and staying there.
I see him now wanting to be each day better.
It's just the way I am, I guess. Maybe it's just I'm never satisfied with myself.
I think Filip will be one of the most remembered esport players in the history.
I'm just a player, and I wish I would stay a player forever.
So as I said there, Neo, one of the true greats, if not the greatest of all time. Duncan, you go way back with him, obviously way back in 1.6 history. I know you've spent a lot of time with him, you've done many interviews with him. What is the greatest quality that makes him such a just fantastic competitor and ambassador for Counter-Strike?
I think it's actually something that you see in his CSGO career, which is he seems to have this like unending curiosity for the game. So there's a lot of players out there. I mean, I can list a few of them. They won't even mind me saying. Forrest, Shocks. They go through motivation dips, you know. Sometimes even when they're winning, they're kind of like, okay, I don't need to practice as much, you know, my game's working, other people should adapt to me. This is a guy where in 1.6, what made him so devastating is in his team, he was the snacks. You know, he was the hard carry. And so he used to just switch up his role depending on what they needed at that point in time. You know, if this guy's having a dip over here, let's give him a bit of an easier role. I'll become the secondary AWPer. I'll become the more aggressive player, whatever they needed. And so in CSGO, the way I see that having manifest is, he's not the star player anymore, but I've always said this, I don't know anyone in CSGO who knows more Molotovs, more smokes, more flashes, more like trick Molotovs. Like he has the whole arsenal in that sense, and he never stops working on it in that respect. And so he's someone where I've never heard of him taking a break from CS or having a motivation lapse, etc. He can play badly, but it's never through, you know, through want of trying.
Yeah, and Jason, obviously, you were an old pro.
I actually wrote an article when he was on his first team with Taz and Luck, Pentagram. That was back in what had to have been 2006, I want to say, 2005 maybe. But I think because of all those reasons, and even you see it in CSGO, this is a team famous for changing in-game leaders. He's now the one now, but like the fact that he's played in so many different roles, you have to understand the game from so many different perspectives and so many different aspects. And I think that is what helps him improve when he goes on, because he knows the game from this angle, and he can use that kind of knowledge to improve an entirely different role he has to switch into.
So look, we've spent a lot of time talking about veterans. I'm a bit of a veteran, and Chris Puckett's a bit of a veteran. Well, Chris Puckett has been walking around the stadium doing interviews with all the people who are here, and he interviewed the young man who one day will surely replace me, Machine.
Ladies and gentlemen, look who I've found in the audience. We got a Machine here. And Machine, you have watched so much Counter-Strike in your career. I got to ask you first, though, your thoughts on this first semifinal, Fnatic Astralis Game 1. It went to overtime. Yeah. What were your thoughts on it?
Well, it was really cool because I'm in the Astralis area, this right behind us, and so you can see the psychologists, the managers, the owners, and they're all just biting their nails because Astralis should have closed that out so long ago. The OT, then Device was missing shots. It was awesome. It was really good. Astralis picking it up, that was important. We might get 3 maps.
Well, we got to talk a little bit about the second semifinal of the day. SK Gaming and Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro, they won the second ever major. SK, they've won back-to-back majors, but they're now playing with Fox. Yeah. Give me your thoughts on this matchup. Who is your favorite to go all the way to the grand final?
It's tough because it feels like it almost detracts from the major if SK, while making a change, having Fox stand in, still do damage and still take that semi to go to the grand final. I mean, it's amazing. It's a huge achievement. But I feel like, to do it with a stand-in, it's a testament to how powerful they are, but it feels like it does take something away when we know that Phelps is waiting in the wings for his time to shine. VP looked formidable in their game. I mean, 12-3 down and coming back on Cobble was nuts. I think, yeah, keep your eyes on VP.
It's going to be pretty amazing. He's calling VP. We're going to see how it plays out. Of course, VP, I think I have to call them the favorites in this one. We'll see how it all goes down. We got a little bit of time to kill here, so I want to ask you some bigger questions. Out of your whole career, do you have a favorite match out of all time?
A favorite match? Oh my God. I'd split it. Favorite match I casted and favorite match just in general. Because favorite match in general will forever be Fnatic LDLC at DreamHack Winter 2013 when the boost came out. Just because it was so mind-boggling. What was it, 13-3 down? They do this game-breaking boost. The French have no idea what's happening, and just the fact and the drama and everything that surrounded it was just something that's very memorable to me. For cast, I casted Fnatic versus Virtus Pro at ESL 1. And there was a whole VP corner in the crowd, and hearing them chant, and my voice going out to a stadium, it was like a kind of dream, to be able to cast that was, I'll never forget it.
Well, we've been to a lot of events, and we've both been to major events. This crowd is packed, but I feel like they could get a lot louder. Any advice to the people here in Atlanta?
I mean, they just need to compete with Columbus, right? I mean, are you worse than Columbus, Atlanta? I don't think they are.
Are you worse than Columbus, Atlanta? Let us know right now. That's it for us for now. Let's send it back to the booth.
So you can see Machine there giving out some advice, very similar to wrestling. And what city am I in? Yeah, well, you suck. These are worse than you. Yeah, brilliant.
It's a year early on his favorite match as well.
Yeah.
Thought he was a friend. He didn't watch my documentary.
I'm a big fan of, I think, Fnatic. It was in 1992 on the Sega Dreamcast, wasn't it? Yeah, Machine. Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, mate.
All right, well, it's good to hear from him anyway. It's good to hear from him anyway. Don't give him too hard a time. He's just a kid. Anyway, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we are going to get into the action of Virtus Pro versus SK Gaming, but we're going to be joined by a special guest, so make sure you join us too. Yes, welcome back. You can see the teams, they're in the huddle. They're planning what they're going to do in this all-important semi-final, and we're going to talk about it on the desk too. But I am joined by a special guest. We said we would be one of North America's greatest Counter-Strike players at the moment.
Not according to you, Rich, though.
No.
You know. More of a
They
student
recognize you as well. That's the good thing, right? It is, of course, ELEAGUE from Team Liquid. Look, dude, thanks for joining us on the
See, we
desk.
made it to the semifinals.
Yeah, you actually made it this far in the tournament.
Yeah, I'm here.
How you doing? Look, man, so just a few words just to talk about it. First of all, you know, I know obviously you were disappointed with the way things went. How's the mood been in the Team Liquid camp since? I mean, are you guys bouncing back? You feeling okay?
Well, 2 people ended up just like going back already, and I have family here, Nick has family here, and Josh and Zeus are just hanging out as well, so we haven't really talked that much.
Yeah. And what did you make of the major experience overall? I know it's disappointing to lose. You had some good games in there. You had some close matches. I mean, you almost had that upset on FaZe. I mean, what are you thinking overall of your performance here as a team?
Well, obviously it's very disappointing. I think that we could have played way better, but like against FaZe, like we were just completely outplayed. Like this new meta of Nuke, where everyone's getting all this map control for free, like getting down secret and vents, really threw us off, and we never played against anything like that in practice. VP is doing the same, and I'm sure SK is very well aware. Astralis was doing it in the last match against Fnatic, so we were really thrown off from it, and we never really was able to adjust in time. As far as Astralis, we kind of just got smashed, so I don't really have any analysis on that one.
Well, you know, you had a good tournament at least. That's, you know, always something that you can treasure. You were back on that record list. I think, what is it now? Second highest performance,
yeah.
I think it was, in a major overall.
Why not? Not bad stats.
There you go. You're on the big screen.
Still lost though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's always another day. You're going to lose before you can win.
Yep.
Right, anyway, let's talk about this match. Because obviously I know you're a big fan of Counter-Strike as well. It's like you're going to play it. I mean, you got SK Gaming going up against Virtus.pro. It's a classic encounter. It's always great to get players to make predictions because you like to rag on us when we do them. So what's your prediction?
I think this one's going to be really close. 3 maps for sure. SK is my favorite team for sure, but I'm seeing VP 2-1 this one.
Yeah? All right, guys. So look at this.
Are we all going at it?
A North American hero, and he's appealing to the home crowd. He knows what to do. So we're about to have the veto, actually. So I'll throw over to you, Duncan. By the way, ELEAGUE, don't feel free to interrupt him. He's a pussycat, really. Where are we going to go on this one?
I'm the simple of this desk, mate. Okay, the interesting thing here is SK Gaming really could throw a wrinkle in here. They could do anything you want. I think Nukes is another smart ban for them at this point in time, because we know VP does like that map. It's not one you want to mess around with Virtus.pro. I think Virtus.pro, I mean, they can go with anything, so they go with their classic Dust too, because it has been resurgent for SK. Now, if you're SK, I think it has to be Overpass. That's the logical one. I think that's the one that makes the most sense to me at this point in time. Maybe they saw Cobblestone yesterday, though, and thought they could do better. They're going to go with classic train pick, actually. Dangerous. We know Virtus.pro is very good on it. Now, if you're Virtus.pro, I think Mirage is the obvious one to pick here. Classic, it's Mirage or Cobblestone, I think. They've gone with Cobblestone, despite what happened yesterday. I mean, they know they've got history against SK on it. I think if I had my choice, we'd end up on Overpass as the final map. But let's see what Virtus.pro want to ban out, because they can obviously just take it to Mirage if they want at this point. And I think they probably will. They've actually gone, and we're going to go to Overpass. So I actually have to say, if you're SK Gaming, you've got a pretty nice set of maps out of this.
Yeah, well, I'll talk to ELEAGUE here. Obviously, you're still a current player. You've played against these guys. What do you think about this veto overall?
Well, I think that the 2 teams have pretty similar map rules just in general, but just from looking at how they've been playing in practice as well, I know that SK really, like, Mirage used to be one of their really strong maps, but now they're kind of just like, it's their like average map. They're okay with it, so I'm sure they're pretty okay with seeing that it went to Overpass instead. VP is looking really strong on Overpass. They're feeling pretty good about their win against North, so I'm sure that's why they want to go for that one, but I'm sure SK is feeling pretty good about it too. Like, we played them in practice a bunch on it, and I know that they're definitely ready for it.
All right, then. Reactions to that?
I don't see why they go away from Mirage when we see how weakened, especially with some of the role swaps you have on the SK side. Like, why not just take that? Because we on Overpass, Fallen still opping, and I mean, remember at ESL1 New York what Fallen individually was able to do against them on Overpass. You do not want a repeat of that kind of a performance. So I would have said just dodge that and take Mirage. But still, I think you still have to favor VP in this overall. Still, yeah, I mean, Duncan's right. SK, they've got to be very happy with how this turned out.
So, prediction?
I'm going to take Virtus.pro 2-1.
Duncan, just to reiterate.
Yeah, I'm going to take Virtus Pro 2-1, but I actually think with the way the maps are, Virtus Pro could 2-0 it as well.
Yeah, okay, and ELEAGUE, final. You can change it now you've seen the video.
Would you like to phone a friend?
I'd still say 2-1 for VP.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us. Thanks to you for joining us. Finally turned up. Great stuff. Anyway, we're now going to throw it over to our commentators for this epic encounter, and it's going to be James Bardolph and DDK.
Thanks very much, guys. Indeed, it is time to cast the semi-finals. I'm ready. James also looks pretty ready to me. What on earth are you wearing, James?
Velvet.
Velvets. Magnificent. Well, I suppose it fits the occasion because I think this is going to be a fantastic matchup. I think I'm also with the guys there. VP, are you going to go with SK? I mean, they've got to stand in. Can they really do it again? Another major finals with Fox.
Like Duncan said, well, by this point, I think it's too late to start counting them out every match. They've proved us wrong time and time again. And I think the maps are good, so I am really looking forward to this, and I hope you are too. It is game time in the second semi-final. Train's going to be kicking us off. SK on the T side. Virtus Pro is going to start on the defense.
All right, guys, let's go. It's Virtus Pro versus SK, and this is going to be a big one. Once again, history in the making. First, we have to see, though, who gets that good start. Already, SK are looking to put the masses around Pop Dog. Oh, wow. There's a lot of VP support out there here, James, in the arena.
Indeed, there is Virtus Pro waiting for SK to make their move at the moment. Minute 20, lots of time for SK to play with, again, a team who have been extremely slow in this tournament so far, and they've made it work for them. Sometimes things have gone down to the wire, sometimes things have gone wrong, but here they are in the semi-final against all the odds with Fox as their stand-in. Will this be his last match for SK? Or will it be his second last? Time will tell. A minute on the clock, Virtus Pro being made to wait.
That's a good point you make there. Both of these teams very masterful when it comes to understanding how to play the pacing game, which is so much in the way of mind games with that one. And SK, they are so incredibly patient. Virtus Pro not cracking at all so far, ready for anything. A very passive setup across the B bomb site, allowing themselves to give that up if they need to and play retake. But A is likely where the action is going here as SK, they wait until the last second to go for this rush.
But look at Barley and Snax' position. They are so forward. This surely will be a surprise. Can they get the headshots though? Barley getting tagged. There he goes, taken down. And Snax as well. 23 seconds that bomb. Still need to make it to the site. Molotov's going towards Connector, trying to cut off that rotation, but everyone's on the site already. News made his way through the Molotov actually. There's a chance for the bomb to go down now. Fer getting picked off. 14 seconds. It's a pistol round. And SK running it down to the wire. And now it's down to Taz. Bomb's being planted, they know where he is. He could end up facing a quadruple peak. He's somewhat trapped, 10 HP now. This is surely going the way of SK. There it is, Cold Zero to finish things off. Great start from SK.
And you gotta love the way SK start this one off. They really want to really make Virtus Pro question what they're doing. That's such a big thing on the CT defensive train. You can often just be sitting there for so long just wondering what is going on. And it's so scary to actually try to push certain positions because you don't want to give up that first easy kill to your opposition in case they are, let's say, stacked in one of those spots that you push. So you just gotta wait. SK know that. They know that they're just making Virtus Pro wait. So what else can SK do to try to manipulate Virtus Pro on the defense? Well, Virtus Pro will be going for the Force Buy. Some Deagles coming into play, as well as a Scout and Kevlar on Pasha.
On the subject of defense, very curious to see what SK have to offer. Last time I saw them, we saw Fox trying to play AWP from Electric Box. That was a complete disaster. I haven't seen them personally play trained since. I don't think they have. So obviously they've been training things in the background. But it could be a hairy start if they can't get their CT side going. But indeed, it's Virtus Pro defending for the time being. Force Buy now. Neo up close. Will he face? The smoke grenade gives him away. Seems that was a mistake. Not sure what the plan was there. Trajectory exposed him completely. SK again continuing to play slow. That may be the story of their T sides throughout this series.
And the great thing here as well is that they're setting this standard that they're playing these really slow rounds, taking well over a minute to more or less do anything on the map. And at some point, a very fast push is going to come. And it's up to VP to judge when SK are going to throw that in. It's very hard to predict. Let's see if they're able to do it. And SK with that man advantage, with 35 seconds on the clock, are now setting themselves up for a set piece with some smokes perhaps onto the A bomb site. Let's see how many grenades. Actually, there's no smokes, but the mollies and the flashes will be raining in. Here they go. Bioli's in the forward position here, but there's no one ready for him to frag too easily. There it is, though. Cold will drop in. And there's a UMP, but what can he do with that?
Snacks makes his way through connector. Headshot for him. So that's all he wrote. Bomb getting planted. No one in position to stop it, really. Pasha around the back of CT with a scout. Perhaps he can find someone for taking the flank away from Virtus.pro. But where are the remaining players? That's a question for SK. First heavily tagged. He's going to get taken down there if Pasha can find him, but he can't. Leaving Taz on his own. May try to hold on to this scout, do some more damage in the coming rounds. It seems that's going to be the play. So it's going to be a second round in the bag for SK. Slowly we move towards the buy round for both sides. For those of you in GoTV or Game Command, which is available for all the remaining matches, make sure your ad block is disabled. I think you have to pick Fallen for SK, considering what we've seen from him in the past. Who would you pick for Virtus.pro, Dan?
Actually, this is famously somehow always been a great map for Taz. Actually very good at playing the inner side on the CT defense. Very, very cool to watch how he does that, because typically even when Virtus.pro were struggling, when they were having a lot of mix-up in the roles and so on, Taz was always very, very good at that position, so he's one to look out for, because you might not see super important or crazy performances on other maps, but he usually is very rock steady in that spot, and it's a very difficult one to play, so always Taz a guy to watch out for, but so many amazing guys as well on Virtus.pro on this map. It's been such a great one in their map pool for so long, and now I'm wondering, James, when are we going to see SK speed up that pace? They're up against still pistols, and they know that.
For me, I think there's a chance that Virtus.pro might anticipate a fast play, like a Cloud9-esque play, into the A sites on the buy rounds. Otherwise, SK might do it when things start to go wrong for them. They may just play their normal game, their slow game, with this current lineup until they are forced to do otherwise. Again, just the anti-eco here. Virtus.pro is trying to do what damage they can, trying to pepper that T economy. So far, not so good. 3 players huddled around the connector position, which is smoked off now. They forced them through and to get worse positions. Taz on the high ground with the Deagle. The bomb still nowhere. I mean, SK, they've made their way through B, as you can see. Pasha getting taken down, and now Taz has been spotted. So we will soon be into the buy round. Right. Time for the action to begin. Virtus.pro on their buy. We'll see what's coming their way. Nobody with money for AWP and armor, but Snacks cares not for that. He is AWP, no Kevlar whatsoever. We've got Happy not far from the commentary stage with RPK, having a look at the proceedings, wondering what could have been. Up onto Fallen as well, so we're going to see the sniper rifles get things going. Time to watch Fallen in GoTV, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what picks he can get, but Snacks is quite the devil himself when he has an AWP in his hands. Let's see what positions he takes. He's moving up onto the bomb train on A at the moment. And SK are spreading themselves out, but there it is. Snacks is going to best Fallen straight away. That's a great way to start things off. VP, they lost that pistol round, of course, had to play for pistols for a bit. They have low utility, in fact, almost no utility very early into this round, and already a pick comes. That is absolutely what they needed. And SK are going to realize this. They're in a spot where they don't want to play the picking battle. I mean, they're already down a man. They don't want to risk it. They know they have a utility advantage going into the pushes. And they also have time to maybe bait out what is left of that VP of utility currently before they decide to go for the push. Ooh. And that's what they should be doing soon.
Fox has collected the AWP, but rather than use it himself, he's thrown it over to Cold, who's looking for a pick towards the B bomb site. This might be related to an execution play, or maybe they just give Cold the AWP. Who knows? We'll see what they can do with it. Virtus.pro have early advantages, but that frees Fallen to command the rest of his side. They're all on the same site. We've got 2 Virtus.pro players deep. Pasha's got a nice angle. Taz can run distraction in the meantime. Can he get the high ground now? Ooh, sprayed down through the box. There Pasha goes, but Taz is still delivering it. 2 more to find. CT rotation surely coming in. More headshots. Taz is wrecking house. 4 kills for him on the buy round for Virtus.pro. That is a huge reaction to losing the pistol.
I'm telling you, man, Taz on the inner bomb site. He's the guy to look out for. This was so calm from Taz. Like a walk in the park. Look how easy it comes here. That is beautiful stuff. A great way for VP to fight back against SK, who had that early lead. And now SK, they didn't get a chance to really build up much money, so they're going to spend everything in this round. Even a scout actually coming onto the likes of Cold Zero, which can only mean that we'll be seeing some pick-based play from SK to begin with, see if they can get some kind of advantage, perhaps at least win the early damage battle, if nothing else. But again, you have to watch out for this guy. Snax is very smart with that AWP. And speaking of which, actually, another smart player, Taco, he's going for a bit of an aggressive position here towards inner.
Taz mixing up his angles. He spots Taco, sees the forward position. He's got Pasha in connector to have a look at the high ground as well. It's even better when you have an AWPer there, but for now, Snax is on the bomb train on A. Minute 15 on the clock, and SK still biding their time at the moment. Poking and prodding at the moment. Snax and Neo staying close to Ivy. Versus Pro trying to figure out what SK have in mind. Those smokes may pull a rotation. Indeed, Pasha's much deeper into the B-bomb site now, but SK don't look to capitalize on that just yet. They are, however, exhausting the grenades of Virtus Pro. That's 18 seconds for that smoke grenade to waste some time, but that won't really be a massive problem for SK. The bomb currently outside main. Fox slowly moving towards Ivy. Again, SK going for those last-ditch efforts.
And here comes the push, just, well, a little bit of information at least. Well, the Flash actually getting Fallen into position. They're set up for the push now that Fallen has made his way forwards. And VP are likely going to read this. They're quite passive on B. They have a player that's very quick to rotate in to help that A-bomb site in Pasha. He's already by connector. And actually, Taz on the inner side is also floating towards connector. They know what's going on at the moment and absolutely deny Snax. And Bialy coming in for an excellent defense of this A-bomb site. Fox tries to get his best work done, but it's only going to be a 2K. And they will fall short in the round. VP knew what was going on, James. SK a little bit too slow there.
Yeah, Virtus Pro having a very good time playing the long game. They seem comfortable. Great setup there. Snax covering his teammate, delivering on every single shot. 3 lovely kills from him. So now SK on the eco. This gives them an opportunity to figure out what they need to change, if anything. And you can see, Virtus Pro will know Fallen likes to go for those picks with the AWP around main. Had no success with it so far since the pistol. Virtus Pro now with an opportunity to make some cash. Bialy's currently got $0 in the bank, so they need to survive with as many players alive as possible. SK will be looking for a plant, hopefully. Only the odd pistol bought, no grenades for them. Might be about overwhelming with the numbers and taking some money away from VP as well. They've got 30K in the bank at the moment. The close range dink, but that won't be enough. Maybe through the corner of the wall. Taz backing off now and again. So patient with these shots.
Really nice work here by SK. They got a frag, they got the bomb down. That's, to be honest, a pretty good result. They'll be certainly happy with that. Job is done. And the interesting thing, hang on a moment. 007. Yeah, I can see it.
We're only 6 rounds in, Dan. It's begun already. The Photoshops have begun. We'll see how they progress throughout this series. SK coming out with the AKs once again. Taco's got 6K in the bank, but he's gonna also buy an AK. I'm not sure if that's to have better utility or if SK are just changing their approach. We'll see if they choose and execute. And again, now things are going wrong. Perhaps they'll go for a fast play. Who knows?
The thing as well is that Virtus Pro have already said to SK, look, you can play as slow as you want. We'll never overextend. We'll never give you anything. We're reading how you're at the pace of the game that you want to play, and we are defeating that. So it is a matter of time for SK. They have to mix that up. They can't keep running into that. Otherwise, they risk giving Virtus Pro quite a tidy lead. It is still early days. This is still when the big momentum can be taken by one of the two teams, and you want to be the first team, of course, to do that. So they need to make sure that they don't give that to VP. And so SK, they might actually try to run a bit of a fake here. They've got obviously the ability to run a set smokes into the A site, and of course also the ability to make it look like a B here as well. So let's see how they execute this one.
Slow game once again, trying to keep Virtus Pro guessing. 2 smokes have been deployed towards B. Now the question is, do Virtus Pro bring players into B? Is it a double fake? Are they going to push anyway? Cold0 and Taco is still there. And indeed, we've got a rotation. Now the smokes are being deployed towards A. Smokes deployed on both sides, and nothing happening just yet. But again, Taz is so calm. He cannot be stopped at the moment. 3 players left for SK. They've got no choice but to push in. 40 seconds, force through the smoke, and they are getting wiped out one by one. This is absolute carnage, that.
Yeah, trying to run the fake, not working out at all. Virtus Pro looks so strong at the moment. Again, that's a play where SK are trying to trick Virtus Pro, but they just see through all these tricks of the Brazilians.
Taz's patience with the rifling is a joy to see, an absolute joy. 4 from 4 for Virtus Pro at the moment. No tactical timeouts coming out just yet. for the SK side. They've gone for a bye with Pistols and Kevlar. Next round, they'll be facing maximum loss bonus. That does allow them to go shopping a little bit more in a round such as this. But again, nothing working just yet. Still not willing to go for the fast plays, however. Not looking to capitalize on Bedlam and Anarchy. That said, Fur's going to make his way through, so he can run distraction. What is a push through Ivy? But 2 go, that's 3. The no-scope, I think, through the smoke. And again, it's about damage here for SK, about planting the bomb. None of that's happening at present. Fallen sees somebody, sees the person to kill him. 5 rounds in a row for Virtus.pro.
Again, it's so far, if we think about how SK have been playing this one, they try to play slow, they try to fake out VP after conditioning them that they would be playing slow, maybe thinking, okay, they're going to go for that fast set piece onto a bomb site, still VP are reading them. And so SK, we still haven't seen that hyper-aggressive play. We haven't seen a pick attempt, except that one time Fallen tried to line up a shot and was bested by Snacks. So there's still a few things for SK to go to here, but of course, it's going to have to go well. And this is finally, we're going to see that fast pace come out of them. Very fast grenade straight in there, trying to mix things up. Already Neo's going to hit the ground. Very nice stuff. Pasha goes in for the response here. Forward position by E-Box. And that's going to be very problematic for SK. They're losing all players, all the life.
It's not going to work out, Dan. There goes Fur. There goes the bomb. It's Taco in a 1 versus 1. He's got the AK. He needs the headshot. Doesn't really have the life to duel with Bialy right now. Bialy with 2 kills, looking for his third. Goes wide, straight in the jaw. Taco taken down. Again, we were looking for that. We were looking for the fast play. Nothing else working. The fast play has failed. Not something you can do every round anyway. All the slow plays are failing. Is there a way into this half for SK?
Yeah, VP are reading it very well at the moment. I mean, it's a play where you're supposed to be able to catch the opposition out of position in some sense with that super fast pace. But VP seem to be, very well, doing very well when they are in these basic positions, in these basic setups, to respond to very fast timings and to also just get information if SK are playing slow. So again, VP are known as one of the best trained teams of all time, and they're really showing it here against SK, who again have had similar dominance on the map. So.
Yeah.
Wow.
You don't have your full team. We know this is a dangerous map to play against Virtus.pro. The crowd are enjoying what they're seeing at the moment. Now, when SK started pushing the A bomb site, there were already 4 people from Virtus.pro in A. That's pretty much standard on the CT side. Again, you normally start with 1 in the B bomb site. You don't often see full buy rushes from the Ts. Considering numbers advantage, you'd think you might see it more, but you never really do in train maps from the T side, rushing into the B bomb site. Taz and Pasha very forward, maybe expecting some kind of response like that from SK, especially when they're on pistols once again. Maximum loss bonus continues for SK as they experience nothing but failure.
Yeah, this is definitely a battle of the brains between these two teams. Both very strategic and tactical teams. Both will be very familiar with one another and how they like to call strategies. So it's not as if you're playing Fnatic, a more kind of loose style of team where it's very hard to read them, because even if you study their demos, it's hard to find those patterns necessarily. It's going to be easier to get into the leader of either side, into their mind, that is. And so far, Virtus.pro have SK's number. It's going to be interesting to see how they try to switch things up. Obviously, for now, it's just a goal of getting some damage in there as their loss bonus is starting to accrue. And the buys will start coming more quickly for them. But where is the answer? We could even start to see potentially a mix-up to double AWP and get a cold and follow on the AWP there, but looks like Taco's going to be able to take off Neo's head. That's a nice start to this round. Bit of damage early on. Can they compound it into more?
Snacks is a hard man to challenge. Again, every time I say, for those of you on GoTV, everybody replies and says Snacks when it's a Virtus.pro game, and he's showing us why. 25 seconds left for these final SK players. Again, a slow round, but Virtus.pro seem to have the patience now. Question is, will SK wear them thin as this game continues? Fox doing his best to try and connect the bomb. He will be denied. There goes Fur as well. coldzera, last man standing. 10 seconds left. Now he needs to die before the time elapses. Can't stand around forever. 7 from 10 for Virtus.pro.
Such a sturdy showing so far from them. The crowd is loving it at the moment. And there's the man himself, Mr. Snacks. He's been so insane this tournament. He's had so many great games. All right, so what do we see from SK? No double AWPs just yet. It is something that we have seen from them previously on the T side of this map. But not just yet. Will Fallen dare challenge Snax once more on the picking battle. Looks like they are perhaps going for a fast pace. The boost does come in.
Boost.
And Snax is going to take down Fur. Sacrificial lamb there. Poor Fur. Can Fallen get a frag back here? Can he avenge Fur?
Snax is nowhere. Snax is everywhere. Neo's taken down. Bialy's though going to trade immediately. Advantages continue for the CT side, but SK, they're in early to this site. There goes Snax finally. Bialy goes as well. So there's an opportunity for SK to break this run of success with Virtus Pro. And now Taz alone. That's going to allow the bomb to go down. Surely they know he's so far back. He's going to rotate towards the connector area, it seems. No, they're taking it slow, SK. Oh, Taz, what read do you have? They are rotating all the way out. They knew where he was. They could have planted a bomb, but they chose a different plan. Taz now, will he read the rotation? He's heavily tagged, 22 HP. He may even hear those beeps. And now he has all the information. How do SK set up post-plant? How do they set up together? Do they go for a trade situation? You see Fox, he's up high. He's got a lovely angle. And again, Taz, he's in the red. There's surely no way he can do this. Not going to work out for him. And you can see, look at his face. He's in such a bad situation, and he's still frustrated at dying there. He's in the right mind. He's focused at.
Yeah, Taz is very focused. I mean, one of the reasons why VP do so well at the majors, and maybe they don't do so well in the online leagues and so on, is that they have so much stage experience. This means more to them, a stage like this, than anything else. It brings out the best performances in some of the most experienced players that we have in Counter-Strike Go. So it's not too surprising, James. And we got the double ops out on Snax and Pasha here, so that's a nice mix-up. What do SK have to respond here? They still aren't going for the double up themselves, and we might have a bit of aggression here. Snax, what does he feel? Oh, Fallen's ready for that one. And Neo is going to be careful. He's in a forward position here. Smoke and Flash to try to get himself back out into safety, but he's going to go for the frag. Catches a great kill there with the nade to help him out as well. And now he goes for the AWP. This is dangerous here for SK. They're going to make sure they don't lose another one, and there he go. There he goes. Fox, he will be safe for now as Neo repositions, but a 1-for-1 almost feels like it favors VP at this point.
Well, first being picked off from Bialy. Enjoying the aggression. SK had two players around the pop dog, but now someone has to go and retrieve the bomb since they've lost another player. 1 minute on the clock. May feel like a world of time for SK, but when you've only got 3, make it 2 players left. Life's very difficult indeed. Pasha going to have a look at Fox. There's a smoke down towards Ivy, but really the options are very limited for SK at the moment. Cold Zero going to join him. On a map such as Train, it's going to be really hard for them to win in a 2 versus 4 situation.
40 seconds is a decent amount of time here. Obviously, they are quite committed to that A-bomb side, but if they can find a quick kill and opening, if Fox can make that entry frag, it could be possible. And there's a missed shot. Cold capitalizes, takes down Neo, but Pasha creeps in the smoke. Oh, like ships in the night. And that's going to be Cold taking up Pasha as well. 2 versus 2, but 20 seconds to go. Oh dear. We get another frag coming out from Bialy. Now things get really bad. And Fox, I don't know if he even has time to get to that bomb site. He's cut off. Taz is in position to perhaps deny him here. He might be able to get a side plant here. Very, very tight. Just in the nick of time here. Still possible here for Fox, but perhaps not. Taz in position, in time. Shuts it down. And Virtus Pro, 8 rounds now to the 4 of SK Gaming.
I cannot express how bad a situation that is for the remainder of this half. A few rounds left. I'm not sure if 4 is enough for SK. It's VP with the tactical timeouts at the moment. They are super chill, but Cuban giving information to his team. And again, I haven't seen SK since they had Fox in what was ultimately the wrong position. And I really wonder what they have to offer on their CT side. I'm sure it will be improved, but by how much? Look how dangerous VP are looking at the moment. It's going to have to be the CT side of their lives.
Definitely feels like they have been adjusting as the tournament has gone on. Initially, we'd see Fox open quite a lot, but then
how do you adjust to the plow, Dan?
To pick it back up.
How do you adjust to the plow? More support from Virtus Pro at home. Shoutouts to you and all your junk food. 3 rounds remain. SK in a bad spot. Lost bonuses disappeared, disintegrated. And the taste of defeat is back once again. Now we've got the standard start from Virtus Pro. 4 in A, Taz in B. Pasha soon to join him, however. Again, Virtus Pro know that SK are limited to pistols. They will look for a potential fast play, but SK very shy as far as fast plays go.
And the positioning here from Virtus Pro as well is great because they don't really mind giving up a plant at this point. They're ready just to say, you know what, you can have the plant. We're just going to lose any single players. They've got such passive positions. They just want to make sure they don't give up the train yard. That's one of the worst things that can happen in a fast rush, is the Ts take you down in the very close positions. Then they can continue to push as the bomb goes down. They can control your rotation point, which is the choke of connector and a CT spawn, and then you have problems. Then you have a situation where you can be flanked as the CT is coming into that retake. So that's what Virtus Pro are making sure does not happen. They're playing very passively, but looks like we have actually got... Well, they're going back to CT spawn, James, so it's like we have a restarted round here.
Something terrible has happened, Dan.
What is that, James, do you think?
I don't know.
Is it a keyboard that has exploded?
Hopefully not. Let's not start keyboards again today.
No more keyboard talk.
There's a lot of keyboard talk yesterday.
There was indeed.
So, obviously, there's some kind of technical timeout, as you can see from the lovely overlays produced by the people at ELEAGUE.
Yeah, and we do have some headsets off as well, so we'll have to be careful of what we say, James.
Yeah, the way. Okay, let's not. I don't want to like impact the mood of the players either. So,
what should we talk about? Sharks
have
again.
a look at the fans and see how people are doing. A lot of North American fans here. Thank you all for coming to the ELEAGUE Major here in Atlanta. What do we do with this? It seems that the taco has fallen.
I don't know how to.
That is so poverty.
This.
That is so poverty. I mean, seriously.
Someone got paid for that, James.
Dan's jokes are better than that.
Oh my.
I mean,
that's
copy paste save, file save.
Yeah.
There we go. All right.
Some things are just a lost cause, James.
We need some communication as to what is happening on the stage at the moment. Bit of info. For those of you who are just joining us, SK are not having the best of times at the moment. Headsets are off, so we are limited in what we can discuss, Dan. Okay. There is an audio issue for Fur that's being resolved at the moment. So again, SK, they started with the pistol. They got those normal consecutive rounds. And then from the bye round, it's all Virtus Pro, it's all pierogi and Polish cheesecake. SK with just the one round recently, but instantly traded by Virtus Pro. No money for SK, little hope of clawing back rounds in this half.
Do you have a favourite match so far in this entire major, James? Is there a favourite match for you that you've watched or casted or whatever?
I think SK's struggle on Mirage,
against
their initial struggle was really amazing to watch. Public viewing is always awesome. Lots of beer. You found a beer, Dan?
Sometimes.
Just good stuff.
So,
viewing parties are awesome. There are loads of viewing parties during the ELEAGUE seasons as well, which is pretty cool. I had loads of pictures from there. All right, so you see some discussion there. When the phones are out, normally someone's logging back into Steam. Mobile authenticator is always good. So there are, I mean, it's 8-4, right? The gap is not that big, but it feels humongous at the moment.
Yes, I think a lot of it is just the way that VP have been making their calls. The shot calling is really good. And it's interesting, too, because when you're playing the CT side of train, you feel like there's not much you can do with the positions because you can't get it very aggressive. It's kind of like Cobblestone in that way. You know, a lot of teams don't necessarily like Cobblestone because when you're on the CT side, you feel kind of powerless. However, Virtus Pro have been showing quite a lot of power on the CT side and through the calling because they understand what their opponent's doing. And it's that in that knowledge that they've been able to show such a dominating first half so far, I would say. Because if you consider how things started off, they didn't win the pistol round. Yeah, it's just been consecutive rounds. So SK have only won one of the buy rounds versus buy rounds so far. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I think one of the things we're used to seeing on training from SK is Fallen straight up abusing people with the AWP, hopping around on all the ladders and so on. But Virtus Pro are not giving his side the freedom to do that. They're not giving them freedom full stop. So they can't express themselves in the ways they would like to. Again, we see an SK who are defaulting to slow plays at the moment. But then when it doesn't work, they go for the fast play. Doesn't happen either. They can't, it's very hard to topple Virtus Pro on this T side from the Brazilian side.
Yeah, and VP are playing in a way as well where they're going quite safe in some of the positioning that they're taking. Whenever we see Taz have these big defenses, obviously he's able to play a position where he's often playing for delay. He wants to do damage, but he also doesn't want to give up the site super fast. Those are the kind of the mix of objectives that he has. He's trying to achieve both at once. He's been very successful in doing that. And in doing so, not playing too aggressively and not trying to give away risks early on, they've been able to do very well in that sense because some teams, instead of playing a passive opening like we're seeing VP do, and just seeing how that works, seeing how your opponent wants to play against you, and then feeling out where the holes might be in their gameplay, some teams like to try to exert their gameplay straight away and kind of tell you what they're doing, kind of exert their force onto you. But that then becomes a little bit easier for you to read. So it's a very good, very steady approach. And it lends itself to, of course, the tournament experience that VP has.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup, especially because SK have denied Virtus.pro the finals more than once in recent majors. So there's a lot for Virtus.pro to achieve. And it's so nice to see the temperament they're bringing to this match, all things considered. That might, you know, be shaky ground for some people. Virtus.pro looking very comfortable. The question is, if SK can put Virtus.pro in a uncomfortable situation, how will they deal with that? That is the question.
And the crazy thing too is that when they've gone into the outside site, Snax is like, yep, I'm here, by the way, and you're not going to get in alive. He's been doing very, very well just denying that. So they're just kind of being beaten from all sides at the moment. It's pretty impressive. Of course, the thing about this, right, we saw this from previous SK games. SK are much like VP, even though they have a standard. They're much like VP in that they're very experienced at this point. They've got very strong leadership, and their ability to come back at any point they're very good at that. The pressure does not break them.
Good news, everyone. The game is live once again! Make some noise for SK's incoming eco round. Yeah, let's go. $2,000 on most of these Brazilian and one Portuguese player. Virtus.pro armed to the teeth. Every man is a one-man army for this particular round. VP will look to abuse the range. Taz with a precautionary pop flash towards B. You see Cold getting caught by that. The SK man then heading towards the B bomb site. 2-3 flashes and a bunch of pistols. Armor here and there. They need the bomb plant here because their money sucks.
Yeah, that's a big deal. Getting that bomb plant down, and they have a couple flashes as well, so they might be able to buy just enough time to do that. Ooh, the grenade! Oh, poor Fur. 22 health, that sucks. Poor Fur. Got to feel bad for that one, but maybe their chances to get the bomb down are still alive. They have made the dive, Fallen's there, get that C4 planted, and again, you can see VP, they care more about their own economy generally here than their opponent's ability to get a good economy. Because they know that as long as they can always buy rifles, as long as they can have that margin for error, you can come at them buy round after buy round. They have the confidence that they'll take every one of those situations.
Yeah, and their money's not great. Despite winning all these rounds, SK have been picking players off. So that's a great round for VP. Nobody lost. Very important money. 2 rounds left, but you don't want to give up any rounds or give any edges to your opponent. 9-4 in favor of the Poles. 5 AKs coming out once again for SK. How can you adapt on the fly to such a strong CT side? Again, yes, SK have 4 rounds, but 3 of them are pistol and post-pistol. Only 1 round once the buys have started to come in. So if you look at it that way, it's a 9-1. That's, in terms of dominance, it's 9-1.
And that 1 round was a crazy rush into the A bomb site, just trying to capitalize upon the chaos and the smokes and the variance, and it did work out for them, as it often can. And they do have the individual skill, of course, to do rounds like that. So looks like we're going to see potentially a 3-pronged split here onto that A bomb site. They're trying to guard over the alley area, but he won't be able to stop them. He has to just back away, try to slow him down there. Gets the info, some counter grenades coming in as well. And SK, they creep closer.
Neo sees trajectory, but can't do anything with it. SK, they're forcing the CTs out of position now without losing any players. This is what they've wanted for ages. Minute 10 on the clock, but here we go. They start to fall. Taco picked off, taking it straight in the face. But Virtus.pro, they're still out of position. They still don't have vision of Ivy. That's allowing SK to encroach this site. Fox in a very nice position. Virtus.pro have many angles. Almost a double peek coming in. Now Fox has been spotted, but what else lies towards Ivy? Virtus.pro have no idea.
First trying to get in there, trying to get an opening, but look at Virtus.pro. They've fallen back. They're holding the line. Excellently done by Virtus.pro, leaving just Fallen and Cold here. Going to take something pretty magnificent to pull this one back, and around the smoke, Pasha will be able to flank Coldzera, and that will be done and dusted there in that one, giving Virtus.pro 10 to SK Gaming's 4. Again, the team play. This is one of the things about Train, right? The outside bomb site can get really crazy because the enemy team can surround you. Virtus.pro managed to kind of slowly just contract their defense, know where all their teammates are, and if somebody goes down, they know exactly where the hole is, and then they make up for that hole and they pull further back. Very coordinated, very good situational awareness from the VP team.
It's insane. SK managed to get that map control, and yet Virtus.pro only lost one player towards the end of the round, no less. Grenades being deployed, and now I wonder, is this going to be like a desperation plant on the site itself? It seems the push is coming in, all the CTs behind the smokes, and yeah, I think we're going to like default smoke, execute plants. That bomb needs to go down fast, it will be. In the meantime, Fox taken down, Fur flashing through the smoke, Passion on the high ground, May spotted it for his team, Taz going to get taken down regardless. Hardy holding angles now, but the flames force Fur away.
And here we go, 4 versus 3. They've actually managed to do something here. Evened up though on the bomb site, chaos all over the place. The Tech9 reigning supreme, seemingly therefore cold as he looks for the next one. Uses the ladder, but Snacks is just too good at the moment. Fallen in the first, all that remains against the 2 players from Virtus.pro looking to go for the clutch here. That bomb slowly going faster and faster. Bialy, wild spray, misses, and there's the smoke defuse coming in, but Fallen with the Tech9s able to save the day. SK scrape another round onto the board. That's 5 for them, 10 for Virtus.pro. The Hail Mary there worked out for SK Gaming, but VP, they look so good at the moment. It's insane.
5 rounds, including the pistol. I know SK are going to be very relieved that that T side has ended for them, because there was no way in. For them to resort to just default executes in the last round tells me that everything else isn't working for the SK side. Fox the man getting the kills for his team at the moment, but is it enough? Again, there are so many questions with Fox on the CT side from what we recently saw when they last played Train, playing Electric Box, looking completely out of position with an AWP. We can't see that from SK, otherwise they're going to get wrecked in this half.
And one thing, again, famously about SK Gaming on Train is that their Train games are often decided by Fallen and what he does with the AWP on the CT side. And that's what we're going to see in the second half. SK Gaming on that CT side, so there is still the ability to salvage this one here for SK Gaming. Obviously, their chances to do that will increase if they're able to take the piss around. And it's like we're going to see a lot of utility here from VP. A lot. Like we have 3 smoke grenades, 4 flashbangs, and Molotov. This is crazy. You don't often see this much on the T side here.
That is like, I don't know, almost wonder if there was a cat on the keyboards with so much utility bought. But it's Virtus.pro who do this. 3 men with grenades on pistols. They keep experimenting with this, mixed results, but small sample size. SK with 3 players around Ivy, again looking to use the range, trying to cut the A bomb site diagonally in half. See Fallen, Cold, and Fox. But the bomb is not in that direction. Taco holding an angle on upper B. See them slowly moving into position. Playing SK at their own game with a slow pistol down.
Yeah, but it is soon time to go in. Time is ticking away. And SK Gaming, they really need a couple good shots just to get rid of 1 or 2 players before the bomb is put down. Taco's in a good position to at least catch Neo. Oh, instantly dinked there. That is so annoying. He's not going to feel confident to take peeks now. He has to just rely on his teammates. He's going to fall back in a line there, try to keep a perimeter and just stop them from locking down that choke point. And it's Fur now moving over the top. He's going to be able to try to cover this position. Very important. Why is no one dead, James? How is nobody dead in this position just yet? Still Taz with wildfire from the Glock, but nothing.
This is difficult for Virtus.pro to hold. They've got a Molotov, but they don't have enough time. They need to hold off the CTs, but Snacks coming in with 2 kills. Has he done enough? There's Neo with the Molotov, the slow deployment. Fox has got a defuse kit. He's going to hold it, but surely he can't hold it. Oh, the smoke is there. It's perfect. The round goes to SK. That smoke was absolutely crucial. Fallen started the round with a smoke and a defuse kit. I can only assume that one of the CTs picked it up. The Molotov was deployed. I was like, Fox, he's not standing. He's not moving away. He's surely going to burn, but no, the smoke is there. It's all good in SK2. They get to 6 rounds.
My God, Snacks. This guy is pretty impressive. I was actually quite surprised as well. Taz was in such a key position to get a lot of work done. He could have won the round for the team, but the Glock is not so reliable. Sometimes you just don't get those headshots. And this has given SK a way back into this one. We'll see 4 UMPs, which is very crucial that you pick up the UMPs. I think a lot of people think it's a fairly overpowered gun because it's so cost effective and it can really work well when a team gets that bomb down and you know you'll be up against AKs very soon.
1 minute 30 on the clock. Virtus Pro taking some pot shots. But again, with the bomb planted, they will be buying AKs in the following round, so no force buy in this round. It's going to use the time to, it seems, just allow Snax to try and rip people's faces off. Again, this is about doing as much economic impact as possible. They're playing the long game here, Virtus Pro, trying to get SK on eco rounds sooner rather than later once those AKs have been wielded. The more players they pick off in this round, the more SK have to go for a full buy. SK could choose to continue with these UMPs if they have a perfect round here. And that means money, but if Virtus Pro can do some damage...
That's the thing. I mean, they need to keep the UMPs alive here. They can let the bomb go down, to be honest. Only difference it makes is more grenades for Virtus Pro next round. They lose the UMPs. They lose a lot of security. These AKs are coming next round. They have to be safe hit. Oh my god, how on earth did Bjardi connect that one? Taco goes down. Fur is going to try to stop the plant. It's a little bit too late, but everybody will fall for only one person dead on SK. I think that's okay. I think both teams are going to be happy with that one. Not ideal for SK.
Now there's a question, do SK hold on to these UMPs? Or based on how difficult the first half was, do they upgrade immediately? Both have risk. If you upgrade, you've got no money. If you don't upgrade, you may lose a round. But then what happens after that? And they are indeed going for, well, some upgrade. Fallen's picked up the AWP. He wants to get on that straight away. Snax is AWP no armor, Kevlar, rather. But not much in the name of grenades. So here it is, the first test for SK to see if they can make this a more competitive map. See how it works out for them.
And ultimately as well, Fallen is a big test for him because he has the most impact with the AWP. He plays a role where he can be dynamic and catch 4 or 5 different positions from outside of alley. He has a dedicated alley player, typically Cold, and then he can be can be in a supportive position as we see him going to now on the train next to alley. He can look towards Pop Dog, he can look towards Team Main, he can support Ali if there's a push there. He relies on his teammates, but ultimately he's got to hit those shots
gimmicks
and prevent himself from being picked at the same time.
Ooh, Pasha could be spotted. Oh dear.
Surely not.
Is he going to see when that smoke dissipates? If Cole jumps down, Pasha knows he's there. If he doesn't jump down, there we go. Is he going to push? Surely no. The flash slows him down. He knows he's just disappeared. They're going to capitalize on that. That's why you can't make sounds in this game, because people will punish you. Cold in no man's land, grenade in his hand, taken down, and Fallen surely can't respond. He's in the flames, going for a pot shot, can't see anything, and again, Patch is still in position to capitalize. Bjardi's taken down elsewhere though.
And yeah, again, this is where Fallen really has to pick up the pieces. They've lost their alley defender. Now SK Gaming have to have that situational awareness. Okay, how do we need to all change our positions now to make sure that we don't have any holes in our defense, that we can't get flanked, that there's no blind spots, and that's what Virtus Pro are going to try to abuse here. Pasha's going to start pressuring in on Ali, starting to contract force the defense to contract a little bit more with that aggression. And VP start to slowly constrict that A-bomb site. SK Gaming have some good positions. Still not sold that it's going to be an A-site push, but they have quick rotation through from connector if they need to.
Oh, he spots an elbow, and there are 18 seconds left. That might cause a rotation. Missing a fast shot. Pasha, that's a very important kill. There goes Taco as well. The numbers running down for the CT side. And again, they spent money. They cannot afford this. Does he feel like he has any options? Maybe he'll try to rescue the AWP. There's money for another buy, potentially for SK, but it won't be great by any means. You can see Fur's got nothing in the bank. He needs to stay alive, and he may try to rescue a weapon. Moving forward, but he doesn't have a defuse kit. So if he's going for some shenanigans, ooh, he's just picked one up. But surely he's not going to try and defuse the bomb in this situation. Looking for the AWP. Oh, okay. Got some shinobi business going on. Oh. He knows if he drops his gun, it makes enough sounds to be punished. Virtus Pro play it close. The AWP is not taken into the next round.
Yeah, really big deal. Again, Fallen's, you can see that he's the linchpin here. He's so much the linchpin. As soon as he dies, the setup sort of collapses inwards, and he's just unable to hit that first shot. And I know that previously we saw on the desk that Fallen changed one of his predictions to having a phase win, just because he felt like, you know what, Fallen in this edition of SK Gaming hasn't seemed quite as hot as we have known him to be in the past. Obviously, trying to run these new setups with Fox, and now Snax is an AWP here on the T side. This could go badly for SK Gaming. They have very little to work with in this round, almost no utility. That's so incredibly tough on train.
Yeah, and that might cause them to push. At the moment, Taco's on his own. Cold is on his own towards Ivy. Two of the more common places to go for a push, but also Main is one of them. Snax picked off. That's going to weaken things for Virtus Pro. Bomb left outside main at present. Pasha very keen to harass the Ivy position. SK playing very close to the A bomb site at the moment, but again, both teams have been playing it slow. Minute 10 on the clock. Virtus Pro may be posturing for a while.
Very slow indeed. Just trying to chill things out a little bit, make SK Gaming sweat. It's a great position for SK though, because they know they have that one frag lead. They don't want to push their luck in any sense. It's already very difficult without any utility to make an aggressive play safe. So they just have to sit, stay put for now, and wait to see what VP's move is going to be. Couple smokes, couple molotovs. Taz looking for a way in here. Neo's lost though. So this, you can see Taz going to back away a little bit, see if he can't still make a play onto this bomb site. And if he can, there's still the option here for VP to go down Pop Dog and try to attack A, catch some players out of position. But they don't really have men. They're so stretched at the moment.
This doesn't look good. In the meantime, Pasha's made his way into the A bomb site where the bomb is, but there goes the bomb. 20 seconds. It's about damage now for Pasha. He needs to pick off as many of these CTs as he can. Now he's got a chance to plant the bomb. 12 seconds left. He needs to pick it up though. All these grenades, and he may not realize what opportunity he has. He'll hold on to what he has. Oh, AWP, nice upgrade. But SK, there's an opportunity for them to get right back into this. 3 rounds between these two sides now. This may not be over.
Absolutely. Again, you can never count SK out, and Fallen, even when he doesn't have an AWP, you think it kind of looks like he does. That Deagle there sniping away on a pixel angle, and SK Gaming back in this one now. And once they start to get some comfort on their economy, once they start to get some comfort that they can always have ops, even if they lose a player or here or there, that might give them the confidence and the ability to start taking some more risks further into this one. And once they can start doing that, it kind of feels better. Generally, when speaking, even on a map like this, where it's very hard to take risks and you have to have utility to make it safe, it feels good that you have that ability, not just and are not just forced to sit there and wait for them to make the move. So, hoping to see that from SK. But VP certainly have been reading SK quite well.
That is quite a spectacular force buy we have from the Polish side.
Oh, nice. This could actually be very strong. If you can get Pasha into that open yard on the towards the A-bomb site, and the Tech9s can start closing the positions down towards that site, this could actually get very bad for SK. They've got to be very careful in a round like this.
There's only one Tech9, but P250 has reasonable moving accuracy when you're strafing, but it needs to get close enough, and that's a very big task, especially when you are so ill-equipped. Oh, Cold Zera has no idea what's going on in the long area. That is an early pick that SK cannot afford, and Virtus Pro will capitalize on. Moving straight down. Pasha, no fear. Taz getting taken down by Fur elsewhere, but Pasha's the big player here with the AWP. We've seen one AWP force buys from Virtus Pro before with Pasha. We've seen it on Cash. He makes it work time and time again. There's Fallen. How is this happening, Dan?
That is some sick stuff from Pasha. This guy is really opening things up here for VP. They have the ability to even go through CT if they want to. There's a clean path there. Pasha perhaps spotting a player deep in a deep position towards team main.
He's going to boost him. He's going to boost him.
That is gorgeous
stuff.
stuff.
The CT has gone. But there's a decision to make there. Do you continue carrying the bomb to CT, or do you go back to boost Pasha? And the bomb's going to do that. Fox might have an angle.
They have a lot of time to work with, so they don't have to rush it at any rate. And SK, they're so spread out. At the moment, SK have to take risks in their positioning. And right now, VP have way better positioning. Look at this. Here comes the push. Easy stuff for Snax. A free one for him. And now that's leaving Fox and Fur in a very awkward position. How do you regain control of the bomb site if that choke point, the connector area, is just completely locked down as it is right now? And Neo is wandering around in the open site, so it's very possible Neo's going to spot them anyway.
This is a complete disaster for SK. Unbelievable stuff. We'll see if Fox can survive for the time being. In the meantime, Fur seems to be going for it, pulling rotation now, and now the retake potentially on because they won't know where Fox is coming from. You see Neo just creeping, and he's only got a pistol. Fur running more distraction, and now Fox, he knows where one is. Oh, but look at Pasha's angle. Look, he's got the perfect angle, but now he's fired a shot. What's going to happen? There goes Fur. Instant trade for the Virtus Pro side, and they have indeed robbed SK of a round that should have been theirs all day long.
That is such a crazy round. First of all, you have Pasha basically trying to perform heart surgery the way that he's very meticulously cutting holes into the defense here of SK to allow his team to thread through the blind spots. And then that's that 4-2 situation. Kind of crazy. Can't count either of these teams out at any point, no matter what is going on in this one.
Look at these buys.
I know, it's great, isn't it?
It's graceful on both sides.
It's not disgraceful. It's glorious. I love it.
The Mac 10 onto Pasha. He is expecting a lack of helmets at the very least, and he may be correct. Fox and Fallen, no helmets for them. But the others don't really have much to offer in terms of offense anyway. So he won't even care about the helmets. And there he is, looking towards long. He wants to get a bit closer to that corner. Spots coldzera. Got the brazenness to pull out a grenade on his own as well. Taco thwarting the timing of a potential push from Virtus.pro. Oh dear. Where is your health, Mr. Fox?
Oh man, that sucks. Fortunately for him, he's been playing with close ranges, kind of one-shot type of game anyway, so it's not going to be too painful in the end. Although VP right now, they're repositioning for they play with a set piece with smokes perhaps into the A-bomb site, or with the smoke that they have, throw some nades in. They are positioned around the dumpster here, so they can at least get one smoke into position. Although that's not actually starting to shuffle towards the alley spot at the moment. Where Pasha is, and Pasha can lead the way. He can jump around the corners with that Mac 10 very effectively. Fallen going to be challenged soon as well. The setup here is not awful for SK Gaming if they're able to hit those first shots, get those first kills, and this is a great position to do it from Cole, lurking above. How much can Cole do? There's two. He picks up a gun as well. A third player arises, but Stacks, although he trades it, massive problems here for Virtus.pro anyway.
25 seconds, no time to rotate towards B, especially with Taco coming in from CT spawn. Neo picked off as well. Two players are combining. They need to trade frag at the very least, but look at the CTs. They're all over the place. There goes Taz. Snack soon to follow. SK maybe get back some respect in this game after losing such a horrible round previously. Virtus.pro, 12 rounds, not too far away again. SK, they're not too far away from Virtus.pro.
What were you saying about the buy, James? You said it was disgraceful, but they made it work. They made it work.
Virtus.pro with a tactical timeout now. Again, it feels like the match has been all Virtus.pro, but it's 12-9. This map is entirely losable for the Poles.
Oh, of course. Again, SK, they're always stronger on that CT side. And one thing as always, we haven't really seen Fallen hit his stride just yet with the AWP, which again is something that I think everybody who's a fan of SK Gaming and of top-tier Counter-Strike, that's what we have seen over so many tournaments, is him just destroying everyone with that AWP on the A site. So something still to look forward to. He does have that gun in his hands at the moment, and depending on what Virtus.pro decide, he could have a lot of action here because they are going to be playing this round fairly quickly. It's going to be about the numbers game. They don't have anything to play with apart from pistols and grenades.
Yeah, this is a round about damage and perhaps a bomb plant for the Virtus.pro side. Will it be slow again? Neo charging towards the B-bomb site on his own with the bomb. But calming down, not doing anything crazy with his Glock. Not the most powerful weapon in Counter-Strike by any means. 4-1 set up from SK, standard stuff. Again, on Virtus.pro's CT side, we often saw Pasha quickly rotate from connector to have a look at B just in case. Although he was holding an angle towards main. Now he starts to come in to be at the 1:20 mark. But VP are moving away. They've got some grenades. They can set up their wall of smokes and go for a plant and then try to do damage at close quarters afterwards. SK will probably move back behind these smokes and then go for the retake. There we go, deployed. Nice flash. Good Molotov as well. That will slow down Virtus.pro. They don't have the armor to deal with such a molly. Ooh, there are risks involved, but being patient with his burst fire. There's Neo, there's the bomb. And Pasha should get wiped out. The bait's there, and it's a nice round from SK. They make double figures, and they don't lose a single player.
Really closing the gap at the moment. And VP, their money still is pretty poor, so we'll have to see what they decide to do in this round. SK, they're really hitting some pace, hitting some momentum. And you can see here Cole in a great position with the UMP to make some serious money with the SMG kill bonus. What do we have from VP here? So a lot of smokes, so 3 smokes. So again, likely going to see the set smokes onto the A bomb site with 3. I think with the B bomb site you can do with just 2. See how they decide to go for this. Oh, Taco, he's going aggressive. He's hungry for money. He wants the money.
A good start and a bad finish for Taco. 1-1, not good enough. That UMP can make yet more money. And when Virtus.pro still have all the grenades to go for that same execute into the A site, get the bomb down as the CTs will probably allow them to, not that they did last round. The UMP post-plant may cause some problems for SK. There are a lot more rounds to fight for. They don't want it to be expensive. The charge into B, however, with the bomb as well. That is a snail of VP players. Bomb should go down. Counter flash comes in though. Third putting in work, but again, it's 1-for-1. That favors the T's.
Can't quite get hold of the bomb at the moment. Oh, is Neo going to get across? No! Looks like it will be prevented, that plant. However, VP did get a couple kills there, and they will be buying. I mean, the plant is not really going to impact this buy at all, so that's actually awesome for VP there. Oh, what on earth is that?
I'm not going to think about what we're looking at on the screen right now, then. One can only
it's
imagine.
It's a terrible pun, James. That's what we're dealing with. I think they should leave the terrible puns to us.
That is... What do you mean us?
Well, it's
you.
Your puns are terrible.
My puns are spectacular. One round between these two sides. Full buy here again. Can SK even up the score? It was looking like we might not get a competitive train, but maybe. Snax, though, off to a great start. Early weakness on the B bomb site. Fur is there. What will Virtus.pro do? Maybe they'll smell weakness. Maybe they'll expect a push from the SK team. They've got tons of time to keep SK guessing.
And I think we're seeing the more standard approach from SK here, where it's kind of like we can give up the B-bomb site, play retake. We want to shore up the defense on A. A is much harder to retake. That basic mindset going into this one here. And again, partly due to the fact that it is very hard to push. So SK Gaming are trying to play the safer approach here with no aggression. But in a position, a crazy position there. Almost gets the kill onto Neo. Trying to do more damage here. He's going to get it as well. So almost 2 kills from Fur. That's decent damage, but the positioning here, especially with the AWP from Snax, is a huge problem to deal with as SK shuffle in for the retake.
Not sure if this is a save already. There goes Fallen Cold in. Point of no return now. Taz will take him down. Didn't start well. Ended brutally for the SK team, and Virtus.pro continue to push towards 16 rounds. There's money for SK to rebuy. No pause, no timeout coming in from the CT side. They took a gamble, but VP were ready for it. AWP once again onto Fallen. Taco on a UMP. Loads of grenades though for the CT team. But again, they are currently at the mercy of Virtus.pro, who are looking very dangerous early on in this series.
All right, so VP, again, a team that loves to mix up the pace. It's going to be slow, it's going to be fast, always going to be keeping their opponents guessing in that sense. Already a couple forward smokes there, as you can see on the A side, making things a little bit harder. And in fact, it is affecting the positioning of SK Gaming. They're sort of expecting maybe a forward play. That's how they've adjusted right now. And so there's a window of opportunity here where VP can capitalize on this positioning. Oh, the flick!
Man.
That's absolutely phenomenal there from Fallen. So fast to that one. And that is a much needed early round advantage in a spot where SK, they can't afford to lose this round.
You talk about Dust 2 gaps. He's swiped in the smallest of crevices. That is insane. But it's not enough for SK. They need round wins. They need to catch up to Virtus.pro, who have led almost the entire match. Got to focus on the B-bomb site for the Poles at the moment. Taco's there to support his teammate Fur. 50 seconds for Virtus.pro. SK will try to ruin the timing. Oh, Neo's pushing on his own. Is that going to work out for them? Taco doesn't have the range with this UMP. And now Fur's isolated down. He goes. Taco forced to push, but there's a player on the high ground. Flashes, nades coming in for both sides. Taz down the ladder, can't get the kill. Taco doing huge work. Got his team a man advantage, buying time, falls to the grenade, but the CTs are in position. There goes Neo, leaving Snax alone. He's got the bomb, he's escaping. There are 25 seconds left, but Fallen is very close to connector. He can easily switch things up. He's rotating. Can he get in position in time? There goes Snax creeping out, but Fallen lands the shot. The gap close to 1 once again.
What an important round. What an important pick from Fallen right here. Oh my God, that was so sick. And SK, if they had lost that round, VP would have an easy 15. They would be on map point there, so, or game point rather. So it's pretty sick that SK are able to take that one. You can indeed see the tension on the face of VP. They know that there are problems at hand right now, that SK are not falling down easily against them.
This is their last timeout as well. This is Virtus.pro's last timeout we have at the moment. And you can see Taz, look at the expression on his face. He feels like they should have won this map by now. And this is a question. They were running a train on SK and everything was fine, everybody was calm. But when they start to have difficulties, when things get tight, are they going to hold their mettle? Are they going to keep their heads in the game?
The thing is that there's no money really here for VP. There is some money, but it's not going to be optimal to get a buyout here. And looks like they've made some very tough decisions in this pause, and we're about to get back live into it. So let's see how this goes for them. They've got Tech9 UMP AKs, a bunch of grenades. they're indeed still up against the AWP of Fallen. This is a very, very scary round for VP.
This is tough, gritty Counter-Strike being done by these players. Snax moving quickly in for no fear. Blind pushing through the smoke. Got to get himself 1 kill, 2. That is gross. 3 plays left for Virtus.pro. Again, they went for the force buy in this round. They've got no money, but here come the frags for the Polish side. Man advantage retained for SK. But there's so much time on the clock for Virtus.pro to play with. SK cannot make a mistake. They cannot get outmaneuvered. 1 kill goes the wrong way, and this could spin around. But SK, they've got 2 bomb sites to defend. There's over a minute on the clock, and you can see they're all spread out. So are Virtus.pro.
A classic thing as well about this map that makes it a bit more difficult for VP in this situation is that SK, they can play rotations so much more easily.
Look how much he has to cover. This is so tight. If Fallen looks the wrong way, Bialy with that UMP, he could pull rotation. There's so many things that can happen in the next 45 seconds for both teams. Fallen going back. Oh, I think we may have seen a player. The smoke goes down. It's quite deep. Fallen is not going to overextend, though. It's going to leave him there. That's half the information for SK. Can they find the rest?
30 seconds. The time is starting to play a large part in this one, putting the pressure onto VP. If there wasn't enough pressure on them already, finding Cold, taking him down out the balcony. Important play, setting up the plant now as SK Gaming are forced to respond, but they can take their time. It's a fresh plant. Fallen, though, he's found a position to work off of. There goes Fallen around the corner. What was that? Fallen finds a headshot out of nowhere, and still Taco's left alive, and they seem to know where Pasha is at this point. And there it is. Taco finds him. Pasha goes for the peek. And that is going to be the defuse here. What an incredibly tense situation.
Seacole's dad's well into this. Great to see him at Columbus, and he's here again. Lots of family for SK in the crowd. They've tied up the score. Finally, they are on level. They are on A level with Virtus.pro. But what's not level at the moment is the money. Virtus.pro, they took a gamble. It didn't pay off. You can see the cash. Now the choices have been taken away. They're almost going to have to give up the lead to SK at this point and then fight from behind. Nothing purchased just yet. I'm sure we'll see some pistols at the very least. Maybe discussing an approach, what their objectives are in this round. And surely it has to be getting a bomb plant. See the late buy coming in. Loads of P250s, 2 smokes. They normally use 3 to execute onto the A sites for those desperation plants. Snax lining up a pop flash for anybody who wants to face B ramp. Very important as well if you have aggressive players who like to hold angles. Good to know this pop flash.
Taco could be in trouble here. He's actually playing a really close position. If they have found that timing where Taco has still got a nade out, he could just get rushed down here. When is he going to throw the Molotov? When are VP going to go for the push in this position? If he goes down, that's a gun and a very fast plant. That is a lot of damage. Oh no, he fluffs the Molotov. What can he do under pressure? That's still 2 on the spray down. That's not too shabby there from Taco, all things considered, but the bomb will go down.
The door was open. Virtus.pro charged in. The bomb's down. Objective achieved, and now it's about damage. 4 players, all full health for SK. Snax has got himself an M4. Can he make the right decision? No. They're swarming. He'll get taken down. Now Pasha on the flank may try to steal a weapon from SK, but that defuse will come in quickly once they begin. Taking their time. Fox, he's the only one without a defuse kit. Why is he defusing the bomb? There goes Pasha. That defuse will be completed eventually by Fallen. Nice change there. So here we go. SK now in the lead, and you can see the shoulder peek came in at the wrong time. Nia got way too close, had to almost abandon ship. Molotov not deep enough. There was opportunity for Virtus.pro. They got that planted, much needed plant, and that will give Pasha the money from AWP and some grenades.
VP down a round, and it's not been the story until just now. Such a slow climb, such a grind back into this from SK Gaming, sitting on that 1-point lead. VP, all the pressures on them, desperately looking for that good start into this series, into this semi-final. Looking to see what they can get done here with the map control. A bit of a default at the moment, nothing too out of characteristic from what you would expect from your average train opening from the T side. Bialy looking perhaps to pressure Ali, and VP still just looking for some information. But SK, they hold very passively.
Virtus Pro cannot lose this round. They can't think of what happens if they do. Just got to focus one round at a time. Same for SK. To describe SK, their tournament so far in one word, it would be struggle. Every game has been very difficult for them. This one is no different, but they've got a lead. They have a chance to get what could be a surprising game at this point over Virtus Pro. 40 seconds remain. Virtus Pro looking for a three-way split of the A site. 3 SK players deep. Will they have the communication to handle this? 30 seconds remaining.
Cole's at the ready. He's going to have some of the sound cues here. There's the flash. He has to deal with his position. His teammates have to deal with theirs, but that's not going to happen. VP walk in. It's the plow happening right now. Looks very good for Virtus Pro. Taz swipes away Fur as well, and there is the bomb plot. What on earth do Taco and Fallen do in this position? There's really not much for them to do as far as a retake's concerned. They've just got to hold on to the guns. That was so decisive from Virtus Pro.
Everyone alive for the Polish side. Do they choose to hunt? They know an AWP is in play, but they don't really have money. So there are decisions to be made. They're closing a net on these players, but they look good to survive for the time being. 14-14. This first map starting to go down to the wire. It's been a long journey, and it's only the first map of the series, though.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ELEAGUE called it. He said it's going to be 2-1 Virtus Pro, but very, very close. Of course, we yet to see a VP victory here. That said, going to hold our breath because maybe these guns won't survive. Taco takes down Taz, and there is the trade. Oh, but the AWP is going to stay in the picture. That's very important there. Fallen's going to be able to keep hold of that AWP. Guns will be dropped for his teammates. 14-14. This is going down to the wire, and it's only the first map. Indeed, what a crazy way to start this one.
SK chosen to buy. They've forced it up. They are all in for this round. 2 AWPs for the SK team. Fur's going to be the one on the UMP. Big guns coming out. One of these teams are about to go to game point in the first of this series. Both teams looking for a place in the final where they both feel like they'll belong. All 4 SK players, well, 4 of them, very deep towards A. First come in. Look how far back they're playing from now. Both AWPs are staying on the A site. This won't be easy retake for SK. Virtus Pro are successful here.
There are the flashes, the counter grenades. Fur, perhaps a bit too slow though. Good entries to allow the site to be taken by the Virtus Pro side, as SK will be able to spill out of the choke point, so they can set this up. It's a 4 versus 4 situation, a retake with AWPs, and those smokes were just put down.
Look at this positioning from the T side. They've got smokes so deep. SK have no map control whatsoever. They left both AWPs on the A site. Now they have to try and retake or maybe save what they have for the coming round. It is abandoned ship from SK. It looked abandoned before Virtus Pro even made their way into B. Game point Virtus Pro in just a few seconds.
The VP, they're not going to allow it to be abandoned ship. They want to kill every single last player, even though they do have to be wary of their own economy here, as they don't have a huge amount of cash. They do have the ability to try to hunt down a couple players. We can see Neo's at that task at the moment, but he won't find anything. SK will escape with their weapons. And we haven't really seen much of the double AWP from SK Gaming. And VP have been so deliberate and so methodical in these sites. It feels like they're like a boa constrictor at the moment. They're slowly crushing all the space, just forcing SK back piece by piece.
Game point. SK, they saved a lot of gear for forcing to the Mag 7. Taz going early towards B, looking for some aggression. He may find some, but there's Snacks looking very hard man to defeat in the duel. Coldzera's got the angle, but nothing doing. Some info for Virtus Pro as to the setup of SK early. We may see Snacks rotate the AWP, or at least the position. Sorry, Coldzera. Again, Fur can be shoulder peeking with the Mag 7, looking for some meat shots. Fallen with a very off angle towards Ivy at the moment. Can Virtus Pro take this in normal time? They've looked so dominant for most of this game, but here we are. One round, final round between these two sides. Virtus Pro creeping through Ivy now, but he's got the angle, but the smoke obscures his vision. Fallen, can he get down before that smoke goes? He can, but the scope, surely they'll hear it from that position. They must hear it.
Will Pasha be able to do it again? We saw it previously. It looks like Neo's going to kick off the proceedings. Fallen knows that the defense is crumbling right now. He has to fall back a little bit. And there is a new position. Oh, you can't miss that shot! Pasha sure will not. And that's going to be Fox with a quick trade. But still, we have VP pressing onto the bomb site there. Fox holding it down so far, leaving Taz alone. The old man of the team, can he bring this one back for VP, or will SK be able to make it to overtime? He's got 3 players to deal with. He's been spotted, his position given away. It's really tough for Taz in this spot. Spotted out by Fox, taking critical damage. The trade comes in, and overtime is the result. Somehow, SK grind it out once again to another overtime. So many we've seen this tournament.
The struggle is absolutely real for SK, and you have to wonder now if they will start to get stronger as time continues. You see the frustration on the faces of Virtus Pro. I have no idea how Fallen missed that shot. He's further away from the angle. He sees Pasha first, but he still can't get the kill. Shows you how tense things are at the moment. Both teams may take a few seconds before this starts. So now both teams have money. 3 rounds aside, everyone starts with $10,000. The unpause has been activated. Virtus Pro will continue on the T side.
This is really amazing for SK though. I mean, they had a very rough start. They did, win the first pistol round.
Dan. We've got 4 AWPs in the first round of overtime.
Nice.
Are you guys ready for 4 AWPs? Someone's going to be broke at the end of this round.
Yeah, I mean, it's been working out for VP. The AWPs have been doing wonderful work. For SK, it hasn't been as convincing so far. But again, this is a breath of fresh air for them to be able to reset after such a grind. They started off the first half very poorly. It ended up that way. And it was a grind all the way since that point. So let's see if life has been breathed into them with this overtime. Already the picking attempts are coming in with the AWPs. Pasha, the first man here, trying to look over the smoke, but will Fallen be ready for this? You can see that he's aware that there's some shenanigans with that smoke. Oh my God, between the 2 players there, through the smoke, so close, he'll never know. But that was indeed quite a close one.
So we have a common setup that we see when there's an AWP on the CT side, coldzera in connector, holding the high ground for his teammate Taco. That allows him to rotate back and forth better, and Taco can focus with an off angle on the low ground. You can see numerous teams doing that setup, not necessarily a default, but they will go there every so often. SK, they've had problems towards B as well. coldzera's position allows him to get flashed a bit less, for a bit shorter. Fallen though, he missed his last shot. He can't miss this one. Again, he's got the advantage, he's closer, but now he's blind. Forced off the corner by the flashbang.
And without a frag as well. Again, VP seem to be so good at just pushing Fallen back, making him take new angles. Further and further back. He creeps around the side of the trade. Important play from Fer. He's still deep amongst the enemy lines. He will eventually be taken down, but did he do enough damage? Perhaps not. Bjarli's back in there. And now it is going to rest onto Taco. Onto once. Fallen gets himself 2 in a row, leaving just Neo.
Ooh, it's so tight, but he can't find the angle. Spots it, but Neo, how have you done this? Taco in connector. Does he know where Taco's coming from? He's holding the angle very, very tightly indeed. Taco to crouch pig. It's not good enough. He dinks him down to 8 HP, but Neo survives. Maybe the most iconic man in Counter-Strike, delivering for his side in the first round of overtime. Let's not forget, both these teams bought 2 AWPs in the first round of overtime. That is an all-in play from both sides. Only one will be successful.
All right, so how do you separate these 2 teams right now? Getting pretty tight, but indeed the double ult will reign true still for Virtus Pro. Fallen still the only, well, now the only AWPer for his team. Cold back onto the M4. And some early pressure from both sides here with his initial grenades. Again, Train is such a crazy map in the way that it's so hard for the CTs, much like Cobblestone, to play aggressively. Bit of info again here for Taco, but how will he read this? Because, again, you can't call it too soon here. You don't want to over-rotate. And little does he know, the entire team is there.
Now they've got the 1 AWP, the CT side, and Fallen is miles away. He could not be further away. And they would love that angle on the high ground. The smoke obscures the vision. It's going to make it really hard for Fox. Forced to just spray at random. Taco on the low ground. Finally, the kill starting to come in for the CT side. Lovely 180 from him. That's exactly what they need. If they lose this round of CTs, they've got no money at all. It's 5 versus 1. This could be perfect for SK if they can win this without losing a single player. There's Taco trying to do more, and he will. 3K for him. I have no idea how that happened. They've had so much trouble on B.
Yeah,
again, if Virtus.pro win that round, the next round's free because there's no cash.
Yeah, really sick defense here from Taco. Like, the frags initially came very slowly, but once he got that first one, the 180 proved successful. Great stuff from Taco. That's a really pressure situation. So he knows if he gets nothing there, that his team is likely very screwed. So 16-16, tying things up here once again between these two teams. Overtime 1. Now, a Tech 9 onto Pasha. The rest of the teammates look pretty good, but there's no AWP. So we'll see perhaps a different pace from Virtus.pro to try to accommodate that fact. And indeed, going quite quickly into the A-bomb site with the smokes.
Snacks, he is in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by smoke grenades and third. They're almost back-to-back at the moment, dancing through the blindness, but it's Snacks to go down. Very cheeky stuff indeed, not going to work out for him though. That disables Virtus.pro yet more. Pasha just on a Tech 9 at the moment. Look at this. This is variance being begged for. There's the bomb. There's a push from Virtus.pro. Fallen delivering as well. There's Cold Zero. It's Neo alone. SK surely are going to take a lead going into the second half. Can you imagine if VP lose this? What that means for them psychologically going into the rest of the series.
Absolutely crazy stuff here. A lot to be discussed for both teams. And also when you get into overtime territory, in regular time, it's like, okay, you can run all these different strategies, and then you have some success rate with this and that, and then eventually you get to the overtimes, and you've run that T side so many times, you run those CT setups so many times, it starts to blur all together, and it's hard to actually make the calls. It becomes like just crazy as far as the mind games between the two leaders of the teams. And SK Gaming, they know they're in a good position, but VP, much like SK, they're just a team that don't tend to crack under pressure in these kinds of spots. They're so experienced.
SK, this is a side they struggled on so much. Both teams now starting with 1 sniper. And again, we're back in the zone of slow plays from SK. Looking to take upper B quickly, it seems, but the flashbang was perfect. Smoke there as well. So they will slow right down and make sure Virtus.pro aren't pushing too much. Snacks, he's been iconic with the AWP in this game so far.
And they know exactly as well, like that VP like to run this setup. They encountered it, they saw the problems that they had in regular time. And so with all that experience, especially with having a lead now as well, I think with Fallen being a bit more warm, we might see some more aggressive plays from him taking more liberties on the map, because we didn't see him really have any success with the AWP as far as picking goes. When it came to that regular time, they were dominated by Snacks in that sense. So at this pace, they are really starting to waste all the utility of Virtus.pro. The VP will try to hold on to as much as they can. They know what SK are trying to do here. And actually, we did see incredibly slow paces initially from SK. Didn't work out in regular time. Let's see if it changes here.
Yeah, SK right now, a car with no wheels. Not much movement being done. But things may start to speed up further. He's above Pop Dog with the bomb. Where is he headed? 31 seconds. SK throwing signals out. Not sure if they're real or fake though, Virtus.pro. But look at these forward positions. Barley looks away at the wrong time. First kill from Taco. Are they moving towards game point? The bomb's going down. They've gone for the standard. Oh, get your camera down. No, it's been denied. The bomb's down, however. There's still a man advantage for SK. Fur close to the bomb, deploying some Molotovs. Neo charging through. Has he seen him? 2-man push from the CTs, but where are the Ts? They have no idea. It's down to the 3 versus 3. Fur's been picked off. Continuing to tick. Taz in no man's land gets the kill. No trade by the Ts. Fallen in an awkward position. I think the bomb's being defused, and can they get there in time? They can't! Virtus.pro have stolen the round away!
They're going to get the kills in the end, but that's going to be bittersweet for them, as they were not in time indeed for that prevention of the defusal. Oh my God, Pasha, what are you doing? Oh my God.
I respect it, Dan.
Can you do anything less than respect that?
I absolutely respect it.
You need pretty big balls to go for a play like that. Pasha is crazy. 17-17.
To do that when you are almost facing match point, absolutely banana stuff. I absolutely love it. A fast play from SK now into the A site. The bomb will slowly emerge from the pop. Snax' lines, though, are very strong indeed. Nice flashbang as well. Timely one. SK, they need to cross to the site. Fox picked off. Snax is still holding his line. Everybody's blind at the moment. The frag zone are going the way of Virtus Pro. They are fighting back. Got people dancing on the ladders. Everything slows. Oh, Barley from out of nowhere gets taken down. Taz playing with a gap on the smoke, but nobody will offer themselves up to him. And now it comes down to the AWPs. Where are the AWPs? Ding dong, Fallen getting taken down. Neo holding his ground on the high ground. And it's Taco, he needs a clutch. He's got over a minute, he's got the bomb, he's got time. Can he get into position though? Taz is very close. And now he's been spotted. Gonna make his rotation, but it was the wrong one. Game point, Virtus Pro.
So here we have another very slow round, even though they were pushing into the A site. Taking it very, very slow, angle by angle. VP still so confident. SK still so confident. He will break first. SK, they still have a good chunk of cash behind them to get a solid buy into this one, into this last round. Can they tie it up here against Virtus Pro? Just the one AWP onto Fallen once again.
I can't believe he went for the knife there. I can't believe he went for the knife.
Again, just getting the early map presence. You often have to try to make sure that you have presence all over the map early on, just to keep your opponents honest and to prevent them from taking away some early map control from you, which allows them to then deduce exactly how your setup's going to be on the offense. So SK Gaming just making sure that VP don't get too confident in that sense. And VP once again just going for the tried and tested setup we've seen so often from them. Although that said, Bialy is creeping quite far into the pop dog position. Further away from the pack now. Somewhat isolated. Will need good support here from his teammates. Should a rushdown occur. And SK Gaming perhaps looking for that A rush.
Taz and Pasha deep into B. No one holding angles from connector at the moment. The smokes go down, try to thwart the timing of the SK side. But again, SK, they're playing the clock down until the clock almost ticks no more. Neo, this could be perfect timing. Unbelievable stuff. That is game sense, that is experience. Is it enough though to take the game here? Snax holding an angle around Pop Dog. Surely someone is going to be sacrificed. Forced to more passive angles, 25 seconds left. Virtus Pro want the numbers while they force SK to plant the bomb. The numbers being thinned out now. It's Code 0 versus 4. It's Virtus Pro versus none, 19-17. The first game finally goes the way of the Poles.
Yeah, that's definitely a very big deal to them after having such a decisive first half. Despite losing the pistol, their CT side looked indomitable, but SK found a way back. Through all of that, through all of those demoralizing situations, they found a way back. Just as it's very likely they can do at any point in this series. That is quite a way to start this one off.
Yeah, that's a very gritty fight by SK when they looked like they were going to get absolutely dominated by Virtus Pro. We definitely have a game on our hands. We'll see the thoughts of the desk on that first map after this break.
Welcome back to Atlanta. We're here at the E-League Major in the Fox Theater. And I'll tell you, we have seen an absolute amazing game of Counter-Strike. This is why it's one of the best matchups right now in the world. Every time these two teams meet, it's electric. Just incredible stuff. So let's try and encapsulate what we saw there. Again, I'll start with you, Duncan, here. I mean, Virtus Pro, they played a very different train game to what we usually know them for. Usually, they get a lot of the work done on the T side. Hugely impressed with our CT side here, actually.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you're going to play against SK Gaming, you've got to know train can be coming. And obviously, the last times they played, they were getting spanked on this map. I mean, this is SK Gaming's map. Obviously, SK Gaming have really made this map famous in this era. But remember, before that, it was VP's map pick. That's the map they always went to as their home. So SK took it away from them for a while. VP's obviously been studying that. And they came in here with, I mean, they essentially won the game when you talk about regulation and overtime on the CT side.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you also have to remember, SK won both pistol rounds in this. So I mean, this could have been a decently sized win for Virtus Pro if they had just won a pistol round, because obviously it goes into overtime. I mean, those are such crucial rounds to get, as we know, and especially on a map that can be so CT sided at times. But really, Taz again, I think on the CT side showed a great masterclass. And I think the other thing, when you look at their defense on the outer bomb site, this kind of a setup right here, Snacks on the bomb train, so much trust Bialy has, not even moving, just staying there, and just, you know, Snacks is going to, he just knows Snacks has got his back and he can just watch at their ankles. That's beautiful teamwork going on. Switch over to the T side on Virtus Pro. I thought they were more explosive than I'd seen them in the past on the T side of Train. It wasn't as much slow rounds. It wasn't like, we saw the double op earlier in the tournament with them on the T side of Train. Didn't really see that too much. I mean, they were very aggressive.
It was one round, they got absolutely smashed trying to take B with 2 ops, you know, and they didn't land some smokes, which have been really well coordinated. One thing that really stood out for me was what they were doing on CT. I don't know if this was something they had done to kind of cater to SK. Maybe you guys can fill me in on this. But I noticed Neo was playing Ivy, and he was playing very passive. You know, you saw the score. He had like 4 kills when everyone else was in double figures because he didn't have a lot to do. What he was doing was he was giving them Ivy. He was just kind of using his utility. They'd waste a bunch of utility, and then they were all just waiting for them, you know, in these like very passive positions. I don't think I've seen that kind of CT style from Virtus Pro before.
Well, I think he mentioned it as well in an interview with Smix back in the group stages at the studio, that he wanted to, you know, at the time that match they had played Pasha towards Ivy, and he had said we wanted Pasha there because we wanted to have a little bit more of an impact on Ivy. So they didn't feel like they were doing. So he said it felt like they were doing something wrong with someone who can't make an impact, can't make plays. But even so, when we got into overtime, I mean, you saw the round he pushes up and he plays with the edge of the smoke. So I mean, he's finding his own ways to make plays in that area.
Yeah, and this is where I bring you in, Duncan, because I thought this was one of the sort of quintessential Neo games. I mean, so many rounds that he won, a ridiculous 1v2 clutch where he still had to plant the bomb. He's doing this against SK Gaming.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the key thing there was he won all the clutches of game sense alone. Like, if you saw his POV, aside from like the burst he had on Fallen in the 1v2, none of them were really crazy shots. You know, it wasn't like a Forest clip where you see him just like tapping heads and incredible 180s and stuff. It's just he always had his positioning, his crosshair where he needed to be, and he was never caught moving or having to panic spray. Somehow he just knew exactly where they were going to be. And obviously there's like a ridiculous clip where he just walks up and kills a guy in a smoke where there's been no sound whatsoever. So yeah, for some reason he just tuned into the frequency at the end of the game there. I have to say as well, one guy you have to give a shout out to is this guy here. I don't know what has happened to Pasha, but some of the picks he was taking onto Fallen with the AWP were ridiculous. Like the one where he was just, and the key thing is Fallen actually, because he has such a fast firing style, always takes those little gap crack shots where the idea is if he misses, he just gets away and you probably clip his arm. So Pasha essentially has to just peek, almost pre-firing with an AWP to get those kills, and he did it a couple of times.
Yeah, and this is the key thing. I think, look, gotta say, nobody on the server really had a weak game or an underperformance. The margins for error here were so slim, Jason. I mean, you know, you can really feel sorry for SK Gaming, you know, in a way.
I mean, an incredible job fighting back from them. I mean, obviously they're going to have all the confidence in the world just being the team they are and being trained and feeling very comfortable on this map. But, I mean, for this effort he's put in throughout this event, it's still incredible that he's able to do this, especially considering, I mean, we've talked enough about shuffling roles on this team, but especially considering the fact that he just spent the entire year as like second fiddle to Cole, the way he's able to just step in and they say, all right, this tournament, we really need something extra out of you. We really need something special. And the way he did it as well, I mean, I know you guys are going to love this one. Fox, pretty good game, not bad.
No, here's the thing. I mean, I will say this on the broadcast. You know me, I'll always admit, I thought he was poor early. I thought he was very poor when he first came into SK Gaming. I don't know if this is what Fox has needed kind of in his CSGO career, because he's always been very underwhelming despite being a veteran player. You work under Fallen, you work in that SK Gaming system. I think if you've got a brain, you will improve, you know?
Well, we talked about this in the green room during the match with Fifth Laren, actually, and, you know, talked about how Fox, you know, even when he was on FaZe, Train was always a map where he had impact, even despite his struggles in some other maps. So Train has always been a pretty decent map for him individually.
Sure, historically, but I think you can see how Fox is like
he's starting to get
like
comfortable.
a Pokemon, right? Like before our eyes.
The thing
right?
is, though, what I want to know is how Virtus.pro is still doing this. This is like the team.
You can see they're up for it, boys. They are.
It helps that they have the whole crowd behind them.
No, but Virtus.pro is like the team. They're like the gang in the Hollywood movie, right? That have one last job they have to do. Yeah. Promise the last job is winning the second major, so they just never split it up, apparently.
Well, look, who's to say it can't happen? Who's to say it can't happen? I mean, look, so where do we go from here? You know, Virtus.pro going to be feeling good, but it was still an incredibly close game.
I think you put V. I mean, the tough part is obviously the next map being Cabo. We'll talk about that in a second. But I think the focus has got to be. You think this Train, they win one pistol round here, and this match is over in regulation. I mean, if you think about it.
Yeah.
Because both teams win the same amount of gun rounds on their T sides.
Yeah, and Duncan again, sort of similar question. You know, I mean, you can never count either of these teams out.
No, but the thing is, the one that I actually feels on the back foot is SK now. Not just psychologically because they lost their map pick, but the fact that Virtus.pro, even in this rivalry, that was the map Virtus.pro was winning a lot. They were winning Cobblestone pretty much every time it came up, and that was the map that actually became the new home map of Virtus.pro. And so the difference is, Virtus.pro, they've got their lineup on it still, they've got their strong players, we know Snacks is fantastic on it. SK, there's still a lot of question marks. We haven't really seen them play Cobblestone. How is Fox going to fit into that system? It was always a map that it was never their strongest anyway with the full lineup.
Sure.
They just had it in their map pool when they were at their strongest. So I feel like there's all the pressure is always on the SK Gaming.
And I
guys
suppose, you know, just before we do go to break, I will set it up. You know, Cobblestone coming. Duncan makes the point. He's right. SK Gaming, they've had some notable wins, of course, in their illustrious history on Cobblestone. But right now, where is it? And we haven't seen kind of Fox fit into it yet at this major, so.
Well, I mean, the benefit is that they have a Cobblestone match that they can watch from just last night and see, you know, that they probably looked into during the break that they had before the semifinal. Hopefully notice some tendencies. Now, it is going to be a little bit tough because obviously with North, I mean, part of the reason why they had such a good cobble against VP was Magus just going insane.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's where they can look, and I mean, VP's cobble on the CT side, like that's where they made their comeback. They usually don't have a great CT side, so it's not like I'm not sure that VP can actually rely on that. I think this cobble is going to be a little bit closer than we're thinking.
Yeah, well, maybe Magic's Point might be the MVP for SK Gaming if they've had all those extra rounds to anti-strap Virtus.pro.
Just repeat all of his movements.
Indeed. Thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. We are going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, we are going to get into Cobblestone between Virtus.pro and SK Gaming. Make sure you join us. So welcome back. We are partway through the series between Virtus Pro and SK Gaming. We have liftoff. The capacity crowd here have been loving it. So much noise, so much going on, and the players are about to get ready. So Duncan, I'm going to come to you first. Obviously, we talked a little bit about Cobblestone before the break. Virtus Pro going to do this in 2?
I think so. I think their terrorist side play, we didn't have to see that much of it on train, but I think this is where it's going to shine. And this is the map where there's so many areas. The reason why Nip used to be so good at it, Get Right can sneak around. I think this is a classic map for Snacks as well. I think Virtus Pro will get it done. Yeah,
and Jason, your thoughts and reaction? You know, when this veto came out, we initially thought maybe SK Gaming had got the advantage here. And it turns out it's actually been a very potentially good veto for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely gonna be happy with this. I think this is a map they're very knowledgeable on, and I wouldn't put too much into that game that they played yesterday against North. Those kind of halves and those kind of comebacks just are outliers in my opinion. But still, I think that there's got to be something from that you look at it and you say, VP can get exposed a little bit on this map. Sometimes maybe they don't have all the answers. Now they're going to have a great mentality. I think their post-game interview yesterday after that match was very, very good. I'm still going to take them to win this, but I just think it's going to be a little bit closer. I think with the way Fur's playing, Fallen, despite being out by Pasha, has been playing well. But they're going to need someone. They're going to need someone like Cold if they want to get pushed over towards 16 on this map.
Sure, and Duncan, a little bit of history. This is your forte. The players are still waiting to live up. Now, the last time these guys met was an ancient history. You can see it was in Epicenter Moscow, and Virtus Pro, from coming back from an absolute hammering, they were able to beat SK Gaming. And this was an SK Gaming with a full-strength lineup.
Yeah, and there was no one wanted to play VP on Cobble at the time. They just really had the map locked down. This was back when Snacks had fully gotten back to that superstar level we've seen now. In some senses, I think they're more dangerous. I mean, that last game there, who even played bad on Virtus Pro? Admittedly, SK had a fantastic game themselves to push them to that limit, but at the moment, it almost feels like if there was a chance for VP to lose in this tournament, North should have got it done already after that first half in the third map, you know.
Yeah.
Now VP's awoken and they're in full form.
Yeah, well, with that in mind as well, you know, we talked a little bit earlier when we were watching the Astralis game about Device possibly being the best player here at the Major. I think the second name you would probably bring up, Snacks.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty fair to say. I'm trying to think, rack my brain who's had a good event as well, but I mean, yeah, I don't think you can argue against that. I know there's not a lot of players here. Listen,
curveballs with Richard Lewis.
Thanks, Rich.
No,
I mean, he's had a ridiculous event, especially because, I mean, he's just that kind of a player as well. He's definitely one of those players you notice when he's having a good game. You know, there are the guys like Crims, for instance. Sometimes when he has those kinds of good games, you don't really notice it until the scoreboard comes up on the screen, and then all of a sudden you see him with 30 kills.
You remember the Snacks flick?
Yes, sure. Yeah, why not?
Shout out to Reddit.
What do you think about how Snacks has played at this tournament, Duncan?
I think it's very, very good. Yeah, the key thing for me about Snacks is there are some players, and I have to say, in the past, maybe Device was guilty of this. They could have a fantastic game themselves, and you'd say, oh, it's not your fault you lost the game, mate. You know, you played really, really great. The difference is Snacks is one of those players where the team is molded around him so much. If he has a really great game and he wins those clutch rounds, it feels like VP doesn't lose the game, you know. So I think he's almost got this talismanic quality to him in that sense as well, where they rely on him almost to have these ridiculous stats. I mean, remember in the group stage when we had that game where they were, I'm trying to think who they were beating actually. It was on Cobblestone.
Yeah.
It was Optic, yes, and they won that very close game. And then you were saying like, oh, if it wasn't for a few of these clutch rounds, you know, ridiculous rounds, Optic would have won it. And it's like, you're right, but
they happen frequently.
That's a long line of people who have that sob story. Oh, I was so close, but Snacks just won like a 1v3. Yeah. Sorry, who was that? All of you. Okay.
Take a number.
Right, so 30 seconds. Final predictions.
Virtus Pro wins 2-0.
Virtus Pro 2-0.
Corva.
One big advantage they have is obvious on train. Neo came alive in the clutch situation in overtime, and that's when the big time players show. I'm going to keep it with Virtus Pro as well.
Excellent stuff. Always a pleasure to talk to you guys.
Always.
It's always a pleasure to hear from our commentators, James Bardolph and DDK.
Thank you very much, Richard. Cobblers, Dan, a map that Virtus Pro have loved in every iteration, even when it was brand new and very different to how it was now. Trying to avoid that, but yes.
You can say it.
Is there a way for SK back into this match?
Absolutely. I mean, SK, the thing is that you can never deny the experience that they have, and they're a team that can very easily change things up. I mean, there's a lot of teams that can be set in their ways. They can have an opponent where the stylistic matchup is quite difficult for them. But again, Fallen's a very good leader. All of the people that play under Fallen develop this idea, this ethos, the way that he thinks about the game, and it enables them a great amount of ability when it comes to playing dynamically and adapting to teams and whatever they throw at them. And Cobblestone is a classic map. It's a map that has been stated it's been always very good for VP. So this is the tallest of tests. If Virtus Pro want to get through to the finals and make history, it's been a long time. It's got to be here on Cobblestone.
It's not enough noise. Atlanta makes some noise in this bitch! Much better. Let's see if Virtus Pro can take this 2-0 or if SK are going to have a fighting chance. Fallen's pushed all the way on his own. Not going to work out for him though. Isolated. Virtus Pro winning in the numbers. And they haven't committed to anything just yet. 1 minute 20 seconds on the clock for the Polish side. They can do whatever they want that.
Absolutely. They have all the options right now. And SK, we can see that they spread very, very thin at the moment. The defense is to a site with 2 players on the middle part, then around connector that can rotate quickly. But Taz in particular is very susceptible to being, or Fox rather, very susceptible to being taken down. And Cold gets a pop. That's 2. There's still more players to go. He's still standing somehow, and Reinforcements is on its way. Smoked off, and he will finally be taken down, but not before doing critical damage to the remainder of Virtus Pro.
The bomb is rotating behind him. He has no idea, but he gets the kill. Spots Barley, spots the bomb. Where is Neo? Both heavily tagged Virtus Pro players. Barley trying to get away, trying to get to the side. He can't do it. 35 seconds left. It's Neo on his own. It's the first man you think of Virtus Pro. He's got a lot to do. 30 seconds to do it. He's got the USP. He has the same range as the CTs. The double pick comes in. Great timing from SK. Taco to get the kill. That is a very crucial start to their CT side.
Wow. Cold just going for it there. Absolutely very critical indeed. It's always nice, always feels comfortable when you can get the utility going straight away on the CT side. You sure do need a lot of it, and that's what SK are prioritizing here. They're going for a pretty UMP dominant buy, which allows them all the grenades in the world, pretty much, except for Taco, who's gone for the M4. They have to have some level of resilience here, because force buys, especially in the hand of Virtus Pro, is very, very dangerous. And already, first going to spot the Mastiffs here.
He's waited too long! He's lost his M4 already. The numbers will try to collect that or hunt down the other player. That's Fallen running away, 55 HP. Again, this is a force buy. These players have armor. That M4 becomes very dangerous indeed. 1 man down per side. SK not going to be forced back too far away from A. In fact, Cold's gone on a fact-finding mission. So they will know that Virtus Pro, not on the low ground at the very least. They're not rotating players towards B though. They don't have all the information. They don't know that upper A is also clear. If so, we might see 3, maybe even 4 players towards B. Virtus Pro with what may seem like all the time in the world, especially after the previous map. Waiting, expecting a flank.
There's Taz looking for that first man. Very tense at this range. He could go down in 1 shot from many weapons. The UMPs are very deadly, those close ranges, and that is what SK are counting on already. Fox gets it going and then takes down Bialy. The bomb is spotted as well. Taz with the jumping spray. The wallbang comes in, but still there's 2 players left, and Snacks with 3 HP will mean that this is very, very tough still for VP.
29 seconds. There's time for this duel, but not loads of time. M4 so important for Taz. Running out of bullets though. 2 bullets, 1 bullet. Time to reload. In the meantime, there are trades. The next bullet basically wins at this point, but again, the clock is against Taz. He's running around. He's got to collect the bomb. While he runs, coldzera will hear him. That failed jump will waste some time. coldzera holding the angle. Just about working out. He hit him with a bullet as well, Taz. Maybe in the legs. 5 HP left. You see the frustration with Taz slamming the table. Not the first time we've seen that.
Yeah, but we have to, we have to consider there that the damage was actually pretty significant to SK. They lost pretty much every player apart from 1. That is certainly going to hurt. It's going to sting, but VP, they can't put the pressure on. They can't really capitalize on it just yet because, of course, they're down to $2,000. They need a save before they can get the pressure in and really start to hurt SK.
Taz, you see that winning mentality. Doing damage is not enough. He wants every single round. 2 formidable opponents with the utmost respect for each other. We've got a very aggressive start in this round from the CT side. A flying Fox gets the first kill. 2-man spray down as well from Taco. Virtus Pro getting wiped out. No chance of a bomb plant. Neo forced to face the range of B Plateau where the bomb lies at the moment. Very solid 3rd round from SK. Losing the pistol on your CT side can be a disaster. This is crucial for SK.
Yeah, they have to build that money. They really, really need it. They need all the utility here. The AKs are coming, and because they did indeed lose so many players against the Force Buy, they're going to be encouraged here to try to hold on to these UMPs, perhaps not even to upgrade, just to give themselves a buffer, some room to work with in the future. Is there going to be any upgrades here? Looks like it will still be 3 UMPs for SK. So that's a reflection of damage that Virtus Pro did only 2 rounds ago. Sure, they didn't win the round, but SK are hurting still, and this is VP's chance to capitalize. However, if SK do win this round, if they're able to survive with a good chunk of players, that really does spell problems here for VP. So the pressure really is on. They do have all the utility to work with there, which is a plus.
Initial map control from Virtus Pro. That's an interesting angle for the Molotov from Fox, and I do wonder if they'll follow it up with a smoke grenade. That would isolate anybody in Plateau and allow the CT to take a very aggressive position. Indeed, Fox has gone to an off angle. I'm not sure if there's a smoke there, though. Yeah, you can see the shallow smoke from the CT side. So just doing some early harassment to the Virtus Pro team. Don't have all the nades in the world. Taz and Neo going towards the A site while Pasha runs distraction towards B. 2 players spraying through the smoke in B. May take the A players by surprise here.
Yeah, just creeping forwards into the underpass there. Just trying to keep the pressure up and slow the rotation down. Oh, nice support coming in there. That's going to eliminate one head of the 2-headed attack here in towards that B bomb site. And that's going to be just drop zone control by Virtus Pro. Not really all that much to work with. And they can't even get the frags going here for themselves. It's Bialy left. Still no damage done. Such important killing here from SK. All the frags. And done with such ease that they only lose a single player. And their economy is already starting to grow. And they had that one shaky round, that one super close round, but it looked like it never happened at this point.
Perfect start for SK. Both teams dangerous at all times. No matter how many rounds SK get on this first half, we can never count out Virtus Pro. If there's one thing we've learned in this tournament so far, I think it would be that. Down to the pistols, some smoke, some flashes, an opportunity for damage from Virtus Pro. Long A, good place for close quarters engagements when you just have the pistols, the Tech 9s, the P250s. But maybe with some flashbangs over the wall, there's a chance on B as well, a chance to plant the bomb, pick up a rifle. 4 of 5 players for VP over towards B. Neo lurking towards Long A at the moment. He may push at the same time. That might leave SK guessing and delay a rotation.
All right, so nades in. Can VP get out of this one? A nice little perimeter set up behind the, or around the drop zone, sorry. He has got Fox there on one side, although there is a smoke there. He can still hold on to that. He's got good support. His teammates understand what's going on.
I've made a terrible mistake.
Trying to get the boost out here. This is really cool, actually, because, again, SK can't hear this. They don't know how many players there are there necessarily. VP could have tried to trick them, to try to make them think there's way more players there than there actually are, pulling more players around that position as they then switch up towards the A push. So sneaky stuff attempted here by Virtus Pro. SK Gaming not buying into it too heavily, though, still holding a very passive setup across the map.
With Neo not being challenged in A long for so long, I do wonder if Virtus Pro guessed that there's no one in lower A as well, which means they can get close to the site, which means they can play the numbers game. 2 men now trying to cut off the rotation. First, taken from the back by Snacks, and now the push can come in. Fallen on the high ground. He has no idea how many people here. Lovely angle, but being held by him though. 90 seconds left. The bomb, the last one standing on the side, and Fallen doesn't take him down as well. Can Taz get the bomb down? Going for the fake. He wants damage. He won't get it. 2 players picked off for SK. No plant for Virtus Pro. But now comes the buy from the poles. Fallen did great work in this position. Look how tight he is to these corners, not exposing himself, trying to avoid allowing Virtus Pro to exploit the numbers game. They've got lots of 1 versus 1s, showing his experience in the game as well. The man who carries Brazil on his back, the pride of a nation.
Quite cool as well to see that Virtus Pro trying to mess with SK Gaming. They're trying to bait rotations, trying to mess with their setup, and SK are not allowing that. They're just playing more passively and forcing Virtus Pro to just run into those very defensive setups. Working out so far. Let's see if VP can get something on the board here, though. We've got Pasha already looking for a pick potentially. Sometimes we do see those late pushes onto the plateau from the CT side as a way of mixing up some aggression. Speaking of aggression there, Fallen is going to detect a bit of aggression there from Taz, just playing around with that middle position, seeing what he can get positionally, and also just to check, okay, you know, who is standing where? What is the sort of setup we're looking at here for SK?
Cold0 holding an off angle on a drop. That's being harassed by Snacks at the moment. He makes his way in. Cold will hear that. He will hear the second player as well. But you never know. As you saw, you might have seen Nico. Sometimes he's up top and he just jumps. Not jumps down, but just jumps to suggest that he's falling down. Tries to bait somebody to peek. Now 3, and it's Pasha. Going to pick at close angles. How does he get that kill? That is unbelievable. Going for a wallbang just in case. What do SK do with information? They are out of position. Taiko taken by surprise. Not taken down, though. But there's Fallen. Could it be the first round for Virtus.pro?
There's Fox on one side and First stuck on the A-bomb site alone. There's no support, there's no help for these players, and Taz is going to put Fer out of his misery, leaving Fox alone. He's got nothing to do here but try to save this AWP. Oh, nice flick onto Snacks to keep himself alive in this position. In fact, he perhaps wants some more damage here if anyone else is to offer themselves up. Fox isn't going to say no. However, his prime objective is to save that AWP. You might make that difficult, though. Will Fox expect this? It's very difficult. A lot of this comes down to timing.
Ooh.
Very close. A slither of Fox is creeping away as Neo now has the position. And you can see the swarm coming. VP starting to surround this position. They know where he is. Easy frag for Neo. And AWP reclaimed. Nothing given to SK there by VP.
Neo peeking, seeking, and taking away. Fox, though, with $11,000 in the bank, will drop the AWP for Fallen in the coming rounds. SK not shy of money for this round, but it quickly disappears when your average buy will be $6,000+. AWPs onto both teams. So Virtus.pro got their first round on the board. Can they get any more than that? Can they get those consecutive rounds? Neo deploying a running smoke, as he often does. Virtus.pro have the most stylish smoke deployment that I've seen. Fox Fer is in a very forward position towards long A. Do wonder if there'll be a push later on. Again, both teams liking their slow rounds at the moment. So maybe pushes will be saved for later. Some teams like to get their money in place before the aggression comes in.
It'd be really huge here if VP were able to take away drop zone and perhaps get a frag in that same time, because it would force the players on the A side of the map to fall back quite a lot, because there'll suddenly be just weaknesses in between the two sets of defenders. And VP are playing it very slow and positionally, and it does look like they're trying to get control of the drop, but will they get any frags here? Really important that SK don't give away this position, or don't allow it to be given away for free at least, as VP also start to pressure towards the danger area and A. So there's a lot going on here as far as plays to open up this map for the VP side, and it looks like Fallen has a clue as to what's going on here. At the same time, Pasha looking for that opening. This is very tense. Who's going to peek first here?
There's action happening everywhere. Cold's changed his position in the drop zone. Was outside and connected, but now he's rotating. He's going to throw a pop flash for his teammate. That could be absolutely perfect. Fox has a look, not going to see Pasha. Oh, he's got one up in his hand. Got to be careful. Here comes the push, though, through the drop. Which way is Virtus.pro going to go? The bomb's in connector as well. They can go wherever they like. 20 seconds. They've got to succeed. 2 for 1 at the moment. Fox taken down as well. That's an open B bomb site.
Still a flanker alive in Further, but without the distraction on the site, it's going to be problematic. Nice pick-off comes in from Fallen there. The wall bang onto Neo. But still a lot more to be done. Pasha knows where he is. Too easy for Pasha, it seems, as Fer has to go for the 1 versus 3. Silenced by Bialy. That will give another round to Virtus.pro. Back in this one, but still a ways to go until they can tie it up.
Yeah, but they've tied up the economy as far as SK are concerned. Fer and Cold above 4K. The rest of them around 2K. Difficulty starts for the CT side. SK and Fer going to spend a bit of cash since they have a lot of extra cash. Cold0, UMP, Kevlar. That's the main thing to talk about here. Again, this time we've got 3 men going aggressive towards long, but again, Virtus.pro starting slow. They know things will be difficult for the SK side. There's no reason for them to overextend. Nice smoke to disable the opportunity for a crossfire in this area. And now SK are out of position. Cold0 looking to go forward, the rest looking to go back. VP, they've got their reins on the site now as well.
Yeah, fast push in, but that 3-man setup could be problematic. It might not be expected here by the Virtus.pro side as they push up. They do spot 1 player up, that's Fer, but there's still 2 more to go. Snacks is going to see Fallen. That's an easy frag for him. More SK Gaming players coming in, but just as quickly as they come, they are dispatched of by VP. And the bomb has been planted as well, so not too much here for Colt to do, trying to get himself out of this position with this AK, but unable to do so. Pasha takes him down. That's another round on the board for Virtus Pro. Of course, SK didn't have much to work with in that one. And it's still, I mean, they don't have the optimal buy, the optimal amount of money to have the AWPs, opting to get a UMP here. So this is going to be another tough one for SK. There's a lot of chances here for Virtus Pro to exert their advantages, to get themselves, in fact, the lead even, as things draw closer and closer here between these two sides.
Double AWPs on the T side for Virtus Pro. Double AWPs on Cobblestone. That is going to be very interesting. For those of you on GoTV or Game Command, I would look at double AWPs for this particular round. We have not picked players yet, but how can you not pick Snacks? I think I have to give in to everyone's protests. For those of you on GoTV, always watch Snacks. That is for sure. One of the two AWPers, Pasha, picking up the second one. But first, I'll have to wait for these smokes to be deployed. Some jump peeking coming in. There's a nice angle towards the end of Plateau. You can see the line there that goes to those stairs. A recent addition to Cobblestone, opening up the map up a little bit more.
We have more map control, more and more map control. This seems to be the theme from VP. They're so good at just slowly just taking all the map control and doing it in a safe way without giving up any openings for SK to get any forward fragging positions. And it's a nice setup we can see there from Fur. It often can be very dangerous, but it all depends on the timing of how VP will tend to split that A-bomb site as to how effective it could possibly be. And with Bialy in such a forward position as well, Virtus Pro are ready. The trap has been set up here. It's all about that timing. It's all about whether Bialy can stay alive and get the frags. That's a big one. And now VP can go on the A side of the map as Bialy starts to distract the defense.
Fallen and Fur, they need to deliver. That's a good start. The bomb taken down. There's Pasha as well. That's going to delay the Virtus Pro side. That means rotation. There's a flank coming in from Taco. Even if they start to fall, Taco could save the day. If he can duel with Snacks, indeed knows Fallen's taken down. This round is lost. What does Taz do? Does he go for damage or does he try and save? Neither is going to happen. SK back to winning ways. AWP stolen as well. 4K for Fallen in that particular round.
Yeah.
Even though SK win the round, the drop zone is looking like a difficult position now.
Yeah, I just want to add here that how crazy it is that Fallen just holds that position down by himself. No one able to get the trade there. Perhaps that's due to the fact that they have the double AWPs in that position. It doesn't allow them to be as dynamic as maybe they would be to play quickly in a fast-moving setup to get those trade frags, and that's going to punish them in that situation. In a spot where they really could have put the pressure onto SK, they steal it back away from Virtus Pro, and now Virtus Pro have to stop SK from getting that dominant streak of rounds as their economy starts to build. And already Pasha's looking for that first pick. SK Gaming, though, playing it passively themselves.
I think it's hard to even use one AWP on the T side.
Yeah, I agree completely.
Double AWPs is madness.
Yeah.
Double AWPs is absolute madness. It's too much sugar in your soda drink.
It's also a shame because Bialy in that drop zone position really messes with rotation. So if you have faster moving players, less players with AWPs, then you can really capitalize on the A hit much faster, I think.
For those of you watching Coldzera in your POV option of choice, he's changed his position once again, and he has some harassment grenades coming into drop, which will force him out, which means they're denied information. In the meantime, Pasha looking for gaps. Sub 1 minute for Virtus Pro. Half the score of SK at the moment. SK with two players very deep towards A long. Rotation will be long if Virtus Pro can be successful with this push.
And again, it's really cool to see Virtus Pro continuing to just pressure drop because SK Gaming are not showing that they want to really challenge directly. But that said, they're going to jump through the smoke. I don't think they expected that one, Virtus Pro. 3 players left for SK, though, as Virtus start to barrel into the bomb site and getting all the entries along the way. Taz is opening things up there. That's the third one for him. And with that frag, the round is over. SK will be losing this one. A very, very needed round for Virtus Pro to switch things on their head.
3 Polish players is not what you want to see when you turn a corner on Cobblestone. See if Fur can hold on to his gun. The money for SK absolutely sucks. So there's opportunity for VP to tie things up. 6 rounds on the CT side, though, for SK of 9 is a very good start, I would say.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, it's we saw, of course, I mean, that generally with some of the changes to the map, that it has become a little bit easier for the CTs to start taking rounds, but between these two teams, I don't even know. Sometimes when you get to the very high levels of competition, it's the metagame that plays more of a fact than sometimes what you expect from the map as far as the architecture and which side it favors. And with these two teams as well, I think there's a lot of mind games going on at the moment. As we saw in that last round, again, SK, they keep giving up the drop zone, showing no interest. I don't think VP ever expected them to just jump in for the retake as he did in one of those previous rounds.
The drop zone is turning into a morgue for SK. Virtus Pro jumping into the drop zone with body bags, and they're being filled almost every single time. Mere pistols for SK in this round.
Good start for the AGs.
I felt that one. I felt the base in those grenades. Now SK will move to their doom one by one, but it's an eco round. Not the end of the world.
VP running a smooth anti-eco here. I mean, the grenades really allowed to be a little bit easier, but you have to be careful in rounds like this against level of competition like this. I already saw from Astralis previously that they were mixing things up and not doing against some of their opposition what you would expect to be some of the more optimal decisions, just because their opponents know they're going to do that. So you want to mix it up in that sense. And Virtus Pro, this one was pretty easy for them. And it looks like it's going to be completely clean. In fact, just far left for SK to do any damage. And with a USP, that is fairly unlikely.
Literally no damage has been done to any Virtus Pro player in this round. Bodes well for them. And this round would allow them to come back with a bye should they lose the next one. Nothing but pressure coming the way of SK. This Virtus Pro claw one more round back. 5-4 will be the score. So SK, they're floating around $4,000. See what they choose to do. Two players quite low on 3, so if they chose to buy here and they failed, Virtus Pro could exploit that. It might be a double eco from the CT side.
Yeah, it's really a spot where you really want to have those AWPs. I mean, it's so incredibly crucial, especially against a team like Virtus Pro, who have been playing fairly slowly most of the time with these defaults, where there is a lot of opportunity for a player like Fallen to find an angle through danger or through the middle to catch one of these Virtus Pro players as they're trying to challenge these angles. And it also becomes easier to take the A positions if there's no AWP for Virtus Pro. So you need to have that presence to force the respect. And speaking of respect, James, Taz has none of it. Just charging in there in this anti-eco.
Yeah, charging in before the CTs can get into position. And the rest of his team will look to abuse that. Neo was holding the flank, but now he's moving in. All the players moving together, keeping the guns away from SK, trading where necessary, and just using the numbers game to their advantage. So SK will be taken to pieces in this round. But again, it's an eco, the second of 2 for SK. They should have a good bye coming into the next round. We'll wait for Fallen to expire. We'll look to take away what he can. 2,400 for losing that round. Not huge loss bonus just yet, but they've got around 5k plus for SK. Fallen enough for AWP and Kevlar. The rest of the team will go for... Oh, there's the second one. Furs dropped one for Fox. Double ops on the CT side. Somewhat more reasonable there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also pretty cool for a player like Fox to be able to just sit, let's say, towards the B side of the map and just be a turret, essentially. Although you also have to be a pretty clutch turret because you can't really afford to miss shots if the Ts do go for that rush and they come to your position quickly. And Fallen is in a much more dynamic position, potentially.
Look at that angle.
Yep.
If someone manages to flash him before going through those doors, I will be very impressed. In terms of support, Fallen has Fur holding the high ground. And Fallen's angle allows him time to move back, and then if Fur's not spotted, he can become the bait. Fallen can become the bait and Fur can clean up. But it seems Fur might have some action coming his way. It seems sounds have been heard, and now Fallen can bait for his teammate in this position. Flash comes in for the Virtus Pro side. Fur's completely blind. I think he was spotted. Down he goes.
Yeah, Fallen able to hit the first shot, though he knows there's more incoming players. Gets the connection, but not the fatal one. That's a problem now. But VP haven't progressed too quickly. There is still time to get a rotation in, and it's going to be Cold who gets a look in towards the A-bomb site for a status update as to what's going on here. And he's going to be left somewhat confused. There's no push onto the bomb site, despite losing both players there. SK Gaming with a lot of questions as to what VP are doing here.
Taco, he hears that drop, and he may say that they've probably rotated. Cold starting to move a bit on A, trying to find out what's going on. Grenade from Fox, can he deliver? That's the bomb! And now he needs to buy time for his team. That smoke will be a real big problem. Barley, oh, Taco, he knows Barley was there, but he's caught a grenade in his hand. Fox trades. Pasha, 1 versus 2, 24 seconds. Fox just needs to wait for that bomb to try and get planted. Needs to just wait for Cole to come in. Grenades, again, in the hands of the CT side. The smoke goes down. 13 seconds. He may try to deliver this bomb by the wall. He's going for the kill, but Fox is ready for it. Damage done by Virtus.pro, but SK get another round on the board.
Yeah, great performance from Fox. Again, very, very important not to miss a single shot in a position like that. And Fox was flawless in that round. And that's going to allow SK Gaming to be able to get themselves ahead 7-6. Just 1 round, but I'm curious now if Virtus.pro will make an adjustment, knowing that SK Gaming have got that AWP onto Fox, so they're trying to run this double AWP setup. Is there to be an adjustment for VP's offense? They've got the single AWP themselves in Pasha, and Pasha can be somewhat notorious for going for very aggressive plays and peaks. Very confident always is Pasha. However, it is Taz playing the pressure game towards the A side here in the default of Virtus.pro. And so far, it's going to be, again, a passive setup from SK, less aggressive than the previous round.
Pasha and Snacks, they've been boosted in many rounds towards the B bomb site when they've had an AWP, but not really been served anything. You see the push. These standard flashbangs. Virtus.pro taking map control very early on, but look at the response from Fallen, trying to deny the map control by smoking them straight back, and he's got Fur for support. So a lovely response from SK. VP trying to push the CTs back to the sites and deny them information. Speaking of denial, there goes the AWP for the T side.
Yeah, that's a great pick. Fox winning the 1 versus 1 against Pasha. Absolutely massive stuff there. And SK just trying to play the trickery still, the mind games over towards the A side of the map. That smoke down in a position where it's like, oh, there's no one, no one in front of this smoke, surely. But indeed, Fur was lurking. But that said, Fur is not going to get action here. Well, at first, because it's drop zone that's under assault. It's plateau that will soon see a Virtus.pro stampede, as it looks to be the B bomb site as the side of choice here for Virtus.pro.
29 seconds on the clock. The flash has come in over the gap in the wall. Cold Zero taken down. Lovely by Snacks. He's tagged though, and there he goes. Taco to trade. No time to upgrade the weapon, but close. Double dink there. Taz taken down. That's the bomb as well. 19 seconds. Taco doing more. Barley versus 4. Can he get any damage on? No. Fallen going to scalp him. Second last round taken by SK. They are racking up the rounds now on their CT side. You see the local support as well. The family of the players.
What a resurgence coming in here from SK. I felt like when we first started this series, we were on train, Virtus.pro looking so dominant. We have this sense, it's SK sure, but they've got to stand in all the matches have been a struggle. Yet they're looking really good at the moment. They're looking really good, despite it being such a tight matchup. I feel quite confident for SK's chances.
Ooh, I know what that word means. I learned that in primary school, Dan. It's a bad word.
So we have the timeout from Virtus.pro. Bad words aside. I'm sure there's a lot of good words going on there in their comms. Getting the spirits up, getting the camaraderie going, getting everyone on the same page so that they can get this comeback rolling in. Get back into the lead.
Last round of the first half. Virtus.pro buying what they can. 3 rifles, the Max 10 onto Taz. 4 rifles, in fact. So we'll see where Taz chooses to go. Will it be the drop? Will it be long? Will it be the underpass? Everyone headed towards the B bomb site. Will it be a fast play? They've got the grenades for it. They can wall off. Fox with a cheeky peek and a dirty frag.
That's absolutely brilliant work from Fox. It's so cool to see Fox being given the AWP and showing confidence with it, taking the plays, the aggressive peaks that he knows he has to, and not being scared here. Very important, because he's actually hitting the shots too. Clutch stuff. But where does that leave VP here? They're down a man, and they're in a spot where they've got next to no grenades. They surely have to just try to barrel it into the site and cross their fingers and hope for the best.
Oh, Fox blinds isolated. 2 players around the tree area. See Taco looking through the smoke, but here comes the push from nowhere. From the drop, Cold, shutting it down. 3K for him. Snacks left versus 4 once again. The bomb is miles away. Fox, does he dare peek? He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to be the first engager. Cold's got a dirty angle. And Snacks, it's too much to ask. 9-6, a very strong half from SK.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a great first pick off there from Fox. Just really set them up. It put Virtus.pro in such a bad position because already one of the advantages they had going into the B side is the numbers game because they don't have enough utility. they didn't have as much in the way of weaponry as their opponents. It was all about the numbers, and Fox, he dealt with that straight away. I almost wonder if we would have liked to have seen more grenades there from Virtus.pro and a couple Tech 9s, but nevertheless, that's all in the past now. It's a 3-round lead that SK Gaming have won themselves. As we move into that second half, it's all about VP's defense. We've seen great stuff from them on the CT side on this map in the past.
Imagine if they lose the pistol. Imagine if they lose the pistol. They'll be at half the score of SK most of the time. Never know, though. Neo, flash, diffuse kit. Fallen will be the grenade man for his team. 3 men starting in the B bomb site for the CT side, but there is a fast play towards long A from SK. Not sure if Taz has heard it, but he is backing off, keeping that range advantage with the USP, and that's a good start.
Yeah, very nice. Spinning out the numbers again, making the USPs count when they can. And this puts question marks into SK Gaming's kind of play, because initially they wanted to see if they get a fast frag there. If there's a forward man, take him out, and they can play off of that. But it's gone all wrong, so it's off to plan B. And they're spreading out a little bit, just to make sure as well that this wasn't an overreaction from VP, that they weren't going for that heavy push up plat to get a quick flank. Oh dear. The information play is met with cold steel. Bialy taking another player down. This is just getting worse and worse. VP looking very good right now. Just a taco against 4 players from VP, sitting on that A-bomb site, the bomb well and truly under their control. Taco is not long for this world, James.
Great timing, Dan. He's dead. Pistol round won by Virtus.pro. The pistol round they needed, maybe the one they deserved. I'll leave that for you to decide. SK, I see Tech 9s being collected. I see armor being purchased. We have ourselves a force buy. Smoke grenades being collected as well. I'm sure SK have a plan, but will Virtus.pro allow them to execute it? Virtus.pro, who are far better, far stronger equipped, obviously. Taz picking up the M4, as is Pasha. 1 silenced, 1 not. The rest of the team with the UMPs. So we'll see if SK can get close enough to capitalize on the moving accuracy of these Tech 9s. Only Fallen with the P250.
Straight in there is Fox, not messing around, but Bialy with the spray through the smoke. It means nothing to him. 2 players left for SK, and there is a lot that they need to do. Fallen gets a pick off there, but the bomb is going to cascade down onto the floor. Not much here for that bomb to do, but still damage being done by Fallen. He's not going down without a fight. Inevitably, though, he does go down, and that will be the round for Virtus.pro. Close to evening things up now, just a mere round behind. And with SK, such poor economy, it's expected that they should claim that round.
Very disciplined shooting from Fallen with the P250. He saw a static player and punished him. Did the best he could, considering the situation. 1 round behind now are Virtus.pro. If this ties up, do you favor one of these teams at this point?
No.
Marvelous. More pistols for SK. Looks likely we'll see 9-9. Snacks and Taz abusing the doors of grenades. Fallen with a Tech 9, the rest on Glocks. The rest on P shooters. SK is trying to get someone out of position here. Not going to happen though. Virtus.pro, 2 tried and tested.
Yeah, and again, the objective for them here is just to get some damage, and the plan is unrealistic, and they have a buy next round anyway, so getting some pressure onto the economy would go a long way here for SK Gaming. And they're trying to find ways to do that. They are closing the distance somewhat, but Virtus.pro have a great ability to play the ranges, and on a map like Cobblestone, it is somewhat easy to keep to those ranges. You can see on the A side of Cobblestone here, Taz is really far away. Fallen, he's actually found a way around. He's going to get close range engagement, and this is ideal. Oh, doesn't find the headshot though. So Taz will survive, and in the meantime, the push towards B has also failed.
For looks, for sees, for dies. 9-9. Time for the business end of this half, the buy round in the second half for both teams. 9 apiece. Snacks is going to be the one AWPing. We've seen it on Pasha as well, but Snacks has been doing great work so far in this series with the AWP. He will be the sole AWPer so far for this round. 5 AKs, but not many grenades coming from SK. Virtus.pro armed to the teeth. Lots of defuse kits as well. initial smoke grenades, and as a T player, you have to fear that grenade because Orpos will often look over the top of it towards the boulder and the cart at the top of this slope Fallen standing on. So you can see he's trying to pre-fire any would-be Orpos. When that smoke is down, you've got to be careful on the CT side as well, because if the T's flash through it, you could be in a lot of trouble.
And in this default, actually, Fauna has the bomb towards A long. Be a little bit careful there, and his teammates are currently pressuring drop zone. So again, the play is much more likely at this point to be deterred from going into A if we get some pressure from Snacks here. If they actually try to go for a take here, they might realize that the setup here is very dangerous. If they lose a couple players there, it's definitely going to be a B play coming in from SK. Fox, though, he could make a difference. He's stuck into a nice angle. The flick comes in from Snacks. Very diligent stuff there. Very thorough search. And he will find.
The rest of SK towards B, starting to move into the drop. Neo may hear this from his position. Barley towards the tree, could be exposed. He's got to be careful. No one's covering his back now. Pasha trying to reposition that smoke. Will just about save him. Moving close again, the flashbangs delaying SK, ruining their timing. Double face going to work out for the Brazilians. Barley still on the tree. Look how slow they're playing this. Cobblestone is a very hard map to push at such late time. The trades are there, 3 versus 3, but SK have to plant the bomb. Neo moving forward. There goes the bomb. There goes Fur as well. There goes coldzera. 3 players survive for Virtus Pro. They take the lead.
Still so much work to be done, but it's funny how we see with these two teams right now that there's so much pressure. No one can really get any money. Once again here, SK without anything really in the bank. We'll see some Tech 9s coming into play for them to try to get some damage done, maybe get a plant in to bolster that next round by. And in the meantime, VP going to be working on maintaining their economy as best they can. And I do wonder if we'll see any aggression from Snacks with that AWP of his. At the moment, he's actually in a very passive spot towards the double doors here. So the setup has somewhat changed. VP, they were showing a lot of forward setups. And we'll have to hold that forward, actually, because we have SK trying to get the rush in onto B.
Pasha looking away, expecting flashbangs. There are the flashbangs. Here are some more, but he can't see the players moving around the smoke. One goes through, punish. Lovely play from Pasha. The 3rd kill for him. Neo's got one as well. Fox getting peppered, getting taken down. SK now at maximum loss bonus. That round was somewhat throwaway. They would have liked some damage. Didn't get much going in that respect, but now it's the big buy. 3,400 every time they lose a round.
Welcome to the plow.
There's some other Snacks.
Yeah, sharing bag of headshots. Exclamation mark.
That's great. Back to the match. 2-round lead for Virtus Pro at the moment, but again, now SK have a full buy. All AKs, lots of grenades, but can they get anything done on their T side? That is a giant question mark that faces all 5 players.
VP with all the confidence at the moment. And again, I think almost baiting SK to start. They're pushing in towards that ace on the map, but SK have been really, I don't know if it's that perhaps they feel like they're not super confident or don't have the best setups to deal with VP setups towards A, but in a lot of defaults, okay, you might see drop zone taken, but you often see the terrace side also pressuring the A side of the map to force those players back. We rarely see it actually from SK so far, and speaking of pressure and the drop zone, looks like once again SK look to be trying to get something done here, but also Virtus Pro going very aggressive themselves here. The boost coming in, perfect timing there. Bjarni gets himself a frag. Very tagged up though, but can he get away? Looks like he can. Very nice pick off for Virtus Pro.
Great nades. SK unable to respond. Barley tagged, but it doesn't matter. They have the man advantage, which means crossfires, trade frags, all kinds of goodness. Is he going to creep through the smoke again? Pasha's looking for it. Taco's got to be very careful. They can't afford to lose plays like this. Here comes a flashbang. One spotted. Does he see the one by the tree? Barley out in the open. Then down he goes. There's Neo. When he tries to trade, Fur from the back is falling apart for Virtus Pro.
What to do here for Virtus Pro? The money is not really ideal necessarily to try to take a big risk like this, but if they can get a fast kill, a cheeky one perhaps, then maybe they think about it, but at the same time, it's very, very difficult to get yourself through these choke points, so they are very sensibly going to give this one up and see if they can maybe get any frags if SK Gaming were to try to hunt them down. So it'd be great for SK to really harm that economy, but they're in a kind of a standoff in that sense. They also know that it'd be very hard to break these choke points, which VP are currently holding, so we might see a gentleman's agreement here. Or SK going to go for this. He doesn't have any flashbangs to secure that position with. And Taz has got a really strong position. Will Fallen jump straight out. Goes for the jump. Taz, easy frag for him. And Taco, he can't really follow up with the trade. He's so weak.
Going back for more. More you will find. Go frag. Oh, there we go.
The greed.
Went to the well one too many times. The well was poisoned. Great timing from Virtus Pro. This is the Virtus Pro of old. This is the Virtus Pro on maps like Mirage on their CT side, where you're waiting for their pushes until the push actually comes in, and you're always taken by surprise. 11-10. SK have another buy, tons of grenades as well, and we see the second sniper on VP. Max and Pasha.
Yeah, no, I do respect the attempt there from Taz, actually, because SK Gaming are not in the best place when it comes to keeping the buys going. This is a very important round in that sense. VP could very well take some good momentum towards the end of this map. Obviously, they're already a map up here, so things getting very stressful in that sense for SK. And once again, we see so much early round focus and ultimately end of round focus from SK towards that drop zone position. Very light presence towards A, pretty much the entire T half that they've had, which is very interesting. Once again, Pasha, he's looking for something, and VP definitely realizes that there's been so much traffic here recently. There's someone to find, but who is it? Oh, Taco looking away, forced back out, thinks he has to take the engagement, and that's going to be the end of him. An early advantage for VP's defense.
Isolated and eliminated. 1 minute left for SK to try and get something back. We've still got Snacks and Taz in very forward positions towards long A, so if SK can get something going. But maybe Virtus Pro know it's going to be a slow round despite these Molotovs. So they'll take their risks and then adjust accordingly. Starting to move away from A-Long now as Taz Wabali holds things down. Having a better time of things and drop than SK did.
This looks really, really good now for VP. There's almost no, in fact, there's no nades left on the 3 players of SK. They have to go in here. Starting to move down the plateau, but Neo is in the smoke right now, just waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Pasha, though, picks off Fox, and Neo finally decides it's time to go. Pasha as well, chiming in with another frag onto Fallen, leaving just Cold Zero standing, but perhaps not for too long. Snack spots him on the flank. Cold Zero will be able to survive for the time being. Virtus Pro, however, might try to kill him after time, which would be devastating. There's Taz going for the shoulder of the angle. Straight out peek from Taz. Instant headshot. And SK, they had no presence on the entire map. They put all their eggs in one basket towards B, and it just did not work out for them.
Neo with the dirty tactics emerging once his team starts to get into a tiny bit of trouble. SK, their loss bonus sucks. VP with a 2-round lead now, looking to be 3. It's why do people do this now? Why do people do this? Too much time. Every time we start commentating, I get tweeted like 50 photoshops, and they're all, unfortunately, with you. Virtus Pro looking to extend their lead to 3. SK have invested. They've spent a lot of money. 3 people have no money. Fox with $2,500. SK committed, they need round wins. Oh, Fox stuck on the wall. Pasha takes him down for free. Is there more for Pasha? He's hungry. He's looking for it. He's spotting players. His team cleaning up though. Barley's taken down now. And there goes Pasha as well. Suddenly, there's a man advantage for SK. What has happened to this round?
This should not be happening right now. There's still a lot of opportunity here for SK to steal this one away. It's mere pistols. They've done so much. They've made magic, but Taz and Snack still to go. Holding some good angles here with superior, way superior weapons. AK, AWP. Taz trying to push the issue now. Finds the information of where one player is and also knows where Fer is as well. So all the information, all the advantages playing in VP's hands. And here comes Fer with a timely flank onto Snacks as he repositions. Gets the frag through the door, but he himself down to 2. And Taz has the control of the bomb still. It's all in Taz's hands. He's one of the most experienced players in the business. Wow, he's going for a pretty big play here. This is absolutely nuts. All the way around, perhaps, but no.
He looks a bit lost at.
Perhaps he did get lost around Cobblestone. Perhaps he just wanted to have a look at the Dragon Lord Tapestry. It's very nice, but it's back to business here. Bomb still on the floor. Fer gets himself an AWP.
He's got himself the one-and-done weapon, but he's looking for those close-range headshots. There's the timing. Taz, sharp as a butcher's pencil. Another headshot from him. Age merely a number when it comes to Counter-Strike. He is wrecking fools on Cobblestone. 13 rounds for Virtus Pro. SK took a gamble with that buy. It came close, but ultimately it failed. Taz can feel the crowds.
He's lapping it up.
Rumbling the Fox Theatre. He's got 24 frags at the moment.
Yeah, he's having an excellent game. Pretty decent series overall, and SK on the pistols. Obviously leaving enough in the bank to try to get a good buy in the next round, but what can they do here? They were close last round with pistols. Very fast forward positions. Taco finds himself a headshot, taking out Neo, and with that some problems, but Taz has already asserted himself as the problem solver there. Easily takes down Taco, and the bomb has been dropped as well. At least it's still in the hands of the T's, but they are down 2 members.
Taz only knows headshots at the moment. That's not good for SK.
Oh my god.
There's 1 kill. No rifles collected for SK despite killing 2 players. Taz with a great angle, falling without the health. But that's not the bomb. Where is the bomb? Pasha's pushing. And there it is. coldzera's waiting for him. He's got opportunity now. He's got the split. Does Taz know how close Fur is? Getting peppered, but he aim punches there. Taz will take him down. coldzera's got to run. He's forced by Ali out, but he doesn't see him just yet. He hasn't spotted him, and that makes a difference. 14 rounds for Virtus Pro.
Taz, perhaps one of the oldest players in the game as well, showing that age does not matter. Great performance so far, 14-10. Virtus Pro is so close, 2 rounds away. Just 2 rounds, that's all they need to book themselves a place in the finals of a major. How long it's been?
SK have got 1 round in this half. 1. That will not do for them. They're fighting for their tournament life. Snacks very deep towards long A with the Mag 7. It's been a very powerful weapon in this major. It's risen up a lot of body bags. SK with a focus towards B for now. Neo and Bayali around the connector area. SK playing it slow. 2 rounds. That's what Virtus Pro needs.
Again, it's just so much focus away from that A bomb site, away towards the B bomb site here for SK. And finally, it's been a while, but they find that first round, or rather the early round advantage. And Pasha, he looks to equalize here. He's got a great position to do so. That flash is going to force him off the angle. He's got to be careful to retake the angle. Oh, there it is. The shoulder comes in. Pasha will miss the shot for now, but how long is he going to stay out here? More flashes can come in. And he looks like he'll finally abandon the angle. SK, they've got 45 seconds left to make the play. They have the man advantage. They're setting up for this B push.
2-man. Oh, I thought they were going to drop, but they weren't. SK running the clock down, but again, this reduces their margin for error. If the bomb carrier goes down in the wrong place, that could close the round out for them. Pasha with a lovely swipe. The push delayed. They don't know if anybody's on the stairs. There are 25 seconds. Neo could take them by surprise. That will be coming in. A trade from coldzera. 2 T's pushing around that plateau. There goes Pasha. A chance now for SK to plant a bomb. But again, Taz's position was important. There he goes as well. Snacks for the Mag 7. Doesn't have any good angles. SK playing it down to the wire. It's so hard to watch.
He might find a gun though. Oh, and a frag. That does the job as well. Here comes Snacks. There's some damage in onto Fallen, but he's quite healthy still here. Snacks needs some good connections, but he can't find those connections. It's Fallen instead, who closes the round down.
In your mind's eye, you see Snacks killing everyone.
It's always possible whenever Snacks is alive on the server. You've got to expect the worst to come your way. Didn't happen this time, but this was a great entry. That is an entry with style there from him.
I almost wonder at this point if SK needs this iteration of SK, this temporary iteration, needs this level of pressure to bring the best out of themselves. Virtus Pro, tactical timeouts at the moment. SK 3 rounds behind.
A lot of support here for VP in the audience. Taking a moment, a pause for thoughts. Oh, here it comes. We love these, don't we, James? The tweets.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, they've been doing that all week.
To be fair, it's been a long time since I saw the Cloud tweets, so that's pretty cool. I respect that. We're seeing great performances across the board here from the Virtus Pro players to try to get themselves in that finals. They're so close.
It's levitating, Dan. It's levitating chicken. I can't work in such an environment. Virtus Pro spending some money but they're leaving themselves with the money to head towards a full buy. Bali with over 5K in the bank, so.
So we've got a pretty awkward situation here for VP. They need to stick to those close ranges. However, if they can get an opening frag or two, maybe some weapons can be availed to them as well at the same time. However, SK, they know that VP are in this position and they know how to deal with it. They know how to use the utility, how to make sure that those dangerous positions are dealt with those smokes, flashes and molotovs. If they remain focused, it should be fine to deal with this. However, VP, they don't want to rest on their laurels here. Moving forwards is Neo. Get some information. Now Snacks will reposition.
Fallen on his own on the upper A. Needs to be a little bit careful. But again, SK have the numbers game. Death by paper cuts for Virtus Pro. 1 by 1, they start to disappear, but always fear the Snacks. Always. Always, and that's what I'm talking about. That's why it's scary that Fallen's on his own, but already taken down. They know where the last man is. The bomb plant is exposed, and now the ring will be set up. You are surrounded, Snacks. Drop your weapons.
In the early rounds, Snacks is like a landmine. You know, something could just immediately take you down, but you don't know where it is. They did find it without stepping on it. And it looks like he might even be able to survive here. The Mag 7 is so good at close ranges that it's going to be hard for them to find.
I don't think he wants to survive. I think he wants to kill.
It'd be nice to get an upgrade here on the weapons. Again, what can he get out of this? Cold is close. Snacks, has he got any sound cues to work with here? Oh, the distance, that range is not good for him. Couldn't even pull the trigger. Cold, too quick to it. That's going to be the round for SK. 3 or 2 round deficit now. SK slowly climbing it back.
Yeah, we know who's wearing the trousers there.
I mean, every series for SK in this tournament, as you said, it's been a grind. There's no reason to doubt them.
Yeah, it's been a struggle. It's been dragging your lifeless body over the line with blood in your nails. 2 rounds between these two sides. VP back on the bye. Not an amazing bye. Neo of the UMP. No AWP. Can SK continue their unlikely comebacks? Fallen holding some of the angles that we saw from VP, though VP were mostly boosted. Activity from Snacks and Taz towards the A site. Taking their initial positions, trying to get some information. But information for the CT side on Cobblestone always comes with risk. You never know if you're about to walk into a scope.
Get this another round as well, where SK, they don't put any pressure really on the A side of the map. And that's a very typical thing to do in a default on Cobblestone, is to try to pressure both sides of the map. And you can often start the round off with a lot of players towards the A just to clear out the closed spaces. Then you can fall back into that drop zone pressure, or have 1 or 2 players doing that all along. But SK often shying away from the A side of the map here against Virtus Pro. However, they are rotating a couple players back there, but they don't really have any info because they did give it up so early in the round. So they only have 45 seconds left. They've got to be very careful to keep a good pace here, because if they slow down too much, I mean, they have a lot of positions to check. They need time to do that.
35 seconds. SK playing the clock game, but again, where something goes wrong, just like this. All spotted. Taz delivering again. He's done his job. Snacks cleaning up, wiping these players off the face of Cobblestone. 4 players alive for VP. Cold alone now. Forced almost to run to his death. 15 seconds on the clock. He's in an impossible situation. And there it is. Match point, Virtus Pro. Wow. 1 game up, 3 rounds up.
Taz is having an absolutely incredible performance right now. He's got 29 kills, 14 deaths. This guy is doing serious work. Getting 2 frags in that position just secures it. That's so sick from Taz. And that's one of the few times SK have decided to go towards the A position, and they managed to get quite close to that position towards the ramp before they were spotted. That's ideal. If you get the fast entry, you can just run over the bomb site. But VP looking too strong right now. The AKs are out for SK, and looks like they're going fast.
Last chance saloon for the SK side. Let's not forget, they did amazing to get this far in the first place. Fallen. Oh, Pasha taken by surprise. Man advantage for SK, not in a position to capitalize on that. Got to be careful of the counter grenades for the CT side as well. They can sit on this for a while, but again, how far will they run that clock down? can be your friend, can also be your enemy.
And this is one of those situations, again, we saw it on Train as well. You're down a man early on the CT side. You're going to put often 3 players on one site and 1 on the other sites. That's what Virtus.pro have opted to do because you don't feel comfortable in playing aggressively for information. So you're playing a slight risk as to how you think your opponent is going to play it. It looks like currently VP have selected the right choice. They're going to hit the shots as well. That's a good trade, but much more is required of VP to hold this B push that's incoming.
They're starting to move, but now slowing down again. And VP, they can hear the sounds. They've got 2 players towards B already, including the AWP of Bayali. He needs to be amazing with it. They're starting to move in, but they're ever so careful, 1 by 1, maybe too careful. Falling to Neo, no response. 35 seconds, there are some grenades. That's the last one thrown now. Can they get the bomb down? Neo's just waiting for it. If he can thwart the plant, who knows what can happen. Fox doesn't see him, but only taken down. No trade. Fox may have won this round for his team. Snax forced away.
Great boost coming in from SK. That seems to have sealed the deal here. Snax is going to be running for the hills. Keep hold of that AWP. SK keeping themselves in this one. Are we going to see more overtimes between these 2 teams? I wouldn't want it any other way. But there is quite a lot of work to be done here for SK. They will be moving only 2 rounds away from that situation. And how are we for the money here? It's not looking amazing for VP.
No. Snax in the tower. Reminds me of Cobblestone back in the day on public servers. Always people in the tower.
There's always one guy there. Doesn't care if his team loses a round, just going to stay there the entire time.
If you look at the average...
You were that guy, weren't you, James?
If you look at the average rounds, it's probably always because someone in the tower. Cold 0 though, looking for the damsel. Oh! Snax escapes like a rat through a tiny hole. 2 rounds, SK. You are causing such pain, heartache and stress to your fans. Done a great job to get this far, all things considered, but how far can you go? The answer still remains to be seen.
It looks like, I mean, again, it's such a struggle for them, and they haven't necessarily discovered a consistent answer. One of the things that definitely helps them here is that Virtus.pro aren't really in a position to take massive risks either, based on how they think SK are playing, because again, SK have left the A side of the map up for grabs so many times in their defaults, and it's fairly uncharacteristic as well. So again, likely going to see more passive play from VP as they just want to allow SK to play as they have been. But if SK can't get those early round advantages, they really desperately struggle.
Tactical timeout from Virtus.pro, soon to elapse. Snax has thrown his pistol to a teammate. Pasha with the Mag 7, spending money where it can be spent. Doing the calculations. AWP onto Snax. He's the key man. I do wonder if he's going to go aggressive, as you would often see in a situation such as this. AWP trying to get an early pick, maybe rotating. Snax deciding what he wants to do. I thought maybe he'd put a smoke down, try and look over it, jump on the box, but he won't do that. And now the AWP's been announced, but the question for SK is, what else lies around the corners of Cobblestone in this round? Will they expect the likes of Mag 7s, 5-7s?
Yeah, it's a situation where maybe you don't want to read too much into it. They have the grenade advantage. They can just use those to try to disable Snax's position with the AWP. And he's lost a teammate as well. Your teammates are really important if you're the sole AWPer. Need those bodies to run out in front as you get those opportunities for shots to keep yourself alive with. We can see just again a systematic take of the map here from SK, trying to make sure that they set everybody up in place before they trigger the push onto the site to make Snax's life incredibly difficult. And they have so many Molotovs, I have no idea if it's possible for Snax to hold this. It shouldn't be. They have so many Molotovs, so many flashes and smokes, and he has nowhere to run.
Now, SK have been very stoppy-starty, very edgy towards the plateau, and that may give Snax the opportunity he needs to find some picks. And again, the clock game is being played by SK, but they are the ones who need to plant the bomb. Snax, if he's right place, right time. This is really worrying because there are 20 seconds. Look at his position. He's not going to be successful, though. That is a huge frag. Now the bomb can definitely be planted. My nerves are on edge, Dan, the way they're playing right now. It's scary.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty easy one in the end then for SK. Again, it's good to see how thorough they are. Not making any mistakes, even though they are under so much pressure, but that's a great frag from Pasha. Sneaking in the back there. Extra money made for him, actually. Good kill in the end. We'll see, though. whether VP can actually close this one, because SK, they have a very good chance to go to overtime here. They've got a very strong buy. VP themselves also able to just get enough in there. Taz is going to be left a little bit weaker, I think. I'm not sure if the drop went onto him. We'll have to see in a moment. No, indeed, he's going to be stuck on a FAMAS here. So weapon advantage for SK and no AWP for VP. And that AWP has definitely been very, very important for them.
It's the last round of normal time, people. You better shout for your team. 3 players moving towards B for the CT side. Fallen playing around that boulder. We spoke about it earlier. He's got to be careful. Lining up for an approach towards long. Versus Pro playing passive on the A side at the moment. Double nades, but nobody there. They will hear the rattle of those high explosives. But no one moving for VP.
Very cool stuff to see such plays. I think it even was a triple nade, in fact. SK really going for that early frag there. We have a slow movement from SK, once again going back to what they've been going to so commonly here. That drop control, abandoning the A side of the map, not pushing it too much, not pressuring it too much, relying on setting up B, getting a man in drop zone or 2, and then hitting the split from Plateau as well to try to crush and split that VP defense on B.
40-second mark versus Pro, banking on it being B. There are 4 CTs here, and SK, they've got 1 flash to get in. This could be a disaster. Taco taken down. They're still playing slow, but they have to go towards B. The numbers game. Everyone's here for Virtus Pro. The flank as well. Snacks could be the one to win this for his side. Neo dancing around. Body picked off. How does one go down? 20 seconds. There's the disaster. It's on the plateau. Everyone's on the low ground. They're being cut down from every direction. It's 3rd versus 3. 15 seconds. The last round is the one VP need. They're going to the final. They've beaten their demon. It's over for SK.
Such a sick performance here from VP to bring this one, but you have to credit SK as well, getting so deep. This run absolutely unreal. They have a stand and they didn't have too much time to work with him as well. And they gave a VP that looks very indomitable. It's a crazy run for their money here.
SK gave the best run they could, a very respectable run, and you've got to give it up for them as well. All things considered, they did a great job to get this far. Legends once again giving it up for Fox, stand in for the sides. Who knows what happens for him now? You see VP give some respect for SK. Fantastic run by them, all things considered.
And one thing now, James, we have to look forward to is that final. And what a final it promises to be. What a rematch, just history in the making between the 2 teams, VP and Astralis. Phenomenal stuff upcoming. So a dominant performance from VP. They had a lot of struggles here with SK Gaming, but they're able to make it once again to another finals. We'll have to see what the analysts think after the break.
Virtus Pro have done it again. The old-timers don't know when to quit. Taz is on the stage right now with Smix.
2 years, 10 months, and 12 days. Virtus Pro is in the grand finals of a major once again.
It feels good. Thank you. Thank you all.
Did you expect that this crowd here in America would be cheering for you guys so hard like this?
I didn't expect that, but you guys are really special. Thank you very much.
I need to quickly talk about that first map, as it was so intense that the score was 10-5 in your guys' favor, but then SKCT side started looking very, very strong. So how did it get to overtime, and in the end, how did VP go away with the win?
I mean, so much respect to SK and what have they done in such short period of time. Like, they had to play with a stand-in. Obviously, they were practicing, but this is some feat to achieve, and all respect to them. As for the train, I mean, it was crazy game. We were very lucky that we had good start. We managed to get 10-5 as CT. This is not happening to us too often on train lately, like in half a year. So felt good to be on a winning side after switching. But then again, we lost first buys. We lost first buys. I think this is showing that we are human. The pressure gets to us. It doesn't matter how much experience you have. We are playing against top-notch opponents, and you do one mistake, and they are going to use it.
Speaking of opponent, your next opponent in the grand finals will be Astralis. Now, the last time you played Astralis was at ESL 1 Cologne. Quarterfinals, you guys knocked them out. Astralis is looking new and revitalized. Are you guys confident you can take them down?
You need to be confident if you want to win. But I will tell you one thing. We really want to play against them. We played practice against them. They were very strong. They were destroying us on practice. So tomorrow, they will play against the Plow.
Congratulations again, Taz. Tomorrow is bound to be a great grand finals. It is VP that is moving on.
And as I said, this is a team that doesn't know when to quit. I suppose I should have said doesn't know how to quit. Unbelievable game. So many moments where I felt it was going to swing towards SK Gaming against all of the odds. It didn't happen. They held their nerve. Just amazing stuff. Where do we begin breaking that down? Duncan, I'm sure you've got some thoughts.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got to start with the guy who's on the stage there, actually. One of the crazy things about this run is, okay, Pasha's had a real flashback. We're talking years back to when he was a star player. But actually, one of the guys when Virtus Pro came out of their slump and started winning tournaments like ELEAGUE again was Taz. He had a very good run in ELEAGUE Season 1 when he got to the final. Not as long ago as you think it is. And in this game here, I mean, he had a monster game. He was basically the best player on the server for most of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, this is typified what he's been doing for Virtus Pro all throughout this major.
I've always said it's the weirdest thing about Taz, because there are just sometimes in games where you just see he's that kind of guy and his player you can just see he's just not going to lose. And sometimes there's no necessarily explaining it. It's not the flash, it's not the most beautiful kills, but he's always getting the job done. And here it was leading Virtus Pro down drop zone, which they controlled so very well. He had a number of rounds there where he's getting the opening kills, he's finding the space in that drop, and that's what really allows him to expose this B bomb site. I thought it was a beautiful T-side game put together. There's a couple executions they do over towards the A bomb site. Neo plays critical roles, just getting his one kill, his one impact to open things up. And that was sick. But I mean, Taz leading the way the whole time on this map. Very, very impressive stuff.
Yeah, and let's talk a little bit as well just about SK Gaming, obviously contributing towards a fantastic series. It wasn't really the standing that was a factor here. I got to say as well, I think the Fox thing, you know, we obviously on the desk, we look for stories, we look for angles. Fox wasn't really a factor in SK Gaming's failings here. I mean, maybe on the Mirage maps, sure. But Ferd just didn't get into this map, and that is the real deciding factor there.
That's what I was going to bring up. I'm hoping that Ferd does not feel bad about this performance. I mean, he probably will to a certain degree, obviously, as a competitor. But, I mean, he had an amazing tournament up to this point, up to this one map, and they're not even here without him.
No, here's the thing. If Ferd doesn't turn up in this kind of, like, we're talking like 30 kills, 25 kills, they wouldn't beat Astralis in the group stage. Maybe they come out 3-2. Now they're on the other side of the bracket. They're playing a Na'Vi in the there's a lot of ways this could have gone really badly for the guys from SK if Fur wasn't essentially the best player in the tournament for them. I actually think he even outshined Cold Zero. Like one of the weird things about this tournament was it didn't feel like Cold Zero was that same dominant force. He was still good. He never let you down, but he wasn't that player who just every time commanded the whole server.
Yeah, and perhaps that's because, you know, the accommodation of Fox, he wasn't able to kind of be let off the leash a little bit. But, you know, I still was super impressed by SK Gaming as a whole, honestly. I've got to say that I felt they were, you know, really, really strong. And this was a very close series against Virtus Pro, who we've been saying were genuine contenders.
Yeah, and they're looking very, very good. I know Taz at the end there said they're going to play the Plow tomorrow. I'm not quite sure if it's the actual Plow, but they find ways to win, even when they're not showing up in that mode where they seem unstoppable. They always have something up their sleeve to make it work. And the crazy thing is, another player who really shined when they won ELEAGUE Season 1, who really came out of nowhere, was Neo, who for about a month or two was like their best player in terms of statistical impact as well. He's had quiet games outside of like the impact at overtime, which is obviously massive, but he still has yet to like really get involved and take over a map by himself.
And obviously, just a few final thoughts about SK Gaming. I think we all know what roster changes coming in there. A player you've been massively looking forward to seeing play at this level in this lineup, Phelps. It definitely looks to be a deal that's going ahead. Sure. Certainly, I think he's even here with the team. We've seen him around. So, SK Gaming, new look. I mean, could they still be the #1 team?
Well, I mean, what's really, really positive is if they were able to shift things around, and whether or not they were at their best, probably not, but they made it work. They were always competitive with Fox, and then finding ways on different maps to give up different strengths in order to make him comfortable. Phelps is a fantastically skilled player. Very different player from FNX, it has to be said. But if they can really do that with Fox, I mean, it's certainly, you've got to be interested in the experiment, right? And the fact that they've been top 4 every time, they've got the winning mentality, I think it's more about how he fits into their system rather than how they're going to fit around him, because I think they'll make room for him.
Yeah, I mean, they certainly will, and it's just going to be, it'll take a little bit of time, but yeah, I mean, this bodes very well, because that was always the question. This is not a team you can just plug and play. You need some time to kind of get adapted and have them adapt you, because they've shown that's how they want to play. That's the kind of style that Fallen has built this team around. That's the kind of sense. So it's going to take a little bit of time, but this definitely bodes well.
All right, thanks for your thoughts, gentlemen. A few things to remind you about before we close out the show. That first of all is Face It. Obviously, we've been doing some community cup nights dedicated to the ELEAGUE Major and the CSGO community at large. You're able to prove your skill to win pins and team official jerseys signed by the players and more. Make sure you get to faceit.com to check that out. And of course, eleague.com has its own website and indeed its own newsletter where you can find out everything that's going on in ELEAGUE and all the projects we're going to be working on. This is a reminder of the brackets. This is what's been happening over the course of the day. As you can see, we started out, we had the SK Gaming versus FaZe Clan quarterfinal. SK obviously beat that. An incredible performance by Astralis over Fnatic 2-0. They're into their first final. Virtus Pro versus SK Gaming, a classic encounter that you just saw. Virtus Pro 2-0, the reigning major champions. So guys, we've got an amazing final. I mean, this is the old masters going up against the young pretenders to the throne. I'm absolutely pumped about this. Just a few thoughts about what we've got to look forward to tomorrow.
I mean, this was actually, if you remember, Richard, going back to some of the events we used to do in 2015, it's always been my favorite matchup because it has never failed to deliver real brawl, back and forwards. Crucially, both teams throughout their history always have a wide map pool, so there's never that like, hey, this is my map, this is your map. It's like that series there, no one's got a map, you know. These are two teams that are really going to be able to take it the distance on all the maps to be played. But I feel like right now, the storyline is the best. We've got the best team in the world, Astralis, and we've got the Legends, the final bosses, the team that, like I said, they're the gatekeepers to the majors. Well, they will literally be in the final, because either they're taking that major home, or Astralis has got to overcome them to take it home. So I think it's the ultimate challenge for the guys from Astralis.
And again, Jason, I just think it's so perfect because you think about it from a punditry point of view, all our predictions. I've been saying, you know, all along, people are really underestimating Virtus Pro here. You know, can they do it? And every round it's like, yeah, maybe. Well, they've done it. They're in the final, and now they're going up against everyone's favorite, which is Astralis.
Yeah, and they're gonna need everything they use, because one of the things that Virtus Pro has shown in this is you know, the mentality that they have is so incredibly strong. And then you look at the other side of the table, the Astralis guys have built this new mentality of confidence, where we've seen that mentality crumble and fall apart in the past. It's very obvious That's not going to happen here. So we basically have the team Astralis, who seems destined to win this major, and the team Virtus Pro, who just refuses to lose in this major. So I mean, it's going to be a very, very crazy game to see.
Yeah, really looking forward to it. So there you have it. We want you to tune in tomorrow. It's been a great day at Counter-Strike. It only gets better tomorrow. Everything up for grabs in this grand final here in the Fox Theatre Atlanta. 10 a.m. Eastern is the time to tune in, and it's going to be on TBS too. From me on the desk, from all of the crew here, thanks a lot for watching. We know it's going to be amazing tomorrow. Make sure you join us, and until then, take care.